Gu Zhao found herself transmigrated into the role of a false heiress in a wealthy family. Within the original narrative, upon the return of the true heiress, she created havoc, ultimately facing banishment to an orphanage. Most crucially, the genuine heiress bore the soul of an adult who had traversed realms, equipped with a script that made her the darling of the masses, effortlessly overshadowing the 5-year-old antagonist, the false heiress. Gu Zhao, exasperated, opted for a stance of indifference. Yet, the system would not permit such passivity, presenting her with grand prospects. You have 4 brothers. If you can gain their acceptance, a sum of $100 million awaits you. Unexpectedly, upon her return home, she was led by her unreliable 4th brother into an adventurous reality show. The program provided neither sustenance nor hydration, casting participants directly into the wilderness. While the guests endured hunger, Gu Zhao found herself nourished by a pack of wolves. As her fellow contestants foraged for wild greens, striving to find joy in their plight, Gu Zhao ascended to the throne of the Monkey King, feasting on an abundance of roasted meats and fruits. Was food contingent on completing tasks? A giant panda clung to her leg, exclaiming, "Sister, I shall support you." Other animals quickly latched onto her other leg, clamoring, "Sister, we will take care of you." While the other contestants toiled exhaustively, Gu Zhao lay back in leisure. After the reality show concluded, her 4th brother lamented on Weibo, "What should I do when animals constantly vie for my sister?" The other brothers dismissed his concerns. Later, Gu Zhao resolved to live independently alongside the animals. Her brothers could no longer contain themselves, relinquishing all their black cards to her, pleading for her to stay. The 3rd brother, whom Gu Zhao had saved, with tear-filled eyes, implored, "Zhao Zhao, my life is yours to rescue. I can forego them, but you must take me with you." The other brothers retorted, "Get lost." Chapter 1, Little Cabbage. Gu Zhao, come down. I promise I won't hit you, all right? I refuse to come down. I see the stick you're hiding behind you. You won't trick me into coming down to be beaten. In a corner of the orphanage, a somewhat frail woman shouted at the girl perched upon the wall. The girl donned a slightly faded pink floral dress, standing defiantly with her hands on her hips. "I won't come down, not even if the emperor himself arrives." The woman was utterly exasperated. "Even if your legs are broken, you must jump down. Come with me to apologize. Those people came to adopt you, and what did you do? You directly pulled down the adoptive father's pants. Is that appropriate? You even mocked his Ultraman underwear." Gu Zhao, filled with indignation, retorted, "He said it was hot and wanted me to lift my skirt to cool down. As a good child, how could I let an elder assist me? I should be the one helping him. If he is hot, I should relieve him." Who knew he would be so petty? Gu Zhao gazed skyward at a 45-degree angle, her expression melancholic. "Director, you don't understand me. I bear no grudge against you. Life is but a series of turns and twists. The mountains are steep, and the waters are deep, with no path in sight." With a sigh, Gu Zhao lamented her predicament. She had transmigrated into this narrative. In her previous life, she had been a law-abiding, albeit mentally unstable, 15-year-old. She never harmed anyone and merely sought solace in novels. Yet, before she could even enjoy her reprieve, she closed her eyes and became entangled in this new tale. She had entered a narrative about a beloved character titled "The True Heiress Becomes a Sensation in the Entertainment Industry," assuming the role of a malicious false heiress. Abandoned by her wealthy family at the age of 5. The original false heiress, filled with resentment, engaged in relentless conflicts with the lead character. Ultimately, it was evident that a genuine child could not contend with an adult soul of over 20 years. The outcome was predictable, a lonely and desolate ending. She arrived just as the plot led her to the gates of the orphanage. Life was arduous, leading her to madness and resignation. The director furrowed her brow upon hearing Gu Zhao's tale. That couple did not seem to possess such dispositions. "Just come down, I will investigate the situation." At that moment, a commotion arose at the orphanage gates. A few black luxury cars came to a halt, and as the doors opened, a line of bodyguards in suits surrounded the foremost vehicle. Seeing Gu Zhao remain unfazed, still pretending to be a melancholic maiden, the director sighed, "Impish child, you will learn your lesson once you fall." She shot Gu Zhao a glare before heading towards the entrance. From her elevated vantage point, Gu Zhao could see a handsome young man stepping out of the rear door of the leading car. His calm and indifferent face bore the signs of fatigue, with dark circles under his eyes. Ding dong. Gu Zhao felt a peculiar ringing in her head, shaking it in an attempt to dispel the sound. "Your system has been credited. Please click to claim it promptly." Gu Zhao ignored it, and continued shaking her head. Your system has been credited. Please click to claim it promptly. Could you at least provide me with something useful? Gu Zhao mused, wondering if her mind had truly become muddled. Otherwise, why would the system be so foolish? After a brief silence, the voice responded. Automatic claim successful. Greetings, host. I am your little cabbage system. Gu Zhao crouched down, casting a furtive glance towards the entrance. The director had approached the young man, seemingly engaged in conversation. Indeed, I am quite inexpensive. The system's voice shifted from mechanical to a deep, resonant tone. Gu Zhao remained silent. Host, do not disdain me. You are also a little cabbage. Do you see that pretentious young man? He is your second brother. Gu Zhao was perplexed, as the original character had not encountered her family. It's not that she did not find them, it's that they chose to abandon the original character after meeting her, according to my system's records. Your mission is to transform from an unwanted little cabbage into a sought-after one. Mission issued. Earn the sincere acceptance of your brothers. Mission reward, $100 million. Upon hearing the mission, Gu Zhao felt a wave of nausea, but the mention of the reward ignited a spark in her eyes. $100 million. That was enough for her to live comfortably for a lifetime. I can do this. This system, being exceedingly benevolent, has decided to grant you a hidden skill. Gu Zhao, so generous. Animal language proficiency has been granted. The system has automatically accepted. In the next moment, a cacophony of noise engulfed her ears, causing her head to throb. She pressed her hands against her ears, yet the sounds persisted. It felt as if countless individuals were clashing within her mind, buzzing incessantly. Dizzy and disoriented, Gu Zhao lost her balance and fell. Her face met the ground. She lay there, unmoving, until the buzzing in her ears subsided. When she finally lifted her head, her expression was vacant. Host, are you still alive? Gu Zhao opened her mouth to respond, still alive. A mouthful of blood spilled forth, along with a front tooth. Gu Zhao stared blankly. Licking her front tooth, it felt oddly refreshing. System. Gu Zhao. Host, perhaps you should close your mouth. It's rather unattractive. You wretched skill. It's no wonder it's free. Not even a dog would want it. Gu Zhao seethed. Speaking with a lisp was unbearable. Gu Zhao immediately covered her mouth. The system felt guilty but quickly regained its composure. What more do you want for free? As long as it works, and you trust me. This skill is useful aside from the initial side effects. It will be fine afterward. Gu Zhao had no desire to argue with it. Picking up her lost tooth, feeling a pang of sorrow. This would hinder her ability to eat in the future. Wow. No teeth. No teeth. Caw-caw. A mocking voice rang in her ears, and Gu Zhao, exasperated, turned to find a pitch-black crow perched on a nearby tree. Hello, toothless one. I am your relative, the crow. The crow gleefully hopped on the branches. In a fit of rage, Gu Zhao picked up a stone to throw, but at that moment, the director's voice echoed from behind. Not only for Gu Zhao's sake, but for her own. She had saved her hair. No longer would she have to fret over this unruly child. Zhao, hurry up. Don't keep your brother waiting. The director, more anxious than the concerned parties, was determined to send this troublesome child away. Moreover, the lavish cars and fine attire were undeniable indicators of the family's wealth. Gu Zhao followed them, hopeful for a better life. The director gazed at Gu Zhao with affection. Although they had only known each other for 3 days, Gu Zhao had caused her quite the distress. Yet Gu Zhao is a child of remarkable character. She is neither ill-natured nor unruly. On the day she was delivered to the Yi family, she exhibited neither tears nor tantrums. This is in stark contrast to the portrayal by Madame Yi and others, who describe her as disrespectful to her parents and a schemer against her sister. The headmaster understood that Gu Zhao had inadvertently usurped the position of their biological daughter, thus inciting resentment. Zhao, this is your second elder brother. Quickly greet him, the headmaster urged with a beaming smile. The man regarded them with indifference, remaining silent, and a flicker of disdain crossed his eyes upon seeing Gu Zhao. She approached the headmaster, still clutching the stone she had yet to discard. Alarmed that Gu Zhao might leave a negative impression on her elder brother, the headmaster swiftly pulled her in front of him and stealthily relieved her of the stone, tossing it. Behind him, I end the second chapter. Gu Yunqi merely cast a fleeting glance at Gu Zhao, his voice icy and detached. I am your second elder brother, Gu Yunqi. Gu Zhao nodded and blinked innocently. The headmaster, exasperated, discreetly nudged Gu Zhao, urging address him properly. Gu Yunqi frowned slightly. His sister had evidently developed an undesirable habit of being impolite. She was indeed just as unruly as reported, hopelessly so. His disdain was palpable, further aggravating the headmaster's anxiety. With her head bowed, Gu Zhao sighed. "Hello, second brother." The headmaster interjected. "Lift your head and smile. Speak properly." Gu Zhao felt wronged. "I am innately cheerful," she retorted, lowering her head defiantly. The headmaster, oblivious to her struggles, threatened, "If you do not behave, I shall review your homework." "Hello, second brother," Gu Zhao exclaimed brightly, raising her head and flashing a grin that showcased her conspicuously missing front tooth. The headmaster was incredulous. "What on earth happened? I left you for just a moment. How did you lose a tooth?" Gu Zhao felt equally aggrieved, blaming the troublesome system. Gu Yunqi stifled a cough, wishing to distance himself from this peculiar sibling. Before Gu Zhao could react, she was hastily bundled into a vehicle as if there were concerns about her being returned. With a heavy heart, Gu Zhao lamented her situation. It had only been 3 days of peace. "Host, may I play a song for you?" A sudden curiosity sparked within her, immediately followed by regret. "Little cabbage. Oh, in the fields alone. No one to care for you. Brother doesn't love you. Brother thinks you are a calamity." The system's song looped just as Gu Yunqi began to speak. He toyed with a steel pen in his hand. Gu Zhao, unperturbed, leaned back in her seat, her little legs swinging joyfully. "Second brother, if I wish to live, can I get some money for a proper official? I want pure gold, preferably a 4-slide type, so I can slide around when tired." Gu Yunqi's eyelid twitched violently, and the pen he was fiddling with snapped in two. He turned to her slowly, his expression one of disbelief, as if observing a suddenly deranged individual. "All right, I shall just toss you in the trunk and take you to the funeral home, personally overseeing your cremation. Then I will select the pinkest urn for you, inscribing Gu family's short-lived ghost on it." His tone was calm, as if discussing an ordinary matter. Gu Zhao blinked. "Can it conceal my identity?" "No," Gu Yunqi replied, closing his eyes to feign sleep. Gu Zhao pouted. "You miser." Gu Yunqi's lips twitched. He found children increasingly irksome. Gu Zhao slumped in her seat, gazing at the ceiling. After about an hour, they arrived in front of a villa. "Get out!" Gu Yunqi opened his eyes. Gu Zhao stepped out, staring at the villa, swallowing hard. She wanted it. The car sped away, leaving her in a cloud of dust that filled her lungs. As she watched the vehicle disappear, her expression turned melancholic. "Ah, this dust, reminiscent of the moment he left, blinding my eyes and choking my heart. Little cabbage has become a rotten cabbage again. Why do you oppose him if you don't wish to please him? Do you not desire a reward?" Gu Zhao, with her little legs, stealthily approached a large yellow dog. The dog was enjoying a morsel of food, a sizable piece of ham. "Do not tell me you intend to compete with a dog for food." The system was alarmed. Gu Zhao licked her lips, having grown up among many children in the orphanage. She believed her spirit was larger than theirs and willingly shared her food. Now, her stomach was beginning to grumble. "System, I am just a child. There is no shame in that." "Host, you're making me lose face, do you know that?" The system's voice was filled with dismay. Gu Zhao paid no mind. She was a child. She was also a little eccentric. A nurse for her past life had told her that those who cared too much for appearances do not live long. Only those who do not burden themselves can live to a ripe old age. Though her previous life had ended prematurely, she had been reborn. What to be done? Gu Zhao approached the yellow dog, squatting there and gazing intently at it. "Do you want to eat?" The dog lifted its head, eyeing the newcomer. The dog, being quite honest, felt awkward under her gaze, nearly biting its own tongue in embarrassment. Unbothered by the awkwardness, Gu Zhao nodded vigorously. "Yes, yes." The dog wagged its tail, hesitatingly bringing over the remaining ham and placing it at her feet. "You should eat it all only by eating. Well, can you live long?" The yellow dog lay by Gu Zhao's feet, gazing at her with adoration. Gu Zhao plopped down on the ground. "From now on, you shall be my dog. I will take good care of you." The system could only watch in disbelief, opting for a hands-off approach, having unwittingly bound itself to a fool. Meanwhile, in the adjacent villa, Gu Zuling was nearing a boiling point. "Second brother, why send her to me if you want to take care of her? I told you I do not want to raise a child." Gu Zuling's brows knitted tightly, his fingers gripping his phone so hard that it turned white with tension. The voice on the other end remained calm. "The little girl in the pink floral dress, whether you want to raise her is up to you. I just left her at your doorstep. If I raise her, are you planning to collect our corpses? And I still have work." After hearing something from the other side, Gu Zuling hung up angrily, raking his fingers through his hair as he cursed. "Gu Hu, devious scoundrel. He should have anticipated it." With his second brother's character, would he genuinely be so proactive in family meetings to take on the responsibility of a child? There was certainly no good intent behind it. Damn! Gu Zuling stormed out, surveying the entrance of the villa. Where is the child? His frown deepened. Could it be that on her first day, she had already been abandoned? Though he grumbled, he immediately began searching around the villa. Just outside, he spotted a little girl sitting with a large yellow dog on the lawn. The girl was about to take a bite of a ham that was thicker than her arm, while the yellow dog looked on, seemingly eager. Gu Zuling dashed over, scooping up the child and running off while tossing the ham to the dog. Gu Zhao, in utter bewilderment, could only watch as her food disappeared. The yellow dog, quick to react, barked and chased after them. Chapter 3, Is It Still Nurtured? Go away. Be careful, or I shall roast you. Gu Zuling was obstructed by the large yellow dog that blocked his path, and he spoke menacingly to intimidate the canine. The dog remained unfazed, its gaze fixed intently on Gu Zhao, whom Gu Zuling was holding. Don't be afraid. I'll bite him for a moment, and you can escape, the large dog said, looking at the flailing child with great sympathy. It was a stroke of luck for the dog, encountering a human trafficker instead of the usual dog traders. Poor child. She must rely on it for salvation. The large dog bared its sharp teeth and issued a low growl threatening Gu Zuling. Despite his fierce demeanor, Gu Zuling's calves began to tremble. Aside from a few brothers and his manager, no one knew that he was terrified of all animals, especially those with fur. Get out of the way. I truly will hit you. Gu Zuling gradually retreated under the dog's piercing gaze. As he noticed the dog did not pounce, he felt a brief sense of relief, only to realize he had relaxed too soon. Damn it! Gu Zuling was infuriated, having been bitten not by the dog but by the very child he was holding. Let go of me. He raised his hand in an attempt to intimidate the child into releasing her grip. However, this only provoked the dog further, which lunged at his hand to bite. Gu Zuling froze, his pupils dilating and his face paling dramatically, unable to move as he watched the dog leap towards him. Let go, he uttered, his voice trembling, losing all semblance of his usual composure. The dog's teeth sank into his flesh, causing him to break out in a cold sweat. In a fit of desperation, Gu Zuling threw Gu Zhao onto the lawn. Freed, Gu Zhao rubbed her sore abdomen and, upon witnessing the dog attacking the bad man, immediately joined the fray. As the dog bit his hand, Gu Zhao latched onto his other hand. The state of the world had deteriorated, with child abductions occurring brazenly in the streets. Traffickers, and they had even discarded her food. Outrageous. They even intended to roast her newly befriended dog. How despicable. Gu Zhao bit down fiercely, her missing front tooth not hindering her grip. Gu Zuling's fear of animals made him feel cold all over, his fingers trembling. To save her from being bitten by the dog, he had pulled her away, yet she was now biting him alongside the dog. The child was as wicked as the dog. This is your fourth brother. Don't you want him anymore? The system admitted it had become lax in its duties. But how could such a small human make such a grave mistake? The metallic taste of blood filled Gu Zhao's mouth, the result of Gu Zuling's injury, and she continued to bite, stunned by the system's words. So, the second brother had tossed her to the fourth brother. There was no escape from nurturing. But now she was biting the future benefactor. Was there still a chance for nurturing? As Gu Zhao's mind raced with thoughts, Gu Zuling was nearing his limit. The dual torment of body and spirit causing him to faint, collapsing onto the ground. The large yellow dog, seeing this, released its grip and trotted to Gu Zhao, gently biting her clothing in an attempt to pull her away. Noticing her daze, the dog nudged her with its head, urging, "Come on, let's go find the two-legged creature in blue." The dog hesitated, glancing nervously at the blood it had drawn. Its tail drooped, and it became frantic. An hour later, within Gu Zuling's villa, he sat wearily on the sofa while Gu Zhao stood before him, holding the large yellow dog. Gu Zhao stared eagerly at him, while the dog drooped its ears, its tail wagging weakly. "I didn't see you for just one day. Why did you start provoking dogs? Aren't you afraid of animals? Why are you approaching them?" Wang Gu, the manager, paced the living room, irked by Gu Zuling's audacity. "Have you forgotten you have a variety show? How am I to explain this to your fans? Should I just post that my artist, tired of living, got into a fight with a dog? Or perhaps a more professional version, that my artist, in preparation for a new drama, sought to overcome his fear of animals and got bitten by a dog? Come on, which embarrassing explanation do you prefer? Tell me, and I will help you think." Wang Gu felt a headache coming on, while other artists were obedient. It seemed to be a constant source of chaos. "And who is this child?" Wang Gu pointed at Gu Zhao, who was eyeing the fruits on the table. "Look at how the child is drooling. It's almost dripping onto the dog. Wang Gu picked up an apple from the table and handed it to Gu Zhao. "Thank you, Wang Gu," she said happily. "You're welcome," he replied, ruffling her hair. Suddenly, Wang Gu exploded with questions. When did this happen? Who is the child's mother? How old is she? Does anyone else know? He felt his heart racing, astonished that he had not collapsed from shock yet. He ceased his inquiries. As long as the child was not Gu Zuling's offspring, his expectations were low. She had long hair, her skin appeared fine, and she was quite adorable, albeit a bit thin. "Do you remember the variety show tomorrow?" Wang Gu asked. "Have you prepared your little guest?" Gu Zuling responded with confusion. "What are you talking about?" "The variety show is called Ultimate Survival. Cute kids strike back." Gu Zuling sat up straight, only to wince in pain from his injury. "Bringing a child? That wasn't in the contract." Wang Gu sneered. "Article 3, Clause 2 of the contract attachment, in black and white. Your signature is right there." The air seemed to freeze for 2 seconds as both Gu Zuling and Wang Gu exchanged knowing glances, turning their attention to Gu Zhao. Gu Zhao swallowed the last bite of her apple and tossed the core effortlessly into the trash can. "Ready-made," Wang Gu smiled. "So shall we pack?" Gu Zhao suddenly felt as though she had encountered a real trafficker. She looked to Gu Zuling, as if trying to awaken his last shred of conscience. She was here to enjoy life, not to work. Chapter 4. Had I known she would come, I would not have come. Have you ever seen a human machine at 5 in the morning? 5-year-old Gu Zhao can tell you she has. Gu Zhao sat dazed on the bed, surrounded by a group of people wielding guns and cameras aimed directly at her. "Quickly wake your partner, and let us embark on our new journey," a staff member called out. Suddenly, the memories flooded back. She remembered everything. She had been set up by the capitalists. The day before, Gu Zuling had insisted she participate in a variety show, which was, of course, rejected by Gu Zhao, who only wished to relax. However, Gu Zuling had the audacity to demand compensation for mental distress and lost work. With not even a penny to her name, Gu Zhao was coerced into working. What a pity to be so young and already in debt. Gu Zhao sighed. The staff looked puzzled, having not comprehended her reaction. "Your partner, Gu. You need to wake him up," they reiterated. Slowly, Gu Zhao climbed off the bed, muttering, "I'm coming." She drifted toward the door, her voice weak. "In this state, I appear awake, but my soul has already wandered away. So adorable. How old are you? Have you started losing your baby teeth?" A crowd followed Gu Zhao out of the bedroom, where she cautiously opened Gu Zuling's door. Contrary to expectations, she did not wake him, but instead tiptoed to the wardrobe. Under the puzzled gazes of the onlookers, she retrieved a black shirt from Gu Zuling's closet. Satisfied with her choice, she held it up to her head, marking 2 appropriate spots for her eyes with scissors. After putting on the shirt, her eyes peeked through the holes, allowing her to see where she was going. She checked her reflection in the mirror, feeling somewhat satisfied. If only Gu Zuling's house had stockings, she would feel even more at ease and content. Having completed her disguise, she approached the bed, pressing her face close to his eyes. Gu Shulin found himself in a state of half-dream, half-awake, with an unsettling sensation that something was observing him. Blinking in confusion, he opened his eyes to discover a figure clad in a black hood looming closely. Startled, Gu Shulin hastily rolled off the bed and bolted out of the room. Upon exiting the villa, he suddenly recalled that there was a child still inside, muttering a curse under his breath as he hurried back. As he rushed through the door, he encountered a crew member carrying photography equipment in the hallway. Their eyes met in silence before the crew member broke the quiet with a greeting. "Hello, Teacher Gu." Taking a deep breath, Gu Shulin inquired about Gu Zhao. The crew member silently gestured towards Gu Shulin's bedroom. Upon entering, Gu Shulin saw Gu Zhao still wearing the black hood, sitting on his bed and swinging her little legs. He reminded himself not to hit the child, especially with outsiders present, but the urge was overwhelming. Striding over, he scooped the little one up. "What are you doing?" Gu Zhao exclaimed, her eyes widening in alarm as she suddenly felt a sting on her backside. "You naughty thing. Just wait until you grow up." Gu Shulin chuckled. "Then I shall start by giving you a good spanking." Gu Zhao struggled, crying out in mock terror. The crew member watched in astonishment as viewers on the live stream reacted wildly. Comments flooded in, questioning the morality of such public discipline. Is this a manifestation of twisted humanity or a mere descent into moral decay? One viewer mused, while another noted the absurdity of the situation, remarking on Gu Shulin's apparent lack of restraint. Feeling a twinge of sympathy for Gu Zhao, the crew member suggested that it might not be appropriate for teacher Gu to spank a child in front of the audience. Gu Shulin rolled his eyes, delivering one more playful slap before packing his belongings and departing. Gu Zhao, begrudgingly, fetched her suitcase. Meanwhile, the renowned young star Tang Yuexian stood on the street in a stylish dress, accompanied by her younger sister, Tang Yueying, who appeared unimpressed as she clutched her pastel suitcase. Isn't it obvious? We've been abandoned here, Tang Yuexian protested, still in disbelief. Just then, another car pulled up, attracting their attention. Gu Shilin stepped out, surveying the surroundings with a furrowed brow, perplexed by the situation. Gu Zhao hopped out of the car, and Tang Yuexian's eyes lit up as she exclaimed, "Hello, Teacher Gu. I'm Tang Yuexian," before introducing her sister. Gu Shulin nodded in acknowledgement, ruffling Gu Zhao's hair before wiping his hands on her clothes in mild disgust. Gu Zhao, equally displeased, grabbed the suitcase and retreated to Tang Yuexian's side. The crew member cleared his throat, reminding Gu Shulin that they should wait for all the guests to arrive before explaining the rules. Gu Shulin, undeterred, continued to tease Gu Zhao, who leaned against her suitcase. Feigning sleep, the Tang sisters chose to remain quiet as they awaited the other guests. Soon, a series of vehicles arrived, including idol singer Zhong Siki and his 4-year-old brother, Zhong Mingrui, as well as veteran actor Tong Jianfeng and his 9-year-old daughter, Tong Yanxin. Gu Zhao, nearly dozing off, was jolted awake by the sounds of conversation. Her senses heightened. As she glanced up, the last car pulled up and a strikingly handsome man stepped out. Gu Zhao's gaze met his, and he frowned, seemingly displeased by her presence. Inwardly, Gu Zhao cursed her luck. This was indeed the variety show where the original female lead gained fame. She had never paid attention to such details while reading and now regretted her oversight. Had she known, she would have refrained from attending. All of this was Gu Shulin's fault. The man who had exited was Yi Zishi, the second brother of the Yi family, notorious for his doting on the true daughter of the family. He turned away from Gu Zhao, gesturing towards the car. A little girl in casual clothing emerged, revealing herself to be Yi Zui. Upon seeing Gu Zhao, she paused, then beamed, "Sister, it's so nice to see you here." Chapter 5. My brother likes to poop. Is it okay? Can we discuss it analytically? Gu Zhao regarded Yi Zui with a serious expression, as if genuinely believing her words warranted further explanation. Yi Zui's smile faltered momentarily, but she quickly regained her composure, gazing sweetly at Gu Zhao. "Then I'll keep you safe." Her eyes glistened with a hint of vulnerability, making her appear both pitiful and adorable. Before Gu Zhao could respond, Yi Zishi shot her a warning glance, positioning himself as a shield between them, fearful that Gu Zhao might pounce. "Zui, stay away from her. If she hurts you again, it will break my heart." He spoke softly to Yi Zui, conscious of her feelings. He added jokingly, "If Mom finds out I brought you to a variety show where you got hurt, she'll chase me with a stick." The playful banter elicited a giggle from Yi Zui, who declared, "You're the best, big brother. Mom wouldn't hurt you." She playfully flexed her arms, proclaiming, "I'll protect you." Gu Zhao felt a pang of pity, watching an adult's soul feign innocence, yearning for attention while lacking the intellect to navigate the situation. "Who are these two?" Gu Shulin inquired, curiosity piqued as he observed the siblings engrossed in each other. Gu Zhao, feeling exasperated, commented, "He's the worst brother I've ever had. What's so great about him?" She turned to Gu Shulin, adding, "You're the most incompetent brother I've ever encountered." The viewers commented on the apparent rivalry, noting the cuteness of the new arrival while expressing their amusement at the unfolding drama. "Are they really fighting? This new friend is adorable," one exclaimed, while another noted, "Sounds like Gu Zhao is always picking on her." As the atmosphere lightened, a bald man wearing a hat approached, clearing his throat with an air of mischief. "Welcome, esteemed guests. You can call me Lao Gu or Lao Gua, but please, not Bald Chong. I consider myself far more handsome than him." Laughter erupted among the audience, and the jovial mood of the event began to take shape. Tang Yuexian remarked, "I sense something mischievous about Director Gua." Veteran actor Tong Jianfeng, with his wealth of experience, scratched his head, "Surely not. I watched the previous episodes of this variety show, and it's all about traveling with children and completing tasks." Zhong Siki also spoke up, sharing her experience from a previous episode where she simply traveled with children. The most challenging aspect was having the kids take charge, which sometimes led to them feeling a bit hungry. After allowing the guests some time for discussion, Director Gua smiled and interjected at the appropriate moment, revealing that everyone had indeed done their homework. What they said was not unfounded. The variety show previously embraced a carefree and joyful spirit. However, Director Guo, beaming with delight, announced that the rules for this episode had changed. The guests responded in bewilderment, urging him to clarify his statement. He instructed all partners, both big and small, to hand over their luggage to the staff nearby for inspection, emphasizing that aside from clothing, no other items could be brought. The ultimate challenge was to survive like a real person until the very last moment. Participants were urged to quickly select their belongings and head to their battlefield. Wu Yinling Extreme Survival. Adorable Kids on the Move has officially commenced. Choose that one. Tang Yuexian eagerly wished to select for her sister. Director Guo warned her not to interfere with her partner's choices, or they would forfeit the opportunity to select items. Tang Yuexian closed her eyes in despair, as Tang Yuing opted for a sports outfit, a pair of sneakers, and a bottle of mineral water. Each family faced its own challenges. Zhong Mingrui, Zhong Siqi's younger brother, wisely selected a roll of toilet paper, a wallet, and a pack of cookies. Tong Jianfeng's daughter, Tong Yunxin, the eldest among the young partners, chose a teddy bear, a pastel-colored children's camera, and a pink thermos cup under her father's eager gaze, leaving him disheartened. Yizui quickly made her selections: a combat knife, a windproof lighter, and a compass, which elicited an affectionate gaze from Yizushi. Amidst the chaos, Gu Zuling appeared particularly distressed. "Gu Zhao, what are you doing? Put that down," he exclaimed, visibly exasperated. No reminders for Gu Zhao. Director Guo promptly intervened, chuckling at Gu Zhao's obliviousness. Remarkably, Gu Zhao was unfazed, clutching 3 novels to her chest. She had spotted these novels in Gu Zuling's study, likely prototypes for scripts he had worked on. In truth, Gu Zhao wished to bring only a phone, but she lacked one of her own, and Gu Zuling's phone was with his manager. Unable to muster a single phone between them, the situation left viewers amused. What on earth is Gu Zhao doing with those 3 novels? I'm astounded by how my brother has such a sister. At 5 years old, Yizui brought only useful items, while I would probably choose a camera, like Tong Yunxin. Director Guo seemingly sought to amplify the disorder, questioning the young partners. Tang Yueying, why did you choose clothing? Although the director believed children might have cleanliness obsessions, he welcomed the controversy, as it generates attention. I don't think it would be wise to let my sister wear this. She would be bitten by mosquitoes at the filming location. Tang Yueying expressed with a maturity beyond her years. All right, you guessed correctly, Director Guo responded. Zhong Mingrui eagerly raised his hand, exclaiming, Me? It's my turn. The 4-year-old could hardly contain his excitement, divulging, my brother loves to take a long time in the bathroom, so I brought him toilet paper. The revelation brought laughter from the audience, while Zhong Siqi gritted his teeth in irritation. The scene erupted in laughter, with the comments flooding in. Only Zhong Siqi remained visibly distressed. Director Guo looked at Zhong Mingrui with approval, recognizing him as a clever child. Sensing the director's praise, Zhong Mingrui puffed up with pride, declaring, Bad Uncle Director, you won't let me go hungry this time. Clutching his brother's wallet, he recalled the previous episode where he starved alongside his brother, leaving a lasting impression on him. Since then, he believed he could not part with money, as it could buy food. Without it, hunger awaited. Director Guo paused, a realization dawning upon him, and chuckled. Zhong Mingrui, are you certain you want to choose the wallet? He emphasized the word wallet. Zhong Mingrui instinctively nodded. But you can only bring 3 items, and there's certainly more than 3 things in that wallet, he pointed out. Zhong Mingrui fell deep in thought. Director Guo continued. I just asked, and you said you chose your wallet. Now, Uncle needs to take out the contents. Zhong Mingrui could only watch helplessly as the money disappeared, leaving him with an empty wallet. Girls are inherently nurturing. Yueying is such a thoughtful darling. Zhong Mingrui, you're truly your brother's best little brother. But do boys really enjoy bathroom time that much? Ha! The most winding path Zhong Mingrui has walked is the director's ploy. Zhong Siqi's expression is priceless. Zhong Mingrui has turned to stone. Oh no, brother, we're going to be hungry again. Little Zhong Mingrui felt the sting of adult cunning, his small heart burdened with too much. Zhong Siqi, feeling despondent, ruffled his brother's hair, saying, Be good, we might not survive this. Gu Zuling also tousled Gu Zhao's hair, glancing at the 3 novels she held. Perhaps we shouldn't survive after all. Gu Zhao nodded. Can we bring the golden, smooth cover from last time and the pink bone box? Gu Zuling was taken aback. Is he that generous? He didn't give me anything the last time I asked. Director Guo questioned, is this even suitable for airing? The others echoed his confusion. Yi Zui's demeanor soured as she observed Gu Zhao surrounded by attention, prompting her to re-evaluate this pretender sister. She had intended to leverage her expertise for the camera. But unexpectedly, Director Guo had not even asked her why she made her selections. Yi Zishi furrowed his brow, regarding Gu Zhao with discontent, pondering whether she was failing to win over her new family. Unbeknownst to Gu Zhao, if she had known, it would have repulsed her. Now, they faced a new dilemma. What? We have to go ourselves? The director is not that unreasonable. Wu Yinling is so far away. At the very least, provide us with transportation. Gu Zuling regretted his impulsive decision to participate in this variety show. The director dismissed their requests and drove away, leaving them with a message. I'll be waiting for you at the finish line. Dust rose and settled as they exchanged glances, while the staff boarded their vehicles, leaving behind a small drone, the latest technological marvel capable of live streaming. Brother, I know how to get there. We can work first and then take the bus. Yi Zishi hesitated, aware that as the second son of the Yi family, working would invite ridicule from their social circle. Yet, seeing his sister's enthusiastic expression, he couldn't bring himself to refuse. All right, we'll do as you say. You're so clever, Yi Bao. His eyes sparkled with admiration for the little girl before him. I thought rich young ladies wouldn't even consider public transportation. Ha ha ha, so funny. Sister, let's work. Brother, shocked expression. Ha ha. When has the second young master ever worked? Yi Zui's suggestion garnered approval, and she quickly turned to Gu Zhao, inviting, sister, come with us. We can look after each other and earn money. I have an allergy to work. I feel faint just thinking about it. Gu Zhao declined dismissively. She was just a child. She has no intention of working, and which family would dare to employ her? Who even finds the tea at the bureau enjoyable? Unfazed by rejection, Yi Zui leans back, secretly hoping that Gu Zhao will remain absent, preferably continuing in her madness, as it serves to highlight her own composure and wit. Very well. Yi Zui lowers her head, feigning disappointment. Tong Jianfeng pulls Tong Yunxin over to Yi Zishi's side, smiling as he asks, do you mind if we join? Yi Zishi nods in welcome. Yi Zui sweetly chimes in, hello, Uncle Tong. Tong Jianfeng, grinning widely, ruffles Yi Zui's hair, praising you're such a good girl. Much more sensible than my own, quiet one. He glances at the silent Tong Yunxin with a tone that is half serious, half joking. If only Xiao Xian were half as lively. I would dream of laughter. Tong Yunxin tightens her grip on her toy bear, lowering her head in silence. Gu Zhao squats nearby, overhearing their conversation, casting a glance before looking up at the sparrows perched on the power line. What are you looking at? Zhou Mingrue rushes over, mimicking her posture as he squats down to gaze at the sparrows. His mouth waters involuntarily. They look so plump. They must be delicious. Gu Zhao responds, it's a hauchi, but might cost a bit. The chubby little sparrows on the wire stiffen momentarily before their chirping becomes more frantic. How rude of this two-legged creature. He actually wants to eat us. Indeed, how wicked. I wish to throw him some excrement. Diet. Starting tomorrow, I will go on a diet. I refuse to be eaten. I've never even eaten myself. Zhou Mingrue licks his lips, but they are so small, it should be easy to prepare. Zhou Mingrue's mouth drops in disbelief. Really? Then I want to eat. Would you eat a big slap? As soon as Zhong Siki arrives, he hears his brother's silly remarks and is filled with irritation, giving him a couple of light smacks on the rear. The sparrows on the power line hop excitedly. Chirp. Look, look. The two-legged cub is getting spanked. Chirp. Was that too harsh? Our sparrow mothers only use their little wings to pat. It doesn't hurt at all. Zhong Siki, unaware of the sparrow's banter, after smacking his brother, turns to Gu Zuling, brother Ling. Shall we keep each other company? Sure, Gu Zuling replies, his eyes filled with eagerness. Your technique for spanking your brother is quite impressive. Chapter 7. I will handle it. Immediately Tang Yueying pulls her sister Tang Yuexian over, asking the children, can we join you? Gu Zhao, barely hearing the question, nods, her heart captivated by the sparrows. Zhong Mingrue, with tears of indignation, is clearly upset. Tang Yueying notices Gu Zhao's lack of enthusiasm, but remains unfazed, joining the group squatting down to watch the sparrows. Chirp! Another two-legged cub has come. Do they think I'm super pretty? The self-absorbed little sparrow is suddenly knocked aside by another. Tang Yuexian awkwardly scratches her head, unable to integrate into the children's circle. She shifts to listen to the adults. A few new sparrows alight on the power line, chirping excitedly. Upon hearing their conversation, Gu Zhao's expression suddenly changes. She immediately stands up to listen intently. There are many sleeping two-legged cubs being put into a large box. Will they be comfortable in there? The new little sparrow's eyes, as tiny as sesame seeds, brim with confusion. Chirp, silly bird. The two-legged cubs are heavy. How could they be comfortable sleeping together? A more mature voice among the sparrows chimes in. I know. That's a trafficker's vehicle, just like the bad two-legged creatures that capture us. Will they pluck their feathers and roast them over fire? The plumpest little sparrow's eyes well up with tears. The two-legged creatures are so wicked. They even capture their own kind. Gu Zhao calls to the little sparrows. Where is that vehicle? Can you take us there? A few plump sparrows exchange glances. Then curiously look at Gu Zhao. Are you talking to us? What vehicle? Where is it? Zhong Mingrui also stops crying. Looking around, there's nothing here. Tang Yueying glances between Gu Zhao and the sparrows, sensing that Gu Zhao is indeed conversing with them. She quietly stands aside. Of course we can take you. Once we thrive, we'll treat you to a feast. A bold sparrow hops onto Gu Zhao's shoulder, exclaiming, wow, you really can understand us. The other birds, seeing she hasn't captured any, flock to her as well. Follow me. The first sparrow to land on Gu Zhao's shoulder spreads its wings, leading the way. There are traffickers with a vehicle. After a brief notification, Gu Zhao takes Zhong Mingrui and Tang Yueying by the hands and follows the little sparrow. After all, she has already led the children away. The adults will naturally follow. The other sparrows also fly behind them. Tang Yueying and Zhong Mingrui run vigorously, even faster than Gu Zhao, ultimately pulling her along. Gu Zhao, you are the trafficker. Release those two children immediately. Otherwise, when I catch you, I will make you regret it. Gu Zuling, with a dark expression, chases after them. Tang Yuexian and Zhong Siki follow closely behind. Speechless, all they do is mess around. No wonder Gu Zuling is upset. I would have lost my temper long ago. This sister is too annoying. Others cry when trafficked. But these two kids are upset that Gu Zhao is slow. How absurd. Yi Zishi scoffs, as always. You love to stir up trouble. Yi Zui feels a surge of joy internally, but maintains a worried expression. My sister must have her reasons. Well then, that's their affair. Let us find work. The sooner we earn money, the sooner we can set off. Yi Ziji interrupts Hertots. Tong Jianfeng trails behind them, holding tightly to Tong Yunxin's hand. Tong Yunxin's little face pales slightly, glancing enviously in the direction of Gu Zhao. Her short legs surely cannot keep up with their long strides. Experiencing it firsthand, Gu Zhao gazes at the wobbly little legs above her, filled with resentment but no regret. Fortunately, the trafficker's vehicle mentioned by the sparrows is quite near. Gu Zhao struggles slightly, her collar gripped by Gu Zuling, but her efforts are futile. Go, go. Gu Zhao is lifted slightly by Gu Zuling. Now eye to eye with him. Zhong Mingrui escapes from his brother's grasp, shouting, we are minors. Only capture my brother, not us. Just you have a mouth. Zhong Siki quickly covers his mouth, stifling his voice. Tang Yuexian observes them, then looks at Tang Yueying, tentatively extending her hand. Sister, don't learn what you shouldn't. That group has already gone to find work. Are you still messing around? I truly don't understand. Zhong Siki, save me. What is it like to have a brother whose mouth is quicker than his brain? This sister is hilarious. Tang Yueshuan's reverse strategy is too brilliant. The sister instantly becomes a good girl, while the younger sister is the hidden boss. I don't want to see Gu Zhao. She seems so troublesome. She is of no help and only drags Brother Ling down. In the distance, a van, its windows completely sealed, is approached by a man who, after ensuring no one is around, makes a gesture. Immediately, several individuals appear from nearby, carrying an unconscious child and placing them into the vehicle. Tang Yueshuan's pupils dilate. Traffickers. Zhong Siki warns, mention traffickers again, and Brother Ling will hit the kids. Tang Yuexian shakes her head. It's not Gu Zhao. Look at that living trafficker. I saw them carrying an unconscious child into the vehicle. Upon hearing this, Gu Zuling releases Gu Zhao and immediately turns to look. They are positioned between several vehicles, conveniently out of sight from the traffickers. A few scrawny men lean against the van, smoking and laughing. What a disaster. There's a trafficker's vehicle. Gu Zhao, with her short legs, squeezes among them. Gu Zuling studies Gu Zhao with a contemplative gaze, then glances at the small live-streaming device in the air, called the police. After speaking, he turns to Tang Yuexian, take the kids away first. No, Feufau interfects. As Gu Zuling was about to impart some wisdom to his child, he noticed a sparrow landing atop Gu Zhao's head. Gu Zuling silently stepped back, creating distance. Observing that the cigarette of the human trafficker was nearly extinguished, Gu Zhao, unwilling to engage in a standoff with Gu Zuling, scanned her surroundings and spotted a stray dog urinating against a utility pole. Her eyes lit up with excitement. Guwa, get away. She recalled how a dog bite had forced her to sell herself into labor at such a young age. Before Gu Zuling could react, Gu Zhao had already dashed towards the urinating stray. The onlookers were bewildered. What on earth was happening? Gu Zhao whispered something into the ear of the stray, which seemed resolute, as if it were pledging allegiance. Wait for me, little one. I shall resolve this swiftly. With that, the dog sprinted into an alley. Chapter 8. The Paw Patrol rises woof. Woof. The first bark echoed, soon followed by a chorus of barks from numerous dogs emerging from all directions, encircling the van. Without hesitation, they began to dismantle the vehicle. A few plump puppies approached the trafficker, barking furiously. The startled trafficker, taken aback by the scene, stood frozen for a moment before angrily kicking at the barking dogs, exclaiming, "I'll make you pay for this. I'll stew you alive. Help! Uncle! Cousin! Save me!" cried the puppies, their voices sweet yet filled with determination, their tails wagging without a trace of fear. "How dare you, vile trafficker! Not only do you capture our kind, but you dare to kick our young." With that, the nearby black dog seized the trafficker's leg, while the puppies nipped at his trousers in frantic disarray. In no time, the vehicle was in shambles, and the traffickers found themselves surrounded and nipped at by the relentless dogs. One trafficker, infuriated, pulled out a knife and lunged at the dogs. But a flock of sparrows swooped in, pecking and defecating on him. Chaos ensued, and soon the traffickers were overwhelmed by the multitude of animals. Just then, several police cars arrived, and officers quickly surrounded the scene. "Freeze! Hands up!" The officers were astonished by the sight before them. 3 traffickers lay on the ground, some sprawled out, each with dogs perched upon them, their arms being bitten. Sparrows flitted above their heads. Upon seeing the police, the traffickers experienced an unprecedented sense of relief. "We confess. Please take us away," one trafficker cried, his face smeared with bird droppings, bursting into tears. Although the others retained some composure, they too were eager to be taken by the police. "Please, officers, eliminate these vicious dogs." The officers exchanged glances, momentarily unable to distinguish who among them were the traffickers. "Is there a problem here?" a junior officer inquired, still in disbelief, as the dogs raised their front paws, seemingly responding to the earlier command to raise your hands. The senior officer, cautiously eyeing them, asked, "Are you the ones who reported this?" The officers relaxed slightly, though remained vigilant. "Please step back. These dogs might attack." Tang Yuang and Zhong Mingrui observed curiously, while Gu Zuling stood at a distance, anxiously watching Gu Zhao, fearful she might provoke trouble. Woof woof. The previously docile dogs suddenly assumed a defensive stance, fixated on the officer holding Gu Zhao's arm. Other officers raised their firearms. "It's a misunderstanding. It's a misunderstanding." Gu Zhao quickly interjected, indicating both the people and the dogs, attempting to mediate. Hearing her, the dogs resumed their gentle demeanor, leaving the officers bewildered. Gu Zhao broke free from the bewildered officers and ran towards the dogs. Apart from the dogs restraining the traffickers, the others surrounded Gu Zhao, with several puppies eagerly nuzzling her legs. In their exuberance, one puppy stumbled, but quickly got back up to continue its affectionate antics. "See, I told you I'd handle it. How about that?" A large dog, seemingly familiar, stepped forward. "Thank you." Gu Zhao patted its soft head. Zhong Mingrui rushed over, his eyes sparkling with desire for the dogs. Without uttering a word, he simply gazed at them with longing. A dog approached him, lowering its head for a pat. Tang Yuang, equally eager, wished to join in the petting. Gu Zhao noticed and encouraged them to join her. With her approval, Tang Yuang dashed over to pet the dogs. And soon Tang Yuexian and Zhong Siki couldn't resist joining the canine affection fest. Seeing the dogs behaving docilely, the officers finally relaxed, holstering their weapons and approaching the traffickers. However, they faced a dilemma. The dogs remained unyielding, eyes locked in silence. Gu Zhao broke the silence. "These dogs are capturing the traffickers." The dogs immediately sprang to action, presenting the traffickers to the officers, who regarded them with disdain. Having observed for so long without intervention, They shot the officers a disapproving glance before seeking out the humans for affection. One officer incredulously asked his colleague, "Did they just roll their eyes at us?" "It seems so," came the reply. The officers marveled at the surreal turn of events. Meanwhile, Gu Zuling watched in exasperation from a distance. What is happening? How could Zhong Siki and the others allow Gu Zhao to run around the dogs? Why are they getting so close? Gu Zuling bit his lip, steeling himself to approach Gu Zhao. Gu Zhao! He felt his legs trembling. Upon seeing him, Gu Zhao reluctantly walked over, deliberately greeting the dogs to keep them at bay. They were soon escorted to the police station for a statement, and the online community erupted in excitement. Please tell me this is a dream. This is all fake. A real-life Paw Patrol. So cool. I'm inspired. Why is my dog not joining the Paw Patrol? Did anyone notice that the lead dog resembles the one Gu Zhao was talking to? Can she control dogs? I want to pet them too. Gu Zuling. Don't get too close. Afraid of animals, yet rushing to Gu Zhao. Before long, the trending topic transformed into Paw Patrol saves the day. Gu Zhao controls dogs to capture traffickers. Unaware of her newfound fame, Gu Zhao was focused on negotiating rewards for the dogs. Upon hearing the police promise dog food as a reward, she was satisfied. A few kind-hearted officers even offered to drive them to their destination. Naturally, Gu Zhao inquired whether riding dogs was illegal. The officers were hesitant to allow her to walk, fearing an accident on the way. At Wu Yinling, Tang Yuexian watched the departing police cars with a beaming smile. This is the advantage of being on the right team. Director Guo, however, was less pleased, having anticipated a more dismal appearance from the guests. Yet, when he glanced at another live feed, he smiled once more. There was still some cooperation. Gu Zuling and the others sat on a rock, silently clutching peaches. Gu Zhao conversed with a curious deer at the forest's edge, and before long, they were showered with wild peaches. This world is indeed enchanting. Never mind, let us just eat for now. Chapter 9. The small community time passed, and eventually, the other two groups arrived, appearing thoroughly exhausted, as if drained by some mystical force. Yizashi looked even worse, a large stain marring his clothes. Welcome to your destination. Director Guo warmly welcomed them. She cast a fleeting glance at him, having endured the trials of distributing flyers, being scolded, suffering from heat stroke, and losing money on the bus, only to finally find himself in the police station. At that moment, he felt utterly speechless. He had never encountered such misfortune in his life. Tong Jianfeng, pulling along Tong Yun Exine, was equally distressed. She could afford to display a sullen demeanor, but as an actor, Tong Jianfeng could not. A bitter smile crept onto his face as he quipped, "Director Guo, you nearly lost us." He attempted to cultivate an optimistic facade. Director Guo chuckled heartily. He mustered his spirits, his face adorned with a childlike smile, exclaiming, "Uncle Director, are we the first to arrive?" Tong Jianfeng also turned to the director, thinking that despite their brief stay at the police station, it must have been quicker than walking. They presumed Gusu Lin and the others were reluctant to work, likely having walked here. First? Who? If you don't hurry, we'll all be asleep, came Gusu Lin's voice from nearby, lounging casually on a stone. Yi's smile faltered. How could that be possible? Dressed in sportswear. Gu Zhao yawned and asked, "Can we go in now?" Director Guo, with a beaming smile, replied, "Now that all the guests are here, we can certainly enter." Others approached. She's expression darkened, and Yi struggled to maintain her persona. "Sister, did you seek help from Mr. Gu's fans?" Yi's tone bore a hint of reproach. "Isn't it a bit unfair this way?" Tong Jianfeng furrowed his brow, asking the director, "Is this allowed?" Zhongming Rue tilted his head. "Brother, are the dogs also fans of Gusu Lin? Aren't they just Zhao Jia's little minions? And didn't the police voluntarily offer to escort Zhao Jia?" Tang Yuing spoke up first, feeling the need to address the imbalance. Tang Yuxian was startled by the bluntness of the remark. She dared not cover her younger sister's mouth and instead shot an accusatory glance at Zhong Siqi. "Your brother is a bad influence." Zhong Siqi averted her gaze. Gusu Lin found the situation amusing, about to retort when Gu Zhao's small hand grasped his arm. He frowned and looked at her. Gu Zhao gazed at Yi with exasperation, exclaiming, "You're such a simpleton. Even a cockroach would push you away." She continued, "You think your foolishness is endearing. How can you even apply for a brain-dead certificate? With that attitude, they let you feel like you're living the high life." Gusu Lin burst into laughter, surprised that this little dimwit could hurl insults. Yi's eyes instantly turned red. At that moment, Director Guo provided a timely explanation, to which Gu Lin rolled his eyes. How rude of them. Yi merely asked a question. Must they speak of her so harshly? It's clearly Gu Zhao and her group who are suspicious. For those upstairs, check the trending topics to understand the context. Teacher Tong has been completely worn out. What on earth have they been through? Having watched it all, I can only say, wow, impressive. Director Guo handed each group a mission. They were to survive in the mountains for 7 days and complete the tasks outlined in their mission briefs, all while relying on their partners for guidance. The crew blindfolded them and transported them to the heart of the forest. Once they had been dropped off, the crew vanished without a trace. Tong Jianfeng seized the mission brief given to Tong Yun Xin and opened it first. Inside was merely a piece of paper. Gu Lin caught a glimpse of the words written on it. Find the scattered cameras in the forest and photograph 2 distinct rivers. He hurriedly urged Gu Zhao to open hers. Gu Zhao opened her mission brief. Find the scattered cameras in the forest and photograph 10 different animals. Insects do not count, nor do same species members. Others also began to unveil their mission briefs. Tong Jianfeng suggested they share their tasks to assist one another. Gu Lin pondered for a moment and nodded in agreement. Our task is to photograph 10 animals, excluding insects and same species members. Zhong Siqi added. Photograph 15 kinds of fruits. Tang Yuxian appeared distressed. Photograph 5 different predation moments of animals. Yi Shi, after reviewing their tasks, smiled slightly. What a stroke of luck. I have to photograph 20 different types of leaves. Leaves were abundant, especially grass leaves. Gu Zhao couldn't help but envy this protagonist aura. Shall we split up or stay together? Everyone still needs to locate a camera first. Zhong Siqi lifted her head to observe the obscured sun. Considering their delay, it was likely already 4 or 5 in the afternoon. The group exchanged glances. Yi Shi, wishing to avoid seeing Gu Zhao, suggested they split up. Otherwise, even finding the camera would be difficult. The adults hesitated, but Zhongming Rue and Tang Yuing quickly declared their intentions, rushing to Gu Zhao's side. After all, the little partners were in charge. Tang Yuxian and Zhong Siqi struggled to suppress their laughter, feigning reluctance as they joined Gu Zhao. Ha ha! It seems Tang Yuing and Zhongming Rue have completely fallen for the idea of clinging to the big shot. I don't understand your humor. Isn't it obvious they are forming cliques? Making isolation sound so appealing. Yizui kunenchit herfeasts, sitriving tu maintain herkomposure. It was clear the groups had already formed. If Tong Jianfeng wished to join them, it might not be possible. He led the younger Tong Yun Xin toward Yi Shi and Yizue. Yi Shi had no objections, while Yizue maintained a welcoming smile. Though her tone was noticeably perfunctory, Tong Jianfeng felt displeased but refrained from voicing it. Safety in the woods was paramount. Let's find a place to rest. I've heard that forests grow dark faster than outside. Is that true, brother? Yizue looked at Yi Shi with innocent eyes. Yi Shi patted her head. You are correct. Tong Yun Xin stood beside Tong Jianfeng, her head bowed and body trembling slightly, clutching her small teddy bear tightly, with a camera hanging around her neck and a pink thermos slung over her shoulder. Tong Jianfeng gently patted her head. Don't be afraid. I'm here. Tong Yun Xin nodded, hiding beside his leg. The two teams split once more. Is there more? Is there more? Gu Zhao crouched down, excitedly peering at a mouse's head poking out of a small hole. Last time, the wolves tried to catch porcupines, but ended up getting pricked in the rear by those quills. It was a real disaster. The little field mouse, with dirt on its nose, animatedly recounted the tale, gesturing with its tiny paws. I heard those quills are still stuck in their backsides. The chatter continued, and Gu Zhao feasted on the gossip until Gu Lin was on the verge of losing his patience, at which point she bid farewell to the little field mouse, who watched her departure with longing. From this gossip, Gu Zhao gleaned crucial information. There were wolves and an old tiger that had narrowly escaped a fight. Chapter 10. The hands are dirty. Sister Zhao, where are we going? I'm so tired and hungry. Zhongming Rue lamented, bending over and moving slowly ahead. Zhong Siqi followed closely behind, ensuring his safety. I told you to exercise more. Look at you now, so slow. Despite his words, he still lifted Zhongming Rue into his arms. You're so heavy. You should eat less. Zhongming Rue ignored him, pulling out a pack of cookies he had chosen, taking a bite with sheer enjoyment on his face. Good thing I brought my own food. Otherwise, I'd spend the whole day starving with you. Little partner in charge, clearly, you're the one starving me. Zhongming Rue wrapped his arms around his neck. Brother, close that little mouth of yours. Then he looked ahead at Gu Zhao, who was moving swiftly. Sister Zhao, do you want some? I can only share a piece. Gu Zhao, seeing Zhongming Rue's pained expression, couldn't bring herself to bully the child. I want 2 pieces. The sunlight quickly faded, and the forest was enveloped in darkness. Gu Zhao held a blade of grass in one hand while chewing on a cookie, ignoring Zhongming Rue, who looked at her with a sorrowful expression. The little field mouse said there's a cave without animals. We need to go and claim it. Gu Zhao rallied them. Hurry. Let us go occupy the cave and be kings. Gu Sulin, speechless, scooped Gu Zhao up into his arms. If you keep this up, you might just fall. Gu Zhao sprawled comfortably in his embrace. You're a good person. Tang Yuing glanced at her sister. Yu Su-in offered an awkward smile, while Yu Ying deftly maneuvered a branch as they advanced. Before darkness enveloped the sky, they arrived at the cave, which, as the little field mouse had stated, bore no signs of other creatures. The 3 adults tidied up the interior, and Zhao found a spot to recline. Yu Ying fanned Zhao with a large leaf, and upon witnessing this, and grew, unwilling to be outdone, approached to massage Zhao's legs. As long as they didn't demand his biscuits, he was willing to oblige. The night had fallen completely. The 3 adults, upon observing this scene, couldn't help but chuckle. They had toiled exhaustively, only to see themselves serving as attendants to Zhao. XL approached with long strides, wearing a smirk, and inquired, Are you comfortable? Would you like me to massage your shoulders as well? Zhao opened her eyes, responding cheerfully, Sure. Get up and gather some branches at the cave entrance. XLN, indifferent, unceremoniously tossed her out. You will regret this. She retorted, Oh, I'm looking forward to it. Just gather more. Zhao felt exasperated, reflecting on the stark difference between her current situation and her previous environment. Help! This interaction is too endearing. Zhao is undoubtedly the darling of the group. It seemed that since the arrival of Zhao, even had become more composed and polite. While Zhao begrudgingly collected branches, Gru, being the youngest, had not been assigned a task but insisted on helping, squatting down to gather firewood. Yu Ying stayed in the cave to assist with cleaning, while XL remained outside to keep an eye on the 2 younger ones. After a while, Zhao grew tired and hungry. Why is this life becoming more arduous? You will have to bear it. It's too dark to search for food now. XLN sighed. I will find something for you when dawn breaks. Zhao gazed into the darkness, murmuring, Our meal is here. XLN was puzzled, but in the next moment he understood. Pairs of green eyes illuminated the night. Are you certain we are not the meal? He thought. As he observed a pack of wolves, he instinctively shielded Zhao behind him and pulled him grew close. From the pack, one wolf stepped forward, regarding Zhao with disdain. You are the human who can understand our words? Zhao emerged from behind XLN. XLN felt utterly drained. Were they here to eat humans? He resolved that he must ensure Zhao sees a competent doctor upon returning to assess her mental state. The wolf's howl startled those tidying up inside the cave, and upon seeing the scene, they broke into a cold sweat. Lower your postures, Zhao commanded the wolves. A few wolves awkwardly complied, lowering themselves. The lead wolf also awkwardly followed suit. It has adorable spikes on its rear. Please help it remove them. SQS eyelids twitched as the wolves turned their gaze towards him. Is it me? He stammered. Zhao nodded, explaining, is afraid of animals. And Jia is a girl. He reluctantly accepted the task. The pained howls of the wolf echoed through the forest. Half an hour later, SQ, disheartened, extended his hand. He was vehemently opposed to it. The wolves nudged Zhao, leaving behind a sheep, and departed, satisfied. Zhao called out to them, requesting they take the sheep away, as they could not manage it. The wolves, sensing her displeasure, complied and carried the sheep off. XLN regarded SQ, hesitating to speak, finally stating, Try to take it lightly. Gru added, Brother, you are forbidden from using that hand to ruffle my hair in the future. As they gathered more firewood, they ignited a fire. Midway through, the wolf pack returned, bringing wild fruits cradled in leaves, unmarked by teeth, appearing to have been stolen. After satisfying their hunger with the fruits, they fell asleep. In the latter half of the night, heavy rain suddenly poured down. XLN, awakened by the noise, noticed that only Gru and Zhao remained undisturbed, while the others had been roused by the sound of rain, all gathered around the fire, staring out into the downpour. After a while, a voice pierced through the rain. "There's a cave ahead," Zeeks exclaimed joyfully. "Quick, let's go inside." The four rushed in, exchanging glances with XLN and the others. This rain won't cease anytime soon, and the children's clothes are soaked through. We adults can endure, but the little ones have weak immunity if they fall ill. GNF Ing hesitated, glancing at the trembling child in his arms. "Daddy, I'm so cold." YNX's teddy bear was already drenched, and she held it in a state of distress. ZX, more straightforward, directly pulled Zhu Y to sit by the fire, stating that after the show, they would each receive a resource. XLN showed indifference, while Yusu N appeared slightly tempted. GNF Ing also drew YNX in close to the warmth of the fire. XLN and the others naturally did not chase them away. Small children could not endure such unexpected circumstances. However, the thought of providing shelter without compensation left him feeling uneasy, since it was Zhao who had discovered this place, and they could exchange goods for lodging. "Could you not be so heartless?" ZX frowned. "Then can you not be so shameless? We've worked hard to prepare this place, and you expect us to let you stay for free?" What do you want? Zhu Y grasped her brother, who was on the verge of anger. "We are still live streaming. We cannot let lose his temper." Smirked. ZX's expression darkened. "You're pushing it too far." Will you give it or not? "Fine," Zhu Y interjected, "hand over the dagger." ZX felt that his sister, regardless of her intelligence, was still just a 5-year-old child. He gently explained to her, "That dagger is very valuable in the wild." Chapter 11. Mysterious Guest. Unfortunate brothers. Brother, no matter how important the dagger is, it is still just an object, is looking very pale. She cannot be soaked in the rain any longer. Zhu Y expressed her concern for the small girl snuggled in GNF Eng's embrace. ZX wanted to tell Zhu Y not to be so kind-hearted, but he hesitated, ultimately saying nothing. They cherished her precisely for her kindness. Even if their own circumstances were not favorable, she still helped others selflessly, unlike Zhao, who made life difficult for their family, maid whenever things did not go her way. GNF Ing gratefully looked at Zhu Y, saying, "Uncle thanks you on behalf of, is so kind." XLN, is this not taking advantage of their misfortune? If they are truly driven away, would that not be perilous? No child should have to endure such a fate. You up there, if you're so saintly, why not go save them yourself? XLN and the others have worked hard to establish this place. What is wrong with expecting compensation? If you stayed at an inn and did not pay, would they not throw you out? Is truly all right? She looked so pale. ZX sighed, glancing at Zhu Y's pleading eyes, and ultimately nodded in agreement, yielding to his partner. His tone was affectionate yet resigned. "You need to change your disposition, otherwise you will eventually suffer." He then shifted to a tone filled with disdain. "Unlike certain individuals who are cruel-hearted, others are in dire straits yet still find time to sleep." His gaze fell upon Zhao, who was sleeping soundly. "Hey, in our territory, you dare to mock my sister? Do you wish for trouble?" XL rolled up his sleeves, ready for a fight, mistaking fish eyes for pearls. "If your vision is poor, you should seek treatment. If you desire a brawl, I shall oblige." ZX also rolled up his sleeves. Zhong Siki felt a sudden twitch in her eyelid and hurriedly stepped forward to stop Gu Zuling, whispering urgently in his ear, No. Brother Ling, please. We're live streaming. It won't reflect well." Tang Yuexian quickly joined her in urging him, "Brother Ling, Gu Zhao is still asleep. If you wake her up, she will surely cause a ruckus." This particular statement proved remarkably effective, as Gu Zuling indeed paused, casting a sharp gaze at Yizushi. "She is now my sister. Regardless of how you indulge your sister, do not drag my little fool into this." His tone was resolute. "I am not your parent, and I will not spoil you." With a dagger in hand, Gu Zuling approached the peacefully sleeping Gu Zhao, who remained undisturbed. Amused yet frustrated, he silently cursed, "Little ingrate, you sleep so soundly." Despite his complaints, he gently covered her with a jacket that had fallen to the ground. He then sat beside her, arms crossed, feigning sleep. "Am I supposed to be afraid of him?" Yizushi's expression darkened, but Yizui pulled him back. "Brother, our sister has found a brother who cares for her. We should be happy for her." Although Yizui felt immense dissatisfaction, she maintained a facade of kindness. As she soothed Yizushi and observed him calm down, Her tone shifted to one of concern, wishing that her sister would not revert to her past tendencies of self-harm. Realizing she had overstepped, she quickly covered her mouth. What is there to fear? If she dares to act, why should I be worried about others knowing? Yizushi was incensed. Although he expressed this sentiment, he refrained from voicing aloud. Izui awaited his response, only to see him retreat to dry clothes by the fire. Her frustration mounted. Given the live stream, Tang Yuexian and Zhong Siki approached them with concern, offering some uneaten fruit. Zhong Mingrue pouted, watching them eat, clutching his heart as if in pain. Morning light filtered through the mist, droplets cascading from the trees, and the air was rich with the scent of damp earth. The cacophony of unknown birds filled the air, rousing everyone from their slumber as they washed their hands and faces with the remnants of the rain. Not far from the cave, a large and small figure argued vehemently. Is this what travel is? Stepped on by birds, drenched by rain, even chased by snakes while walking. I haven't had a single delicious bite to eat. Songja exclaimed. Are you planning to send me off, just so you can replace me with another brother? A stout little boy stood with hands on his hips, exasperatedly addressing the man with a crooked neck above him. Two small live, streaming devices accompanied them. Huh, how did Director Gu manage to invite Songja? Everyone knows he's the unluckiest guy online. I haven't slept all night, just watching those two. This experience rivals a lifetime of misfortune. What on earth happened? I just woke up. Some sisters recorded it. Check the Weibo for the link. Songja felt wronged, rubbing his sore neck with a look of helplessness. I don't know what is happening. The director said to experience the beauty of nature and enjoy unpolluted food. I came here looking for inspiration for my new song. And who knew it would be a case of abduction and exile? He said indignantly. The little chubby boy, Song Yi, was overwhelmed with the absurdity of life and the lack of intellect in his older brother. Songja, I'm starving. Do you understand? I'm starving too. Songja plopped down on the ground, acting petulantly. Mom said I have to rely on you while we're out here. He showed no shame in depending on his 7-year-old brother. Song Yi, feeling crushed by the weight of life, sighed. I'll go look around. Stay here and don't wander. Songja nodded, only to forget about his sore neck, grimacing in pain. What if I can't find you? Song Yi asked anxiously. While the two were caught in their predicament, others were not faring much better. After everyone finished washing up in the morning, Tong Jianfeng remained in the cave to look after Tong Yinxin. After walking for a while, Izui noticed a patch of wild grass by a muddy puddle and became excited. Pointing to the nearest plant, she confidently declared, "This is water celery. It's fragrant and tender, perfect for a cold salad." Yizushi quickly praised her, and Zhong Siki and Tang Yuexian echoed the compliments. But Gu Zuling did not even glance in their direction. He scoffed, who cares? Yizushi did not contest this. It was all for the best. Gu Zhao fixated on a bird perched on the branch above the wild vegetables. The bird, with its bright yellow feathers tinged with green and black stripes on its nape, was captivating. However, what was even more intriguing was its voice. The black-headed oriole pecked at its own vibrant feathers, disdainfully commenting, "Delicious? My 5X birds only left after eating this. I can't attest to its taste, but it surely sends them packing." The current bird deserved its fate. Having seen another bird pass the worms it received to a male bird on the oak tree. Once I poison it, I'll fly off with that male bird, it thought mischievously. Gu Zhao was taken aback by the chaotic world of birds. Ever since Zhong Mingrue heard Izui mention that the wild grass was edible, he had been eyeing it eagerly, swallowing involuntarily. "Brother, can we eat it?" He tugged at his brother's pant leg, filled with longing for food. "We can't eat it," Gu Zhao instinctively replied. Zhong Mingrue's face fell, rubbing his empty stomach, defeated. "All right then." Yizi's eyes glistened with unshed tears, a hint of grievance clouding her gaze. Yet she forced a bitter smile. "I know my sister doesn't tea like me, but that doesn't mean we should let everyone go hungry due to our relationship." Gu Zhao tilted her head, puzzled. "Why can't we eat? If you're in a hurry, just lie down and suffer." She was clearly exasperated and did not want to be burdened by others. "Sister, there's no malice. If there are disagreements, we can talk it out," Tang Yuexian interjected. Frowning, Tang Yueng's eyelids twitched, and she stepped on her sister's foot. "I have no intention of harming anyone. This is water celery. It's edible. I just want everyone to have something to eat." The more she spoke, the more aggrieved she became, tears streaming down her cheeks. "Help! What is Gu Zhao doing?" Clearly, Yizui prepared food out of kindness, yet Gu Zhao is being sarcastic. Gu Zhao doesn't care if others are hungry. She even tries to prevent them from eating. This behavior is utterly baffling. Yizui calls Gu Zhao her sister. Is this a battlefield among wealthy siblings? How thrilling, from the way the brother and parents act. It's evident these two are related. Let us uncover the truth. Yizushi's face turned pale, his eyes wide with anger as he raised his hand and slapped Gu Zhao across the face. But that was not all. With a frigid tone, he continued, "Our disdain for you stems from your malicious intent. Time and again, you have harmed Yi Bao. The Yi family cannot harbor a calamity like you." Yizui suppressed her delight, her expression urgent and anxious. "Brother." The others were left in shock. Gu Zhao, holding her swollen face in confusion for a moment, quickly became enraged. "Do you think I'm a pushover?" Gu Zuling was equally furious, his expression darkening. He delivered a forceful punch to Yizushi's face and, unsatisfied, he seized his collar and kneed him in the stomach. Yizushi had no room to retaliate, his face growing pale. Zhong Siki seized the moment to intervene. "Brother Ling, stop. Don't fight anymore." Gu Zuling disdainfully threw Yizushi to the ground. Gu Zhao glanced around for something to use as a weapon, ultimately scooping up a handful of mud from the puddle and throwing it at Yizui's face. "How shameless! Who do you think you are? I'll be the one to wield the sword," she shouted indignantly, hurling another handful of mud at them both. Having encountered enough misfortune on this show, she was exasperated that they kept pushing her buttons. "If you don't want your eyes, just toss them away. Don't donate them either. They're a nuisance. You can't even tell poisonous celery from edible ones. And still, you want everyone to eat? After that, we'll all lie down together." Yizui feigned innocence while provoking others with her words. This baffling behavior is perplexing. It appears that the variety show has delivered an unexpected spectacle featuring the disputes between the genuine and false heirs of a wealthy family. May I inquire if any esteemed individuals could provide commentary on this? Is it water celery or poison hemlock? It is indeed poison hemlock. Water celery has serrated leaves resembling those of cilantro. The hemlock is slender and elongated, akin to carrot foliage. It is quite evident that what we see in the show is poison hemlock, even if there are prior grievances. Gu Zhao's actions of throwing mud and resorting to insults are excessively outrageous. Yizui was thoroughly frightened. Gu Zhao explicitly stated that after consuming it, she would be incapacitated. Instead of questioning the reason behind it, she immediately reverted to discussing past events. "From the very beginning, I sensed something amiss, as if there was an intention to provoke speculation." Zhong Mingrui, with the demeanor of an old soul, patted his chest, relieved to have survived. Zhong Siki cast a glance at him, as if to say, "Let us see if you dare to indulge in everything again." Zhong Mingrui boldly declared, "Idare." A small live-streaming device transmitted the director's voice, possibly due to the chaos outside. He inquired whether they should temporarily withdraw to address the situation. Gu Zuling, feeling fidgety, affectionately ruffled Gu Zhao's hair, indicating that personal matters need not be discussed. Yizushi, embarrassed, chose silence and darkened his expression instead. This farcical scene eventually subsided. Gu Zhao assumed that after this incident, Yizui and her companions would depart, yet she underestimated their audacity. Yizui, as though nothing had occurred, soon approached Gu Zhao with a contrite expression. Gu Zhao lamented, "Oh heavens, this is tormenting." She was struck, cried, and then shamelessly approached again, berating her while still maintaining that same shameless demeanor. Is this the audacity of a favored female lead? Purely tormenting. Gu Zhao disregarded Yizui's apology, maintaining a sullen expression as she strode forward. Tang Yueying observed her sister Tang Yuexian, whose complexion had turned pallid, and sighed. She hurriedly caught up, walking alongside Gu Zhao. "I apologize for my sister. She means no harm. She is simply somewhat naive." She pondered for a long time before settling on this description for her sister. Gu Zhao waved her hand dismissively, indicating that she is her own person. Tang Yueying pursed her lips and refrained from further comment, keeping pace with Gu Zhao. Tang Yuexian followed with her head bowed. Yizui, pulling Yizushi, surprisingly trailed behind as well. Gu Zhao hesitated to scold her, fearing she might cry and then seek solace. Zhong Mingrui, listless, followed along, his stomach growling, as the cookies he had brought were already consumed the previous night. He lamented his hunger. Zhong Siki advised him to endure a little longer. "I knew it would be like this. Following you for 3 days means 9 missed meals." Zhong Mingrui, feeling aggrieved, rubbed his empty belly. He glanced around, hoping to find something to eat, and his gaze landed on a tree not far away. Brother, food! Zhong Mingrui exclaimed joyfully. Everyone turned to see a large beehive nestled in the tree. Gu Zuling frowned. If we get stung, it could be fatal. Gu Zhao remarked. But looks quite delicious. Indeed, it appears exceedingly sweet. If I could taste it, I cannot express how joyous I would be. Zhong Mingrui licked his lips, gazing eagerly at Gu Zhao. He had come to realize that Zhao Jia was the queen of animals. Gu Zuling observed Gu Zhao's yearning and, despite his reservations, thought perhaps it would be acceptable to let the well-behaved child have a taste. I will toss it to you. After you take a bite, we can head to the hospital. How does that sound? Gu Zuling said earnestly. Gu Zuling chuckled heartily, a proud and carefree smile adorning his face. Gu Zhao declared, I have decided to let you watch me eat. She strode towards the beehive. Chapter 13, Goodness. Wild people. However, after taking only a few steps, her neck was restrained. Gu Zhao, do you truly wish to go to the hospital? Gu Zuling felt utterly exasperated. How could this child be so reckless? Yi Zui interjected, Sister, what you're doing is truly dangerous. You are disturbing them, and everyone will be stung. Huh, just causing trouble. Yi Zishi pulled on Yi Zui. Let us go. If she wishes to go mad, let her. Brother, hurry up and leave. No one wants to stay here. Gu Zhao expressed her disdain. You, if your stubbornness prevents them from finding food and you get stung, do not expect us to share our food with you. Yi Zishi taunted. Gu Zuling retorted. If you go hungry, do not guilt-trip us with your moral high ground. Yi Zishi, with a darkened expression, dragged Yi Zui away. I shall refrain from speaking for now. Based on the experiences of the Woof Woof team and the Wolf Pack, I truly believe Gu Zhao possesses some sinister charm. Is it truly possible for a child to control animals? When Honey or end up in the hospital, why is there a constant focus on the Yi siblings? It feels as though Gu Zhao is attempting to isolate them. After the Yi siblings departed, Gu Zuling turned to Gu Zhao. Do not dwell on this. If we truly get stung, we will all face dire consequences. Trust me. Gu Zhao rushed over and, lifting her head, murmured to the beehive. Before long, a few bees descended, landing on Gu Zhao's fingertips before flying away. After waiting a while, a swarm of bees emerged, collectively carrying an enormous piece of honey. Gu Zuling and the others were astounded, while Zhong Mingrui jumped for joy. I am the happiest child alive. Once Zhong Siki regained his composure, he quickly found a large leaf from a nearby tree and placed it on the ground. Gu Zhao pointed, and the bees indeed placed the honeycomb wrapped in honey upon it. I suggest Gu Zhao take up the role of president of the Beekeeping Association. Such a talent would be a waste if not utilized. I seek to learn. I also wish to master this skill. Gu Zuling used a dagger to cut a few small pieces, allowing everyone to indulge their cravings. Gu Zhao relished each bite of the honey-coated beeswax. Zhong Mingrui's face radiated happiness. Zoya, you shall henceforth be my dear sister. You are better than my brother, who only lets me go hungry. Would you like to eat meat? Gu Zhao inquired. Yes. Zhong Mingrui's eyes sparkled with admiration. In the next moment, 5 rabbits collided with the tree beside them. Everyone's mouths dropped open. Gu Zuling fell silent for a few seconds before stepping forward to collect them. Zhong Mingrui gazed at Gu Zhao with even greater admiration. The Wolf King and his pack, hidden in the shadows, watched as they collected the rabbits and left with satisfaction. Before departing, the Wolf King disdainfully glanced at the beehive. Honey cannot compare to the taste of meat. Bipedal creatures evidently preferred the rabbits it had offered. The previous sheep must have been deemed too large and cumbersome to carry. In the future, they ought to present smaller offerings. The wild chicken next door has a delightful flavor. The wild chicken remarked. On the way here, everyone marked their path, and there were no incidents of getting lost. The only unfortunate event was encountering wild people, and not just one, but 2. The director, pleased with the ratings, sneezed twice. 2. They appear to be 1 large and 1 small. We should be able to handle them, though I am uncertain if attacking them would be illegal. Gu Zuling jested, though his body was already tense. Tang Yueying observed the 2 wild individuals, flailing their arms as they approached, covered in mud. She felt something was amiss. Are they perhaps the director's associates, disguised? Gu Zuling, with a dagger in one hand and Gu Zhao in the other, listened carefully, noting that they might be shouting in Mandarin. Have wild people begun to learn Chinese? Gu Zhao looked back. Run quickly? Are the wild people urging us to run? Should we flee? No, I'm a little emperor. This is my territory. In the next instant, the wild individuals drew closer, and Gu Zuling and the others noticed that they were followed by a horde. A troop of monkeys. Goodness. Gu Zhao spun around and fled. Why are you not running? Hurry. Song Zhe urged, pulling Song Yi along as they sprinted past, and issued another reminder. Did you disturb the monkey's ancestors or something? Gu Zuling cursed under his breath as he raced after them. Everyone followed suit and began to run. The monkeys pursued them, throwing stones and chattering wildly. After an indeterminate distance, the monkeys finally relented. The group leaned against trees, panting heavily. Gu Zuling gasped for breath. Wild brothers, what have you done? Regarding the group of monkeys, Song Zhe paused in his speech, feeling somewhat awkward as he wiped the dry mud from his face. We accidentally dropped our food into a mud pit, where there happened to be a small monkey. My brother, in a moment of mischief, touched it, and, coincidentally, the little monkey's parents saw this and assumed we had thrown the little monkey into the pit, leading them to attack us. Song Yi's voice was filled with a deep sense of grievance. Song Zhe chuckled awkwardly, raising his hand to tousle his hair. A rumbling sound emanated from the bellies of the two brothers, prompting them both to sheepishly rub their stomachs. We haven't eaten since we arrived yesterday, Song Zhe admitted, feeling embarrassed. Do you have any spare food? We can trade it for our camera, which we had to leave hastily by the mud pit. Did you find a camera? Zhong Siki asked, somewhat surprised. He had heard of Song Zhe, who was affectionately nicknamed the Unlucky King by netizens. Song Zhe replied, do we need to search for it? The director just handed it to me and tossed it in. Others were puzzled. Weren't you supposed to choose 3 items? Tang Yuang looked curiously at the chubby Song Yi, who was filled with confusion, while Song Zhe was equally perplexed. Gu Shulin looked at them with pity, cutting 2 pieces of honeycomb to temporarily satisfy their hunger. I can attest that they are indeed not lying. The director provided no instructions at all and simply exiled them. Haha, without even a task pouch. These 2 are truly unfortunate, but they have one stroke of luck. Song Zhe's stiff neck has surprisingly improved. Why didn't Gu Zhao take charge this time? Why is he also being chased by animals? Didn't he establish himself as the king of animals? This has certainly tarnished his reputation. Zhong Mingrue noticed this as well. He wriggled free from Zhong Siki's embrace and squatted beside Gu Zhao, saying, Sister Zhao, the monkeys are so wicked. Why don't you summon animals to fight them? Zhong Mingrue was somewhat indignant. The monkeys are truly terrible. I have been away for too long. In my absence, the monkeys have taken over as rulers of the mountain. Are you willing to follow me and recruit troops to fight against the treacherous monkeys? Gu Zhao's expression was solemn, internally lamenting. Damn, those foul-mouthed monkeys are completely unreasonable. You have no idea how filthy their insults are. Gu Zhao, do not harm the flowers of our motherland. Gu Shulin lifted him up and started to leave. First to check if the camera was still there. Gu Zhao protested. Isn't my dignity worth anything? Then he sighed, resolving to take it easy. My king, I am willing to assist you in defeating the treacherous monkeys. Zhong Mingrue immediately followed suit. Song Yi glanced at the excited Song Zhe, then shifted his gaze to Gu Zhao and Zhong Mingrue, as well as the others who appeared unfazed. Suddenly, Song Yi felt a sense of foreboding. Upon reaching their destination, they spotted a monkey joyfully playing with the camera. How are we supposed to take that back? Tang Yuexian, who had been quiet throughout, could not help but voice her confusion. Zhong Mingrue, brimming with confidence, declared, a mere little monkey. My king can easily handle it. Let them kneel and sing of their submission. Gu Zhao modestly waved his hand, dismissing the notion. Don't be foolish. What if the monkey attacks and disfigures me? I am already clumsy, and without my looks, I would be reduced to a foolish beauty. Gu Shulin anxiously grasped Gu Zhao's clothing. The king can still be the king of monkeys. Zhong Mingrue excitedly raised his hand. Gu Shulin was at a loss for words. Little monkey, do not worry. Monkeys fear animals, so keep your distance. Do not hinder our progress. With that, Gu Zhao rushed towards the monkey. Before she could utter a word, the monkey spotted her and began summoning its kin. A horde of monkeys quickly assembled, launching an immediate attack. Gu Zhao turned and fled, exclaiming, they have no sense of honor. The escape was particularly chaotic, and Gu Shulin attempted to pursue her, but they could no longer see Gu Zhao's figure. They were in a frenzy, except for Zhong Mingrue, who remained blindly confident, asserting that the king had gone to seek reinforcements. Upon seeing her, Gu Shulin immediately dashed to her side, giving her a light smack on the backside. Gu Zhao exclaimed, what? Little monkey, please move aside. otherwise I might faint. As Gu Zhao spoke, the aggressive monkeys approached her. Looking at Gu Zhao, the monkeys wore expressions of disdain. Gu Zhao mirrored their fierce demeanor, declaring, "Submit or lose face." The monkeys erupted into laughter. For Gu Zhao, the bipedal youngling they had once chased away, they were filled with mockery. Gu Xulin, feeling the presence of the furry creatures, began to tremble. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, he realized that by following Gu Zhao, he would only encounter more animals in the future. It seemed he needed to overcome his fear of animals. Otherwise, he would struggle to manage unruly children. Zhong Mingrui also wriggled free from Zhong Siki's grasp, picked up a stick, and ran to Gu Zhao's side. "My king, I have come to rescue you." Gu Zhao waved her hand, calling out to the monkeys. As she spoke, a swarm of monkeys emerged from the woods behind her. The sunlight glimmered off their fur, creating a dazzling spectacle. "Charge! Defeat them!" With Gu Zhao's command, the monkeys surged forward. "Help!" Gu Zhao's villainous laughter is so amusing. I could laugh until next year. The contrast is delightful. The monkeys. You think you can be the Monkey King? Gu Zhao, 30 years on the east bank of the river, 30 years on the west bank. Do not underestimate the younglings. Ha ha. Gu Zhao's frantic escape from the monkeys contrasts sharply with her current villainous laughter. No one seems to notice Gu Xulin struggles against his fear of animals, reminiscent of a frightened kitten. Come, let us pay homage to the Monkey King together. Long live the king. I have a complaint to present. The MA traitors are too much. I request the king to dispatch monkey soldiers to retaliate. The monkeys chattered angrily, shoving and pushing, mud flying everywhere. The chaotic scene persisted for about 15 minutes, and the outcome soon became apparent. Gu Zhao leisurely perched on a tree branch, while Gu Xulin stood below, his teeth clenched in frustration. This unruly child just rushes in without regard for his older brother's feelings. Today, my heart nearly turned inside out. Did you get the point? Gu Zhao could not resist licking her still gummy teeth, feeling that this manner of speaking lacked gravitas. In front of the tree, a group of bald monkeys knelt on the ground, their heads topped with tufts of hair, alongside Gu Zhao's slightly intimidating monkeys. Song Yi and Song Zhe unconsciously swallowed hard, wondering if these were the same monkeys that had chased them for miles. How could they be so fearless one moment and so defeated the next? Song Zhe, hands on his hips, glared at the group of dejected monkeys. Meanwhile, Yi Zue was crouched in the grass, having gathered a significant amount of wild vegetables. She pulled out a handful of greens, gleefully turning to her brother, Yi Zishi, who was also foraging. "Brother, we have collected so many wild vegetables. Although they might be bland without seasoning, at least we won't go hungry." Yi Zue beamed with joy. Yi Zishi gazed at her with a softening expression, his lips curving into a gentle smile that accentuated his handsome features. "Yes, Yi Bao is truly wonderful. Brother, do you think she might get stung? I hope that Lingu can keep her safe." Yi Zishi felt a wave of irritation at the mention of Gu Zhao. She will only learn from suffering. Yi Zue hesitated, but nodded under her brother's watchful gaze, her lowered eyes filled with malice. According to the previous life's narrative, Gu Zhao should have already been disfigured by bee stings at this point. Why was there no sign of that this time? She glared at the crushed wild vegetables in her hand, a cold smile appearing on her lips. But it matters not, since the plot has diverged. She would personally push everything towards the abyss. She is the center of this world. Suggestions are made to rename Yi Zishi to Yi Dui, as his resentment towards Gu Zhao is palpable. Yi Zishi's prejudice is evident. Has Gu Zhao done anything to warrant such foreboding? Yi Zue is so kind-hearted. Even while being targeted, she worries about Gu Zhao's safety. What a radiant sun in this world. Meanwhile, Gu Zhao, who is supposedly suffering from numerous stings, is nestled in Gu Xulin's embrace, receiving his tender offerings. A group of monkeys clutched fresh fruits. Gu Xulin forcibly suppressed his fear, striving to overcome it. He reached out and took a banana from one monkey's hand, peeling it and feeding it to Gu Zhao. Gu Zhao relished the feeding while fiddling with the 3 cameras submitted by the monkeys, including the one belonging to Song Zhe's brother. Upon opening the camera, she was met with close-up shots of the monkeys' faces and their backsides. Such filthy images. She promptly discarded it. She glanced at Gu Xulin and the others, who seemed oblivious to her reaction. "You can divide these 2 cameras, Guogua," she said, picking up another camera and snapping a picture of monkeys. Zhong Siqi and Tang Yuxian were led by several monkeys to search for a stream. Zhong Ming Rue stood straight, wielding a stick as he trained the monkeys, or rather, was being trained by them. Tang Yuing sat not far from Gu Zhao, with Song Zhe and Song Yi nearby. Song Yi, munching on fresh fruit, wore a look of utter satisfaction. Brother, are you so unlucky because you've used all your luck on meeting me and Gu Zhao? Song Zhe shot him a glance, replying, encountering you is one thing, but following you leads to hunger. Meeting Gu Zhao and the others is pure luck. We feast well. Two monkeys accompanying them excitedly rushed to Gu Zhao's side. Ooh! Two monkeys were animatedly gesturing and chattering at Gu Zhao. Wow, this is exhilarating. What happens next? Gu Zhao's eyes sparkled with excitement. Ooh! Ooh! One monkey expressed disdain, while the other, undeterred, continued to chatter. Gu Zhao, thoroughly entertained, basked in the joys of life. That monkey is truly not a wolf. I actually helped them last time. Alas, regret is the only word that comes to mind. Chapter 15. Eager to deliver, can you really understand what animals are saying? Gu Lin asked, a complex expression on his face. Not at all, Gu Zhao replied earnestly. Ooh, are you going to rob us? Wait for me. Gu Zhao dashed toward the monkeys. Little trickster, Gu Lin exclaimed, grabbing her collar. Today she is robbing animals. Tomorrow, will she rob people? What a dreadful thought. She could end up imprisoned. Gu Lin's expression turned serious. He was determined not to let the monkeys lead the child astray. Gu Zhao, feeling disheartened, bid farewell to the monkeys. I'm so curious about what gossip they shared. What could possibly be so secretive that the esteemed netizens should not know? Hurry and translate for me. Linge, let me go. Let her go. I want to see. Who are they robbing? All this is your fault, Linge. I want to climb the wall. Before returning to the cave, the Song brothers followed Zhong Siqi to wash up by the stream. Only then did Gu Zhao see their faces clearly. Song Zhe looked like a refined young gentleman, and if he donned women's attire, he would be a striking beauty. Song, he was somewhat chubby but fair and adorable. Ye Zui, upon seeing Gu Zha, wore a worried expression. Just as she was about to speak, Gu Lin and the others entered, arms laden with various fruits. They even had processed wild rabbits and honey. Yi Zui's face darkened. She could no longer maintain her facade. She was supposed to be the heroine of this world. Why did Gu Zhao, this little antagonist, fare better than her, more fortunate? Wasn't it better for Gu Zhao to perish like in her previous life? How could the Yi family have produced such a being? Indeed, the genes must be flawed. Yi Shi and the others had never considered that Gu Zhao was truly Gu Lin's biological sister. Why are they arguing again? Is Yi Shi mentally unstable? Young master, you're here to participate in a variety show, not to be a judge. How annoying. I'm so angry. I've decided to send something to everyone, but only to those who comment in this barrage. 5 lucky winners will receive a kind greeting, a slap on the back. Yi Shi, be careful while you sleep. I fear the Monkey King will send troops to discipline you at night. Did Yi Shi get his head caught in a door? Or is he just looking for an excuse to go mad? Stealing? Cheating? Before you spout nonsense, can you take a moment to reflect? With that brain of yours, you must have mistaken your lost intelligence for mine. Gu Zhao rolled her eyes. Gu Lin ruffled Gu Zhao's hair. Stop talking. At this rate, he'll be clutching his heart and trying to con you. Yi Shi, already agitated, clutched his heart. Gu Zhao, you're utterly hopeless. If they knew about your past deeds, would they still treat you kindly? He is only using you for the variety show. What do you think will happen when it ends? A smirk of disdain curled at the corners of Yi Shi's mouth, his expression growing colder. He was increasingly convinced of his suspicions, believing Gu Zhao's current bravado was merely a guise. Gu Zhao yawned lazily, swatting away the hand still patting her head, regarding Yi Shi as if he were inconsequential. Even tofu has a brain. Why don't you? As the atmosphere grew tense, Tong Jianfeng interjected cheerfully, this small live-streaming device has been recording the whole time. Zhao, you surely wouldn't cheat, right? After all, the eyes of netizens nationwide are upon us. None would want to tarnish their reputation at this time. Tang Yuing countered. So, it's acceptable to slander others without discrimination? The smile on Tong Jianfeng's face faltered. He had participated in countless variety shows. Yet this was the first time he had been rebutted by a younger generation. Xiaoing, such impoliteness is unbecoming. Tang Yuxian's eyes flashed with displeasure. Tang Yuing was taken aback, glancing at her sister, seemingly surprised that Tang Yuxian would criticize her. Sister, I was merely stating the facts. Tang Yuxian grasped her sister's wrist with a measured grip. Xiaoying, teacher Tong, is a senior. He has navigated this industry for many years, and his words and actions carry weight. Besides, unless I witnessed it myself, I wouldn't believe in these food sources. Tang Yuing regarded her sister, suddenly feeling a sense of unfamiliarity with someone she had known for so long. Zhong Siqi spoke up, Yuxian, to be fair, although Xiaoying is young, she speaks with clarity. Those words were simply honest. Tang Yuxian's cheeks flushed with a faint hue, partly from embarrassment at Zhong Siqi's balanced words, and partly from feeling she had lost her composure in front of the cameras. She tightened her grip on her sister's wrist before quickly releasing it, suppressing her discomfort and forcefully adopting a polite smile. Qingge is right. I should have considered my words more carefully. Gu Sulin's gaze flicked over Tang Yuxian without any discernible emotion, merely a casual glance. Since you all believe our food sources are dubious, I presume you're not interested in eating. Gu Sulin's tone turned cold. Oh, right, Yi Zai Shi. You've made it abundantly clear that you wouldn't touch it. Gu Sulin added mockingly. Suddenly, a thought struck him, his brows furrowed, and his cold gaze fixed on Yi Zai Shi with a chilling intensity. Let me say this one last time. Gu Zhao is my biological sister, our parents' daughter. If you slander her again, I won't hesitate to brawl. Tang Yuxian, you must keep your composure. Don't get involved. Sister, manage her. Teacher Tong also means well. As fellow guests, shouldn't we prioritize harmony? Gu Zhao and Gu Sulin are quite petty. To the one above, my toilet is broken and not flushing. I'd like to use your head as a toilet seat to flush it, as you seem to share a scent with the restroom. Lingu is so handsome. Lingu, hit me. I want to bear your children. After we marry, Gu Zhao will be my biological sister. To the one above, how are you taking and stealing at the same time? The barrage of comments surged chaotically. After Gu Sulin spoke, he glanced at Gu Zhao, the coldness in his eyes dissipating, leaving only a look of helplessness. Gu Zhao, let us gather firewood to cook. Chapter 16. Children do not lie, but they may speak nonsense. Gu Zhao suddenly fell to the ground, feeling unwell. Zhong Mingrue immediately raised his hand, but before he could speak, a chubby boy pulled a man and rushed out. Sister Zhao, we're here. You take a rest. Song Yi pulled Song Zhe and dashed out, exclaiming, Hey, we're going to work. Surely we'll get a meal. Zhong Mingrue was bewildered. Brother, are they trying to take my place? No way. Sister Zhao still needs to take care of me. The delicacies are all mine. He chased after them. Zhong Siqi remarked. For the sake of food, I suppose. He scanned the surroundings and said, Lingu, we don't have a pot. Let's just barbecue. I'll go pick some mushrooms since it rained yesterday. Yi Zui felt an opportunity arise. It was her moment to demonstrate her thoughtfulness and caring nature. Mushrooms are easy to find, but some may be poisonous. How about we share some wild vegetables with you? Zhong Siqi's expression nearly shattered. Is it about whether they're poisonous or not? The main point is that I did the work. That means I get to eat. He cursed, damn it. You're ruining my meal. Lin Ye. I'm going. I'll ask Gu Zhao about the poison. With that, he dashed off, fearing Yi Zui would stop him again. Isn't that a bit ungrateful? Yi Zui was only kindly reminding him. This time I stand by her. Those unfamiliar with mushrooms must not experiment carelessly. A single try could be fatal. Asking Gu Zhao? That's a bit excessive. What does a child know? It's simply absurd. You all bicker. I shall enjoy the competition for attention between the two children alone. Meanwhile, Yi Zeshi was nearly fuming. He had just finished arguing with someone, and now his sister was rushing to meddle in their affairs. If it were Gu Zhao, he paused, recalling Gu Zhao's words from the past when his father scolded him, and she stood protectively behind him like an agitated kitten at the age of 3. Brother, what is wrong? Yi Zui noticed Yi Zeshi's unusual demeanor and immediately expressed concern. Zui is simply too kind. How could he think that way? I'm fine. Just think they might not care about these wild vegetables. Let us not bother with them and focus on cooking, he replied. Yi Zui nodded, but still felt a nagging unease. She glanced at Gu Zhao, who was still lying on the ground. Her gaze sharpened with a hidden intensity. Gu Zuling seemed to sense something and looked over, causing Yi Zui to quickly avert her eyes. Get away. Sleeping here could get you stepped on. Don't you know someone is still considering how to deal with you? Gu Zuling kicked Gu Zhao's backside. Seeing her remain motionless, he picked her up to keep her in his line of sight. He continued to chatter. You need to be careful not to get cold. If the second brother sees you like this, he will definitely have something to say. But it's fine. I'll reluctantly take you in. While he babbled, he chopped the meat into small pieces. Gu Zhao slept peacefully. This is what I saw first. You cannot snatch it away to bribe the king. Our king is a benevolent ruler. We have long seen through your deceit. Zhong Mingrui clutched the kitten tightly, its frail body resembling one that hadn't eaten in days. Song, he looked at the kitten. This is what my brother and I saw first. You stole it. Songzhi remained behind, his handsome face filled with resistance. Zhong Siki kept his distance, squatting to pick mushrooms. The two children refused to yield to each other, and finally, Zhong Mingrui proposed. Let us find the king to settle this. Let us go. Song Yi strode into the cave. As soon as they entered, both began to wail. King, please make a decision, Wah. Gu Zhao covered her ears, wishing to escape. However, the duo was relentless, kneeling beside her and crying as if she had been gone for some time. Gu Zuling could no longer bear it and forcibly opened Gu Zhao's eyes, urging her to resolve the matter quickly, or else the comments would start criticizing her, or worse them. It must be said that Gu Zuling understood the psychology of the viewers well. The comments were filled with accusations against the two unruly children for their rude behavior. So annoying. Can't Gu Zhao do something? These two are fighting over her, and she pretends not to hear. Selfish. Help. It suddenly got so loud. I thought the two kids were quite adorable, but now they're sobbing like a duet. Can the comments be a little friendlier? They're just children. Stop moralizing. We're recording a variety show. Who wants to see her cry? Just resolve the issue. Gu Zhao looks like she's about to collapse. Gu Zhao felt utterly disheartened. Her precious snack was gone. She cast a resentful glance at Gu Zuling, then turned to the still-crying duo. If you have a grievance, speak. If not, disperse. Zhong Mingrui and Song Yi both knelt on one knee in unison. We have something to report. I accuse Zhong Mingrui of stealing. That's a lie. It was Song Yi who took my cat. I saw it first. It fell from the tree and hit my brother. I made it fall. Zhong Mingrui insisted earnestly. Stop. I made it fall. You both are mistaken. Fine. I decree it belongs to me. You two may leave. Gu Zhao hugged the cat close. The two looked puzzled. Is that how it is? Who is the king? Could the king be mistaken? Gu Zhao retorted. The two retreated, continuing to gather firewood. The king is wise. How can Gu Zhao deceive children? The key is that they actually believe her. This cat seems a bit strange. That SA lynx. Oh my. It has pointy ears with tufts of black fur. Just to clarify, the lynx is a nationally protected species, cautious by nature, typically not aggressive towards humans, but will retaliate if provoked. Everyone, please maintain a safe distance. But what if it wants to get close? Curled up into a fluffy ball, its ears twitching. It tilted its head at Gu Zhao. Meow, mommy. I am hungry. Its small, innocent voice carried a hint of dependence. When Gu Zhao ignored it, its eyes instantly welled up, nudging her hand with its head. Wow, that little cat's meow is a bit odd. Gu Zuling leaned in to look, but kept a safe distance. For Potts, that SA lynx. Gu Zhao explained to the affectionate little lynx, I am not your mother. The little lynx, which had been nuzzling her hand, suddenly froze, its ears flopping down. It curled up into a furry ball, peeking from between its paws. Then could you be my temporary mother? The little lynx cautiously tapped Gu Zhao's wrist with its tail, its sweet voice saying, Mommy, I'm hungry. Who could refuse this? Is this a lynx? So adorable, Tong Jianfeng exclaimed, but noted that lynxes cannot be privately kept, so it should be released. Tong Yanxin was also secretly observing the little lynx, but upon hearing her father's words, lowered her head again. Her father would surely not let her touch it. Gu Zhao glanced at her, not noticing that it was unwilling to leave. Chapter 17. The struggle for the heir is always like this. It was Uncle who spoke harshly. But if it were to stay, it would lose its wildness and struggle to survive. Tong Jianfeng's tone reflected his disapproval. Tang Yuexian urged, yes. And this is a second-level protected animal. We cannot take responsibility if something happens. Tang Yueying, seeing Tang Yuexian speaking, completely gave up. Whatever happens, happens. I can't handle it. She quietly walked over to Gu Zhao, indicating her stance. Seeing this, Tang Yueshuan's complexion turned pale. She did not understand why both of them wanted to please Gu Zhao, given that Yi Zixi was the young master of the Yi family, which should be more beneficial to them. She had to beg and plead to get resources that others could obtain with a few words. Tang Yueshuan's gaze was resolute. Her choice was not wrong. We must consider the bigger picture. Lin Ge, you should also persuade Zhao Zhao. Yi Zui chose, not to participate this time, opting instead to observe. Do not worry. Nothing will pass, Gu Su-lin reassured. Tang Yuexian remarked, isn't that right, Shi Zhilang? Gu Zhao turned to the lynx, which nodded in agreement, letting out a soft cry, Mummy, give me meat. Whatever you say is right. It then cast a glance towards Tong Jianfeng, baring its teeth. You are ruining my meal ticket. Bad guy. Ah, how adorable it is. Though Teacher Tong made a valid point, it is so small, if left to its own devices. It probably wouldn't survive. Shouldn't the issue be its unwillingness to leave? It clearly threatened Teacher Tong moments ago. I can understand the cat's intent without Gu Zhao translating. I can't believe it actually nodded. Has it become enlightened? It even knows how to cooperate. Help! This interaction is too charming. Little lynx. As long as there is meat to eat, whatever you say is right. Nodding furiously. Tong Jianfeng and the others had no recourse against the uncooperative creature. They couldn't simply snatch it away and discard it. That would invite scorn. They desired a favorable image, not a lifeless body. Thus, this episode passed. Yi Zui's resentment towards Gu Zhao deepened during their meal. As she chewed on the bitter and unpalatable wild vegetables, the enticing aroma of roasted meat was a strong distraction. Especially when she noticed Yi Zushi had taken a couple of bites of the wild vegetables before refusing to eat more. Her gaze involuntarily drifted towards Gu Zhao, who was encircled by others. Yi Zui chewed the wild vegetables forcefully, as if she were gnawing on Gu Zhao's flesh. Tong Jianfeng ate quietly, while Tong Yunxin had not touched her food at all. Just eat a little. Don't always make me worry about you, he urged. Tong Yunxin lowered her gaze, ignoring him. This child, Tong Jianfeng sighed. At that moment, Gu Zhao approached with 2 bananas, offering one to Tong Yunxin. Here, this is for you. Eat it, and you can touch Shi Zhilang. Tong Yunxin's eyes brightened with joy, but the next moment, upon hearing a cough, her expression dimmed. Gu Zhao looked at the coughing Tong Jianfeng and thought, I have committed many wrongs in my life, and meeting you has balanced the scales. Thank you. But could you please be quiet for a moment? He forcefully stuffed the banana into Tong Yunxin's arms, insisting, eat, or I'll punish your father. The others were perplexed. Tong Yunxin obediently began to eat. Tong Jianfeng's expression darkened. If you don't let her eat, you're trying to harm her, Gu Zhao shot back. Not waiting for a response, before walking away, Tong Jianfeng choked on his words, caught in an awkward silence. I sense something is amiss. Does Gu Zhao know something? It is said that certain circles often know a thing or two. Without evidence, one cannot speak recklessly. Tong Jianfeng is notoriously a doting father. Yet sometimes his behavior does not reflect a deep concern for his daughter. Why did you reach out? You are so grown up. Stop snatching our food. I don't have enough to eat. The scene of the outstretched hand was caught by the protective Zhong Mingrui, who instantly positioned himself to guard against it. I don't care. Yi Zishi scowled, abandoning the wild vegetables and exiting the cave. Zhong Siki munched on the fruit given by the monkey, explaining, if you were wondering why I didn't eat the mushrooms, it can only be said that I was quite fortunate. He had gathered mushrooms that were poisonous enough to lead him astray, having been buried by Gu Zhao and stepped on twice. The little lynx also munched contentedly. After finishing, it eagerly approached Tong Yunxin, presenting its head to her. Meow, pet me, it's my mother's debt. As the group inside the cave chatted after their meal, a pack of wolves approached. Gu Su-lin leisurely ruffled Gu Zhao's hair, stating, we have already captured 2 tasks, 1 monkey and 1 lynx. We are quite certain of our first place. But how do we secure first place if we have no tasks? Songzhi inquired, puzzled. Perhaps you forgot your task. Zhong Siki speculated. Far outside the forest, the director sighed, having indeed forgotten to assign it. Is this bad luck or good fortune? Song, he exclaimed in surprise. Can my brother truly be lucky? It must be bad luck. Not having given you a task does not mean there isn't one. You must guess blindly. Gu Su-lin stroked his chin thoughtfully. The director wouldn't allow you to pass simply because you received a hint. I knew it. My brother can't be lucky twice. Without knowledge of the task, the camera's purpose diminishes. Gu Su-lin distributed the remaining 2 cameras to Zhong Siki and Tang Yueying. Though Tang Yuexian had already joined Yi Zui's group, Tang Yueying continued to engage with them. An hour later, everyone had taken a brief nap and awoke. When Gu Zhao opened her eyes, she found that Yi Zui's group had already left. Tong Jianfeng and the others had departed as well, and Tang Yuexian was nowhere to be found. A sudden howl from a wolf jolted those remaining in the cave awake. What the hell? Exclaimed the inexperienced Song, Zhe, his face pale with fright. Brother, your misfortune has attracted the wolves. Song E lamented. Even if I turn into a pile of dung later in my next life, we must be brothers again. I don't want to be that unlucky. Song E protested. Why are you crying? Zhong Mingrue rubbed his eyes, observing the two clinging to each other in confusion. The wolves have come to deliver food for the king. Don't act like you have never seen such a thing. The howling continued outside, yet they had not entered the cave. Exchanging glances, Song E and Song Zhe, seeing that everyone had exited, gathered their courage and followed suit. Once outside, they were taken aback. A dozen wolves sat obediently outside the cave, with a small mound of wild rabbits laid out in front of the pack. They really brought food, Song E exclaimed, eyes sparkling. "O king, you are my only king." His joy was soon met with the discontent of the wolf king, who sniffed the air and fixed a sharp gaze on the little lynx behind Gu Zhao. The lynx remained alert, returning the wolf king's scrutiny. The wolf king averted his gaze, feigning nonchalance as he approached Gu Zhao and rubbed against her. Then, when no one was watching, he plopped down directly on top of the little lynx. Meow. The lynx had just enough time to emit a startled cry before being firmly pinned beneath the fluffy backside of the wolf king, with only the tip of its tail flailing in protest. The wolf king grinned with satisfaction. The others gasped in horror. Chapter 18. Who says there is no genuine empathy? Netizens were also in an uproar. Ah, please move your backside away. Haha, I give full marks for this operation by the wolf king, pretending to be well-behaved while secretly crushing the rival beneath him. This cunning wolf is unbeatable. Wolf king, level 2 protected species? Let me take a seat and observe. Gu Zhao was dumbfounded. Was this wolf king trying to take her in? All right, it seems she wasn't the one being taken in. Suddenly, she felt a sense of relief. Gu Sulin was anxious. Gu Zhao, quickly save the cat. Goodness, a level 2 protected species could sustain them for years. After all, her own brother must be spoiled, and the little lynx at least called her mother. Get up. Gu Zhao urged, pushing it. The wolf king remained unyielding, not budging an inch. Taking a deep breath, Gu Zhao looked at it. If you don't get up, I'll make you fight a porcupine. And if you lose, the story of your backside being pricked will spread. The wolf king was taken aback. You are unfair. You favored over me. Wolves are no less than it. The wolf king's eyes brimmed with resentment, yet it rose under the pressure of her threat. In front of everyone, the wolf's dignity was at stake. The wolf king shot a fierce glare at the little lynx, blaming it for seducing the two-legged beast while it was absent. Gu Zhao reassured, how could I not like you? I adore you. But you know, loving a wolf is exhausting. So I have taken a liking to a cat to share the burden. The wolf king's tail drooped, its tip curling upward involuntarily as it began to sway side to side. Its ears relaxed backward. Its body betrayed its true feelings, even as it attempted to maintain a serious facade. Really, you are not deceiving a wolf. Would I lie to you? Not trusting me is a sign of unrequited love. Gu Zhao's eyes welled with tears. The wolf king, in a fit of urgency, nudged Gu Zhao affectionately, his tone apologetic. Ye am so faintly. The wolf made a mistake. I have brought you a bounty of hares to feast upon. Gu Zhao feigned indifference, replying, very well, I shall forgive you this once. You are truly kind, exclaimed the wolf king, elated, yet secretly resolved to find an opportunity to deal with that shameless little lynx. The wolf king, raising his rear, declared, I'm quite angry, but perhaps a tad happy, upon hearing the doubts of love. I was wrong, Rinrun. Ah, although I cannot comprehend the wolf king's words, I feel rather cherished. I yearn for conversation. Who taught Gu Zhao such rhetoric? It is like a textbook for a heartbreaker. What is more, she is merely 5 years old. Lingu, you must discipline your child. The poor little lynx looked up, mewling softly, Mama. The wolf king bristled. Do not call out randomly. Your mother was just captured this morning by those two-legged beasts. Do not misidentify your maternal figure. Gu Zhao, puzzled, replied. Capturing a level 2 protected animal? What a heinous crime. Pray tell, what has become of her? Gu Zhao's demeanor turned serious. The wolf king pondered, explaining that apart from them, a large group had invaded the forest, capturing numerous animals, including the lynx's mother and fellow wolves. The wolf sought Gu Zhao's assistance to rescue his companions, promising a reward. The wolf king's beseeching gaze fell upon Gu Zhao. Without hesitation, Gu Zhao agreed. Leave it to me, you need not worry. The wolf king, in unthinking gratitude, exclaimed, Run, you are wonderful. The little lynx hesitantly approached Gu Zhao. Raising its head to apologize, I am sorry, Rinrun. I heard the humans do not like meddling in others' affairs. Hence I called you mama so it would not be considered meddling. Can you save my mother? She will repay you. Gu Zhao crouched down, affectionately stroking its fluffy head. Why does it suddenly feel so serious? What task has the Wolf King entrusted to Gu Zhao? It seems significant. Is the little lynx also imploring her? Is there anyone fluent in animal language? Please enlighten me. What is the difference between this and sleeping beside a beauty without any tools? Utterly impotent. Gu Lin sensed the gravity in the air and urged Gu Zhao to clarify the matter. Everyone turned their attention to her. Gu Zhao contemplated her words and solemnly stated, "My subjects require me." Gu Lin's eyes twitched. "Where did you acquire subjects?" Zhongming Rue glared at Song Yi with a hint of resentment. "You stole my chance to speak." He hurriedly finished his sentence. Gu Lin felt the wolf's gaze fixated on him, his legs trembling once more. "Their subjects have been captured. I must rescue them," Gu Zhao asserted, indicating the little lynx. Its mother has also been taken. Gu Lin frowned, believing it to be an ecological matter among animals that bore no relevance to her, as they were not her subjects. The Wolf King immediately prostrated, signifying submission. Gu Zhao stated, "Now they are." The little lynx imitated the Wolf King, fearful that Gu Zhao would disregard its mother. Gu Lin exclaimed, "Are you all so spineless when it comes to wolves?" He refrained from commenting further on the little lynx. Gu Zhao sensed that her fourth brother appeared somewhat angered. "It is the poachers." The atmosphere fell silent for a few moments as the guest became serious. Gu Lin promptly picked up Gu Zhao and held her close. "Gu Zhao, poachers wield firearms. What do you intend to do? Do you think this is akin to human traffickers? They cannot even protect themselves." Gu Lin took a deep breath, asserting that professional matters should be left to professionals. He glanced at the small live-streaming device. "Please contact the authorities. Thank you. Should there be any inaccuracies in information, I alone will bear the consequences." He could not articulate why, but he felt a profound trust in Gu Zhao. Zhong Siqi interjected, "Lin Gu, this is inappropriate. We should share the burden. We have benefited greatly from Zhao. Without her, we would starve 5 meals a day. Indeed, my brother would starve me." Zhongming Rue quickly affirmed, looking smugly at Song Yi, reveling in his moment of triumph. Zhong Siqi replied, "Well said, dear brother. But now is not the time for conflicts." Song Yi, unwilling to yield, exclaimed, "Great king, send my brother under cover. Let them face misfortune." Song Zhe and Zhong Siqi exchanged knowing glances, their shared empathy palpable. The alarm has already been raised. This matter is not to be trifled with. Gu Lin's approach is commendable. Professional matters should be handled by professionals, prioritizing the safety of oneself and the children. The guest's willingness to share responsibility is commendable. May the information be accurate to ensure no wastage of police resources. Though this may be ill-timed, I cannot help but appreciate how well-matched these two brothers are. Yi Zue yanked on Yi Zexhi's hand, as they had searched for a long time and finally discovered a camera perched in a tree. However, their joy was short-lived as they heard the howls of wolves emanating from the cave. Yi Zue felt elated. This is how it should be. The antagonist should be universally despised and suffer all hardships, ultimately being trampled underfoot by the heroine. I am the heroine. Gu Zhao is merely a stepping stone for me. In her past life, it had been so, and it ought to be the same in this life. Yi Zexhi also heard it, while their companion, Tong Jianfeng, darkened his expression. The three seemed to share an unspoken understanding, refraining from mentioning the wolf's howl, while Tang Yuxian, preoccupied with her thoughts, remained oblivious. "I apologize for the trouble," Tong Jianfeng uttered politely, as they quietly turned in the opposite direction. Tong Yuxian's face scrunched up in distress as she clutched her teddy bear, cautiously tugging at Tong Jianfeng. "Daddy," I heard. Whenever she tried to speak, they would intentionally interrupt her. Tong Yuxian's face paled, gripping her teddy bear tighter. Chapter 19. Are poachers truly so foolish as to avoid the internet? Tong Yuxian was being pulled in the opposite direction, almost squeezing her teddy bear flat. Just then, a gust of wind carried coarse voices into their ears. "There are people here. Boss, should we take them out?" A scarred man initially appeared wary, but upon seeing the 2 boys and a girl, along with 2 children, burst into laughter. 2 boys, 2 kids, and 1 girl. She's rather pretty, like a star. His tone was flippant, laced with a hint of malice. However, it was too late. They had already been surrounded by 5 individuals. As the group recognized their captors, A wave of cold dread washed over them. They were armed. Yi Shi, having encountered firearms abroad, felt his pupils constrict as he discerned the weaponry at their sides. It was no ordinary hunting rifle. It was equipped with a silencer, its dark muzzle gleaming ominously in the shadows of the trees. These individuals were not mere poachers. I am a second young master of the Yi family, and this is my sister. Yi Shi abruptly pulled Yi Zue behind him, his voice trembling with anxiety, yet deliberately raised for composure. We have plenty of money. How much do you want? Name your price. Just let us go. Cash or bank transfer. We can contact home right now. The one referred to as the boss stepped forward, his gaze sharp as a blade, merely surveying them as if the air had thickened around him, exuding an oppressive aura. He disregarded Yi Shi's words, coldly commanding, bind them and take them away. The group's faces turned ashen, but under the weight of the situation, none dared to flee. Please do not harm the children. May they remain safe. A silenced gun suggests they are habitual offenders, likely with a bloody history. It is truly terrifying. Those from Gu Zhao's side have already alerted the authorities. It is a coincidence they stumbled upon us. When they turned, did you hear anything? I feel like I heard animal cries. In the forest. If you do not hear animal calls, what else would you listen to? Am I to call out? Go watch Gu Zhao's live stream. She is rallying the animals. Gu Su Lin, with a stern expression, trailed closely behind Gu Zhao. Though he felt anger, he stayed right beside her. It was his own failure. He should have been ruthless enough to knock her unconscious. There was no need for things to escalate to this extent. A pack of wolves encircled Gu Su Lin and Gu Zhao, with Gu Zhao perched upon the back of the Wolf King, her rigid arms clutching a small lynx. The others were similarly seated atop their respective wolves, expressing urgency as they warned that the poachers were about to flee. It was infuriating. Why did it have to be now that they chose to run? Gu Su Lin silently cursed the poachers for their lack of awareness, believing they deserved to be targeted by Gu Zhao. His mind raced with thoughts, yet they soon reached the gathering place of the monkeys. Children, assemble, Gu Zhao called out. As her voice echoed, a swarm of monkeys emerged, chattering excitedly. Silence. The monkey troop fell instantly quiet. Gu Zhao delivered a stirring speech, exaggerating the heinous acts of the poachers, inciting the monkeys to furiously denounce them. The atmosphere grew lively, prompting Gu Zhao to announce their mission. Our task is to drive the poachers from the forest and send them to prison. Long live the king. Zong Ming Hui Sholte. His eyes filled with admiration and pride. Gu Zhao was pleased with this enthusiastic support and promptly appointed Zhongming Rue as the general of the monkeys. With Zhong Siqi as his aide, she directed them to lead the others away to strengthen their ranks. Their next target was the Porcupine clan, which they located under the guidance of the Wolf King. Upon sighting the porcupines, memories of the Wolf King's encounters flooded their minds, causing them to instinctively clench. The same strategy was employed, and the porcupines were subdued. Frustrated by his initial tardiness at the monkeys, Song Yi immediately declared, "Your Majesty, I wish to serve you." Gu Zhao acquiesced, responding, "Then you and your brother shall accompany me." Song Yi was elated, while Songja gazed at Gu Zhao with reluctance, feeling that only by her side could he escape misfortune. "Don't leave." Gu Zhao quickly gathered other species: pythons, spiders, venomous snakes, wild boars, and bees, effectively rallying all available allies. With the army assembled, Gu Zhao summoned all animals, initiating the inaugural Forest Hunt Conference. You will do this, then that, and then this again. Lastly, and most importantly, Porcupine King, your task is crucial. Take advantage of their inattention and stab them in the rear. Gu Zhao said earnestly. Gu Su Lin's expression darkened upon hearing her words. How had his child been influenced by the Yi family? He resolved that they must not allow the Yi family to corrupt Gu Zhao further. The initially serious atmosphere was disrupted by unexpected laughter. Why am I laughing at such a serious scene? Why feel pity for a group of poachers? Let us take action. The Yi Zaishi team had already been apprehended. A group of animals, led by a flock of birds, marched fiercely toward the poachers' location. The internet erupted with excitement. Gu Zhao rallied the animals against the poachers. In the program titled Extreme Survival, Cute Kids Strike Back featured guests captured by the poachers, showcasing the true strength of the Forest King. Gu Zhao gained immense popularity. At the top of the Gu Corporation, Gu Yanxi furrowed his brow as he reviewed the proposal, his patience wearing thin. In frustration, he tossed the contract aside. What kind of nonsense had been so carelessly placed on his desk? His younger brother's intellect was certainly lacking compared to this document. A knock interrupted his thoughts. Kumin, Gu Yunqi replied sternly, suppressing his dissatisfaction. He struggled to comprehend such a ludicrous proposal coming from his company. It was quite embarrassing. Assistant Zhang entered cautiously. Boss, please take a look at this. He was one of the few aware of Gu Zhao and Gu Su-lin's identities, and he was taken aback when he saw the trending news. While others saw camaraderie and excitement, he only saw work. After watching the video, Gu Yunqi fell silent, questioning his decision to hand Gu Zhao over to Gu Su-lin. Were the two of them about to cause chaos? In a tense moment, Gu Zhao and Gu Su-lin hid in the grass, observing the poacher's stronghold across from them. There appeared to be about 13 poachers, each holding a firearm. In the center, a large vehicle was shrouded in black cloth, surrounded by 3 pairs of patrolling guards. Yi Shi and others were tied to trees, guarded by 2 men. One man sat atop the vehicle while the remaining 4 patrolled a broader area. Given the current situation, we clearly cannot intervene. We should retreat, Gu Su-lin said, his tone grave. We cannot leave now, Gu Zhao insisted, glancing at the nearby birds that were squawking at her. The birds indicated that a bound child was threatening the poachers through live streaming. Gu Zhao despaired. It was evident who the child was. Only the protagonist, Tong Yunxin, could pull off such a stunt. Gu Su-lin was furious, wishing he could slap her. Then we should definitely leave, he urged, gripping Gu Zhao's collar, determined to pull her away. We cannot leave. One of the poachers is heading to the vehicle, Gu Zhao observed, her gaze fixed on them, then turned resolutely to Gu Su-lin. We are in over our heads. Just as she spoke, the poachers' guns were aimed directly at their position. We have live streaming equipment. You cannot kill us. Yizui shouted. Tang Yuxian quickly echoed, yes. We have been streaming everything, and if you kill us, you cannot hide it. One of the guards kicked Yizui in the stomach and slapped Tang Yuxian across the face. Both girls cried out in pain, blood trickling from Tang Yuxian's mouth. Do not touch her. She glared fiercely at the guard, his anger nearly overwhelming him as he witnessed Yi being struck. The guard scoffed, I just hit her. What are you going to do about it? He kicked Shi as well. You're so bold. Keep going. The guard, seemingly unsatisfied, prepared to strike Shi again when Yizue cried out, Don't touch my brother. Go after Gu Zhao. She is the one you want. Her eyes seethed with resentment, convinced Gu Zhao was nearby. As soon as she finished speaking, the birds squawked, and she turned to the impatient guard. Gu Zhao is here. She can communicate with the animals. Yizui shouted, though she was merely fabricating. Gu Zhao, do not blame me. You are the protagonist, and I am merely a villain facing what I deserve. Tang Yuxian suddenly recalled something and shouted, Gu Zhao can really do it. I've seen it. Gu Zhao raised her hands, declaring, We surrender. Gu Su-lin imitated her, We surrender. We are mere bystanders. The poachers disregarded their pleas, tying them up like cattle and herding them toward the vehicle. Big pot. This is unjust. I am just a decent person, a handsome student, wealthy, and a model citizen. Gu Zhao protested, her face filled with grievance. You are capturing me, disrupting a good person's life. Gu Su-lin's eyelids twitched. Sister, your brother is scared. A man with a large mole on his face could not help but chime in. If you are a good person, then so am I. I am a model citizen as well. Whether you are a good person is up to you to judge, the guard replied. The vehicle door swung open, and a man jumped out, his long legs catching Gu Zhao's attention. She thought to herself that those legs would look splendid on her. With a soft click of the tongue, the figure of the poacher seemed a waste to behold. Following the contour of his leg, Gu Zhao involuntarily swallowed hard. The man sported a buzz cut, his sharp brows and eyes exuding a feral handsomeness, strikingly aggressive. The scar barely visible behind his ear added an air of defiance. As his Adam's apple bobbed, a partial snake tattoo coiled around his collarbone, glimmering ominously. Gu Zhao found herself momentarily entranced, thinking that such a visage should belong to her rather than a poacher. What a waste it was. Who was he displaying himself for? A want-a-poster? Was he truly that handsome? Feng Jieshu observed the starry-eyed girl, chuckling lightly. Gu Zhao nodded and sighed. Curiosity flickered in Feng Jieshu's gaze as he inquired about her thoughts, suggesting that such beauty was wasted on her, implying it would be better suited to him. Gu Zhao shot him a resentful look. Be quiet. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll feed you to the tiger. One of the younger men could not help himself and pretended to aim his gun at Gu Zhao in jest. Gu Zuling quickly stepped in front of her, shielding her. He felt his legs tremble with anxiety. Silence, Feng Jishu warned sharply, then turned to Gu Zhao with a hint of mischief in his smile. It wouldn't look as exquisite on your face. How vain, Gu Zhao retorted, pouting. But I do have my merits. The child inquired, I heard you can converse with animals? His tone shifted to a sharp edge, exuding an intense pressure that made Gu Zuling's heart race, cold sweat beating on his brow. Gu Zhao, nonchalant, exclaimed, that's pure slander. No sane person would concoct such a lie. The ability to understand animals is utterly implausible. We must trust in science. Science is fundamental. No spreading rumors, understood? In the next moment, a wolf's howl pierced the air, causing Gu Zhao's eyes to light up. Gu Zuling sighed in relief. Their task of drawing attention was accomplished. Feng Jishu's expression hardened as he surveyed the surroundings, his voice cold and vigilant. The group readied their weapons. Gu Zhao tilted her head, reminding them to believe in science. Team 1, move out. Team 2, prepare. She suddenly shouted, sprinting into the thicket with Gu Zuling. A troop of monkeys hiding behind trees began hurling stones at the exposed skin of the poachers, or at their faces, using large leaves as shields. The stones were smeared with the sap of the fire hemp tree, and soon the poachers felt an unbearable itch and sting on their exposed skin. Chaos ensued as the poachers, frantically shooting at the monkeys, found their targets elusive as the nimble monkeys leapt among the branches, unharmed. Observing the disarray, Feng Jishu found the scene absurd and chuckled. Science? The fire hemp tree, also known as the stinging tree, contains highly irritating substances that cause intense pain, swelling, and even blisters upon contact, with the agony lasting from hours to days. This narrative is purely fictional. Do not attempt to replicate it in reality. Chapter 21. A dire situation at the forest's edge. Several military armored vehicles rolled over the muddy path, eventually halting at the periphery of the woods. The doors burst open, and fully armed SWAT team members, akin to poised cheetahs, lined up swiftly and silently. Following their leader's command, they entered the forest in an orderly and agile manner. The heavy tactical boots crunched on the damp, decaying leaves, producing a muffled rustle. Online, discussions erupted. Why hasn't he, the Monkey King, reported back? I wonder if he has succeeded. What Monkey King? You don't understand. This is our coded language. May the Monkey King prevail, and may my unfortunate brother remain safe. He has had such bad luck. Let's hope the Monkey King is safe. Count me in. At the program's base, the director, drenched in sweat, observed the young man seated before him. Gu Yunqi toyed with a pen, and the director, feeling the pressure, stood awkwardly. I'm dieting. Why the formality? Then let us stand, he replied, glancing at the screen displaying Gu Zhao's image, his brow furrowing. This sister of mine is indeed troublesome. Yes, yes. There will be no more unexpected incidents. The director hastily affirmed his position. The notorious second son of the Gu family was known for his ruthlessness, and he wished to avoid any unfavorable memory. How troublesome. His brother was a headache, and this new sister was even worse. Darn it. I must consult the eldest brother. Children, Team 2, move out. Gu Zhao shouted from her hiding spot in the grass. In an instant, the stone throwing ceased. However, the poachers remained vigilant. One of them, losing his composure, shot at the spot where Gu Zhao had spoken. The monkeys, enraged by this, retreated only to be replaced by another wave. This time, the monkeys had leaves stuffed in their noses and carried objects wrapped in foliage. Team 2, heed my command. Throw. The leader of the monkeys issued the order, and countless feces were launched toward the poachers. It stinks. How disgusting. The monkeys. Go to hell. The poachers, feeling the sting and itch of the attack, began to crumble under the dual assault on their senses. Feng Jishu looked at the unidentifiable filth splattered on his arms and legs, his lips twitching in disgust. It was not only the poachers who were in despair. Those bound to the trees, including Yi Zi, were equally tormented. The monkeys, indiscriminate in their assault, showered everyone with their gifts. The stench enveloped Yi Zui, pushing her to the brink of madness, especially with one pile landing squarely on her head. Yi Zashi tried to console her, but his words were drowned out by the overwhelming odor, provoking a symphony of retching. Yi Zui's face darkened further. Tong Jianfeng and Tang Yuexian were equally afflicted, their own retching responses a testament to the foulness that clung to them. The only one spared from the muck was Tong Yunxin. The monkeys continued their relentless barrage, and one nearly hit Tong Yunshin, but another monkey intervened, reminding. The king said not to throw at the cub, holding the teddy bear. The second wave concluded, and Feng Jieshu, smiling, awaited the next round. He did not believe that Gu Zhao, the little trickster, would concede so easily. The scientific little trickster. When I catch her next time, I shall teach her a lesson. As expected, the third wave commenced, with a horde of indistinguishable snakes slithering forth, accompanied by spiders, bees, and other small creatures. The air filled with screams. Feng Jieshu swiftly retreated to the driver's seat, observing the chaos with indifference, devoid of any anger at his subordinate's plight. Instead, he felt an undeniable thrill. Suddenly, his expression changed as he glanced at the forest outside the vehicle. After a moment of contemplation, an idea formed, and he leaped from the car, dragging along the nearest subordinate while shouting, "Retreat!" He dashed into the depths of the forest, disregarding the abandoned vehicle and any subordinates who lagged behind. Seeing this, the hidden Zhong Mingrue and Song Yi grew anxious. They had yet to engage. Hedgehog clan attack. Seize the spoils. Song, he shouted. Zhong Mingrue responded, Monkey clan. Unparalleled in the world. Mere poachers are easy prey. Let's take them down. The hedgehogs, monkeys, wolf packs, and even flocks of birds joined the fray, pledging their loyalty to the king. The entire army surged forward. Zhong Mingrue was elated. As the hedgehogs entered the fray, cries of despair filled the air. Big brother, this one is mine. That rear end looks good. A young hedgehog exclaimed, thrilled at the sight of a poacher's torn pants revealing bright red underwear. The hedgehog, dubbed Big Brother, generously replied, go for it. That one's nice too. I'll give him a jab. The hedgehogs charged in, their anguished cries echoing through the woods. The SWAT team members, who had yet to arrive, were stunned. Do you hear that? It sounds like screams. Damn, those poachers, scoundrels, they can't be harming the hostages. Can they? Hurry, protect the hostages. They quickened their pace, each filled with dread for the safety of the captives. Meanwhile, Feng Jieshu, having evaded the chaos, found himself in a disheveled state, with only 3 of his 13 subordinates emerging from the fray. Covered in filth, their exposed skin was red, swollen, and itchy, accompanied by a stinging sensation. How itchy? Who thought of this wicked idea? They could not help but scratch at their skin in a futile attempt to relieve the irritation. Mentally cursing the progenitor of this devious scheme, Feng Jieshu's expression was complex. Stop scratching. You'll get infected if you break the skin. Boss, are we just going to let this go? Indeed, my dear leader, numerous brothers have yet to emerge, and moreover, we have not brought the animals that the organization requested. Feng Jieshu furrowed his brow. Otherwise, the special police have likely already arrived, compounded by those unscrupulous beasts devoid of martial ethics. What can you possibly do? Should we resort to consuming filth? The 3 individuals wore grim expressions, yet could not counter his words. Let us depart. We shall return another time. Feng Jieshu strode ahead, his pace somewhat brisk. Heavens, the stench from the 3 of them is unbearable. What in the world is this excrement? Leader, this dung is remarkably effective. Zhong Mingrue exclaimed, both thrilled and nauseated. The foul odor transcended the boundaries between foes and allies. Gu Zhao beamed with pride indeed. I pilfered it from the hyenas with my troop of monkeys. As for why I stole it, the monkeys claimed that hyenas dislike being called stinky and refused to lend their dung. How fascinating. Sonny also felt queasy. The great serpent silently coiled around the poachers, rendering them immobile. The snake needs a bath. It is filthy. Boo-hoo, it stinks terribly. A white serpent lamented, tightly wrapping around a poacher. Gu Zhao found a leaf to block her nose and sauntered over to the poachers with an air of superiority, feeling bold. Are we? Gu Zhao, quickly free us. Yizashi commanded upon spotting Gu Zhao. Oh dear, I'm feeling dizzy. Guogua, I was startled. With a sudden thud, Gu Zhao steadied herself as she saw Gu Shulin approaching, allowing herself to faint with relief. Yizashi was infuriated. Gu Zhao, raise your hands and do not move. The dark muzzle of a gun was aimed at Gu Zhao and the others. Chapter 22. Pitiful yet capable of consumption, especially concerning Gu Shulin. Release the child. The special police aimed their weapons at Gu Shulin. For a fleeting moment, Gu Shulin appeared bewildered but quickly regained his composure, saying, I am Gu Shulin. She's my sister. I am a celebrity, and our information is available online. He pointed at the individuals in snare by the serpents. Those over there are the poachers. The special police were utterly astonished. What were they witnessing? The serpents entangled the poachers while a group of animals sat obediently nearby. Captain, I request to see a psychologist after completing this mission. I believe my mind may be fractured. One team member gulped nervously. The captain shot him a glare. Verified Gu Xulin's statements, and upon confirming their truthfulness, turned his gaze back to Gu Xulin. Can you persuade them to release their hold? Before Gu Xulin could respond, Gu Zhao opened her eyes and commanded, clock out. The animals immediately dispersed in a flurry. Bath time, bath time, bath time. The great serpents, in particular, fled with remarkable speed. The captain of the special police narrowed his eyes and subsequently directed several officers to swiftly handcuff the poachers, search their clothing, and, after confirming the absence of concealed weapons, escort them out of the forest to transfer them to the authorities. A small lynx scampered down from atop a wolf's head. Hastily running to Gu Zhao, "Sister, my mother is inside." It rubbed its head against Gu Zhao's hand, calling out towards the vehicle. Yi Zui was also crying incessantly. Although the special police rescued them, it was evident that their spirits were quite low as they repeatedly insisted that Gu Zhao was in cahoots with the poachers. She can understand animal speech. She refuses to help us untie ourselves. She must be an accomplice of the poachers. When the special police inquired about Gu Zhao's identity, they pointed at her. A 5-year-old child? The hostages appeared mentally unwell, prompting the captain to decide to assign 2 more officers to escort them out of the forest. Zhong Siki and others followed suit, exiting the forest ahead. Gu Zhao requested to remain behind, stating, "I can soothe the animals in the vehicle." The captain hesitated, but, recalling Gu Zhao's earlier command to the animals and the recent words of the hostages, ultimately acquiesced. Whether she is an accomplice of the poachers will be revealed in due time. Gu Xulin, as her guardian, also requested to stay. The captain, Zhang Hong, solemnly addressed Gu Zhao and Gu Xulin. "You may remain, but stand behind us. All actions must adhere to my commands." Gu Xulin placed an arm around Gu Zhao's shoulders. "All right." The small lynx at their feet appeared anxious. The wolf pack had not departed either, but fearing the humans, they remained hidden, emitting worried whines. Zhang Hong personally opened the door, while the officers in the rear remained vigilant, their weapons at the ready. "Step back," Zhang Hong said in a low tone, inhaling deeply before opening the vehicle door. Inside lay a dark cloth, which Zhang Hong tore away to reveal dozens of iron cages, each containing various animals, the largest of which was startling. A black tiger. Its coat bore golden stripes, bestowing an air of regal splendor upon the creature. Good heavens! Gu Xulin involuntarily gulped. Zhang Hong's expression darkened, the gravity of the situation escalating. Is this truly a black tiger? The special police also appeared taken aback. My word, its fur is unpainted. The black tiger, with its golden stripes, struggled to open its eyes, catching sight of the guns aimed at it, and let out a feeble roar of anger. How hypocritical you all are! However, due to its frailty, the sound was barely louder than the small lynx's call. The small lynx anxiously dashed into the vehicle, calling out to one of the cages, where a larger lynx remained motionless. "Mama, Mama, boo-hoo, my sister, my mother isn't moving." The small lynx cried uncontrollably, tears welling in its eyes as it gazed pleadingly at Gu Zhao. "They are merely asleep," Gu Zhao reassured. "They slumber peacefully without a hint of suffering." "Oomph. Let us see if Mama dares to wipe her feet with my head again." The small lynx, much like a child, experienced rapid mood swings. Upon realizing its mother was unharmed, it began to frolic about, leaping from one spot to another, even jumping atop the head of a special police officer. The officer, anxious, dared not move for fear of dropping this second-class protected animal. The tiger continued to roar, its voice hoarse and weak. Zhang Hong had a thought and looked at Gu Zhao. "Little one, I have heard you can understand animal language. Could you tell us what it is saying?" Gu Zhao sneezed, rubbing her nose, certain that it was Yi Zui scolding her. Gu Zhao translated, "It is berating you all." In any case, it had not scolded her, nor would she acknowledge it if it had. "It claims you are hypocritical little people, and it curses you to be unable to consume meat, forced to gnaw on grass roots every day." Gu Zhao found this curse quite severe. The tiger, realizing that this 2-legged child could understand its words, became even more agitated. "How foolish you are!" After a moment of listening, Gu Zhao expressed her disdain. "What nonsense! It was those two-legged creatures who promised to take the tiger for a meal. It is you two-legged beasts who are wicked. Not only did you deceive the tiger, but you also imprisoned it to starve. Starve a tiger. The tiger howled in its cramped cage. You wicked two-legged creatures. Not only did you deceive the tiger, but you also denied it food. You capture other animals. And most importantly, they refused to provide water. You wicked two-legged creatures fed them with long sticks, leaving the tiger to starve to death without a drop of water. They are merely asleep, yet the tiger is on the verge of fainting from hunger. The tiger lamented. The tiger needs to eat. The tiger needs water. Gu Shulin inquired curiously, what is wrong with this tiger? The others perked up their ears to listen. Gu Zhao explained, it is somewhat inept at capturing prey, suffering from hunger. The poachers deceived it, claiming they would take it to enjoy delicious food, and it believed them. In the end, those poachers provided it with nothing, locking it up and allowing it to starve. Such a foolish beast, believing the poachers drugged other animals to force them to drink water, and thinking the poachers isolated it, not providing it with any company. The crowd fell silent. Was this tiger in the eyes of the poachers so secure that it no longer required sedation? Furthermore, had deceit infiltrated the animal kingdom? The tiger continued to voice its discontent, each sound weak and weary. Hungry, 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 hungry. Gu Zhao tentatively suggested, shall we release it first and feed it something? The captain of the special police pondered for a moment, sought approval from his superiors, and ultimately decided to provide it with some food. Meanwhile, a pack of wolves dragged a wild sheep over. Let everyone feed it. It is rather noisy. The tiger felt no shame in being looked down upon, its mouth watering in anticipation. Feed the tiger. Feed the tiger. The tiger, oblivious to its own folly, emitted a sound akin to a clamped object. The onlookers remarked upon the apparent lack of intelligence in this creature, which, despite its pitiable predicament, managed to consume an entire sheep in one sitting. In Chapter 23, one might suggest that one should not resort to consuming excrement out of hunger. The captured animals still bore traces of anesthetic within their systems. The Wolf King, reassured by Gu Zhao, led his pack away. The young lynx, lacking hunting skills and unable to be nurtured by Gu Zhao, was compelled to accompany its mother. As they parted, it dutifully kissed Gu Zhao's hand and then the hand of the rigid Gu Shulin. Gu Zhao pondered whether Gu Gu had realized that animals were not particularly fearsome. Gu Zhao glanced at the stiffened Gu Shulin, who, despite his bravado, insisted he was not afraid. The two exited the forest only to find themselves ushered into a vehicle for an interrogation. By the time they concluded, night had fallen, leaving their complexions pale and their expressions numb. The bizarre questions posed during the inquiry had been quite taxing, particularly the final inquiry, which suggested that they wanted Gu Zhao, a mere 5-year-old, to join them. Feeling famished, Gu Shulin began to understand why that foolish tiger had been deceived. Were someone to offer him a meal now, he would likely accept. Gu Zhao, on the other hand, had been well fed by a group of individuals within. Gu Zhao noticed a familiar vehicle outside the entrance. Upon closer inspection, Gu Shulin recognized it as belonging to his second elder brother, which surprised him. Typically, his brother would avoid the family at all costs. Second brother? Gu Zhao squinted, suddenly recalling. With her small legs in motion, she approached with a fierce demeanor, though her stature diminished any semblance of intimidation, rendering her more endearing than threatening. Gu Shulin felt a twinge of guilt, but then rationalized that there was nothing amiss with his sister caring for her brother. You can't abandon me just because he has arrived. That would be utterly despicable. Gu Shulin gritted his teeth yet quickened his pace to catch up. Gu Zhao, preoccupied, approached the car and jumped a knock on the rear window. When the window descended, it revealed the languid visage of Gu Yunqi, his eyes slightly sunken, as if he had endured a sleepless night. You heartless wretch, casting aside a child without a second thought. How shameless of you! Gu Zhao exclaimed, hands on her hips. Alas, the occupants of the vehicle remained unfazed, merely yawning lazily, their expressions indifferent. Gu Zhao felt utterly defeated. Have you resorted to begging, then? Gu Yunqi turned his gaze to the despondent Gu Shulin, questioning whether he had assumed a role akin to a dutiful spouse. Do not indulge in such nonsense. If you must act foolishly, at least refrain from making it public, Gu Yunqi declared with evident disdain. Unconsciously, Gu Zhao and Gu Shulin entered the vehicle, and only when seated did they realize they had complied. What just happened? Wasn't there any consideration for our dignity? Gu Zhao mused, feeling foolish for having acquiesced. and Gu Su Lin echoed similar sentiments, believing only Gu Zhao had acted unwisely. Second brother, do enlighten us as to your purpose for appearing, Gu Su Lin inquired warily. Fearing his brother had ulterior motives regarding the children. He wasn't particularly concerned about Gu Zhao since the show had yet to conclude, and he was resolute in protecting her. As was all for work, Gu Yunqi observed his younger brother with a complex expression, glancing at Gu Zhao and suddenly feeling a pang of sympathy. After all, it was quite a challenge to manage such naive individuals. Gu Su Lin, Gu Zhao is still a child and quite naive. Are you not equally so? Regardless of whether she can comprehend animal speech or command them, do you believe such abilities should be displayed publicly? Do you wish for her to be dissected so you can acquire a new sister? If that is your desire, simply inform me, and I shall procure another. Yet she bears the surname Gu of the Gu family. The opinions of the online community are inconsequential, but what of our own? Gu Yunqi reprimanded sternly. Realization dawned upon Gu Su Lin, his complexion paling as he grew anxious. Were they not all either deceased or imprisoned? And what of the third brother? Is it true he went missing while working in the wild? Gu Yunqi refrained from elaborating, opting instead to divert the conversation. I have arranged for our eldest brother to assist in suppressing the situation. They will not focus on her so soon. If you believe our parents and the third brother's lessons have been insufficient, then continue to lead her astray. As the vehicle came to a halt, Gu Yunqi addressed the still-dazed Gu Zhao and Gu Su Lin coldly, instructing them to disembark. Upon exiting, Gu Zhao gazed at the departing vehicle, feeling an uncanny familiarity, though now accompanied by a seemingly dazed individual. Fourth brother, what secret language are you all speaking? Gu Zhao inquired, filled with curiosity. Gu Su Lin appeared lost in thought. Gu Zhao furrowed her brow and shouted, I want a man. A man? From whence does such a man come? I shall render him a eunuch. Beneath the veil of confusion, anger began to surface. As the night deepened, Gu Zhao lamented the absence of her favorite culinary delights. If I cannot see you all again, I shall bid farewell to this world, she declared dramatically. When the delivery arrived, the delivery person cast an odd glance at Gu Su Lin, one tinged with what seemed like guilt. Puzzled, Gu Su Lin wondered if he was a male admirer. Would you like an autograph? I apologize, my friend. I shall deliver more promptly next time, and do not allow yourself to fall into such despair. With a resounding thud, Gu Su Lin closed the door. He caught a whiff of his own sleeve, detecting a faint odor. He then drew Gu Zhao closer for a sniff. The stench was undeniable. Both reeked. A true trial for the officers tasked with the interrogation. Gu Su Lin suddenly understood his second brother's temper. After a refreshing bath, the pair sat comfortably on the floor, indulging in delectable treats. Just then, the door swung open, and their manager, Brother Wang, entered, aghast at the sight before him. Gu Su Lin, cease this at once. You are an artist. Put that down. Upon hearing this, Gu Su Lin stuffed a few more bites of chicken into his mouth. Brother Wang felt as though his job was slipping away. He rushed forward, attempting to pry the food from Gu Su Lin's mouth. A chaotic scene ensued. Gu Zhao observed with amusement as the food was consumed rapidly. Eventually, they all settled on the floor, the sofa rendered obsolete. Brother Wang poured himself a glass of water and handed Gu Su Lin his phone. You two should go live soon. Everyone is quite concerned. In Chapter 24, Gu Su Lin, upon receiving his phone, found it filled with notifications and 2 friend requests from Zhong Siqi and Song Zhe. After accepting their requests, a flurry of messages ensued. Lingo, are you injured? Zhong Siqi inquired. Song Zhe echoed the concern. Gu Su Lin promptly created a group chat and added them. We are unscathed. Gu Zhao just devoured a mountain of takeout. How are you? Zhong Siqi replied with envy. My manager only fed me some vegetable leaves. Life here is worse than in the show. I miss Gu Zhao. Song Zhe added, me too. Aside from hunger, there's nothing else. Well, perhaps a slight breakdown during the interrogation. Zhong Siqi asked, have you signed a confidentiality agreement? Yes, we are not permitted to disclose any information regarding Gu Zhao. Song Zhe confirmed. Lin Gu, I heard a few have escaped. Is Gu Zhao in danger? Gu Su Lin reassured them. Everything at home has been arranged. After a brief exchange, they discussed their upcoming live broadcast. Zhong Siqi invited Zhong Ming Rue and Song Zhe brought in Song Yi. Upon entering, the 2 children immediately inquired about Gu Zhao. Zhong Ming Rue, still unable to type, sent a voice message. Where is my king? It's all my brother's fault for taking me away. I am not a deserter. Brother, please help me plead for mercy. His voice was dripping with disdain for his own brother. Song Yi quickly followed up with a voice message. My lord, I am your most loyal subordinate. May the heavens discern loyalty from treachery. Gu Zuling observed the voice messages they sent and suddenly realized that Gu Zhao seemed to lack a mobile phone. He promptly sent a message to his assistant, instructing him to purchase a phone and set up a SIM card to deliver. After completing these tasks, he handed the phone to Gu Zhao, saying, your two little subordinates are looking for you. Gu Zhao took a sip of cola and then accepted the phone, stating, if there is something to discuss, do so. If not, send money. Zhong Mingrui was elated to hear Gu Zhao's voice, my lord. However, Song Yi directly sent a red envelope. Zhong Mingrui exclaimed, treacherous scoundrel. Wang Ge, worried about Gu Zuling's loose tongue, decided to sit aside and supervise. Gu Zuling fiddled with the phone for a moment, adjusted the angle, and the live stream began. Instantly, the barrage of comments surged like a tidal wave. We finally waited for you. Did they catch those poachers? The other guests seemed to have their mouths glued shut. Whenever asked about this, they changed the topic. Monkey King, I have a backside too. We are definitely fated to be together. Gu Zuling glanced at the comments, a signature smile gracing his lips. Good evening, everyone. Thank you for your concern. Gu Zhao and I are perfectly fine, capable of eating, drinking, and running. We are in good health. Yes. He is still being chased and beaten by Wang Ge. Gu Zhao chimed in. Gu Zuling's smile faltered. Gu Zhao. Wasn't his own face worth something? Gu Zhao turned his head, ignoring him. Gu Zuling took a deep breath. The child belonged to him. He couldn't hit him. Gu Zuling replied, that question is somewhat redundant. Go see a doctor if you're feeling unwell. Don't shy away from medical help. Have the poachers been caught? Gu Zuling answered, stay tuned for notifications from the city police. Will the variety show resume? After answering questions for a while, Zhong Siki and Song Zhe joined the call. Before they could speak, the two little ones' chattering voices filled the air. My lord, I sent you a red envelope too. Hurry and accept it. Song Yi is a treacherous minister. Don't be fooled by him. I am your most loyal minister. Zhong Mingrui tried hard to showcase himself, trampling over his rival. Song Yi's face flushed with anger. Zhong Mingrui? You are a scoundrel. Zhong Mingrui dismissed him, saying, I'm a scoundrel. Aren't you the elder? By the time the live stream ended, it was already past midnight. Gu Zhao had peacefully fallen asleep while listening to Zhong Mingrui and Song Yi bicker. The two children were competing for her favor. She was in a deep slumber, even mumbling in her sleep during the live stream, exclaiming, bring me 100 handsome men. At that moment, Gu Zuling's face turned dark, and Song Yi and Zhong Mingrui ceased their quarrel. Song Yi even seriously asked Song Zhe, brother, I am your biological little brother. I will be good looking in the future, right? Can I go warm the bed for my lord? Zhong Mingrui asked the same question. Gu Zuling's expression darkened further. The live stream concluded under the hands of Song Zhe and Zhong Siki, who covered their brothers' mouths. Meanwhile, the Weibo was abuzz with excitement about Gu Zhao's dreams, her list of prospective handsome men, and the necessity of disciplining her younger brothers early. The assistant delivered the phone, and Gu Zuling registered WeChat for Gu Zhao. Once everything was set up, he placed the phone on Gu Zhao's bedside. Standing by her bed, he gazed at her. The night was quiet, and without Gu Zhao's usual chatter, he felt somewhat unaccustomed. Immediately, he playfully slapped Gu Zhao's backside. Gu Zhao jolted awake, exclaiming, who goes there? Protect the emperor. Upon seeing Gu Zhao awake, Gu Zuling smiled comfortably, ruffled her hair, and hummed a tune as he walked away. He's gone? Gu Zhao looked puzzled, thinking her brother was not quite right in the head. Never mind, she would endure. After all, he was her wealthy brother. A few seconds later, she fell asleep once more. Boss, they're definitely targeting us. In the forest, a rugged man bore the marks of hardship. If Gu Zhao were present, she would certainly recognize that the one calling for the boss was the handsome leader of the poaching gang. However, at that moment, Feng Jieshu wore a grim expression, his beautiful face smeared with dirt, and his clothes stained with the juices and pulp of rotten fruit. He was accompanied by 3 small subordinates who had also escaped. Equally filthy, they resembled a group of beggars. Roar! A chorus of monkey calls echoed. The group froze momentarily, and Feng Jieshu was nearly driven to madness. Would these monkeys never stop? Ever since they had quietly escaped, this group of monkeys had relentlessly pursued them. They hurled things at them. And the only comfort for Feng Jieshu was that they were not throwing feces. Boss, why have they found us again? One frail subordinate asked, visibly on the verge of breakdown. Keep moving, Feng Jishu replied, his face still stern. He believed this was undoubtedly related to that child. Next time, he would have to spank her thoroughly. It was only when dawn broke that Feng Jishu finally spotted the person sent to pick them up. Upon seeing his appearance, the newcomer burst into laughter without restraint. Feng Jishu chuckled as well, but in the next moment, he raised his gun and shot the newcomer in the head. Boss. His subordinates were taken aback. Chapter 25. Worthless. Even a third party has no chance. The next morning, Gu Zhao was dragged out by Gu Zuling to shop at the mall. The reason was that Gu Zuling discovered Gu Zhao possessed only 4 articles of clothing. One was the floral dress she wore when she was brought here, and the other 3 were sports outfits prepared by her manager before the variety show. Upon arriving at the mall, he was like a dog that had seen feces, his eyes sparkling with excitement. This one, and this one. Take them all down for her to try on. Gu Zuling demonstrated that a man could also enjoy shopping without tiring. After an entire morning, Gu Zhao could no longer try on any more clothes and simply collapsed on the ground. Gu Zuling was still not satisfied. Shopping for clothes for Gu Zhao was far too entertaining. It was akin to playing a dress-up game. Gu Zhao lay on the ground, exhausted. Brother, life is short. One must lay down when necessary. Life is tough. One must know when to give up. Brother, spare me this time. Consider it a favor owed to me. Gu Zuling felt a tinge of disappointment, but still took Gu Zhao's feelings into account. After all, lying there like that was rather embarrassing. Get up first, he said, giving Gu Zhao's backside a light kick, somewhat exasperated. Can you try a different tactic next time? Instead of collapsing at the slightest discomfort, Gu Zhao lazily stood up, brushed off her clothes, and remarked, a deity once said, lying down anywhere can net you millions. Gu Zuling raised an eyebrow, curiosity gleaming in his gaze. Which deity said that? A lunatic, Gu Zhao retorted. Why are you cursing? Gu Zhao looked earnestly at Gu Zuling. Brother, do not mistake lunacy for divinity. You strike me as a lunatic. Gu Zuling was speechless. How could he ever trust this creature with other brothers? Forget it. He would sacrifice a little and let Gu Zhao follow him from now on. Just then, a man approached, embracing a sultry beauty, who cradled a plush cat in her arms. It truly is you, the man exclaimed with surprise as he drew closer. Indeed, it is I, Yin Wenjie chuckled, teasing. It hasn't been easy, has it? The young master still remembers me. While saying this, he tightened his hold on the woman and took the opportunity to caress her waist. The woman let out a playful protest, while the cat in her arms looked utterly disenchanted. Yin Wenjie jokingly mocked Gu Zuling. We haven't seen each other in such a long time. You haven't been a good brother. Ever since you went to that entertainment circle to become an actor, you Haven Tea gathered with us. Hearing him belittle actors, Gu Zuling furrowed his brow. Indeed, some in this industry viewed actors merely as entertainers, fit for amusement and devoid of respect. Gu Zuling found no desire to argue. Such debates would not alter opinions. And he certainly could not hire a psychologist to reprogram Yin Wenjie's mindset. Mind your words. Gu Zuling's voice was low yet clear enough for the other to hear, his hand unconsciously ruffling Gu Zhao's hair. The playful grin on Yin Wenjie's face faltered for half a second before he feigned nonchalance. Gu Zuling, have you really lost your sense of humor? Before Gu Zuling could respond, a soft, adorable voice interjected. You are quite the actor, jesting so boldly, like a pig's nose thrust into a scallion, putting on airs. What you, a mere bat adorned with chicken feathers. Gu Zhao was thoroughly exasperated. She felt fatigued and famished. This audacious, unobservant wretch. What connection do you presume to have? How can a child exhibit such rudeness? The woman in the man's embrace was the first to express her ire. Upon hearing the name Gu Zhao, Gu Sulin's expression darkened instantly. Do you possess any decorum associating with someone who has a fiancé? The woman's countenance soured, yet in the next moment, she nestled pitifully in Yin Wenjie's arms. Young Master Yun, the child merely believes it inappropriate for you to speak so, she murmured. Yin Wenjie's face turned ashen as he forcefully pushed the woman away, exclaiming, Gu Sulin, what nonsense are you spouting? Do not stir trouble with Meng Han. Gu Sulin shot him a disdainful glance. Gu Zhao gazed at the ragdoll cat in the woman's arms, her mouth agape. The cat, filled with disdain, lamented. When will my owner ever understand a cat's needs? Must she always bring me to meet males? 3 in a day, and each one requires a nap. Is she not weary? I am not, but her scent has become unbearable. The cat, with a sense of resignation, lethargically swayed its tail, casting a forlorn gaze into the distance. Gu Zhao felt a twinge of sympathy for Yun Wenjie, realizing he was also entangled in this mess. Oh no! Perhaps he had already descended to being the fifth or eighth party in this affair. Yun Wenjie warned Gu Su Lin sternly, "Do not spread rumors. You are the one spreading them. My brother merely stated she did not mention you, yet you eagerly seek reproach. You're also a third party. You might not even rank as the third." Gu Zhao retorted vehemently at Yun Wenjie. With her words, the woman's face turned pale, and Yun Wenjie was not in a much better state. He pointed an accusatory finger at Gu Zhao, fuming. "Do not think that being a child exempts you from consequences. If you speak nonsense, I will not hesitate to strike you. Go ahead." Gu Zhao stood her ground, unafraid, as Gu Su Lin positioned himself protectively in front of her, casting a warning glare at Yun Wenjie. The latter was visibly furious. "If you do not believe me, look at her neck. There is a bite mark," Gu Zhao declared with conviction. Gu Su Lin narrowed his eyes, glancing between Gu Zhao and the cat in the woman's arms, understanding dawning upon him. Yun Wenjie remained skeptical, while the woman panicked, pleading, "Young Master Yun, do not believe a mere child's wild tales." What had been mere suspicion now bore an air of truth, as Yun Wenjie yanked down her collar to reveal, indeed, a kiss mark. His face darkened instantly. He had not even touched her. 100,000 every day to be a third party? I am giving you face. You shall pay for this. Yun Wenjie flung the woman aside, preparing to leave, but then turned to Gu Su Lin, saying, "There's a gathering tonight. They will all be there. Will you come?" Gu Su Lin was inclined to refuse, but Gu Zhao blurted out an enthusiastic yes. A gathering of wealthy, second-generation heirs. I have only read about such affairs in novels. Her face radiated excitement. Seeing the child's eagerness, Gu Su Lin relented. Yun Wenjie's expression softened slightly, a glimmer of calculation flashing in his eyes. A rift had been forged today. After his departure, the woman shot Gu Zhao a resentful glare before storming off. With a bothersome individual gone, the two found a place to resolve their lunch. After their meal, Gu Zhao's attention was captured by a cluster of small yellow flowers by the roadside, where a small dog sat upright, gazing ahead. Shortly after, another dog arrived, and the two joyfully embraced. "Gu Zhao, if you continue to mess around, be wary of your meals being withheld." Gu Zhao widened her eyes in disbelief. "You old grump. Gu Zhao, where is your courtesy? You have been devoured by me." Upon fully comprehending his words, Gu Zhao's expression darkened instantly. Chapter 26. Gradually returning to sanity, the dog exclaimed, "I fancy that two-legged creature. I wish to pursue her. Bad father, release me. Do not hinder my quest for true love. She is so fragrant." Gu Zhao turned toward the source of the voice and saw a young man straining against a dog leash. On the other end, a white toy poodle was struggling furiously. The fluffy dog's face was filled with obsession. "Hello, two-legged creature. Do you fancy high-ranking canine companions? My father and I reside on the 6th floor. Do you fancy it? Speak." Gu Su Lin, hearing the urgent barking, glanced over and noticed the poodle desperately abandoning its owner. Was it in heat? What an uncouth dog. The little poodle, upon hearing this, glanced at Gu Su Lin and thought, "Are you a relative? Not the most articulate, I see. I wish to discuss a matter. I will offer dog food to propose to your family. Do not let me miss my true love." The poodle even winked at Gu Zhao. The poodle's body stiffened momentarily, casting a mournful glance at its owner. For reasons unknown, Gu Su Lin felt that this dog resembled a lovesick fool, and its object of affection was none other than his sister. "What is it saying?" Gu Su Lin inquired of Gu Zhao. Gu Zhao's face darkened. "This eunuch dog dares to pursue me." Upon hearing this, Gu Su Lin's expression darkened further. Braised dog meat sounds quite appealing. The little poodle caught wind of Gu Zhao's words. Its canine face contorted in agony, its heart shattered into pieces. The dog's owner merely felt perplexed by its behavior. Following this brief interlude, the two spent the afternoon at an amusement park. As dusk approached, Yun Wenjie even made a phone call to remind Gu Su Lin not to be late. Having no other engagements, they decided to drive over. Upon arriving at their destination, Gu Su Lin led Gu Zhao inside. "What a rare guest. Lin Jie, come in. It has truly been ages. Frankly, have you grown too proud for us?" Someone jested. As soon as Gu Su Lin entered, the men inside greeted him with cheerful smiles. Gu Zhao scanned the room. Noting 5 young men and 3 beautiful women, the latter nestled against their partners, likely girlfriends. Yin Wenjie was among them, reclining on the sofa with a new beauty in his arms, replacing the alluring woman from earlier with a pure and innocent girl. Su Jin-chung, the sole heir of the Su family, resided next to the Gu family estate. In their youth, Gu Su-lin and he often caused mischief together. However, after the mysterious disappearance of his sister and parents shortly after her birth, the brothers had all moved out to live independently, only occasionally reuniting during the new year. Seeing familiar faces from childhood brought a slight relaxation to Gu Su-lin's demeanor. "This is my dear sister, Gu Zhao." Gu Zhao gazed at Su Jincheng's face, licking her lips. "Hello, handsome brother. Are you taken? How about waiting for me for a decade or so?" Gu Su-lin's countenance darkened instantly, growing wary of Su Jincheng. What childhood camaraderie? Clearly, he was trying to seduce his sister. "Gume, spadama," with your brother's demeanor. "I feel he has already selected my burial plot," Su Jincheng said, his lips twitching. As the two contemplated further discourse, others in the room began to chime in. "Linga, Chunga, come join us. Are you two going to reminisce without us?" Linga, it has been ages since we gathered. You must drink 3 cups as punishment." "Indeed, 3 cups," Yin Wenjie interjected, his tone laced with sarcasm. "You aren't looking down on us brothers, are you?" Su Jincheng frowned, issuing a warning. "Wenjie." Yin Wenjie merely chuckled coldly. "Did I speak incorrectly? Our superstar wouldn't dare refuse to drink with us, would he?" As the other brothers exchanged glances, sensing the tension, they felt awkward. None of them could afford to offend either party. Thus, they resolved to remain silent. With the atmosphere thickening, the brothers collectively sighed in relief, recognizing that they would face any difficulties together. Su Jincheng's expression turned stern as he regarded Yin Wenjie with evident discontent. How could he drink with his sister present? Yun then, yes said. A sister lost for years. Who knows if she is even real? She might just be an imposter. Gu Su-lin, unable to contain himself, delivered a punch, landing several blows on Yin Wenjie's face. "I refrained from striking you at noon. Are you feeling adventurous?" His intent was purely to annoy Gu Su-lin. "Damn it, Gu Su-lin, are you insane? Is it truly worth so much concern over a sister who has been lost for so long?" Yin Wenjie spat blood, a tooth mingling with the crimson liquid as it was expelled. "I have endured you for far too long. Gu Zuling, do not presume that just because your surname is Gu, you can act without restraint. Do not forget that your family is no longer what it once was. Without your parents, what can the 4 of you accomplish?" Yin Wenjie spoke without thought. "You have sunk to the level of a mere actor. What right have you for Meng Han to still pay you any heed? She is my fiancée. Were you but a plaything for others' amusement? I will provide you with some resources. Now drink this wine for me." Gu Zhao gaped, as if he had just learned astonishing news. "An actor indeed. What nobility do you possess? What concern is it of mine that your fiancé favors me? Perhaps you should reflect upon your own shortcomings rather than burden others. Fool, who told you that the Gu family is in decline? I assure you, our family is thriving, even more than you could imagine." Gu Zuling spat angrily. Gu Zhao was not worried about Gu Zuling's ability to overpower, as it was Gu Zuling who was now dominating Yin Wenjie. Other brothers, witnessing Yin Wenjie's battered state, hesitated briefly before intervening. If this escalates into trouble, it would be they who suffer the consequences. They had come to socialize, not to stir enmity. The crowd flurried to separate the two. Gu Zhao, with her small hands, pushed against the larger hands obscuring her view. As Gu Zuling began to strike, Su Jincheng shielded her eyes. Gu Zhao, feeling the smoothness beneath her fingers, exclaimed, "How tender!" She reached out again, discovering the prominent veins. Su Jincheng, initially concerned for Gu Zuling, found himself unable to suppress a chuckle as he felt small hands exploring. "Gume, if you continue to take advantage of me, I shall be the next to bear the brunt of your brother's wrath." Su Jincheng lamented, now convinced they were indeed siblings, both equally unreasonable. Gu Zhao feigned innocence, claiming, "Brother, I have done nothing. Do not unjustly accuse me. I shall not confess unless you submit to me." Su Jincheng was at a loss for words. The commotion ceased as Yin Wenjie lost a tooth, while Gu Zuling's clothing bore a slight stain. "Gu Zhao, your brother is being beaten, and you find it appropriate to be so frivolous?" Gu Zuling gritted his teeth, pulling Gu Zhao close. Su Jincheng realized he was being guarded by Gu Zuling and felt thoroughly wronged. Gu Zhao felt no guilt, addressing her fourth brother. I am merely healing. Have you not noticed my gradually improving mental state? The experts are indeed correct. Gazing upon handsome men promotes both physical and psychological well-being. Chapter 27. The Monkey King Returns. Gu Zhao mused. One ought to recline comfortably upon the chiseled abs of a handsome man. The mere thought filled her with bliss. While contemplating the charming figure, she did not forget her benefactor. She reassured Gu Zuling, brother, rest assured, as long as you continue to support me, I shall always have your back. You provide for my later years, and I shall support you in your early ones. Gu Zuling chuckled in disbelief. Where did you learn such misguided reasoning? And which expert uttered such nonsense? Gu Zhao replied from my phone. How did I not discover such delightful distractions during my time in the psychiatric hospital? Not only were there eloquent experts, but most importantly, the prices were astonishingly low. An elephant only costs a dime. Remarkably, the vendors could even train wild elephants to arrive at their destinations. How cool is that? Has the outside world progressed to such a degree? Unable to resist, she purchased a dime elephant while dining. In a distant region, a man observed the new purchase notification, his expression one of disbelief. Could there truly be a fool who would believe this? He gestured to the mountains beyond. Hey, elephant over there. Someone has bought you. Remember to walk over. The address is. After his call, he chuckled to himself. Unbeknownst to anyone, a young elephant was nearby, initially intending to visit a previous household for a buffet. Upon hearing the call, the elephant ceased its swaying trunk. Its ears perked up as if having made a firm decision, and it began to march in a specific direction. Completely unaware, Gu Zhao was fleeing, as her brother intended to confiscate her phone. Gu Zhao, hand over your phone. You have been corrupted by it. Gu Zuling believed buying her a phone was a grave error. The child had gone astray. What you gave me is now mine. Furthermore, those were the words of an expert. Can experts be wrong? The expert also stated that the average person now possesses 3 million. Do you possess that? Gu Zhao fumed. Who stole my 3 million? Why has no one informed me where to claim it? Gu Zuling sighed. This is nonsensical. Su Jincheng interjected quietly. Two of you. There is still a person lying there, and the ambulance is on its way. Gu Zuling paid no attention. Instead, he took out his phone to call his second brother to report the situation. As soon as the call connected, he got straight to the point. Second brother, Yun Wenjie from the Yun family claims our Gu family is going bankrupt, calling you a useless person, and me an actor, asserting our family is doomed. He exaggerated the tale, spinning a wild narrative. Yun Wenjie, who had been slightly dazed from the pain, suddenly regained his focus. He made a disdain Gu Zuling, but he feared the second son of the Gu family. Even a dead camel is larger than a horse. He dared not provoke him. Yun Wenjie was utterly astonished. Who would have thought that Gu Zuling, at this age, would still resort to whining? Would he not feel inferior for faring worse than his brothers? Gu Zuling retorted you. In the next moment, Gu Zhao stuffed a cloth into Yun Wenjie's mouth, leaving him to struggle in frustration, his hands pinned by Su Jincheng. Su Jincheng was equally helpless. He had merely come to attend a gathering, yet found himself embroiled in conflict. Yet, he could not bear to see Gu Zhao, a child, being bullied. Yun Wenjie protested. Why not see who is truly bullying whom? Ultimately, the instigator is at fault. Su Jincheng turned his head away, refusing to acknowledge Yun Wenjie's expression. Gu Zuling continued his complaints. I believe the Yun family has grown far too complacent. Brother, why not stir some trouble for them? Should we aim for their bankruptcy or for their father to abandon them? The person on the other end may have grown impatient, responding with a simple, Gu Zuling asked, what does that mean? He attempted to say more, but the call was abruptly cut off. He would ensure to acquire a phone that cannot be hung up. Gu Zhao declared, this is ill fortune. Let us dine elsewhere. Su Jincheng released Yun Wenjie and stood up, declaring, I shall treat you. I will accompany you. Gu Zuling hesitated for a moment, allowing them to go, but warned, do not attempt to seduce the child. Yun Wenjie, now cowed, removed the cloth from his mouth, eager to speak. Brother Ling, I was wrong. I am merely envious of you. Yet before he could finish, the door to the private room swung open, and a beautiful woman in a red dress rushed in. Upon seeing Gu Zuling, her expression shifted from concern to bitter disappointment. Gu Zuling immediately retreated, hiding behind Su Jincheng. Gu Zhao, sensing the unfolding drama, became intrigued. This could not be. Zhao Minghan, what brings you here? Su Jincheng, composed and polite, wore a gentle smile. Zhang Menghan had initially felt joy upon seeing Gu Zuling, but his reaction caused her heart to ache involuntarily. She forced a smile, stating, "I heard Wenjie invited you, and I felt uneasy, so I came to check. You are my fiancé. Must you not remember your place?" Yun Wenjie felt a surge of jealousy. Zhang Menghan shot him a disdainful glance, retorting, "To hell with your place. Do you think I am unaware of your escapades? Do not presume to lecture me. As long as you indulge in your affairs, I shall not interfere with yours. Who cares about your position? I could be your father." Zhang Menghan regarded Yun Wenjie with disdain. Had it not been for the Yun family's status, would she have ever considered an alliance? Initially, her family had intended for her to unite with the Gu family. But the only one in power was Gu Urge, who had publicly declared his disinterest in marriage. Although the Yun family lacked somewhat, Yun Wenjie was an only child, who could ascertain the truth behind his parentage. Zhang Menghan sighed, resigning herself to her fate. "I have no connection with Gu Zuling, even if I harbor feelings. That is my affair, not his concern. Are you jealous of my affection for him? Then you should harbor feelings for him as well. Gu Zuling. Gu Zhao. Such an open-minded sister? Yun Wenjie. What nonsense." Gu Shulin found women to be quite terrifying, so he hastily pulled Gu Zhao along as he fled. Su Jinqing gazed at Zhang Menghan in admiration before nodding in farewell and chasing after Gu Shulin. "Fourth brother, that sister is so cool. Why not just give in?" Since Gu Shulin met Gu Zhao, he often felt either exasperated or speechless. "Your brothers are all members of the Gnome Marriage Club. Raising you is enough for us." Gu Zhao chose silence, as she too was not inclined towards marriage. The group then discussed going for hot pot. After their meal, while bidding farewell to Su Jinqing, he looked at Gu Shulin, seemingly hesitant to speak. Gu Shulin was momentarily taken aback. Uncle Fu had been the family's old steward, having served Gu Shulin's grandfather his youth and later his father. Essentially, Uncle Fu had witnessed their birth and growth. After receiving a response, Su Jinqing departed. In their childhood, whenever they got into trouble, they would hide behind Uncle Fu, leaving their fathers helpless. Years passed, they grew up, and Uncle Fu aged. Every time Gu Shulin saw Uncle Fu standing at the front gate, he felt a pang of sorrow. In reality, Uncle Fu stood at the gate of the old Gu residence, gazing into the distance with a hint of confusion, pondering why the delivery was taking so long. The old residence is just too vast. They can't get in and have to wait at the front. Upon returning home, Gu Shulin received a call from his manager, Brother Wang. Gu Shulin forwarded a Weibo post he had seen. It was merely a notification concerning poachers, with Gu Zhao's presence intentionally obscured. The credit was shared among all the guests, as the forest was still undergoing safety inspections. The director had no choice but to change the location to the wildlife park. Before long, it was the day of the broadcast, and Gu Shulin and Gu Zhao had gained some weight from their daily takeout. By the time they arrived at the wildlife park, the live streaming had already commenced. Chapter 28. This damn fate. Your Majesty, I, Zhong Mingrue, pay homage to your Majesty. As Gu Zhao stepped out of the car, she heard Zhong Mingrue's voice and raised her hand to greet them. Gu Shulin took down their luggage, following closely behind her. Your Majesty, I missed you so much. Zhong Mingrue eagerly dashed over, performing a dramatic dive to the ground, wrapping his arms around Gu Zhao's legs. Didn't we just video call last night? Since acquiring her mobile phone, she had added them as friends, enduring their incessant pestering daily. It could be said that for Zhong Mingrue and Song Yi, even the most mundane matters warranted a report to her. One day apart feels like 3 autumns. Song Yi, the second of the latecomers, rushed over, unwilling to be outdone, and clung to Gu Zhao's other leg, shooting a glare at Zhong Mingrue. Oof. You wicked Zhong Mingrue, don't think you can monopolize the queen. Song Yi's life motto was simple. Follow the queen, and there will be meat to eat, relying on parents at home and on the queen outside. Since his older brother was unreliable, Song Ji wore a face of disdain, indicating that one day apart felt like 3 autumns, not autumn pigeons. After saying that, he too rushed to Gu Zhao's side. Zhao, are you tired? Do you want a brother to carry you? Song Ji smiled obsequiously. The past few days at home had been miserable for him, nearly leading to calamity with every step. He desperately needed Gu Zhao for survival. Gu Shulin grew impatient. He pushed them away, exclaiming, I'm not dead yet. Are you trying to steal my sister? Zhong Siki immediately chimed in. Exactly. That's so unfair. He playfully slapped Zhong Mingrue on the backside. Get up. You're embarrassing yourself. Reluctantly, Zhong Mingrue stood, and Zhong Siki hoisted him aside. Gu Shulin nodded in satisfaction at the scene. Now that's what I call a good person. The next moment, however, it turned out to be the opposite. Zhong Siki, disregarding modesty, crouched down and grabbed Gu Zhao's arm. Zhao, I brought you some candy. Try it. He produced a lollipop he had secretly hidden away, kindly unwrapping it and offering it to Gu Zhao. How is it? Tasty? Gu Zhao tasted it, and her eyes sparkled with delight. Delicious. Brother, you betrayed me. Zhong Mingrue was deeply shaken, unable to believe his own brother was competing for the queen's attention. Song Yi, still clinging to Gu Zhao's other leg, looked at Zhong Mingrue with disdain. Isn't it normal for so many to want to compete for someone as amazing as the queen? Gu Shulin's expression darkened. Don't you have brothers? Why are you competing for my sister? These two truly are Gu Zhao's faithful little followers. However, heed my advice. You're still young and should strive for success. So step aside. Let me be the one to hold her. Gu Shulin, have you no manners? Haven't you seen a sister before? The protective brother mode is activated. Song Yi, with a cultural level akin to a fledgling pigeon. What did he do wrong, huh? My mother would hit him with a dictionary if she heard this. Meanwhile, Yi Zui and her brother stood with a grim expression alongside Tong Jianfeng. Their days had not been pleasant lately, suffering from physical pain and nightmares at night. Yi Zui looked at Gu Zhao with deep resentment, unable to comprehend why. Despite being the true protagonist, everyone seemed to revolve around Gu Zhao now. She lowered her gaze to conceal the hatred in her eyes. Every time she thought of this, her teeth ground together. Were those netizens blind? Gu Zhao was just a lunatic. What made her better than herself? Tang Yuexian stood apart with her sister, Tang Yueying, both not joining the fray. Her expression was also grim. During their days at home, her sister had constantly bickered with her, either arguing or purposefully giving her the cold shoulder. She never intended to oppose Lin Gu and the others. She merely sought to advocate for herself. As adults, they had long lost sincerity towards friends. Self-interest reigned supreme, and she felt no guilt. Tang Yueying sensed her sister's discontent, but said nothing. People all have their struggles. She bore no ill will. Tang Yueying cast a glance at Gu Zhao, feeling a twinge of envy. She genuinely enjoyed spending time with Gu Zhao. Once everyone had gathered, the staff, adhering to regulations, took charge of managing any prohibited items. After tidying up, the guests were led into the zoo by the staff. Arriving at a vast grassy area, scattered across the grass were a few small wooden cabins and several tents. Zhong Mingrue curiously observed his surroundings. This place is so big. Will a wolf suddenly leap out and ask for help with something? Shut it. Zhong Siki covered his mouth. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll revoke your ticket. Song Zhe and his brother looked utterly bewildered. At that moment, Director Guo emerged, holding a megaphone. Good morning, everyone. It's wonderful to see you all again. Zhong Mingrue stared at Director Guo for a few seconds before exclaiming in astonishment. Wow. Uncle Director's eyes have turned into giant pandas. Director Guo's eyes brimmed with bitterness, as he'd been dealing with a mess for the past few days, fielding calls and enduring scoldings. His gaze swept over the Yi Ziki siblings, who had been a source of constant reprimands. They even threatened to withdraw funding. How ridiculous. He now had a benefactor. Director Guo looked affectionately at Gu Shulin and Gu Zhao. These two are the benefactor's younger siblings. Gu Shulin suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. Upon raising his head, he met the director's benevolent gaze. Oh no, the bald director is plotting against them. Everyone please, strive to survive. Live like proper human beings. Tong Jianfeng, who had remained silent, raised a question. Where will we stay? We can't just take over the monkey's den, can we? His words clearly targeted Gu Zhao. Unable to restrain himself, Gu Shulin retorted sarcastically, you wouldn't be able to take it even if you tried. Tong Jianfeng smiled, seemingly indifferent, which only made Gu Shulin appear petty and rude. Why does it feel like Teacher Tong's words are somewhat aimed at our Monkey King? How could Gu Shulin be so rude? Doesn't he know to set an example for Gu Zhao? No wonder Gu Zhao lacks manners too. Poor Teacher Tong. Just asked a question and ended up getting scolded. Seeing the situation unfold, the director waited a few moments before speaking again. Did you see those houses? Zhong Mingrue, are they for us to stay in? The task is as follows. Please have your little partner take you and your big partner to clean up after the animals. The group that cleans up the most will have priority in choosing a house. The last group will face punishment. The type of waste doesn't matter. The most wins. Oh, and please be cautious in your choice of animals, lest you end up covered in waste. In that moment, the guests fell silent. It wasn't that they feared the animals. It was mainly due to past experiences. Gu Zhao sighed, what a wretched fate. During the last encounter, the lingering aroma was so potent that it nearly rendered her skin raw. Chapter 29, A Heist. Surrender the excrement. The guests approached the animal enclosure with expressions of bitter resignation. Each step they took was laden with an ineffable reluctance. Yi Zui was equally resistant. The previous incident had already been mortifying. Why must she engage with excrement again? Yi Zishi's countenance was hardly any better. How peculiar it was that everyone bore such a constipated expression. Although cleaning up after animals was somewhat unclean, it shouldn't elicit such grimaces. Was there something that transpired after the last live broadcast went dark? My curiosity is piqued. I wager 5 dimes that there is a hidden plot. Otherwise, Yi Zui's expression resembles someone facing a death sentence. How comical. Even our Monkey King appears listless. What on earth has happened? Which animal area are we visiting? Gu Zuling inquired of Gu Zhao. Zhong Siki and others also turned to Gu Zhao. Tasks related to animals necessitate ingratiating oneself with the Monkey King. Gu Zhao remained silent for a few moments, pondering which animal's droppings are odorless. He scratched his head, striving to impress the king. Odorless, odorless. He suddenly recalled that his brother favored a particular fragrance. Your Majesty, whale excrement smells delightful. My brother enjoys it. A resounding smack ensued. Zhe wore an expression of exasperation at having a dim-witted younger sibling. That's a sperm whale found in the ocean. He clutched his head, gazing at him with dismay. What if you were to become foolish? Our family would be doomed if I followed suit. Hurry, strike me. Brother Zhe, please strike me. Zhou Mingrue was filled with excitement. If Yi became foolish, no one would contest the king's favor with him. He is the most loyal subordinate of the king. A minute later, Zhou Mingrue too was clutching his head, casting a mournful glance at Zhong Siki. Zhong Siki shook his hand, sensing that his brother's head had grown too hard. It was becoming uncomfortable to strike. Perhaps next time, we should target the backside. This task emphasizes quantity. I believe only bears and elephants produce copious amounts. Zhong Siki contemplated for a moment. Other teams would likely choose pandas. They're docile and their droppings are not foul. Gu Zhao's eyes sparkled. Then let's go collect droppings from the pandas. Collect droppings? The group fell silent. Such a crude notion. Is this right? Who dares to imagine that the Monkey King intends to collect excrement? Who would have thought that the once mighty king would stoop to this? Is Gu Zhao unhinged? How has Gu Zuling raised her? Now she dares to collect excrement. In the future, will she also dare to rob a bank? However, the thought of collecting excrement is truly embarrassing. I cannot suppress my laughter. In the panda enclosure, Tong Yunxin clutched a small bear plush toy, her eyes brimming with delight upon seeing the pandas. Tong Jianfeng's gaze flickered with a hint of disdain, but the emotion quickly vanished. Replaced by a gentle smile as he regarded the panda, his voice deliberately softened. This panda is truly adorable. Yi Zui's eyes widened in excitement, her small frame instinctively stepping forward, her face glowing with joy. Brother, I heard that panda droppings smell delightful, like the sweet scent of bamboo. The books say their digestive systems are unique, and the droppings can even be used as bookmarks. Is that true? Her tone was a blend of youthful curiosity and earnest inquiry, revealing both innocence and a hint of cleverness. Yi Zishi felt a fleeting urge to pet the panda as well. Hearing Yi Zui's words filled him with pride. His sister was remarkable. Indeed, Yi Bao. Shall we put this to the test? Yi Zishi's gaze softened. Yi Zui, bubbling with enthusiasm, exclaimed, "Let us compete to see who collects more." She cheerfully took the small tools prepared by the zookeeper. Tong Jianfeng also began collecting panda droppings with his daughter. The panda lounged leisurely on a rock, observing the humans as they gathered its droppings. As the sun climbed overhead, the ground grew scorching, and the bamboo shadows danced on the enclosure. Their collection basket was now half full. Yi Zui's forehead glistened with beads of sweat, her cheeks flushed from the heat, yet she showed no signs of fatigue. At that moment, a cacophony erupted nearby, and upon glancing up, Yi Zui's pupils dilated in shock. Several elephants were charging toward them. On the other side, the elephant keeper stood silently. witnessing the impending stampede. As the elephants approached, the group noticed that there were riders atop their backs. Gu Zhao and the others sat atop the lead elephant. Except for Gu Zuling, everyone wore expressions of exhilaration. Zhong Siki could not resist the urge to reach out and touch the elephant beneath her. She was astonished to find it completely clean. Gu Zuling was displeased, recalling his second brother's words. He did not wish for Gu Zhao to flaunt her actions so brazenly. Yet she refused to heed his counsel. Brother, still feeling down? I understand your concerns, but so what? If one fears everything, one might as well crawl into a coffin. Gu Zhao remained unfazed. Rather than subjugate herself, she preferred to challenge others. She needed to understand her adversaries, to ultimately lead an army of animals to vanquish them. Gu Zuling resigned himself. He could no longer care, leaving his second brother to deal with the fallout. After all, as long as he remained by Gu Zhao's side, they would face whatever consequences together. Tong Jianfeng's eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. Although animals had aided them previously, they had been tethered several meters away. Lacking this direct confrontation, the elephants now stood before them, their colossal forms rendering the humans incredibly small. It felt as though the next moment, the elephants could trample them to death. A heist. Surrender the excrement, Gu Zhao proclaimed. Tong Jianfeng, a middle-aged actor who had not exercised in quite some time, was unceremoniously thrown to the ground. Yi Zishi fared better, his robust physique allowing him to stumble forward a few steps due to inertia. Gu Zhao, do not go too far. Yi Zishi gritted his teeth. What? Did you just thank me? You're welcome. Cleaning excrement is my duty. The following elephants regarded the scattered droppings with disdain. Little one, these droppings cannot compare to ours. You need only ask, and we can produce as much as you desire. The elephants boasted proudly. We produce far more than it. Yi Zui gritted her teeth, her head bowed, her eyes filled with suppressed resentment. She quelled her emotions and looked up with feigned innocence. You are being too unreasonable. Sister, I know you despise me, but Uncle Tong and the others are innocent. Gu Zhao paid her no mind, immediately beckoning the elephants attack. In the next moment, the elephant's trunks snatched away the baskets designated for collecting droppings. The panda climbed down from its perch, fixating its gaze on Gu Zhao. The elephants warily observed it. Sister, do you like the droppings I produce? The panda tilted its head, its voice soft and endearing. Chapter 30. I produce excrement to sustain you. Gu Zhao was incensed. Elephants desire excrement. Yi Zui no longer provoked Gu Zhao. Had Gu Zhao begun to provoke Yi Zui instead? How exactly does she command the elephants to cooperate with her? Teach me. Watching teacher Tong fall was painful to witness. This is a blatant disrespect. Suddenly, Gu Zhao's lack of respect for her elders became a trending topic. A portion of the audience began to idolize Gu Zhao. Wow, her spirit is remarkable. When the director arrived to weigh the collections, the sight was surreal. Several elephants were defecating into various baskets, filling one after another. No droppings left? Not to worry, just switch partners and continue. Even the giant panda contributed to a basket, while the nearby panda keeper wept inconsolably. What has become of such a proud creature? Now, is merely an excrement-producing, subservient bear. Everyone, I produce excrement to sustain you. Come, pet me. I am far more pleasant to touch than they are. The panda cradled a basket filled with droppings, its expression shy. Gu Zhao gently patted the panda's head. Its soft, plush fur was delightful to the touch, explaining why her fourth brother always patted her head. The Elephant King continued to orchestrate the herd's defecation when it suddenly turned its head and realized its home had been pilfered. Immediately rushing over, the elephant nudged the giant panda aside with its trunk, then affectionately rubbed its trunk against Gu Zhao, as if to say, "Cuddle me, I've just bathed." Pandas are notoriously averse to bathing and are often quite dirty. The giant panda, infuriated, retorted, "You are the one who dislikes bathing." The two creatures bickered incessantly over Gu Zhao, who, akin to a heartless flirt, stealthily slipped away. Unfazed and irresponsible, she fled at the first sign of trouble. Gu Zhao, tell them to stop pulling. Director Guo watched in frustration as the elephant struggled to relieve itself. To make matters worse, the zookeeper had lodged a complaint with him. Beside him stood two individuals, a man and a woman, clad in animal park uniforms, both wearing expressions of complex emotions as they observed the elephants. The female zookeeper sighed. This is simply too much. It's more than a week's worth. Gu Zhao, feeling guilty, touched her nose, realizing how much had accumulated unnoticed. To prevent the elephants from defecating further, she summoned Zhong Siki and the others, exclaiming, "They are making a mess." Zhong Mingrue bounced over. His eyes filled with admiration for Gu Zhao, exclaiming, "With the king around, we'll never lack for dung." Zhong Siki's lips twitched. Was that even a compliment? Yiziji, witnessing this, gritted his teeth in indignation. A portion of that dung was rightfully theirs. "Director, Gu Zhao has taken our dung." Yi Zishi glared at the director, his fury palpable. Yi Zui, with reddened eyes, also looked at the director. Tong Jianfeng sighed, his face etched with bitterness. He felt old, lamenting that even simple tasks were being snatched away. "Ah, Xiao Xin, Ima saw thee." First of all, Yi Zishi is truly unfortunate. Secondly, the dung was indeed taken from them, which is quite humorous. I feel sorry for Yi Zui, a cherished princess, reduced to collecting dung on a variety show. And now even that is being snatched away. Tong Jianfeng is the one suffering the most. His daughter is the oldest among the little partners and does nothing but hug a teddy bear while collecting dung alone, only to have it taken from her. The director gazed at Gu Zhao with a look of deep resentment, but suddenly, after hearing something from those beside him, he broke into a smile. He subtly expressed his satisfaction with the theft, as all conflicts translate into his viewership. His gaze towards Gu Zhao now held a hint of admiration. Despite her penchant for causing trouble, one must admit she is a naturally captivating figure for reality television. Yi Zishi's expression darkened, frustration evident in his furrowed brows. He glared at Gu Zhao, his eyes icy enough to chill one to the bone. Director Guo took a cursory glance at the guest results and declared the final rankings without the need for weighing. Gu Zhao and Gu Xulin claimed the first position. The brothers Zhong Mingrue and Song Yi tied for second place. After all, it was Gu Zhao's dung they were collecting. The sisters Tang Yuexian and Tang Yueying came in third. Initially, they had chosen the elephant enclosure, worrying about potential dangers. However, upon starting, the elephants went inexplicably mad and dashed into the pool for a bath, then hurried away. Thus, the two found themselves in an elephant-less enclosure, collecting dung. The director did not continue to announce results. The two teams in the last place were evident. There were 6 cards, each depicting a different animal. Card 1 features snake, Card 2 a turtle, Card 3 a gorilla, Card 4 a cow, Card 5 a parrot, and Card 6 an alpaca. Each card could only be selected by the little partners, with no interference from the older companions. Once chosen, they could proceed to check their respective accommodations. The director smiled mischievously. As a little partner, Gu Zhao selected Card 3. It was only fitting for the Monkey King to choose a gorilla. "King, which should I choose?" Zhong Mingrue gazed at the animal cards with delight. "Zhong Mingrue, choose for yourself," the director reminded him, pouting in disappointment. Zhong Mingrue scanned the options and chose the most appetizing-looking cow. "Brother, beef is so delicious. Will there be cooked beef waiting for me?" He mused, his mouth watering. Zhong Siki looked at his younger brother with pity. "You're dreaming." The director would never be so generous. Song Yi chose the alpaca, while Tang Yueying opted for the turtle. Yi Zui and Tong Yunxin were supposed to choose together, but Tong Jianfeng instructed Tong Yunxin to wait. Normally, Yi Zui would express her kindness and decline, but now she was filled with resentment towards Gu Zhao. She was thoroughly annoyed. The plot had become utterly chaotic. She randomly grabbed a card. Tong Yunxin also took the last card, the parrot. Having received their cards, everyone dispersed to check their accommodations, while Gu Zhao departed under the reluctant gazes of the elephants. Once they left, the panda zookeepers erupted in panic. The pandas had disappeared. Neither of them noticed a little black and white ball stealthily following behind. They found the cabin illustrated with a gorilla on the door. Gu Xulin pushed the door open and froze. A gorilla was seated on a small stool inside, sipping from a carton of milk. Upon noticing their entrance, the gorilla's gaze fixed on Gu Zhao, its lips curving into a grin, revealing a set of neat teeth. "Hello, little one, you are so adorable. May I keep you?" Chapter 31. Who takes care of whom? Gu Xulin. He glanced at the live streaming equipment, his expression reflecting utter despair as he queried the director, "Are we supposed to live together?" The drone bobbed up and down, as if in agreement. "Ha ha. Having followed Gu Zhao for so long, I almost forgot that Ling Gu is still afraid of animals. I'm quite curious. Surely not every cabin has an animal corresponding to its card? What about the cow? I dare not imagine. I must go see." I can't possibly sleep alongside a cow. If that's the case, I feel the most distress for Yi Zui and her brother. Zhong Mingrui excitedly tugged Zhong Siki towards their cabin, his face brimming with anticipation. Brother, the beef must smell amazing. Will you eat it? Uncle Wang warned you not to eat anything strange, so you shouldn't eat, and I'll eat it all. Zhong Siki looked at his enthusiastic younger brother in silence. He genuinely didn't want to dampen his spirits. Stop dreaming. The director wouldn't let you shovel dung for the cow, let alone feed you beef. You're quite the dreamer. Zhong Mingrui pouted. Brother, your words are not nice. Please stop. I don't like hearing that. Upon arriving at their cabin, Zhong Mingrui stood nervously outside the door. Brother, will the beef make noise? Why do I hear a cow mooing? Zhong Siki glanced at the wooden door, suddenly sensing an ominous premonition. Zhong Mingrui timidly pushed the door open, only to lock eyes with a small calf. They stared at each other. Moo! The calf bleated. Zhong Mingrui exclaimed, Brother, I might be too hungry. The beef has come to life. Zhong Mingrui seemed to be a bit possessive of his food. Ha ha. Zhong Mingrui, brother, if you don't eat, then let me have it all. The moment their eyes met, I burst out laughing. The little calf seemed to say, What are you staring at? To which Zhong Mingrui responded, How did you come to life? Zhong Siki sighed. I knew it would turn out this way. Similar situations unfolded with other groups. Each individual, upon opening the door and encountering their designated animal, could only fall into silence. Only Izui, upon seeing a large mass behind the door, screamed, Ah! Yi Zushi was startled. Once he regained his composure, he swiftly lifted Yizui, warily eyeing the large white snake coiled up. The snake was approximately 2 to 3 meters long, predominantly white with some yellow patterns on its back. Brother wa, Yizui kurit, birdie in head face in Yazidi snake, tidemling. Yizushi felt a twinge of fear, but gently comforted the child in his arms. It's okay. Don't be afraid. The director wouldn't place a venomous snake here. He glanced around and noticed a card on the table. However, to retrieve it, they would have to pass the massive snake. Now the situation escalated. The snake had been awakened, lifting its head to observe them with unblinking red eyes. The constant irritation lingered, with remarks about the inconsolable child who might as well have been devoured by a serpent. The comments suggested that, at his age, one might even be startled into involuntary submission, yet he feigned bravado. The sudden creaking of the door had startled him as well. This was a California albino king snake, renowned for its docile nature, making it an ideal pet for novices. Yizushi ultimately set aside Yizui, approaching with utmost caution. He picked up the card for a brief glance. Please take good care of your home pet, the California albino king snake. It will accompany you through unforgettable days. A gentle reminder, do not allow it to go hungry. Yizushi scrutinized the snake, his brow furrowing slightly. It's all right, Ibao. This is a California albino king snake. It's quite gentle. He moved closer to retrieve Yizui. She stifled her fear, declaring, I am no longer afraid, brother. If she were to touch it, surely the netizens would deem her courageous. After a moment of contemplation, she tentatively reached out to stroke its body. The snake paid her no mind, curling back up to slumber. Yizushi was taken aback by Yizui's audacity, yet a sense of pride welled within him. His sister was truly brave, and he lavished her with praise. Wow, Ibao is so courageous. Overcoming fear to touch it, Ibao is truly both beautiful and brave. The other groups soon discovered the card on the table and were beset with worry. Their own provisions were nowhere in sight, and now they were tasked with tending to these creatures. Tong Jianfeng's parrot had been squawking since their arrival, lamenting its hunger. Tong Jianfeng wore an expression of exasperation. Meanwhile, Gu Zhao remained the most tranquil. The gorilla was quite fond of the little one they were to share living quarters with. From a moment, Gu Zhao stepped inside. It busily flitted about, asking, Are you thirsty, little one? Here has some milk. Drink up to grow tall. It even thoughtfully inserted a straw and handed it to Gu Zhao. Without hesitation, she accepted and drank, causing Gu Su Lin to feel faint at the sight. Is that even suitable for human consumption? He crept closer to discern the truth. The gorilla glanced at him, hesitating momentarily, but then retrieved another carton of milk from a corner, carefully inserting a straw and offering it to Gu Su Lin. Taken aback, Gu Su Lin accepted it. The gorilla sighed, noting the gluttonous tendencies of the bipedal creatures. Nurturing the little one required vigilance over this two-legged beast, a heavy responsibility indeed. Had it known to pilfer a few extra cartons of milk when the bipedal creatures delivered it, it would have done so. Gu Su Lin inspected the milk carton, confirming it was suitable for human consumption and fresh, as the gorilla had not touched the straw. Satisfied, he began to drink. The gorilla observed this, mentally categorizing Gu Su Lin as a picky eater, making it difficult to care for him. While sipping the milk, Gu Su Lin discovered the card on the table. After reading it, he glanced at the carton in his hand and then at the gorilla, which was currently grooming Gu Zhao's hair. Silence enveloped him. Who was truly caring for whom? I can hardly breathe. The gorilla. I'm raising two little ones, one sweet and one troublesome. This is not caregiving for the gorilla. It is as if the gorilla is both father and mother, tending to two human cubs. The gorilla. It's a heavy burden, yet the little ones are adorable. The elder one, well, we shall manage. Gu Zhao is entirely relying on the animals for sustenance. She is practically coasting through, enjoying the gorilla's care. Some tasks still required attention, such as sourcing ingredients. No matter how capable the gorilla was, it could not pilfer ingredients on her behalf. Great King, shall we embark on a quest for ingredients together? Zhou Mingrui knocked on the door. He needed to procure food for the beef. Eat more, grow big. Eventually, he could feast upon it. The beef referred to a young calf, which Zhou Mingrui had insisted on naming beef. Great King, Song Yi's voice echoed from outside. The gorilla stepped forward to open the door. The adorable children outside gazed at the gorilla with curiosity. Is the monkey also your subordinate? Of course. The monkey serves the Great King, Song Yi declared with confidence. This is a gorilla, not a monkey, Gu Zhao chimed in. Song Yi was puzzled. It certainly resembled a monkey, but what the Great King said held weight. Hey, Great King, what is that? Zhou Mingrui suddenly noticed a fluffy mass moving behind the house. Intrigued, he ventured closer. Chapter 32. Discovering that he was a slacker, he cried throughout the night. Zhou Mingrui noticed that the others were oblivious to his presence. So he proceeded on his own. Rounding the back of the house, he spotted a fluffy posterior, leaving him agape. Great King, there's a panda here. The panda, startled, leapt up with its rotund body. Zhong Siki was the first to rush over upon hearing Zhou Mingrui's exclamation. The others soon followed. There they beheld a plump, round panda, curled into a ball, its head nestled against its belly. If I can't see you, then you can't see me, it mumbled in a soft, babyish voice, trying to deceive itself. Songja scrutinized the panda, feeling a sense of familiarity. Was this not the same panda that had defecated earlier? Ah, it has seemed to be the same one. What is it doing here? Where's its keeper? Zhong Siki looked around, noting the absence of anyone else. Song Yi spoke proudly, his words brimming with confidence. It must have come looking for the Great King. Gu Zhao approached to pat its head. What brings you here? Does your keeper know? Hearing her voice, the panda cautiously lifted its head, sniffing the air with its damp nose. It recognized the familiar scent. The panda gazed at Gu Zhao, letting out a pitiful whimper. Sister, I miss you. Can I follow you, please? The panda nudged its head against Gu Zhao's embrace, casting furtive glances at her expression. Its caretaker adored when it snuggled close, rewarding it with treats each time. Zhou Mingrui extended his hand to stroke it, and the panda regarded him for a moment before allowing him to pet it, even letting out a soft call. Sister's companion, perhaps I could bribe you a little. Brother, it's so soft. Zhou Mingrui exclaimed, elated. Song Yi joined in, petting it several times. Zhong Siki and Song Zhe felt a tinge of jealousy. They too yearned to touch it. However, the panda seemed to favor Gu Su Lin, allowing no other adults to touch it. When Song Zhe reached out, the panda swatted his hand away. After striking him, it cast a reproachful glance at Gu Zhao. Oh my heart, I am utterly overwhelmed by this cuteness. Little one, come give your aunt a kiss. Step aside, let me in. I want to smother it. What a fluffy little dumpling. I wish to steal it. I am not jealous. I want my boyfriend to give me one. In a flurry, the panda's keeper finally received the news and hurried over. Upon arrival, they witnessed their 5-month-old aloof cub allowing everyone to pet it freely. The keeper remarked. Upon seeing them approach, the panda was startled once more, seemingly understanding their intentions, and promptly wrapped all 4 paws around Gu Zhao's leg. It triumphantly called out to its caretakers. There was no choice. The panda, with its ears drooping, refused to budge. It anticipated the panda would run towards them, but instead, the panda's heart and eyes were solely on Gu Zhao. Gu Su Lin felt a pang of disappointment. So now he was to sleep with the gorilla and the panda. Was he? Had no one considered his feelings? No one did, and he even had to consider Gu Zhao. Gu Xiao Zhao. Could you possibly walk a couple of steps? Gu Lin felt utterly helpless. How do others manage their children? Why was he so incredibly lazy? Gu Zhao, entirely supported by a horse, lay languidly across its back. The horse had approached of its own volition, without cost. The panda trailed alongside on all fours. Gu Zhao lazily remarked, "Fourth brother, you are unaware. I took a genetic test yesterday and discovered I am a slacker. Upon realizing this, I wept throughout the night until my voice was hoarse and my eyes were swollen. In the end, I found peace with my circumstances. Since the heavens have decided that I shall be a salted fish, I shall embrace it." Gu Lin remarked, "You slept soundly last night, yet it's all the phone's fault." The two little ones were confused, asking, "Isn't the king a monkey king?" Alas, even the salted fish king is quite formidable. The task cards were scattered throughout the wildlife park, and to accomplish the mission, one must first locate the tasks. The other three groups also accepted the challenge, and from now on, they would need to have an animal companion to share meals and accommodations. At this moment, they gathered their spirits and set out in search of food. Yi Zue, Yi, and the others formed a team with Tong Jianfeng and his daughter. The four of them were currently searching in the activity area of the golden, snub-nosed monkeys. The elegant monkeys sat obediently on the trees or rocks, observing them. I sensed that the director would not make it easy for us to acquire the tasks. Yi Zui furoit herburo momentarily before relishing. A faint smile gracing her lips. "Perhaps we can keep an eye on the trees or the animals," she suggested. Yi Zeishi's lips curled into a slight smile as he spoke softly, a gentleness in his tone that even he was unaware of. "Good idea." Yi Bao has considered everything. Tong Jianfeng smiled and praised her, though his gaze towards Yi Zue, he held an inexplicable emotion. Tong Yin Xen happened to glance up and noticed his expression, her body instinctively trembling slightly, her grip on the teddy bear turning pale. After searching for a while longer, Yi Zhe spotted a card on one of the golden monkey's hands. "There," he called out, pointing at the monkey perched in the tree. The others were puzzled, wondering how to reach it. Yi Zhe frowned. Tong Jianfeng pondered for a moment and suggested, "Why not lure it down?" Before they could act, they heard Tang Yuxian's voice from nearby. "Aying, there's one here." Tang Yuxian exclaimed with excitement as she picked up a card from beneath a rock, waving it at her sister Tang Yuing, who was searching elsewhere. She could finally feel a sense of triumph. For the past few days, Tang Yuing had been ignoring her. Tang Yuing sighed in resignation and walked over, accompanied by Yi Zue, Yi, and the others. "Teacher Yi, Teacher Tong, do you need something?" Tang Yuxian blinked in surprise upon seeing them, seemingly perplexed as to why they had come to greet her. Tong Jianfeng lifted his gaze, the corners of his eyes crinkling with a gentle smile as he said, "You two seem to be in a bit of a predicament. Why not join us? We can look out for each other." Yi Zue chimed in with a sweet smile. "Yes, Tang Jia. Why not join us?" Tang Yuxian let out a soft ah, as if finally realizing the situation. She instinctively glanced at her sister, noticing Tang Yuying's displeasure, and immediately refused. No, we're quite comfortable on our own. Thank you for your concern, Teacher Tong, Teacher Yi, and Yi Bao." Upon hearing this, Yi Zeishi's expression turned icy. Yi Zue looked hurt and turned to Tang Yuing, saying, Zhao, and I merely had a misunderstanding. I don't wish for anyone to be caught in the crossfire." Tang Yuing frowned, retorting, "What does this have to do with Gu Zhao? It's simply that my sister and I prefer not to join you." Yet, it was evident that Tang Jia had been willing to collaborate previously. Yi Zue, with her downcast eyes, appeared genuinely saddened, as if her words hinted at a deeper question. "Did Gu Zhao say something to you?" It was perplexing how they could collaborate before, but were now outright rejected. It seemed somewhat reasonable, although I initially held reservations about Yi Zue. Her words indeed bore merit. There was no need for everyone to be affected by the grievances of two individuals. The conflict between them was a private affair. Why should it disrupt the harmony of all? Did you all not notice that Gu Zhao had not instructed anyone to ignore her? In fact, Gu Zhao was reluctant to pay her any mind. Chapter 33, Bold Villains. Do not disturb my royal rear. Tang Yuing pursed her lips, her brows knitting tighter. After all, she was a genuine child, suddenly at a loss for how to argue her point effectively. She could only maintain a stern facade, insisting it had nothing to do with Gu Zhao. Having spoken, she felt a twinge of fear that her words might cause trouble for Gu Zhao and tugged at Tang Yuxian's sleeve, urging her. Tang Yuxian's eyes brightened instantly. Her sister was relying on her. Having always been treated as the younger one, was this her chance to rise? She stifled a grin and glanced apologetically at Yizue and the others, her tone softening. It truly has nothing to do with anyone else. We had a minor disagreement a few days ago, and I thought it best to talk things through during this task, so we won't trouble you. Though Tang Yuxian often appeared unreliable, she possessed a certain intelligence. After all, even a fool can learn a thing or two through exposure. No one in the entertainment industry is hopelessly foolish. Such individuals have long since exited the stage. Upon hearing Tang Yuxian's interjection, Tang Yuing sighed with relief. She felt a surge of frustration. When had he, Zhao, ever been rejected so outright? Tong Jianfeng frowned, his tone carrying an air of authority. How could it be a bother? We are all guests here. We should support one another. I hear you have found a task card. If you sisters take it, it's still a task to be completed, and working together will yield greater efficiency. Wasn't Tang Yuxian and her sister being a bit selfish? To be frank, after the live broadcast had paused for a few days, it felt like the guests had begun to exhibit some resistance towards Yizue and her group. The atmosphere certainly felt different from the first half of the show. Could it be that Tang Yuxian was secretly reveling in this? Did no one feel that Tong Jianfeng was engaging in a bit of moral coercion? Yizue wanted to voice her thoughts, but at that moment, a mocking voice pierced her ears. Oh dear, is this a robbery? Recognizing the voice, Yizue chose silence. Gu Zhao and her companions had appeared in their line of sight. Gu Sulin was followed by a horse and a panda, with Zhong Siqi and others walking alongside him. Yizue was momentarily taken aback. Where was Gu Zhao? The next second, she spotted the figure atop the horse. Gu Zhao yawned and settled comfortably in the saddle, reaching to stroke the horse's neck as her gaze fell on Tong Jianfeng. Is this a robbery? You all are rather unscrupulous. If we were to rob, we would at least take something worthwhile, yet you dare to seize someone else's task card. Though that item was orchestrated by the director and not particularly valuable, their act of theft was undeniably wrong. Gu Zhao spoke with utmost seriousness. Tong Jianfeng felt his composure slipping. Little friend Gu, your words are somewhat excessive. We merely wish to collaborate with them. If they are unwilling, can you not comprehend that? Gu Zhao was not inclined to concern herself with their dignity. You are still young and perhaps do not understand certain matters. Tong Jianfeng attempted to maintain a smile. Gu Zhao was disinterested in further discussion and gave the horse's neck a pat. Do not inquire as to why she did not pat its head. It was due to the horse's height. Suddenly, the horse understood her signal and, after she embraced its neck, took several steps back before charging forward towards Tong Jianfeng. Uncle Tong. Yizuei's face drained of color. Gu Zhao, you lunatic. Yet she felt immensely relieved that she had refrained from speaking moments before. Gu Sulin's face also turned pale, and within that brief moment, he began contemplating how to extricate Gu Zhao from this predicament, or how his elder brother might do so. The barrage of comments was equally startled. High energy ahead. No, please spare us. Gu Zhao, remain calm. Help. I can't bear to watch. The horse came to a sudden halt in front of Tong Jianfeng, rearing up with a loud neigh, its front legs rising dramatically, mane billowing in the wind. There was no bloodshed, no trampling. Tong Jianfeng trembled as he exclaimed, "Oh dear, why is this horse running amok? I sincerely apologize, Uncle Tong. I shall make it eat an extra bundle of hay tonight to make amends." Gu Zhao spoke cheerfully, devoid of any remorse, her tone brimming with encouragement for the horse. Gu Zhao remained ensconced in her arrogance, entirely oblivious to the changing hues of Gu Zuling's face, which oscillated between pallor and a deepening shade of blue-black. Tong Jianfeng observed Gu Zhao with a flicker of resentment in his eyes, yet he quickly lowered his gaze, clutching his chest, his complexion ashen. Yizue, noticing this, hurriedly approached. Uncle Tong, what is the matter? Yizue shot a glance at Gu Zhao, visibly irate. Gu Zhao, could you refrain from causing so much trouble? Apologize at once. What do you think you are? Acting tough while my brother has not even chastised me. And here you are, showing off. What do you mean? What do I mean? I am perfectly fine, I assure you. Yizue felt an unfamiliar sense of estrangement towards Gu Zhao. How had she transformed from the sweet girl who would affectionately call him brother and wait outside his door all night for fear of losing him, to this unreasonable person? Brother, do you think Uncle Tong will be all right? Yizue's anxious voice broke through. She rushed over, pinching Tong Jianfeng's acupoint. He clutched the hem of his shirt tightly, barely suppressing the urge to spring up, inwardly cursing. Do you intend to pinch him to death? They were both anxious for Tong Jianfeng, yet one person remained motionless. Gu Zhao gazed at the still Tong Yunxin, who clutched her teddy bear. It seemed Gu Zhao could see a flicker of anticipation in her eyes. Just as she contemplated approaching, she felt her collar suddenly gripped. That familiar sensation of being lifted off the ground returned. Brother. Gu Zhao attempted to rekindle the fraying bond of kinship with Gu Zuling. He wore a dark expression, remaining silent as he hoisted her up with one hand while delivering a couple of playful slaps to her backside with the other. How dare you? Do not touch my royal backside. Gu Zuling couldn't help but chuckle at the absurdity, delivering another playful smack. Help! Someone save me! Zhong Mingrui and Song Yi quickly reacted, each grabbing hold of one of Gu Zuling's legs. Do not touch our king. Gu Zuling cast a glance at their older brothers. Zhong Siki and Song Zhi exchanged knowing looks and promptly pulled the children away, delivering a few playful slaps to their own younger siblings. Ow! The king is in distress. Help me, Gu Zhao thought. I am hardly in a position to save myself. After enduring a playful beating, Gu Zhao finally settled down. Upon witnessing Tong Jianfeng clutching his chest, the production team swiftly summoned a doctor. In the control room, the director gazed at Gu Zhao with a mix of love and frustration. He admired her ability to attract attention, yet was exasperated by her antics. As Gu Zhao noticed the doctors preparing to examine Tong Jianfeng, she interjected, if he had arrived a moment later, he would have been suffocated by Yi Zishi's grip. Just look at how he is nearly tearing his shirt apart from the pain. Please, have some compassion. It is torture to know that someone is still watching this. Yi Ziji, visibly irritated, exclaimed, Guzaha. With Tong Laosher in this state, how long do you intend to prolong this chaos? Yi Zui hesitated before speaking up, Sister Zhao. Lives are at stake. You should let the doctor examine Uncle Tong first. Help! Isn't the priority here to save Tong Laosher? Why is Gu Zhao preventing the doctor from examining him? Is there something more to this? There must be some misunderstanding. Gu Zhao is not usually unreasonable. Gu Zhao paid them no mind and instead turned her attention to Tong Yunxin. The little girl stood quietly, clutching her teddy bear. Do you need assistance? Upon hearing the voice, Tong Yunxin paused, looking up at Gu Zhao. Do you need help regarding him? Tong Yunxin tightened her grip on the bear. Her gaze towards Gu Zhao filled with suspicion, fear, and a complex plea. About the injuries you bear, Gu Zhao's voice was gentle, careful not to frighten her. During their previous encounter in the cave, the little lynx had mentioned seeing injuries on Tong Yunxin while it hid outside. Initially, Gu Zhao thought they were merely accidental. But while idly listening to gossip earlier, a sparrow had mentioned that a wicked adult had been rough with a child. Suddenly, Tong Jianfeng, still feigning illness, opened his eyes, appearing as if he had just awakened. What happened to me? Izui smiled softly. Uncle Tong, you fainted after clutching your chest. Thankfully, you are all right now. Tong Jianfeng smiled faintly. I feel much better now. Thank you for your concern. Xiao Xian, were you frightened by your father just now? Daddy is fine now. Come here. He gazed at Tong Yunxin with a fatherly tenderness. The little girl stiffened at his words, but still took hesitant steps toward him. Gu Zhao reached out and took her hand. The horse will protect you. The horse, responding to Gu Zhao's words, promptly came over to shield the two children. Yes, Big Brother will protect you. The imposing horse seemed to grow even taller, while the panda, not to be outdone, plopped down at their feet. Xiao Xian, Zhao, what are you doing? Tong Jianfeng furrowed his brow slightly, a hint of displeasure evident. He shot a glance at Gu Zuling. If Zhao wishes to play with Xiao Xian, it should be at a more appropriate time. Gu Zuling, perplexed, felt helpless regardless of whether Gu Zhao was right or wrong. Tong Laosher, when I speak, she does not listen. Moreover, I fear those two beside her. He raised his hands in a gesture of surrender. Tong Jianfeng's expression darkened. The two accompanying doctors stood by, watching the unfolding drama. She said he hit her. Tong Yunxin trembled as she spoke, her eyes directed at the panda, seemingly reporting a grievance. Daddy also hit Mommy, and now I cannot find her. Tears streamed down her cheeks. Daddy said if I cooperate, he would let me see Mommy. The others were taken aback, still processing the revelation, while Tong Jianfeng's displeasure instantly morphed into a furious flush. He stepped forward, his voice tinged with anger. Xiao Xian, what nonsense are you spouting? There must be some misunderstanding. His heart brimmed with disdain. What kind of scoundrel strikes his wife and child? She is just a child. She must have misunderstood. I have a good relationship with her mother. Tong Jianfeng hastily defended himself. Yizui chose not to support him this time, silently stepping back. Zhong Siki and the others exchanged glances, positioning themselves protectively in front of Gu Zhao and Tong Yunxin. Tong Jianfeng continued to argue, but Tong Yunxin handed her teddy bear, which she had been clutching tightly. To Gu Zhao, "This is something Mommy gave me before she disappeared. She said to hold it tightly until I meet someone who treats me well but dislikes Daddy, and then to give it to her. Here, you treat me well and dislike Daddy." Gu Zhao responded, "Oh dear, what is this? I do not require thanks for disliking him." As she spoke, she accepted the bear into her embrace, feeling something hard within its stuffing. Tong Jianfeng persisted in his defense, even attempting to evoke sympathy. He sighed, appearing to age several years in an instant. So, this reversal stems from not buying her a toy? Is that why she harbors resentment towards her father, claiming he hit her and her mother? How frightening. I trust Gu Zhao's judgment. The king would not lie. I support the king as well. Tong Jianfeng is clearly putting on an act. How convenient that he awakens just in time. I did not. Tong Yunxin looked at Gu Zhao, her eyes red-rimmed. Gu Zhao, does he always twist you behind the drone? The others gasped in shock. Tong Jianfeng was left utterly panicked. Tong Yunxin nodded, lifting her shirt slightly to reveal numerous bruises on her abdomen. "Beast!" Zhong Siki exclaimed, while Songja shouted, "You beast! Abusing your own child." Gu Zuling's gaze turned cold, devoid of warmth. Teacher T. Ying has always been gentle. How could this happen? This is a script. Gu Zhao lifted the panda's paw, exposing its claws, and carefully made a small incision on the little bear's body. From within, she extracted a waterproof bag containing a plate. The moment T. Ying saw the plate, his gaze turned fierce, and he charged at Gu Zhao, Gu XLN, already on guard. Kicked him away with a swift motion. YZX instinctively took a step back. "How dare you?" Gu XLN, filled with rage, couldn't tolerate anyone bullying his sister, especially not a father abusing his daughter. He turned his attention to the drone. Had it been dismembered? Send him to the police station. Soon, staff members arrived and forcibly took T. Ying away. Gu Zhao took T. Ying's hand and passed the plate to her, repeatedly admonishing her to only trust the police she deemed good. If anyone bullied her, she should tell them, as they would report back to Gu Zhao. Still uneasy, Gu Zhao summoned a sparrow to accompany T. Ying's in. T. Ying's hugged the panda and the horse, then turned to Gu Zhao and cautiously asked, "May I hug you?" A lazy life draws nearer. Dangling and nodded earnestly. How could appearances be deceiving? I always thought a benevolent father should resemble T. Ying. The police haven't said anything yet. It could just be a misunderstanding. Can you refrain from spreading rumors? Oh dear, the little mountains have broken down. Chapter 35. What I desire must be mine. After bidding farewell to T. Ying and his daughter, Gu Zhao felt hungry. "This is the task card we found. Here you go." T. Ying handed over the task card, her expression tinged with guilt, perhaps still feeling for T. Ying. Gu Zhao declined. "Thank you, but we do not need cards." Gu XLN produced a stack of cards, the one thing they had in abundance. At that moment, a golden monkey swung down from a tree. It glanced at the cards in Gu XLN's hand, and then at its own. Without hesitation, it descended, holding out its card to Gu Zhao. "I too have this. Here you go." The golden monkey scratched its head, appearing quite docile. Gu XLN raised his chin, indicating to T. Ying. "See, we have more than enough of these." After thanking the golden monkey, Gu Zhao accepted the card. Task: clean 3 restrooms. Reward: 5 bananas. How miserly. Gu XLN leaned in to take a look. T. Ying also checked her task card, which required her to collect photos of 15 different bird species, with a reward of a small bag of rice. Teaching Gru clutched his stomach, feeling unwell. "I am so hungry." "You always trouble the king. I would never do that. I wouldn't dare rush the king." Ying felt quite proud, believing his gesture would surely touch the king. The next moment, his stomach let out a loud growl. "Et nei, balusing fudosili." Gru. "You may not rush, but your stomach certainly will." The golden monkey tilted its head and ran away. Gu Zhao and the others, holding their cards, attempted to find a task that was not exhausting and would yield good food. Yet, they repeatedly discovered that all tasks were traps. For instance, brushing 5 hippos' teeth would reward them with a cabbage. Cleaning a snake den would yield 2 tomatoes. Successfully arranging a date for a single tiger would grant them a watermelon. Was this truly just a case of not working for nothing? Though they weren't full, at least they had exerted themselves. Ing Su In and her sister bid farewell to the group and began their tasks. Meanwhile, everyone awaited Gu Zho's command. Gu XL had a heat as partner, while the other 2 groups followed Gu Zho's lead. Ultimately, everyone was waiting for Gu Zho to issue orders. With a command from Gu Zho, the hungry souls launched into action. Gu Zho, bearing a weight that was not hers to carry, wished for nothing more than to lie down. She felt that robbing was the easiest option, but who could she rob? She glanced at Yzu Y and YZX, both with pockets cleaner than hers. If only she had reported earlier. Had she known, she would have given them a few cards and reported Ing G and F only after they completed their tasks. Yzu Y felt Gu Zho's gaze and instinctively hid behind YZX. Upon realizing, she felt incredibly frustrated. What on earth is happening? Shouldn't she be the protagonist? Why was she being bullied so severely by an antagonist? Is there no one to intervene? Where is her protagonist halo? Suddenly, she recalled a figure from her past life, a man who always placed himself first. It's almost time. He will appear soon. With that thought, her spirits lifted, and her gaze toward Gu Zho grew lighter. Gu Zho, soon you can log off. Oh dear, baby. Feeling dizzy, she longed to lie down. Fortunately, Gu XL caught her just as she was about to collapse. What's wrong? Are you unwell? Gu XL asked anxiously. Quiet. Gu Zho suddenly shouted. Gu XL chuckled in exasperation. Gu Zho, you are being a bit excessive. I don't wish to concern myself with you, and you are truly quite dramatic. The king's brother. I believe the king is speaking to them. Ngru exclaimed, astonished, as he looked at the group of animals across from him. A variety of monkeys and other creatures. Is this the call of the Monkey King? Such a trivial matter. Don't act so inexperienced. As I am prepared, I shall observe from my kneeling position. Gu XLN, you truly are dramatic. Ing-Y was equally excited. Our king is impressive. Gu XLN, while you may be a bit theatrical, thinking it over, you are rather endearing. I shall show you some concern. Ngru. Oh, brother king, you would surely be a treacherous minister in ancient times. SQ awkwardly covered his brother's mouth. If you don't cover it for 3 days, the roof will be lifted. Upon hearing Guvich's words, the animals fell silent, lined up neatly, each taking turns to speak. At the forefront was the golden monkey that had just delivered the card, presenting 6 bananas. I have brought you bananas. It was beaming with pride, having counted the number of recipients to make distribution easier for everyone. Later, it would secretly deliver some to everyone, allowing them to eat on their own. Oh dear, how embarrassing. We are all right. It's merely that Uncle Director hasn't provided us with food, but we are quite resilient. Hunger is just hunger. My brother has a stomach ailment, and I might not grow tall if I am too hungry, but it's no trouble. The animals, upon hearing this, grew anxious, cursing the director in their hearts, hastily stuffing food into Gu Zho's hands. Gu Zho, take this. We will nourish you. You will never grow tall from hunger. The golden monkey stated earnestly. Gu Zho felt deeply moved. You are truly wonderful. You are my family. Fourth brother, why are you just standing there? Let my family carry such heavy items. And you all, hurry and help my family. Gu Zho and the others stared blankly, sighing. They had no sense of initiative. Back in the day, when her roommate had an accident, she had the sense to offer him some paper to clean his mouth. Give it to us. We're the king's most loyal ministers. The 2 little ones busily took action. Before long, all 6 of them were laden with food. The animals, seeing this, kindly escorted them home. Gu XL took charge of lunch. Although he seemed unlikely to be a competent cook, what he prepared was passable. After eating to their fill, everyone lay down. The director, watching them sleep soundly, lost a few more strands of hair, though he had little to begin with. With a sigh, he lamented, is this variety show not supposed to be about survival? Why has it turned into a sleep show? Is this right? Who want to watch this? What will happen to his audience? Then he noticed a barrage of comments. Why hasn't she woken up yet? When will she wake up? I'm just watching to see when she will wake up. Let us play some cards. We need one more for a game. I can't afford to play. Next. Once again, Gu Zhao was awakened by the commotion outside. She sensed a frenzy beyond the door. I want this. I don't care. This wooden cabin already has an owner. Let us choose another. A gentle female voice offered persuasion. So what if it has an owner? If I want it, it must be mine, came a particularly arrogant retort. Chapter 36. Woman, you have provoked me. I will have my father blacklist you. Outside the cabin. A woman looked somewhat troubled at the well-dressed boy. ZMO. It's getting dark. Shall we check another cabin? She suggested. ZMO crossed his arms. His expression cold. I said I want this one. Can't you understand? Have you become foolish living in the countryside? Zhao Wei's expression froze for an instant before shifting to one of difficulty, a flicker of disdain crossing her eyes. ZMO, but there are rules in this show. Our actions are inappropriate. I am the rule, ZMO commanded, pointing toward the cabin. Now, immediately, get the people inside to come out. Otherwise, I will tell Dad you are bullying me and have you kicked out of my house. Zhao Wei's countenance fell entirely, her nails digging into her palm to suppress the words. Your house? This was also my home, from escaping her lips. She could not afford to offend them. At least not now. Zhao Wei fought to suppress her dissatisfaction and anger. She had painstakingly persuaded her father to allow her to work in the entertainment industry and had finally secured this opportunity. She could not let her efforts go to waste. Even this selfish younger brother willingly played the dog for a false heiress, obedient to an extreme. She felt as though her life was that of a character from a novel, the true heiress destined to be the cannon fodder. Fine. I will see if I can communicate with them. Zhao Wei sighed, her demeanor weary. I'll go. Is this child all right? I feel for my way. A month ago, she said she found her biological parents, and I was so happy for her. How did it come to this? The exhaustion in Wei's eyes is palpable. Finding her biological parents has become even harder. What a human tragedy. Let me introduce our Wei. She is a wonderful girl. When she was 17, her adoptive parents tragically passed away, and she dropped out of school at 18. She worked her way up from being a waitress to a somewhat well-known actress. Despite not being formally trained, she always makes time to study acting and never neglects any role. Everyone, please support her. Isn't it ridiculous? Why steal anyone's room, especially Gu Zhao's? Is this brat intentionally picking a fight? Zhao Wei walked heavily to the door and was about to knock when it swung open. Ah! She gasped as a gorilla's face appeared, unable to contain her shock. What are you making noise about? You can't even handle such a trivial matter. You are far inferior to my sister Chi-Chi, came ZMO's voice, filled with disdain as he stepped forward, only to see the bewildered gorilla. The gorilla was genuinely puzzled, unable to comprehend why they were making such a racket, disturbing its cub's sleep. Ooh, the gorilla gently called out to them. You are disturbing my cub. How filthy. How can you keep a gorilla in the house? Seeing the gorilla, ZMO grimaced with distaste. What poor taste. Get them all out and disinfect. Zhao Wei stood there, utterly embarrassed. The gorilla understood and frowned, pushing him with a hand. It's not angry. It's treating you like trash. Ah! ZMO fell to the ground, wailing as he scolded Zhao Wei. Zhao Wei, are you dead? You can't even help me when that beast pushed me. I will tell Dad. Have him kick you out. It's all your fault. If you hadn't insisted on coming to this wretched place, I wouldn't have to endure this humiliation. Zhao Wei suppressed her anger and quickly helped him up, her face full of concern. ZMO, are you all right? Did you hurt yourself? Let me see if you bumped anywhere. Internally, she cursed. If it weren't for the live broadcast and the fear of her parents seeing, she wouldn't bother soothing him. Go kill it. ZMO was furious, having never endured such humiliation before. Zhao Wei's worried expression was on the verge of breaking. Darn it, this child, just when she was about to collapse. A heavenly voice saved her. If your mouth is idle, go lick the toilet. Don't use your dung-eating mouth to babble here. Otherwise, people would think my toilet is broken, leaking dung, and smelling foul. Gu Zhao irritably rose from her bed. She noticed Gu Su Lin was not in the room, having left at some point. Approaching the door, she gazed at the noisy brat and felt like sending him to a dung beetle for making dung. Do you know who I am? ZMO's face turned crimson with anger. Gu Zhao casually yawned. No. Why don't you wait until I have a phone to search for dung and see if there's an app that can identify what type of dung you are? Zhao Wei's eyes sparkled. What are you? How dare you speak to me like that? Are you trying to entice me? He gritted his teeth, as if intending to crush his molars, his chest heaving violently. Woman, you have provoked me. I will have my father blacklist you. And this dead gorilla, I will make it pay. And you, how can you just stand there like a dead person when she insults me? ZMO glared fiercely at Zhao Wei. Yu Xiaowei cast a regretful glance at Gu Zhao, then began to placate the unruly child. ZMO, this is a live broadcast. Your actions will affect Dad. He will be angry. Her expression was anxious, resembling a good daughter worried for her father. My dad wouldn't be mad at me. He would only be mad at you. If you can't even take care of me, what use are you? After finishing, Yu ZMO shot Gu Zhao a fierce glare. You better watch out. Gu Zhao, oh, how amusing. The little girl is laughing like a horse. Yu ZMO's expression stiffened momentarily before he turned and left, not even leading the way. He glanced at Yu Xiaowei. She immediately took Yu ZMO to their little wooden cabin. Along the way, Yu ZMO frowned, speaking irritably. What did she mean by that horse laugh just now? Yu Xiaowei struggled to suppress her laughter. Perhaps she found it amusing. Yu ZMO snorted coldly. One day, I will make her stop laughing. Gu Zhao watched them depart, her expression serene. Cub, are you angry? The gorilla sensed Gu Zhao's unusual mood. No, you go watch the cub sleep. I will step outside for a moment. Gu Zhao gently patted the gorilla's hand. Indeed, she was somewhat angered. It was one thing to insult her. But how dare they even think of harming the gorilla? Gu Zhao, with her short legs, walked to a flower patch where a few bees were buzzing. She chatted with them for a while before leaving, satisfied. The bees in the flower patch gathered together and then dispersed. Flies, mosquitoes, moths, and stink bugs flitted about. Meanwhile, Yu ZMO looked at the wooden cabin previously occupied by Tong Jianfeng with disdain. Why do they even keep a bird? What kind of bird is this? It looks cheap. The parrot tilted its head and squawked. Here comes the sand coin. Here comes the sand coin. Chapter 37. A sleepless night. Yu ZMO's temper flared. Today, he was forced by his father to accompany this actress sister to a variety show, and then he was pushed by that beast. Not to mention that little brat-ass insults. Now, even a bird dared to scold him? Damn beast. Yu ZMO looked around, spotted a broom nearby, and immediately grabbed it to strike at the parrot. The parrot flew up, darting around the room, evading him as it circled above his head. Can't hit me. Can't hit me. Godi, Godi. Yu ZMO chased it, knocking over items in the cabin. Yu Xiaowei, aren't you afraid of being scolded by the netizens? Wow, this brat must have never been beaten. Hitting a bird with a broom? Is Yu ZMO mentally challenged? The gorilla didn't even hit him. Now he's getting mad at a bird? My heavens, his anger is so intense. I feel for my way. Best friend, come quickly. I have discovered the kind of domineering CEO you most enjoy, one who takes lives at the slightest provocation. Suddenly, I comprehend why Gu Zhao insisted he lick the toilet. Indeed, his mouth needs a thorough cleansing, lest he pollute the atmosphere. I must hurry. I am off to watch Gu Zhao's live stream, as Gu Su Lin and the others are preparing for a barbecue. At Gu Zhao's location, she found Gu Su Lin in the small wooden cabin with Zhong Siqi. Gu Su Lin was attempting to start a fire with Song Zhe, using wood in the absence of charcoal. However, they were both covered in soot, and the fire still refused to ignite. Brother, can you and Guga manage this? Perhaps we should seek out the king. Song Yi expressed his concern, puzzled as to why Guga chose to conceal matters from the king. Clearly, the king would make things easier. He couldn't fathom the reasoning of adults, who often endure hardships unnecessarily. You do not understand. This is a matter of a man's dignity. Zhongming Rue replied, his face clouded with worry as his brother cut onions, tears streaming down his face. The two children wore expressions of despair. Suddenly, Zhongming Rue spotted Gu Zhao approaching from a distance, and his spirits soared. The king is here. The king. The king. Song Yi exclaimed, rushing over. Gu Su Lin was taken aback. Isn't she supposed to be asleep? How did she wake so early? He hurriedly wiped his face with his arm, only to make it dirtier. As Gu Zhao drew near, she noticed her brother's soot-covered visage. Brother, have you turned dark? She hesitated before sighing, finding him rather unappealing. Gu Su Lin cast her a fleeting glance, turning away in irritation, his expression sour as he remained silent. What shall we have for dinner? I am hungry, Gu Zhao remarked, seemingly oblivious to his mood, and settled down on the ground. Gu Su Lin had intended to ignore her, hoping she would not intrude. But upon seeing her sit, his paternal instincts kicked in. If you are hungry, just wait. Do not sit on the ground. If your clothes get dirty, I will not wash them, he scolded. After half an hour, they finally began to eat. The gorilla and panda were brought over by Zhong Siqi, along with their pets, a calf and an alpaca. The animals joyfully feasted on the fruits they had received. After satisfying their appetites, the group gathered together while the animals frolicked nearby. I almost feel as though I'm on a vacation. This is too comfortable, Zhong Si-chi mused. Sitting on the ground like Gu Zhao, gazing up at the starry sky. Song Zhe, munching on fruit, chimed in, I concur. I am finally free of misfortune. No more inexplicable bird droppings falling on my head. No one is grabbing the mistress and hitting me. This is bliss. He sprawled out on the grass. In stark contrast, the others were not faring as well. Yi Zue and Yi Zhe, she had spent an entire afternoon searching for a task card in an abandoned lotus pond. Their task was to clear the sludge from the pond, with a reward of 6 bananas for cleaning 1/3. After laboring for most of the day, when they finally secured the bananas, Yi Zue suddenly felt disoriented. Wasn't she the heroine? Why was her experience worse than that of the antagonist? Tang Yuxian and her sister had abandoned their previous task and sought out another task card, which required them to bathe monkeys that had fallen into a latrine. The monkeys were uncooperative, believing they were villains attempting to steal their excrement. Gu Su-lin engaged in leisurely conversation, but when he glanced at Gu Zhao, a frown creased his brow. Gu Zhao's gaze was directed elsewhere. What are you looking at? Gu Zhao did not conceal the truth. The guest replacing Tong Yin Xen had arrived, a little partner who sought their house, bullied the gorilla, and threatened her to watch out. Gu Su-lin's expression darkened. Do not worry. Brother will help you teach him a lesson. The others continued their cheerful chatter, seemingly oblivious to their conversation. Gu Zhao was puzzled by Gu Su-lin's intentions. After eating and chatting, the gathering dispersed. In the dead of night, Zhongming Rue suddenly opened his eyes, carefully dressed, and tiptoed towards the door, completely unaware he was alone in the room. He pushed the door open. The moon shone brightly, and soon his eyes adjusted to the light. Like a thief, he scanned the area and, seeing no one, stealthily gathered some calf dung into a cloth bag. What are you doing? A voice suddenly called from behind. Zhongming Rue jumped in surprise, instinctively raising his hand to discard the bag of dung. However, in the next moment his wrist was seized. Zhongming Rue, are you plotting to murder your brother? Zhong Si-chi hissed through clenched teeth. What are you doing here? Zhongming Rue, realizing it was his brother's voice, felt a little more at ease, but still anxious. I am admiring the moon. Brother, why are you not sleeping? He retorted. Upon observing Zhong Si-chi, he noticed the same cloth bag and dung in his brother's possession. They exchanged knowing glances, united in their purpose. For the benefactor, for the king. The brothers confirmed their silent understanding and proceeded together to the new guest cabin. At the Song family's cabin, Song stealthily emerged, cradling a cloth bag. He had barely taken a few steps when he encountered his brother Song Zhe, who also clutched a cloth bag. They exchanged awkward smiles and together made their way toward the new guest. Gu Su-lin quietly shifted his position, noting that Gu Zhao did not react. He cautiously got out of bed. Just as he did, the gorilla opened its eyes, looking at him quizzically. Gu Su-lin quickly approached, covering the gorilla's mouth, and took it along as they exited the room. The boy and the ape, unaware of what they were saying, took some overripe bananas and wandered off into the distance. Unbeknownst to Gu Su-lin, as he stepped outside, a swarm of flying insects entered the room, awakening Gu Zhao. Sister, we are ready. A little bee landed on Gu Zhao's head, while several mosquitoes buzzed around her ears. Gu Zhao fought the urge to swat them, reminding herself that these were her mosquitoes and she must not strike them. She climbed out of bed and, seeing Gu Su-lin was absent, felt a twinge of confusion, but soon concluded he must be in the restroom. Not dwelling on it, she stepped outside with a swarm of insects. Uzmo declared, Woman, you will eventually be mine. Leave the money behind. If not, whom do you wish to give it to? Chapter 38. One mess unresolved. Another arises. The bright moon hung in the sky, its delicate light resembling sheer fabric, scattering gracefully upon the ground like shards of silver, glistening with brilliance. Two figures moved in unison toward a common destination. Zhong Si-chi cautiously peered through the window, with Zhongming Rue in tow. Inside the cabin, a small figure lay alone on the large bed. Zhong Si-chi frowned slightly, puzzled about the whereabouts of the guardian, only to discover a girl sleeping on the floor in the corner. His initial hesitation transformed into resolve, allowing his family member to sleep on the ground, especially when trying to claim Gu Zhao's cabin, could not bode well. Zhongming Rue, lacking his brother's reservations, was focused solely on avenging those who had bullied the king. He desperately tried to climb through the window. Brother, hurry and help. Zhongming Rue urged quietly. Zhong Si-chi carefully lifted his brother and placed him closer. whispering instructions to be quiet, particularly concerning the boy sleeping nearby, to avoid any collateral damage. Zhongming Rue nodded, and, clutching 2 bags of dung, stealthily approached the bed. He glared at the peacefully slumbering Uzmo, shaking his fist in frustration. The sight startled Zhong Si-chi, nearly causing his heart to leap from his chest. Thankfully, Zhongming Rue still had a sense of the bigger picture. He merely feigned aggression, gazing at the sleeping figure with genuine ire. If it were not for his bullying of the king, he would not have to engage in this midnight escapade. In a fit of indignation, Zhongming Rue poured dung into Uzmo's shoes and scattered some in his bedding before finally leaving through the window, satisfied. The parrot on the cabinet opened its eyes, blinked a few times, and then closed them again, remaining silent. On the bed, YZM furrowed his brow in his sleep, turned over, and continued to slumber. Having committed mischief, Zhang Gru felt particularly spirited as he chattered away with Zhang SQ. Just a few minutes after they left, 2 more sneaky figures appeared at the front of the small wooden house. One was tall, and the other small. The taller one stumbled unexpectedly and nearly fell. Sing anxiously glanced at Sing, full of disdain. "Brother, be careful. I should have known better than to bring you along." Sing paid no heed to his brother's disdain. After all, it was not the first time. He took a moment to compose himself, and then they opened the cloth bag, revealing nothing but alpaca droppings. Sing wore a face that mirrored Sing's expression of imitation. Regardless of who was imitating whom, the mess had to be made, and neither had the courage to enter the house. They spilled it all at the doorstep. Satisfied with their accomplishment, they left with a sense of pride. The parrot opened its eyes once more, flew out of the window, and perched atop the roof to rest. It was too noisy. Just as one wave of chaos subsided, another arose. GXL returned with a gorilla. "Where's the nesting doll? Ha! This is what I deserve for staying awake." From ZHing-SQ to SingZH, and now to LNGO, with GZHO yet to arrive. Ha! I eagerly anticipate the moment they discover it. Isn't this a bit excessive? Children have low immunity. Isn't this rather inappropriate? Indeed, it is inappropriate. But when YZM uses his father to threaten others, why did you not find that wrong? I have no sympathy for those who act foolishly first. Do not impose your morality on me. If GZHO and the others were ordinary people, they might be bullied. YZM could very well report to his father, and LNGO and SHO might truly face repercussions for their actions. GXLN was unaware that, late at night, there were netizens observing him and calling him out for his mischief. He was at the window, urging the gorilla, who, without a hint of remorse, followed GXLN's instructions and placed spoiled bananas on the child's bed, particularly one underneath the child's bottom. GXL was astonished by the gorilla's actions. Truly, it was worthy of playing with GZH. Oh, what a rascal. GZH was the last to arrive. She did not even enter, but commanded her army of flying insects, instructing them to approach only that boy. The bees must not sting. Keep your distance, but buzz to disturb him, and mosquitoes do your best. The mosquitoes buzzed incessantly, creating a ruckus. GZHO felt an overwhelming urge to swat at them, especially as several flew around her. "Sister, you smell so good. May I just one bite? I promise it won't hurt." The mosquitoes circled her eagerly. "Sister, I'm not that greedy. Can I just lick you?" GZHO firmly rejected. Absolutely not. If she were bitten, it would be unbearable. Disappointed, the mosquitoes followed the other insects inside. Once inside, the little bugs became ecstatic. How fragrant! How delightful! Without needing to identify anyone, they flew towards the person on the bed, buzzing around him. Flies settled on the rotten fruit, reveling in their feast. The parrot silently observed them. After a moment of contemplation, it flew in and left a fresh deposit on the boy's head. YZM awoke with a start. He found a swarm of flying insects surrounding him, feeling itchy and sticky. He shouted in despair, "Why xiao I? Why xiao I?" Fatigue opened her eyes, still disoriented, when a foul odor reached her. Her mind briefly stalled. Had YZM pulled his prank? The next moment, she noticed the swarm of insects. Where did all these bugs come from? Hurry up and get rid of them. YZM yelled. Why xiao I rushed to assist, nearly bursting into laughter upon seeing the doodles on his face. She stifled her amusement as she grabbed his blanket to fan him, only to discover large patches of cow dung and rotten fruit on his bed, along with that yellowish substance beneath him. Wai Xiao, I noticed the hesitant look in his eyes and was infuriated. Someone is messing with me. It must be that little brat. I will make my father teach them a lesson. Wai Xiao's eyes were filled with disdain, yet she had no choice but to clean up. The tiny insects, having completed their task, flew away. Wai Xiao resigned herself to the cleanup. Wai Xiao, I need a shower. This is disgusting. Hurry, endure it. YZM could not bear the filthy bed and, putting on his shoes, discovered they were soiled too. Oh, how delightful. The few who had yet to reach home heard the commotion and felt it was their doing, relishing the moment. They exchanged glances. Brother, I need to use the restroom. GXLN bluntly stated. I went to the restroom. Their excuses coincided. I'm so sleepy, brother. Let us go to bed quickly. We need to rest for tomorrow. GZHO promptly shed her outer garments and laid down on the bed, accompanied by the sounds of cicadas and the occasional scream. GXLN and the others fell into a deep, sweet slumber. Meanwhile, Waizu, once again awoken by the shrieks, felt utterly exasperated. Who was causing such a ruckus in the middle of the night? The next morning, incessant knocking echoed outside their small wooden house. Bang, bang, bang. Your Majesty, Your Majesty, are you awake? ZHM Gru's voice was filled with excitement. He was eager to show the king his masterpiece from the previous night. This would surely make the king regard him as the most loyal minister. He, the king's favored one, looked at his energetic younger brother with admiration. ZHM Gru, what are you doing in front of the king's door? In the distance, Sing-Y had released his brother's hand and rushed over. Sing-ZH followed behind, lackluster. It was a pity to be dragged along so early in the morning to receive praise. Indeed, Sing-Y shared the same sentiment. Of course, I came to see the king. The two children exchanged greetings, as did Zich-SQ and Sing-H. Just then, the door opened, and GXL emerged, sporting dark circles under his eyes. He yawned and glanced at them, noticing their synchrony. Everyone bore dark circles. Your Majesty, Your Majesty, let us go see the new guests. They were quite noisy last night. ZHM Gru dashed in, leaning over the foot of the bed to propose to GZHO. If the king did not go, how could he showcase his accomplishments? Sing-Y shared the same thought. Yes, Your Majesty. We haven't team met the new guests yet. He was eager to see his masterpiece from the previous night. GZHO struggled to open her eyes. All right, I'll indulge you this once. She thought, YZM should be in a pitiful state. It was fine to check in on him. Sing-Y and ZHM Gru were overjoyed. Their king was treating them so well that she was even foregoing sleep. Love the king. Forever. Go ahead. Once you see, you will realize, oh. It turns out to be a bunch of accomplices. Foolish children. GZHO is not pampering you. She is also going to see her own creation. When GZHO and the others arrived at the new guest's small wooden house, several figures were already present outside. YZX was somewhat taken aback upon seeing the young guest. YZM stood outside the house with a cold expression, while Wai Xiao was busy tidying up inside, having been cleaning since nightfall. He had managed to wash off the drawings on his face with boiled water. Now, he was thoroughly irritated. I said I didn't want to participate in any variety shows. Hearing someone call his name, he initially displayed no good attitude, feeling annoyed. When he turned around and saw a tall figure, he was pleasantly surprised. YZX, initially displeased by YZM's earlier demeanor, now smiled upon hearing his hint of surprise. His lips curved into a gentle smile, and as his gaze swept over the open door of the house, he faintly heard the sounds of tidying up inside. He inquired, I didn't expect you to come as well. Where's your sister? Is she inside cleaning? As the mention of YZM caused her countenance to darken, she vehemently declared, she is not my sister. It baffled her how her father could insist on her participating in this dreadful variety show alongside that woman, Wai Xiao. Upon hearing his words, both YZY and YZX exhibited discontent. Dreadful variety show? What did it mean for them to be guests on such a program? The crux of the matter was that YZM remained blissfully unaware, lamenting with a face full of resentment about being bullied by a little wretch. Not only does she scold me, but she also throws excrement on my bed at night. And then there was that dead gorilla. Buddy, I was wrong. Our monkey king did not throw any excrement. GZHO, may the heavens discern loyalty from treachery. Damn it, the one above, give me your address. I'll throw excrement at you. YZY's gaze darkened slightly, Was it a girl with a missing front tooth? YZM's eyes were frosty, a shadow of malice flashing in her depths. Yes, it was her. I shall make her pay. Upon hearing this, a surge of fury welled up within YZX. It was GZHO again. Would she perish if she did not stir up trouble? YZY suppressed her amusement, soothing YZX with gentle words, brother. She might still be angry. Do not blame her. She is not having an easy time either. YZX, devoid of any ire towards YZY, begrudgingly suppressed his anger and gazed at her helplessly. Fine, brother will listen to you. YZM, perplexed, inquired, ZX, do you know that wretch? She turned her gaze towards YZY. GZHO is my sister, but she was switched at birth. This is my true sister, YZY. YZX said tenderly while looking at YZY. YZY responded with a sweet smile. YZM cast a curious glance at YZX, unable to comprehend how he could forsake his sister of so long. He only desired an elder sister with whom to share his life. YZX proceeded to introduce YZM to YZY, explaining he was the young master of the Y family, and that YZM was 6 years old, just 1 year older than her. Hello, brother ZM, YZY said with a gentle smile, her eyes crescent-shaped like the moon, radiating warmth and beauty. YZM was momentarily entranced, suddenly understanding YZX's preference for his biological sister. Compared to that little wretch, she was indeed a celestial being. Wait, at that moment, YZY suddenly realized this boy was named YZM, the very sycophant from her previous life. YZM, in her past life, he was the one who had someone cripple GZHO. Why had he appeared so early in this life? It was all GZHO's fault for deviating from the plot, leading to numerous discrepancies from her previous life. At that moment, GZHO and her companions approached. Upon encountering her foe, YZM glared fiercely at GZHO. You little wretch. How dare you come here? GXLN's eyes turned icy. He felt he had been too lenient in dealing with YZM. He should have knocked out his teeth to teach him a lesson. Just as he was about to step forward to discipline him, he noticed GZHO was faster. GZHO struck him across the face. YZM staggered to the side, his eyes filled with disbelief. You little wretch actually dared to hit me. GZHO, without uttering a word, slapped him again. You. GZHO replied with another slap. Wretch. GZHO continued, delivering slap after slap. After countless strikes, YZM, with a swollen face, fell silent, his eyes brimming with hatred, wishing he could eliminate GZHO on the spot. YZX contemplated stepping in to teach GZHO a lesson. But GXLN was no pushover either. Xiao had tirelessly tidied up for a long time, just when she thought everything was in order. She heard a cacophony outside. The moment she stepped out, she stood there in a daze. She would no longer be able to produce sunshine. YZM had caused her trouble again. How delightful. With their incessant bickering, did their parents teach them no manners? Is this the behavior of a young master from a wealthy family? Not all young masters from affluent families are like this. It depends on the parents. I once served a true young master who was exceptionally polite and even helped me carry things. His entire family was truly well-mannered. WIWI's plight is truly disheartening. Let's not speak of it. It brings tears. Chapter 40. Why is every burden being placed upon her? YZY's eyes widened as she looked at GZHO, seemingly astonished by her audacity. GZHO, can you not always stir up trouble? YZX's face darkened, and after speaking, GZHO turned to confront GXLN, a surge of anger rising within her. If you continue to indulge her, she will be the death of you both. GXLN's already grim expression turned frigid. How GZHO behaved was their concern, and, as an outsider, he should mind his own business. With the eyes of your Y family, bankruptcy is inevitable. You. YZX glared at GXLN. What do you mean by that? If you're not satisfied, let us settle this with a fight. Brute. YZX's teeth ground in frustration. GXLN mocked, dimwit. ZH-ing-SQ and S-ing-ZH also stood beside GXLN, their presence overwhelming. YZX clenched his fists tightly. Facing 3 opponents, he was at a disadvantage. Meanwhile, GZHO gazed at YZM, whose face was a mask of resentment yet silenced. She felt satisfaction. From now on, you shall no longer indulge in excrement. Understand? Though you may be ugly, do not demean yourself with such foul language. YZM glared even harder. GZHO slapped him on the head, exclaiming, So your eyes have grown larger. Have they? Keep glaring. I shall pluck them out and toss them away. YZM clenched his fists, but under GZHO's tyranny, he lowered his gaze. GZHO struck him again. Do you have no manners? When speaking to someone, one must look them in the eye. YZM glared at her fiercely. GZHO struck once more. Just said it and already forgotten. I shall truly pluck them out and toss them. YZM could no longer endure. He pushed GZHO with all his might, only to discover she did not budge. GZHO retorted, men and women should not engage in physical contact. Compensation is due. My virtue is priceless. I shall give you a discount. 1 million. She pushed YZM, who was about her height, causing him to fall to the ground, his face a picture of disbelief that he had been toppled by a girl. He could not even push her. YZY observed this scene, her eyes filled with disdain. Useless. You cannot even push a younger girl. However, mindful of the live broadcast, she suppressed her contempt and adopted a concerned expression. She rushed to YZM's side, anxiously inquiring, Brother ZM, are you all right? She cautiously helped him up, but upon meeting GZHO's mocking gaze, her heart tightened. What was this madwoman planning now? YZY instinctively wanted to step back, yet she did not wish to abandon this future exceptional sycophant. GZHO, Brother ZM, has only said a few words. It might not be right to strike him so. If you merely wish to vent your frustrations, then strike me instead. Brother ZM has only just arrived on the show. Do not bully him. YZY chose to defend this sycophant, her face filled with urgency. Her eyes slightly reddened, her tone laced with pleading and an imperceptible hint of grievance. If you are angry, take it out on me. She stood protectively in front of YZM, closing her eyes. YZM was momentarily taken aback, feeling a warmth in his heart. He gazed at the slender girl before him, trembling slightly, her pale complexion showing determination. Though she appeared terrified, she resolutely stood in front of him. Do not harm her. YZM stepped forward, pulling YZY behind him, glaring at GZHO. It is I who insult you. Do not involve others. GZHO retorted. So you wish to put on a show, do you? Am I some despicable villain? GZHO. If you dare to touch YBO, I will not spare you. Ypsilon's X also rebuked Gazeta of X, L indirectly kicked Ypsilon's X, stating, I will not spare you either. GZHO retaliated by slapping both YZM and YZY. So you wish to act, do you? Apologize to me, and pay me 1 million in mental damages. GZHO glared at the two. YZY covered her face, tears streaming down. Though she was angry, she bowed her head to apologize, her voice hoarse and filled with grievance. GZHO, I am sorry. Please do not hit Brother ZM. YZM, unwilling, retorted no, but his words were cut short as a hand covered his mouth. YZY internally cursed him and his ancestors. What a foolish child. My younger brother has been spoiled by our family since childhood. I sincerely apologize on his behalf. The money will be transferred to your account once the variety show concludes. Yu Xiaowei displayed an amiable demeanor. Gu Zhao made a face at Yu Zimo, accepting their apology. Yet whether true forgiveness was granted remained uncertain. Yu Zimo's resentment towards Gu Zhao shifted to Yu Xiaowei as he forcefully pulled away her hand, demanding, What right do you have to make decisions for me? Who do you think you are? Yu Xiaowei retorted, I am your sister. I have only one sister. Yu Zimo's expression remained cold. Furthermore, you do not even assist me. What kind of sister are you? Gu Zhao defecated on my bed, and you did nothing. Yu Xiaowei suppressed the urge to roll her eyes, pointing out that he had no evidence and that he had instigated the trouble. Yu Zimo disregarded her words and harbored resentment towards them all, showing only tenderness in the presence of Yi Zui. Gu Zhao was taken aback upon hearing their remarks. She hadn't defecated at all. Why was she being blamed for everything? Zhong Mingrui and the others exchanged guilty glances, realizing they had made a blunder. Oops. The mess was now on the king's head. Zhong Mingrui discreetly observed Gu Zhao's reaction. Gu Zhao appeared puzzled, but said nothing, pondering that perhaps the small animals could no longer tolerate the chaos and sought to help. As they prepared to leave, Yu Xiaowei invited them to complete a task together. With a gentle tone, she asked Gu Zhao, since we are not very familiar with the variety show process, may we work on the task together? Yu Zimo erupted. I refuse. I do not wish to associate with them. He glared at Yu Xiaowei, his voice frigid. If your intention is to provoke me, then you have succeeded. Yi Zui scrutinized Gu Zhao, her gaze filled with suspicion. She felt that Gu Zhao differed from the person she remembered from her past life. Given that she herself had transmigrated and been reborn, perhaps Gu Zhao had experienced something similar. Yi Zui, with a gentle tug on Yi Zishi's sleeve, suggested, "Brother, let us join Gu Zhao. I believe we should collaborate against our common adversary. Uncle Director, what do you say, brother? If I can coexist peacefully with Gu Zhao, it would alleviate your burdens." "Fine," he agreed, though he believed Gu Zhao would not cooperate peacefully with them. Upon hearing Yi Zui's agreement, Yu Zimo's resistance dissipated. Yi Zui was both innocent and kind, easily bullied by that despicable Gu Zhao. Moreover, Brother Zishi did not seem very reliable either. Allowing Yi Zui to be tormented by Gu Zhao, he felt it was his duty to protect her, entirely forgetting that he too had been subdued by Gu Zhao. "For Yi Zui's sake, I can agree," Yu Zimo declared, turning to Yu Xiaowei, "but I have one condition." Yu Xiaowei struggled to maintain her composure. "No one is asking for your approval." However, out of respect for her father, she continued to regard him kindly. "What is your condition?" "We shall split into 2 teams and compete to see who completes more tasks. If we lose, I will apologize to her. If she loses, I want her to kneel and apologize to Yi Zui." Yu Xiaowei nearly cursed aloud. "Your apologies are worthless. And if you lose, you apologize. But if she loses, she kneels? How absurd." Yi Zui's expression also stiffened. She had just proposed peaceful coexistence with Gu Zhao. What if Gu Zhao, like her, had been transmigrated into a book and possessed the ability to understand the animals, which could be her golden finger? As Yi Zui contemplated dissuading him from this guaranteed losing wager, Yi Zishi unexpectedly betrayed her. He did not want Yi Zui to suffer. She could endure for the sake of peace with Gu Zhao, but he, as her brother, could not bear to see her harmed. The wager proposed by Yu Zimo seemed quite fitting to him. Yi Zui felt a pang of bitterness inside, but she had no one to confide in. Gu Zuling was utterly amused by Yi Zishi's words, exclaiming, "You Yi family are made of gold. Gu Zhao does not covet your affection. My Gu family has more members than yours. All of us brothers can spoil Gu Zhao." The findings revealed that, aside from Gu Zuling, the rest of the Gu family were rather unwilling to accept her. Gu Zuling retorted, "Nonsense. Gu Zhao is the sole little princess of the Gu family. Is Yu Zimo truly out of his mind, kneeling to apologize? How dare he make such a request?" Gu Zuling claims that all the brothers of the Gu family spoil her, yet they have not even seen her shadow. Is he merely putting on a facade? Gu Zhao's expression appears far too calm, as if she has grown accustomed to lacking support. "Previously, I thought Gu Zhao was quite impressive, but now I wonder if she has simply resigned herself to her fate, considering she is unwelcome in both families and must rely on herself. Gu Zuling, am I leaving? Then I will add another 20 million. If we lose, we will give Gu Zhao 20 million. Yi Zishi had no intention of engaging in a verbal duel with Gu Zuling. Upon hearing the mention of 20 million, Gu Zhao's eyes sparkled with excitement. "All right, but one condition must be modified. If I win, you will voluntarily grant me 20 million, apologize to me collectively, and each fulfill one of my requests." Yu Zimo's expression darkened. Why should that be the case? Gu Zhao interrupted decisively. Yu Zimo suppressed his frustration. He wanted to witness Gu Zhao kneeling in apology. "Fine. I grit my teeth. We can agree." Yi Zishi nodded in agreement. Yi Zui was utterly speechless. She could no longer voice her dissent and had to add then, "For fairness, you must not allow the animals to assist you." Such matters were prevalent online. Yu Xiaowei, whose opinions had been entirely disregarded, fell silent. "There is something I am uncertain whether to mention," she mused. Gu Zhao had no objections, and thus the competition was finalized. The teams were divided as follows. Gu Zhao's team included Gu Zuling, Zhong Siki, Zhou Mingrui, and the Song brothers, Song Yi and Song Zhe. The opposing team consisted of Yi Zui, Yi Zishi, Yu Zimo, and Yu Xiaowei. Feeling their team was undermanned, Yu Zimo contemplated inviting Tang Yuexian and her sister. But Yi Zishi intervened. Once confirmed, the 2 teams separated. "Your Highness, why do we need to compete with them? Why not just beat them up?" Song Yi inquired, perplexed. "If we beat them, they won't pay us. If we win, they will give us 20 million. 20 million? That's enough for me to lounge around for a year," Gu Zhao exclaimed, her enthusiasm suggesting the money was already in her pocket. Zhou Mingrui replied, "All right. Your Highness cannot rely on the animals for help. What shall we do then? Without the animals' assistance, he felt it would be quite difficult. Is it not permissible for the Monkey King to command his subjects? He lamented about the stinginess of the other side. Will we lose? Zhou Mingrue fretted. Song Yi shared his worries. If you lose, Your Highness, you can run away while we two block them. Worst case, I can have my brother bow to them a few times. My brother can also bow. Zhou Mingrue raised his hand. Zhong Siki and Song Zhe. Danger. Warning for brother pitfall. These two little rascals want us to bow. Zhong Siki and Song Zhe. Is it time for the brother pitfall again? Oh, how can we win this? Song Yi was exceedingly worried. As a minister to the king, he naturally had to offer wise counsel. But alas, why is my mind blank? My mind is unworthy of me. Gu Zhao listened to their incessant chatter and sighed. Have you ever heard a saying? Zhou Mingrue shook his head. Song Yi tentatively ventured. A gentleman takes revenge. It is never too late. Gu Zhao corrected wrong. Is that boys should not be whiny, but should strive to be proactive. Song Yi scratched his head, not comprehending, but he decided to feign understanding. Your Highness, I have gained enlightenment. I will become a proactive person. The initial praise had been stolen from him, causing Zhou Mingrue to feel anxious. I'm older than him and more proactive. Song Zhe. Is that how he interprets it? Zhong Siki also looked puzzled. Surely, Gu Zhao, being just a child, could not possibly think so deeply. Gu Zuling, who had spent the most time with Gu Zhao among them, wore a stern expression. Mind your words and actions. Gu Zhao looked innocently at him. What is wrong with me, brother? Gu Zuling fell silent, pondering whether he had truly overthought things. In the next moment, he was certain he had not overthought it. Because Gu Zhao spoke to her two subordinates, she emphasized the need to temper their enthusiasm, lest they be suspected of excessive indulgence. Suddenly, she felt as though a vehicle had pressed against her face. You are overthinking it. Gu Zhao is merely 5 years old. How could she possibly think that way? Gu Zhao, you disregard my trust in you. You big yellow girl. Gu Zuling exclaimed. Gu Zhao, you are asking for a beating. Gu Zhao immediately turned and fled. After the chase concluded, they arrived at the aquatic animal habitat. Zhou Mingrue discovered a task card in a trash bin, having collided with it after a running start. The task was to clean the aquarium. Gu Zhao glanced around and spotted a few dolphins covertly observing them. Her eyes sparkled with excitement. Chapter 42. Wow. Encountering the Tiansu Tien. Did the sister see us? Ah, I really want to be touched by a dolphin. Rolling with excitement in the water and splashing about. The splashes left shimmering watermarks on the ground. Gu Zhao's lips curled into a mischievous smile. Zhou Mingrue quietly stepped back, nudging Song Yi's shoulder, wondering if their leader had lost her mind. It's our fault for not stopping her, Song Yi sighed. Even if the leader has gone mad, I will follow her. I can manage taking care of her and my brother at the same time. I want to take care of the leader too. She can stay with me while I don't need to care for my brother. You still have to care for your brother. You cannot give the leader all your attention. After a moment of contemplation, Song Yi reluctantly agreed, feeling dejected. He cast a mournful glance at Song Zhe. Zhong Siki, standing beside him, felt particularly cheerful. Look on the bright side. At least you have a younger brother to care for you. Gu Zhao showed no signs of sadness and comforted Song Yi, saying, It's all right. You can take turns caring for her. One day, I will go to her house, and on another day, I will go to yours. Sundays are my days off. Yay. The two children agreed. Gu Zhao, doesn't your conscience hurt? If not, could you also take care of me? I have no conscience, making me perfect for this job. Choose me. I can even work on Sundays. After reassuring her future sources of sustenance, Gu Zhao feigned sorrow as she looked at Gu Zuling, saying, I'm sorry, brother. Being with me means you might not even have enough to eat. She deliberately spoke loudly. Gu Zuling was momentarily taken aback, about to deny it when Gu Zhao continued. I am truly useless. I can't even take care of my brother. I deserve to eat 3 meals a day and still not gain weight. If I cannot clean this place properly, I might as well find some tofu and headbutt it. Gu Zhao stole a glance at the two dolphins. Alas, how can I clean this place? Oh dear brother, I am so sorry. You, in your prime, must endure the humiliation of being with someone like me. Gu Zuling, initially oblivious, suddenly understood upon seeing Gu Zhao eyeing the dolphins. We can't let the animals help us. But that doesn't mean we can't use their assistance. Gu Zuling's face fell in despair. Sister, it's my fault. I made you bet with them. What if they use a little whip on you if you lose? Gu Zuling shouted, fearing the dolphins wouldn't hear him. Zhou Mingrue and Song Yi also looked heartbroken, feeling as though their leader was truly distressed. Is our leader really that foolish? The emotional tension escalated, prompting the two children to start crying. Zhong Siki and Song Zhe exchanged glances. silently questioning whether they should cry too or risk appearing out of sync. The two dolphins, still enamored, became anxious. Sister, please don't cry. Who is so wicked as to use a little whip on you? I will swat them with my big tail. Sister, we will help you clean. Please don't cry. We will take care of you. Yes, yes. I will save all my fish for you today. One dolphin chimed in. Zhao noticed the effect was positive. She wiped her tears and exclaimed, Brother, we can't clean this all by ourselves. I might as well go find some tofu to headbutt. Her eyes brimmed with helplessness as she dashed outside. Zhao called out, Sister, if you die, what will I do? I might as well find some noodles to hang myself with. He promptly followed Zhao outside, with the others trailing behind. I can only say that this capital has moved everyone to tears. Even the dolphins have been manipulated. Such talent should not be wasted in performances. The Oscars surely owe them a little golden statue. Zhong Mingrui and Song Yi are genuinely crying. The children, they're all acting. Yet I am the only one feeling real emotion. Dolphins. I was purely a victim, completely aware of the situation. The two dolphins, left in a quandary, were determined. What should we do? We must protect our sister. How can they bully her? We will help her clean. She doesn't need to head but that tofu. The two dolphins quickly agreed. However, surveying the area left them puzzled. One dolphin decided to leap into action. Noticing this, the other dolphin splashed water with its tail. The dolphins transformed into aquatic mops, sliding effortlessly across the surface. They worked diligently, while an unattended drone recorded the entire scene. The chat room momentarily paused, then was flooded with comments. Wow, in my lifetime, I never expected to see dolphins cleaning. What useful belly. I want to mop my floors. You up there? That is quite absurd. Once Zhao emerged, her tears vanished. The two still crying children ceased as well, looking at Zhao with quivering voices. Leader, we want to give up on you. Zhao beamed at them. Good children. I am counting on you. Zhao lamented. What if the child keeps slacking off? The group outside enjoyed a leisurely moment while the dolphins remained busy. Meanwhile, Yi Zui and others discovered a task card in a corner. The task was to groom 5 alpacas. Yu Zimo and Yu Xiaowei stayed behind to tackle this task, while Yi Zui and Yi Zishi chose to continue searching for task cards, eager to win the wager. Of course, Yu Xiaowei was the exception, feeling utterly out of place. She looked at the alpacas, unsure of how to proceed. Fortunately, the alpaca caretaker's Wu Ti let them begin without guidance. One caretaker demonstrated the task. Several birds perched on tree branches, chirping away. Unbeknownst to anyone, the alpacas glanced at them. As the birds chirped, Yu Xiaowei diligently mimicked the demonstration, while Yu Zimo stood aloof, filled with arrogance. What's so difficult about this? It's just shearing. What on earth is Yu Zimo doing here? Is he just here to cause chaos? Did my capital invest in such a nuisance? Silence is not the essence of tonight as Kanxiao, but tonight as Yu Zimo, causing a ruckus without a care. Yu Xiaowei smiled. After the theory session, they proceeded to practical application. Yu Xiaowei cautiously attempted to shear, while the alpacas munched on carrots. Glancing at her before returning to their meal, quite cooperative, Yu Zimo grew more confident, thinking, if she can do it, I surely can. However, as he began, disaster struck. Get away, you filthy creatures. Yu Zimo angered an alpaca, which retaliated by spitting at him. Quick, get them off me. These beasts are asking for it. Yu Zimo wiped the spit from his face, utterly defeated, while Yu Xiaowei could only stare in disbelief. The alpacas, alarmed by him, united in their spitting efforts. The two scrambled to evade the onslaught, while the caretaker stood by, astonished. This was the first time they had witnessed alpacas banding together to spit at someone. Get away. Yu Zimo kicked at the nearest alpaca, but it dodged, causing him to stumble. The spitting continued, purely for annoyance, and without any intent to injure. As the bird calls ceased, several birds flew down from the trees, heading towards Yi Zui and the others. Yi Zui, holding a task card, exclaimed, Brother, we are so lucky. The task is quite simple. It involves feeding the birds in the avian area. Chapter 43. Wow. The cards have arrived. This is the treatment she deserves. Yi Zishi slightly curved his lips, affectionately adjusting her delicate bangs, attributing his good fortune to the little treasure, Ibao. Yi Zui simidet, proclaiming that her brother was even luckier. Ibao would always follow her brother. Wow. One cannot help but say, what a lovely pair of siblings. This task is indeed quite straightforward. The caretakers must have prepared the feed, and all they need to do is place it for the birds. From his perspective, it appears that only Uzimo and his sister are the most unfortunate. As they approached the birds' territory, a variety of birds flew around, the air filled with their chirps. Look at that bird. It's blue. How beautiful. Yuzui gazed at a bird pecking at its feathers nearby, her eyes brimming with adoration. Her brother is truly wonderful. Yuzushi looked at her with deep affection. Under the caretaker's reminder, they entered the area with the bird feed. Upon entering, they noticed something unusual about the birds. Yuzui suddenly felt a wave of unease. Are all these birds watching us? Yuzushi cast a quick glance, his brow furrowing. Indeed, all the birds were fixated on them. Could it be the doing of Gu Zhao? The mere thought of Gu Zhao crossed Yuzushi's mind, her erratic behavior often coming to mind. Yet, upon reflection, he deemed it impossible. She wasn't even present. Moreover, she was unaware that they would find this task hard. Isn't that right, brother? Yuzui's face displayed appropriate confusion, only to dismiss her own thoughts. Gu Zhao wouldn't be so petty. Yuzushi felt a pang of sorrow for Yuzui. Observing her, he always felt a sense of indebtedness. I'm indeed that petty. Gu Zhao glared at the banana in Gu Zuling's hand. That was her breakfast, and yet Gu Zuling had taken it. Gu Zuling, with a pained expression, exclaimed, Gu Zhao, how could you not spare even a banana for me? You were just weeping inside because you couldn't afford to support your brother. And now you are so heartless. Gu Zhao retorted, but brother, you claim you are useless. Gu Zuling, unfazed by shame, nonchalantly responded, thus, I must rely on my sister to support me. Gu Zhao's eyes widened in disbelief. When did Gu Zuling become so brazen? What had she missed? Seeing Gu Zhao's expression, Gu Zuling beamed with pride. He realized that to deal with Gu Zhao, he needed to outdo her in shamelessness. Teasing the children lifted his spirits. Observing Gu Zhao's irritated demeanor, he smirked. Here, take it. Look at how miserly you are. You might as well compete with Zhong Mingrue. Gu Zuling was not exaggerating. Even a slight reduction in Zhong Mingrue's snacks would cause him distress, yet he would still share a bit with Gu Zhao. Gu Zhao remained indifferent, joyfully enjoying her banana, leaving half for Gu Zuling. Ah, brother, I wronged you. You are indeed a good sister. Gu Zuling was not modest and devoured it, as they had not eaten breakfast and were awakened by their friends. After observing Gu Zhao eating the banana, Zhong Mingrue began to feel hungry and reflected on his oversight. Why didn't he learned from the king to bring some snacks when going out? He secretly made a resolution that would later save everyone's lives. The group chatted leisurely before keeping track of time to enter. Gu Zhao placed Gu Zuling's hand on her wrist, signaling him to hold on. Gu Zuling, being the professional he was, understood immediately, holding on to Gu Zhao as they proceeded. Sister, listen to your brother. Don't be so negative. I believe as long as we strive, even losing can wait. Gu Zuling proclaimed loudly. The two children had already been briefed and were now energetically cooperating. Yes, King. Even if you were to be knocked out by Tofu, we would accompany you. I will collect your remains. Song, he anxiously chimed in. Zhong Siki echoed. Then I shall weep at your grave. I will write your eulogies, Songja added earnestly. Gu Zhao thought. The performances of the group, except for Gu Zuling, were hardly worth watching. Fortunately, the two naive dolphins, untouched by the harshness of society, believed wholeheartedly. They gazed at Gu Zhao, comforting her. Sister, we have tidied up for you. Please don't be sad. If you are sad, I will cease to exist. I will drown myself to accompany you. One dolphin buried itself in the water, while the other dolphin swatted it with its tail, scolding, You are so thick-headed. If you were going to drown, you would have done so long ago. Gu Zhao looked at the impeccably clean area and smiled brightly. Brother, we have encountered Tian Luo Tun. Gu Zuling struggled to suppress the corners of his mouth, relying on his actor's conviction to avoid breaking character. The dolphins, unaware of being manipulated, were flattered by Gu Zhao's praise, reveling in their joy. This signified the completion of the task, and they could subsequently collect their rewards. The caretaker wore an expression of discontent, feeling as if his belly had been used as a rag. Gu Zhao lavished praise on the dolphins, prompting them to perform in sheer ecstasy. The caretaker was left speechless. Until Gu Zhao and her companions departed, the dolphins remained enraptured in joy, boasting about Gu Zhao's compliments to every creature they encountered. An accipiter Nisus, upon hearing, rolled its eyes and positioned itself directly in Gu Zhao's path. Zhou Mingrue, elated at completing a task so effortlessly, ran ahead and suddenly spotted a bird lying in the middle of the path. King, there's a bird that has fainted. The group quickly gathered around. What happened? Zhao Mingrui reached out to touch it. Zhong Siki speculated it might be heat stroke. Song Yi hastily grabbed the bird and rushed to the riverbank to rinse it. The bird bubbled and splashed. Song Zhe, with a glum expression, pulled the creature back up. The bird lay on the ground as they surrounded it. Gu Zhao observed, it seems it might be a little lethargic. No, it is still alive. The bird struggled to open its eyes. Sister, I'm still alive. The pigeon awakened. Song Yi exclaimed in delight. Accipiter nisus. Me? Just as it was about to explode, it heard Gu Zhao's voice. This pigeon should be fine now. Accipiter nisus. Garlic bird, garlic bird. It should just be a pigeon. What a pigeon with a hooked beak. Garlic bird, garlic bird. It seems that being a pigeon isn't easy. Let us draw 5 people from the comments below, not giving away anything, just a pure draw. Seeing it was all right, the group leisurely searched for the cards. With Zhong Mingrui mumbling, card, card. Can you fly to us? Zhong Siki gave his foolish brother an incredulous glance. Zhong Mingrui exclaimed, wow. King, the card is flying to us. Chapter 44. No market for oil goods. Gu Zhao cleared her throat, glancing at the drone livestream, exclaiming, oh, I found a wild card. Zhong Mingrui understood this time, quickly looking around, King. If no one wants this card, it belongs to us. Gu Zuling remarked, such exaggerated acting. Who would believe it? Wow. The king is so impressive. You can even pick up wild cards while walking. Song Yi's face was full of admiration. Just dote on her. The little eagle was also delighted, flying down to perch on Gu Zhao's shoulder, rubbing its face against hers. Gu Zhao felt the soft, fluffy touch against her face, and her heart melted. Gently stroking the little eagle's feathers, she casually remarked, it would be wonderful if cards fell from the sky. This hot weather is perfect for it. The little eagle, enjoying the strokes, instantly perked up. Sister, I know where there are more. Wait for me. I'll gather them all for you. Gu Zhao struggled to keep her lips from curving upward, gazing at the sky and the ground. The little eagle joyfully took flight. Is this not cheating? What cheating? It's not a big deal if a few cards can fly. No need to make a fuss. We can't prevent the animals from helping. We can't just confine them, can we? Gu Zhao flipped through the new 3 cards. Trimming the wool of 5 alpacas, preparing a meal for a picky little raccoon, ensuring it consumes 1/3, and lastly, cleaning 1/3 of the bird sanctuary. A few individuals gazed at these 3 tasks and decided to commence with the alpaca shearing. However, Song Yi exhibited some reluctance towards the task, exclaiming, Your Majesty, alpacas are notorious for spitting at people. Song Zhen nodded in agreement. The animals residing in their small cabin were indeed alpacas, and daily, the 2 of them faced a few spits from these creatures. Initially, they tried to avoid the alpacas, but eventually, Song Yi engaged in a spitting contest with one, leading to a mutual exchange of saliva. Their cabin was often filled with the unmistakable scent of spit. Gu Zhao contemplated offering a comforting pat on his shoulder, but hesitated, wondering if his clothes bore the alpaca's saliva. Instantly, Song Yi's mood brightened, shouting, Long live your majesty. That silly child is merely dismissing you. Hurry and embrace her. Go on. There are surprises over there. The group cheerfully approached the alpaca area, only to be taken aback. On a patch of grass, the alpacas were wildly spitting, pursuing the 2 individuals. Those pesky creatures, along with his sister, Zhou Mingrui, witnessing Yu Zimo being chased by the spitting alpacas, was filled with excitement. Serves the king right. This is just desserts. Song Yi also wore a delighted expression, believing that Yu Zimo was receiving karmic retribution. The alpacas, exuberantly chasing the 2 frightened individuals, suddenly halted, sensing something, and all turned their gaze towards Gu Zhao. Isn't she the sister who understands our language? As the sparrow mentioned. One alpaca stealthily approached Gu Zhao. You foolish alpaca, you've brought shame upon our kind. The other alpacas quietly spat at it. If it angered the sister, they would gladly offer it to her. It was said that everyone enjoyed eating lamb. Surely alpaca meat was no different. Yu Xiaowei noticed the alpaca's reaction and hastily fled from their onslaught, glancing towards Gu Zhao. Upon seeing Gu Zhao and the others, a hint of surprise flickered in her eyes. Yu Zimo, however, felt a surge of anger upon seeing Gu Zhao, believing she had come to witness his humiliation. Seizing the moment when the alpacas were momentarily distracted, he dashed towards Gu Zhao's side. Gu Su, instinctively positioning himself in front of Gu Zhao, caught Yu Xiaowei's attention, causing her to feel a wave of despair. Why is he courting disaster again? Yu Zimo glared at Gu Zhao, his tone decidedly hostile. Gu Zhao, did you anticipate this outcome? Did you deliberately bring them here to mock me? His chest heaved with rage, the fire in his eyes nearly spilling over. Clearly, he attributed the embarrassment of being besieged by the alpacas entirely to Gu Zhao. Gu Zhao responded, "Are you even aware of the absurdity of your words?" She raised her hand. Yu Zimo instinctively recoiled, feeling a flush of heat on his face as he saw her gesture. Zhong Mingrue watched him disdainfully. Could you refrain from constantly presenting your face? Our King-S strikes are quite painful. Gu Zhao nodded in agreement. Yu Zimo felt increasingly humiliated, glaring at them with contempt. You dare follow me and yet refuse to admit it. Song, he could no longer restrain himself. Who would be interested in following you? Our king has stated that people like you have no market value. Songja face-bombed, questioning what his brother had learned. The continuous confrontations only fueled Yu Zimo's fury. He glared at them with an increasingly sinister demeanor, as if coated in ice. Do not think this will intimidate me. If you provoke me, can you bear the consequences? The two younger ones were intimidated by his threats. Gu Zhao calmly interjected, What delusions are you harboring? You are incapable of inciting any fire. Yu Zimo was taken aback. Is that what you mean? Do not divert the topic. Gu Zhao shot him a glance. Narcissism is a malady. It requires treatment. Ignoring the sulking Yu Zimo, Gu Zhao and her companions ventured into the alpaca enclosure. The alpacas, heads lowered, appeared quite guilty. Oh no, we forgot to stop that troublemaker. We've let him confront the sister. Each alpaca bowed its head, with a few defiantly glaring at Yu Zimo. Gu Zhao approached them and gently petted the head of a seemingly fluffy alpaca. The touched alpaca promptly collapsed to the ground. The other alpacas, witnessing this, grew envious and stealthily kicked the prostrate one. I no longer wish to utter the word envy. From now on, I shall demand. I want. Bring me alpacas and Gu Zhao immediately. I discovered a method to understand animals just like Gu Zhao. The secret is 4 words. Lie down, dream. Yu Zimo continued to glare at them with palpable malice. Gu Zhao and her group began learning how to shear wool from the caretaker. Unlike Yu Zimo and his companions, the alpacas eagerly approached Gu Zhao, all pristine and clean, while the unkempt ones were kicked away by their peers. Yu Zimo felt as if he had received an invisible slap. Chapter 45. Did anyone say not to lend a hand? After completing their task, Gu Zhao and her companions ignored Yu Zimo entirely and departed. As soon as they left, the once docile alpacas glared at Yu Zimo with palpable resentment. Startled, he considered fleeing but, due to the competition, chose to persist. He desired victory. He wished for Gu Zhao to bow and apologize to him. Yu Xiaowei felt a flicker of despair, but fortuitously, the next moment, the alpaca's attention shifted entirely to Yu Zimo. A horde of alpacas began pursuing him, spitting all the while. Yu Xiaowei sang triumphantly as she chased after the alpacas to shear their wool. Our Weiwei is rising up. Ha! This is progress. At least she is no longer being chased by the alpacas. She is now pursuing them. Meanwhile, the situation was quite peculiar for Yi Zui. Brother, Yi Zui was nestled in Yi Zishi's embrace, surrounded by countless birds. Each bird clutched a worm in its beak. Some were caterpillars, others were earthworms, or large flying insects. The variety of worms was extensive, yet all shared one trait. They were harmless. Yi Zishi held Yi Zui tightly, his eyes fixed on the birds. He had to remain vigilant, for if he faltered, a bird would swoop down and stuff a worm into their clothing. While there was no actual harm, the psychological torment was immense. Ah, brother, there's a worm in my clothes. Woe is me. Yi Zui's voice trembled with fear. Yi Zishi quickly shook her clothing to dislodge the worm, but, as he leaned down to check on her, a flock of birds rushed in, stuffing more worms into their clothes. The two of them leaped in dismay, trying to shake off the worms, yet the onslaught seemed endless. Just as they managed to dislodge one, another bird would arrive with a worm. If this lands on me, I might faint. Help! My goosebumps are rising. My mother wonders why I'm curled up in front of the screen. Though I know there is no danger, I can't help but want to cover my eyes. Under the shadow of the worms, Yi Zui completely lost control of her emotions. She cried out, brother, it must be Gu Zhao. Only she can command these animals. Yi Zishi harbored some doubts about Gu Zhao, but at that moment, he had little time to ponder. upon hearing them speak ill of Gu Zhao. The birds intensified their assault. Realizing this, Yi Zishi grasped Yi Zui's hand, and they dashed towards the nearest building. The birds quickly understood their intentions, clustering to block all nearby structures. Yet, amidst the chaos, Yi Zui spotted an unblocked door. She tugged at Yi Zishi, racing towards it. The birds looked on in confusion, wondering why they hadn't obstructed that exit. They could only watch helplessly as they slipped inside. The birds had no choice but to rest obediently around the small house, resulting in a dense gathering of them in the vicinity. Yi Zui and her companion found refuge in a cramped tool shed, only to discover that it was filled with brooms and similar items. They shivered, and a few insects fell from their bodies. Yi Zishi turned pale, and Yi Zui was not much better off. Isn't this cheating, Gidge? Yi Zui's eyes were red-rimmed. She doesn't even care about the live broadcast just to get back at me. She'll get scolded for this too. Upon reflection, Yi Zishi also felt that Gu Zhao was behind this. After all, Yi Zui had a point. She was the only one who could control the birds here. Noticing his gloomy mood, Yi Zui refrained from mentioning Gu Zhao and began to play the role of a 5-year-old, speaking comforting words. Before long, Yi Zishi felt his mood lift considerably under her charm. Could it really be Gu Zhao's doing? But we were watching the live broadcast on our phones and didn't see her doing anything. No way. Gu Zhao wouldn't stoop to such tricks, would she? I doubt Gu Zhao would even think of using insects. If it were her, it would probably have been something else, given her recent fascination with. Well, you know. The comments flooded in with speculation, leading to some heated arguments among the viewers. Meanwhile, the true instigator lounged in Gu Zhao's wooden cabin, a relaxed giant panda. A few birds flew close, and instead of scaring them away, the panda offered them its food. The birds chirped excitedly, reporting their findings. The panda was pleased. It had woken up that morning to find Gu Zhao missing and thought perhaps she had abandoned it. When it finally found her, it heard that people were bullying her. How could it tolerate that? It immediately instructed the birds to inform all the animals. Unbeknownst to Gu Zhao, who was on her way to the bird garden, she and her companions had chosen to clean 1/3 of the area, primarily because it was nearby. Gu Zhao's soft voice reached their ears as she spotted the two ahead and greeted them with a smile. Tang Yueying, delighted that Gu Zhao acknowledged her, rushed over holding a card. I saw Yi Zui and the others. I learned about your competition from them. Here, SA card for you. She pressed the card into Gu Zhao's hand. Gu Zhao attempted to refuse, but Tang Yueying insisted. We're in a competition. We can't accept help, and besides, we won to lose. Upon hearing this, Song Yi paused, uncertain, and asked Songja, didn't they say not to let Gu Zhao have any animal help? He recalled them saying that they couldn't allow Gu Zhao to receive assistance from animals, but not from humans. Well done, Watson. You discovered the blind spot. Yi Zui miscalculated. She blocked the animals but forgot about the humans, or rather, she couldn't guard against those loyal animals. Zhou Mingrui shot an annoyed glare at Song Yi. How could you be clever behind my back? Tang Yueying grinned. Can I keep this? Gu Zhao maintained her decorum. A competition is a competition. We cannot cheat. Just to clarify, I did not enlist the animals' help. This is from a human, and they never mentioned that we couldn't accept human assistance. Gu Zhao cheerfully showcased the card to the drone. The viewers fell silent, as it seemed there was no infraction on the rules. As for morality, did Gu Zhao possess that? Tang Yuexian covertly glanced at Gu Zhao, her expression wavering. Gu Zhao felt someone watching her, and upon looking over, the onlooker quickly averted their gaze. Unperturbed, she exchanged a few words with Zhou Mingrui, Song Yi, and Tang Yueying before parting ways. Upon reaching the bird garden through the north gate, the group was taken aback. Not a single bird was in sight. Zhou Mingrui exclaimed, Your Majesty, can you see any birds? Gu Zhao replied, Isn't that the case? Zhou Mingrui and Song Yi exchanged frantic glances, their eyes nearly bulging out. Zhou Mingrui, somewhat sheepish, pointed in a random direction. Over there. Song Yi, fearing others might notice he couldn't see, echoed, Yes, yes, over there. Gu Zhao, puzzled, looked toward that direction. Nothing was there. Was there something besides the stone-carved birds? Gu Zhao was filled with doubt, not about herself but about the birds. Were they shy and hiding? Gu Zuling found their banter ludicrous, but said nothing, merely stifling laughter as they observed. Gu Zhao maintained her composure. If she couldn't find them, so be it. Rather than stress herself, it was better to take a laid-back approach since it was already like this. The two little ones, anxious about revealing their secret, kept their heads down. After wandering through the bird garden for a while, they started hearing numerous bird calls. Approaching the source, they were astonished by the sight before them. Birds were everywhere, and the ground was strewn with insects. Zhong Siki gasped. These birds have become sentient? Songzhu appeared equally astonished. Can an ornithologist explain this phenomenon? I'll enlighten everyone. This is called a gathering. The birds are having a party here. To the one above, had I not just come from Yi Zui's live stream, I might have believed you. Gu Zuling instinctively looked at Gu Zhao, only to find her equally perplexed. Some birds took notice of them, eyeing Gu Zhao and suddenly finding her irresistibly appealing. A few birds discreetly flew to Gu Zhao's side, sister. Baitme. They perched on her shoulder, nuzzling their heads against her neck. They believed she was the one who could understand animal speech, for they truly adored her. Sister, pet me. My feathers are beautiful. I can take care of you. I'm the best at catching insects. The chatter attracted the attention of other birds. Soon, Gu Zuling noticed that night had fallen. Countless birds filled the sky above them. Fortunately, the birds, considerate of Gu Zhao, did not release any droppings. Occasionally, a few couldn't help themselves, but the neighboring birds quickly nudged them away. As Gu Zhao listened to the cacophony, her mind began to buzz again. Suddenly, a pair of large hands covered her ears. The world became significantly quieter. Zhong Mingrui and Song Yi instantly perked up, surrounding Gu Zhao like bodyguards. Silence. The king is here. Who dares to make noise? The bird on Gu Zhao's shoulder rubbed against her neck, then took flight, pecking at the rear ends of the noisy birds. Some birds mimicked this behavior, especially those that had been pecked, targeting their former companions, quickly quieting the ruckus. Yi Zishi and Yi Zui, hidden in the tool shed, noticed that the bird sounds had ceased, replaced by human voices. Yi Zishi's eyes darkened as he approached the door, pushing it open slightly to peek outside. He discovered the birds gathered together, and at the center of the flock was Gu Zhao. Yi Zui joined him, looking out to see Gu Zhao being affectionately treated by the birds, and for a fleeting moment, she wished Gu Zhao would simply disappear. This thought took root in her mind, becoming inescapable. Yi Zishi angrily flung the door open, now certain that this was Gu Zhao's scheme. Otherwise, why would those birds be so affectionate towards Gu Zhao? He felt an urge to teach Gu Zhao a lesson. Gu Zhao, Yi Zishi scolded. Upon hearing his voice, Gu Zhao sensed trouble brewing. She wanted to inflict serious harm on him, but the food in prison was unpalatable, so she restrained herself. Why are you bothering my ancestor? Gu Zuling stood protectively in front of Gu Zhao, mockingly gazing at Yi Zishi. You are cheating. You are getting help from animals. Yi Zishi seethed with anger. Which I saw that. Gu Zuling remained unfazed. Yi Zishi squinted. The birds were throwing insects at us, and they are so friendly to you. Isn't that obvious? Gu Zhao, you ordered them to do this, didn't you? Yi Zishi's gaze towards Gu Zhao was frigid. Gu Zhao's voice dripped with sarcasm. If you wrongfully accuse me, I won't need an apology from you. Just give me 1 million. Yi Zishi burst into laughter. Gu Zhao, have you lost your mind? Now that you've left the Yi family, do you think you can swindle money from everyone? Why refuse free money? If you have no evidence to accuse me, then perhaps I will indeed make them cheat. I wonder if the smell of bird droppings can silence you. Gu Zhao smiled sweetly at him. Yi Zishi's expression darkened as he suppressed his fury. Observing Gu Zhao's unperturbed demeanor, he contemplated. This time, he was certain he wasn't mistaken. It must be Gu Zhao who commanded them. Fine, if you didn't cheat, I will give you 1 million. If you did cheat, you must apologize to the entire internet. Yi Zishi's face was stern. Yi Zui tugged at Yi Zishi's sleeve, feeling Gu Zhao was too calm. Yi Zishi assumed Yi Zui wanted to intercede again, so he firmly stated, Yi Bao, do not involve yourself in Gu Zhao's matters. His tone was decisive, leaving Yi Zui at a loss for words. Zhong Siki and Song just stood nearby, marveling at Gu Zhao's ability to make money so swiftly. Zhou Mingrui was puzzled. Why was there always someone challenging the king? Song Yi looked up at the sun, squinting. Changing his direction, he remarked indifferently, it is indeed lonely at the top. After seeing Zhou Mingrui's lack of response, he could no longer contain himself and whispered, it is lonely at the top. Zhou Mingrui looked utterly bewildered. Song Yi. Zhong Siki covered his face, unable to bear the sight. Yi Zishi had never been ignored like this before. He interrupted them, turning to Gu Zhao. So how will you prove it? Gu Zhao regarded him as if he were a fool. It is obvious. The live stream has been following me from the moment I got up until now. How could I not know if I commanded the animals? Yi Zishi gritted his teeth. How does anyone know whether you instructed them to assist? Yi Zui looked at Gu Zhao and echoed, or perhaps you arranged for them in advance. Gu Zhao instructed Gu Zuling to present their task cards. Am I insane? Our task is to clean this place. Glancing at the mass of insects on the ground, Gu Zhao felt overwhelmed. Most of these are insect carcasses. If they were alive, she could have let them leave on their own. Yi Zishi was about to retort, but Gu Zuling promptly called over the person in charge of the bird park. Borrowing the manager's phone, he found Gu Zhao's live stream, and upon seeing the barrage of comments, his face darkened. Chapter 47. Did you take a shower? The viewers instantly realized his intention upon seeing him request a phone. Within seconds, the discussions about the plot transformed into a chorus of comments from fans. Lingo, I grew up watching your works. My love for you is profound. Please give me Gu Zhao. Ling Yi, can you ask Gu Zhao what color of sack she prefers? My cat wants to marry Gu Zhao. How much is the betrothal gift? Lingo, I need to prepare in advance. Lingo, you know I have no sister. It pains me to see others with sisters. So, could you let Gu Zhao be my sister? Gu Zuling's face turned dark with frustration. Can we focus on the matter at hand? He glanced at the drone, filming the live stream. Gu Zuling did not wish to watch anymore and handed the phone to Yi Zishi, urging him to watch the recorded videos himself. Yi Zishi accepted the phone, skeptical of the comments. He directly called his brother's assistant. After a few rings, the call connected, and upon hearing Yi Zishi's voice, the other end responded promptly, clearly accustomed to being at Yi Zishi's beck and call. Gu Zhao did not engage in any cheating behavior. Upon seeing Yi Zishi's expression, Gu Zuling immediately began to collect his debt, noting that it seemed you lost. Remember to transfer the money to Gu Zhao. After a moment, he recalled that Gu Zhao might not even have a bank card. After the show concludes, I will have my agent contact you. Do not think about avoiding your debts. Yi Zishi left with a scowl, pulling Yi Zui along. As for the task, it was off the table. He had already lost 1 million. Who cared about that additional 20 million? He had lost. He had no face to remain. Moreover, these animals were clearly targeting them. As long as it involved animals, they would undoubtedly fail. Yi Zui followed him silently, obediently. Zhou Mingrui was overjoyed, dragging Song Yi and jumping around. The king has won. I knew no challenge could defeat the king. Song Yi proudly held his head high. Observing the two lively figures, Song Ji felt a headache coming on. How had his little adult-like brother turned into such a silly child? Indeed, his good fortune came at a price. Zhong Siki had grown accustomed to Zhong Mingrui's antics. Nothing he did would surprise him anymore. He simply offered his brotherly care. Enough, with all this energy, go clean up these insects. Zhong Siki glanced at the multitude of insects on the ground, feeling his hair stand on end. Zhong Mingrui immediately turned to Gu Zhao, the king. Zhong Siki smacked him on the backside. Don't gross out Zhao Zhao. Zhong Mingrui shot an accusing glance at Zhong Siki before looking at Gu Zhao with a pitiful expression. Gu Zhao also felt a bit repulsed by the insects. She observed the birds, pondering how to perform this. To her surprise, one of the birds understood her intentions. Sister, we could just eat them. One bird flew out and began a feast. Soon, all the insects were devoured. Some birds missed out on the meal, but a few managed to eat their fill. Their bellies noticeably rounder. After finishing, the birds all flew to the trash can to relieve themselves. The caretaker felt like crying once more. At that moment, a little eagle searching for cards flew over, dropping 5 cards down. Sister, the little eagle landed on Gu Zhao's shoulder. Gu Zhao patted it, while Gu Zuling picked up the cards. However, Gu Zhao was not inclined to complete the task. Gu Zuling had no objections, and neither did anyone else. This was the most enjoyable variety show they had recorded. They had been carried along the entire time. It's a sure win. Yi Zishi and his team have given up, and Yu Zimo is still being chased by the alpaca. Completing a task would already be impressive for them. Thank you. Gu Zhao, thank you for not letting Chi Zai go hungry. I still remember how they both looked like beggars last time they were on this show. Director Gua is about to cry. This ISNT and adventure variety show. It's clearly an animal-raising show. Meanwhile, Yu Xiaowei finally completed the task before Yu Zimo was completely drenched in saliva. As soon as the task was completed, Yu Zimo hurried outside. The alpaca was still angrily spitting. The two of them left in a disheveled state. The alpacas guzzled down 2 buckets of water. Yu Zimo looked at himself, covered in drool, feeling utterly defeated. But he thought he could endure this rather than apologize to Gu Zhao. However, the next moment, They ran into Yi Zishi and his sister. After a brief exchange, Yu Zimo collapsed. When they returned in a sorry state, Gu Zhao and the others were leisurely sitting at the entrance, eating fruit. A gorilla sat nearby on a small stool, washing clothes in a wooden tub. Zhong Siki, not wanting to offend anyone, nudged Zhong Mingrue with his foot. Zhong Mingrue looked at him in confusion. Zhong Siki gestured for him to look over there. Zhong Mingrue tilted his head. Brother, what's wrong with your eyes? Zhong Siki was speechless. Sit properly, straighten your back, and look into the distance. Zhong Mingrue was displeased. He felt his brother was having a midlife crisis. Nevertheless, he complied, and suddenly, Zhong Mingrue noticed several figures sneaking around. Hurry up and come here. Zhong Mingrue enthusiastically waved at the other party. Gu Zhao and the others turned their gaze in that direction. Yi Zishi and his companions froze, internally cursing Zhong Mingrue for meddling. Noticing their inaction, Zhong Mingrue hurried over, followed closely by Song Yi, who, as a good brother, felt compelled to join him. Eventually, Gu Zhao and the others also moved over. Oh dear, how many tasks have you completed? Zhong Mingrue approached with a cheerful grin. The expressions of the group darkened. Did you take a shower? Zhong Mingrue then noticed Yu Zimo's clothes, which were nearly soaked through. Yu Zimo's face grew even more sullen. Song Yi, being Gu Zhao's right-hand man, immediately expressed concern. Did you lose, and now you're trying to avoid the king? Yi Zishi, unable to contain himself, shot a cold glance at Gu Zhao. We concede. I'll transfer the money to you after it's over. With that, the group attempted to leave. Oh dear, you're leaving just like that? Gu Zhao cheerfully reminded them. You haven't forgotten to apologize and fulfill my request, have you? Surely you wouldn't deceive a child. Unable to bear her mockery any longer, Yu Zimo shouted. Who knows if you cheated? Songji interjected. Gu Zhao didn't cheat. Teacher Yi has already verified it. Perhaps you're just hiding it well. Yu Zimo retorted stubbornly, refusing to apologize to Gu Zhao, whom he deemed despicable. Apologize and fulfill my request. Otherwise, I'll have animals defecate in front of your door every day. Gu Zhao lazily threatened. Yu Zimo was about to retort when Yu Xiaowei could no longer hold back and directly stopped him. Under his resentful gaze, Yu Xiaowei smiled and apologized to Gu Zhao. I am sorry, Gu Zhao. Zimo has been spoiled since childhood. He may find it hard to bend. After the show, I'll transfer 500,000 as an apology. How does that sound? Yu Zimo glared at Yu Xiaowei, but said nothing. He simply could not apologize. That is acceptable, but each of you must fulfill one request. Gu Zhao declared. Yi Zishi, exasperated, said, Fine, we'll do it. Just tell us. My father won't let you off the hook. Yu Zimo fumed. Chapter 48. Gu Zhao does not exploit the poor. Gu Zhao glanced at Yu Zimo, remarking, With your prowess, you surely won't speak empty words. Yu Zimo, with a gloomy expression, affirmed, of course. Seeing an opportunity to punish this annoying brat, Zhong Mingrue excitedly proposed, Your Majesty, let him brush the hippo's teeth. Upon hearing this, Song Yi wholeheartedly agreed. Your Majesty, Zhong Mingrue's idea is splendid. He certainly won't be picky about brushing the hippo's teeth. Yu Zimo, with a darkened face, protested, You dare? Gu Zhao was determined to oppose him, insisting that Yu Zimo had to brush the teeth of 5 hippos, and they must be thoroughly cleaned. As Yu Zimo was about to curse, Yu Xiaowei covered his mouth, stating, This is live. Do you want everyone to know you lack integrity? Yu Zimo suppressed his anger, letting out a cold snort. Yi Zishi and Yi Zui remained silent, fearful of Gu Zhao's retaliatory measures. Gu Zhao scrutinized the two of them, pondering for a moment. As for you two, shout 5 times at your Gu Zhao's dogs and wish for Gu Zhao's everlasting reign. Their faces turned completely black. Ha ha ha, Gu Zhao, must you be so narcissistic? Yi Zishi and Yi Zui's faces were nearly as dark as the bottom of a pot. Shouting this is too embarrassing. Gu Zhao knows how to manipulate people. One brushes teeth, while the other shouts slogans. Neither is an easy task. Yu Zimo was so arrogant just a moment ago, and now he must brush the hippo's teeth. Just imagining that scene is amusing. For Yu Xiaowei, Gu Zhao casually commanded. You also look at the camera and say, Gu Zhao is clever and wise, 10 times. Yi Zishi and his companions glared at Gu Zhao menacingly. This is far too lenient. Yu Xiaowei regarded Gu Zhao with a gentler gaze, feeling no pressure as she faced the camera, declaring, Gu Zhao is clever and wise. Upon finishing, Yu Zimo, filled with resentment, glared at Gu Zhao. Why do they only have to shout slogans while I must brush the hippo's teeth? Gu Zhao looked at him. If you keep whining, you can shovel the hippo's dung and brush its teeth. Yu Zimo gritted his teeth but dared not retort, as he sensed that Gu Zhao was truly capable of such a thing. Yi Zushi and Yi Zui, with dark expressions, bared their teeth at the camera. We are Gu Zhao's dogs. We wish for Gu Zhao's everlasting reign. Ha ha, you may quietly enjoy this. We wish we could be in your position. Ha ha, help. They look as if they want to chew Gu Zhao to bits. Though I feel sympathy for them, I cannot help but want to watch this again. Their expression management has completely collapsed. Gu Zhao's dogs at Ye's group. When the eldest Yi received the assistant's report, he angrily threw all the documents on the table to the floor. Gu Zhao, how dare you? Their actions had negatively impacted the company's stock, which he could not tolerate, even if the culprits were his own siblings. Gu Zhao silently recited, his gaze growing colder. Go. Just as the assistant was about to leave, a chilling voice called out. Wait, go find the jade pendant that Gu Zhao was given as child. The assistant complied and departed. The eldest Yi drummed his fingers on the table, lost in thought. That jade pendant had mysteriously appeared in Gu Zhao's crib during her infancy, and despite extensive investigations, they could not determine who had given it to her. Later, whenever Gu Zhao cried, she would stop as soon as she saw the pendant. On the variety show, Gu Zhao had completely forgotten about the existence of the jade pendant and was unaware that someone was preoccupied with her. She was currently supervising Yuzimo as he brushed the hippo's teeth. The hippo lay on the ground, cutely squeaking, "Sister, sit." Gu Zhao gazed at the soft, chubby panda back, resisting the urge to sit down. Meanwhile, two little monkeys who had been watching stealthily hesitated for a moment before scampering over and patting their shoulders. "Sister, sit on me. Sit on me." Gu Zhao replied, "You'd crush two of them if I sat." The panda became irate, mimicking a cat and monkey. "Get up. I don't need you." It curled itself up and rolled over, attempting to knock the monkeys aside. The monkeys quickly reacted, climbing up a tree to sulk. In the end, Gu Zhao did not sit on anyone and simply patted Gu Zuling. Gu Zuling looked perplexed. "Brother, squat down." Gu Zuling, not understanding, thought Gu Zhao had something to say, so he squatted down, leaning his ear towards her. The next second, he felt someone on his neck. Gu Zhao. Gu Zhao affectionately ruffled Gu Zuling's hair, stroking it. "You are my mighty, imposing, handsome, and charming brother. You won't refuse me, right?" Gu Zuling instantly lost his temper, charmed by his sister's coaxing. Who else gets such treatment? You have good taste. Gu Zuling fought to maintain a straight face as he stood up. Song Yi and Zhong Mingrue exchanged glances. "Brother." Zhong Siki shot him a disapproving look, but obediently squatted down to hoist him up. Songja took a running leap, sprinting away. "If you want a different brother, you don't need to be so subtle." Songy pouted. Yu Zimo, listening to their raucous laughter, brushed with renewed vigor. "Gu Zhao, look, look." He vigorously brushed, as if the hippo were Gu Zhao. The hippo was engrossed in watching the adorable little one when it was suddenly bumped by the two-legged child, causing it to roar in anger. Yu Zimo's face turned pale, and he abruptly ran aside to vomit. After he finished vomiting, he looked at Gu Zhao and shouted, "I'm done." Gu Zhao said nothing, as the hippos moved and surrounded Yu Zimo. "If you don't brush their teeth, you can't leave." What a pitiful worker. Yi Zishi and Yi Zui watched from the sidelines, contemplating how to interact with Gu Zhao afterward when a staff member approached, escorting them away. By the time Yu Zimo finished brushing the hippo's teeth, it was already evening. Gu Zhao and her group were indulging in food and drink, feeling no hunger. Yu Zimo, however, was so famished that his vision blurred. He had never wanted food as much as he did at that moment. Yu Xiaowei was also hungry, but there was no time to complete tasks, and she understood that the animals here harbored grievances against them. Without Gu Zhao's consent, they would not be able to complete their tasks. Seeing Gu Zhao and the others leisurely enjoying their meals, Yu Zimo nearly wanted to snatch their food. "I'm hungry." Yu Zimo coldly addressed Yu Xiaowei. Wai Xiao was a loss for words. She was hungry too, with no other options. She approached GZHO and inquired, "Can we purchase some food?" ZHM Ngrui shot a glare at YZM, silently admonishing him not to think he was unnoticed. GZHO asked, "What would you like?" After a moment's contemplation, Wai Xiaowai replied, "Perhaps some fruit." She was not inclined to cook for YZM either. GZHO stated 10,000 each. YZM exploded in outrage. "Are you robbing me?" Despite his lack of financial acumen, he could discern that GZHO was trying to swindle him. "I am not one to deceive others. I only deceive you," GZHO retorted, biting into a piece of fruit with exaggerated crunching sounds. YZM's stomach growled. They had not eaten the previous night, and now another day had passed. After running up and down, he was on the verge of starvation. Fine, I want 5 apples. As YZM walked away with the apples, he exuded an aura as if he were about to consume GZHO. Xiaoi independently purchased 2 apples and a banana. The 2 little monkeys were also tasked with cleaning up the trash. The following day, GZHO learned that Yzu, Y, and YZEX had departed overnight. Without the presence of those 2, the atmosphere felt significantly more tranquil. They indulged in food and drink, amusing themselves with animals and teasing YZM. In just a few days, everyone had gained a noticeable amount of weight. While the director observed their indulgence and lost a bit of weight himself, he was vigorously searching for a way to rein in GZHO. His expression was sinister. The other staff members kept their distance, whispering, "The director has lost his mind again." On the final day of the show, the group sat on a grassy area in front of GZHO's cabin, with several animals frolicking nearby. ZHM Grui patted his brother's belly, remarking, "Brother, you seem to have gained some weight." Sing ZH also expressed, "Following ZHO, we've been eating 8 meals a day. Over the past few days, countless animals had come to deliver food. They no longer needed to complete tasks. They had simply given up. How envious. Did they finish their meals without any challenges? Director, they are the worst group you've ever selected. Where are the screams? Where's the hunger? Where are the beggars? How can you justify this to the previous guests who returned as beggars? Imisi fix andi thui. Only when they were here could I see that this was an adventure survival show. YZM, I hold you in contempt. Why have you stopped causing a ruckus? Every meal, you make Xiaoi buy food. What are you doing?" At that moment, 2 figures appeared in the distance. T-Ing Su-In and T-Ing Ui approached with the fruit they had earned from completing tasks. They had mostly kept to themselves over the past few days and had not seen much of each other. Upon spotting GZHO, T-Ing Ui's eyes sparkled. ZHO, we have plenty of food to share." She hugged the items close to her. ZHing SQ was left speechless. Clearly, he was not hungry, yet she was so greedy. T-Ing Su-In joined them, and they formed a circle on the grass, surrounded by a pile of fruit. XY-ing, how outrageous! S-Ing Y exclaimed, glaring at the alpaca that was stealing his apple. The alpaca turned away, giving him a gentle kick, albeit without much force. Neither the person nor the alpaca was willing to concede. "You push it, Spitz." The group playfully tussled as the show reached its conclusion. YZM and Xiaoi gathered their belongings and approached. Upon seeing GZHO, YZM let out a cold snort. Some individuals better watch where they are going. GZHO sneezed, feeling as if she had been cursed. Dust to dust, dirt to dirt. She waved goodbye to the foolishness. Her tone was particularly earnest, even bringing her hands together in prayer, beseeching the deities to bless her with daily sustenance and shield her from foolish encounters, instead bringing her benefactors. YZM's expression darkened, and he squeezed the words out between clenched teeth. "You better keep smiling." GZHO glanced over, a smile gracing her lips. "I can continue smiling, and you can keep spewing nonsense. That is your forte, so do not feel inferior." GZHO. She rubbed her ears. "If you call me again, I shall lay down and extort 88,000 from you." The episode concluded with YZM in tears. That evening, the guests were taken away by their respective vehicles. Before YZM departed, GZHO reminded him to remember to repay his debts. YZM shot her a glare and left the vehicle. GZHO remained behind, watching GXLN with longing. "Brother," she said. GXLN was at a loss for words. GZHO glanced at the distant, huddled giant pandas and the reluctant gorilla. "Brother, lend me some money. Once YZM and YZEX send over the funds, you could take half for yourself." GXLN, perplexed, asked, "What do you need money for?" GXLN shukud alhait, "But you will need to pay interest." Upon hearing this, GZHO's face fell in dismay. Ultimately, GXLN transferred over 10 million to the zoo's director. As they boarded the vehicle, the animals cried out, chasing after them, but were eventually coaxed away by the caretakers. Inside the car, GXLN lounged against the seat, while GXO offered to massage his legs, waiving the interest. GZHO immediately smiled ingratiatingly. "Brother, this pressure is quite acceptable." She diligently massaged his legs with a semblance of skill. "Not bad," GXLN remarked. a smirk appearing as he closed his eyes in enjoyment. At that moment, a sudden jolt occurred, causing both of them to lurch forward. The driver was startled, glancing into the rearview mirror at the car that was about to collide, feeling a chill run down his spine. Fourth young master, someone is deliberately ramming us from behind. GXLN frowned, urging, drive faster, shake them off. Just as he finished speaking, the vehicle was struck again from behind. GXLN suddenly remembered something and turned to GZHO, his eyes filled with concern. GZHO shook her head, muttering, "When the world is happening?" The driver pressed the accelerator to the floor, but the next moment, several cars appeared out of nowhere, surrounding them. The driver was drenched in cold sweat. Another crash occurred, and their vehicle was flipped over. In the final moment, GXLN shielded GZHO with his body. GZHO felt a buzzing in her head. "Boss, are they taking everyone? What a foolish plan. The target is too significant. Just take one. Capture this little girl. He has so many brothers, but only one sister. Surely she is precious." GXLN drowsily heard the men's conversation, struggling to open his eyes. But in the next instant, he was violently seized and tossed aside. GZHO's head throbbed painfully, causing her to lose consciousness entirely. Several men tossed GZHO into a vehicle as multiple cars sped away. The unconscious GXLN and the driver were taken away by an ambulance. This girl is undoubtedly valuable. Just look at how GS reacted. If we succeed in this task, we can use the money to live abroad. Let's find a few beauties to serve us. GZHO awoke with a start. Realizing she was bound, she wriggled, discovering she was wrapped up like a silkworm. "Hey, gentlemen, did you perhaps bind the wrong person?" GZHO grinned. The men in the vehicle fell silent, ignoring her. Cold violence. GZHO could hardly tolerate it. "Gentlemen, are you here to rob me of wealth or a virtue? If it is virtue, I must decline. You are rather unappealing, and I cannot accept that. Moreover, I'm only 5 years old." GZHO rambled on. "If it is wealth, that won't do either. I have not a dime to my name, and even if I did, I would not part with it." The kidnappers remained unresponsive. GZHO continued to speculate. "You must engage with me. Could it be that I have a secret admirer? Do not treat me this way. I know I am remarkable and exceptional. First, your taste is impeccable, and secondly, I am indeed impressive. However, how can someone as splendid as I be captured? You ought to release me so I can benefit humanity." "Shut up." One of the kidnappers could no longer endure her self-adoration. He had never seen a 5-year-old child not cry when kidnapped, but instead, she was incessantly self-absorbed. "You ought to blame your circumstances for being his sister." The kidnapper driving the vehicle found her bothersome and reluctantly responded to her inquiries. Gu Zhao's eyes darted around as she questioned, "Are you fans of my fourth brother's illegitimate child? Release me, and I shall trade you his undergarments." It was evident that her close ties were only with her fourth brother, Gu Shulin, who could threaten her. Chapter 50, not dead? So, he remains alive? Who cares for his undergarments? Do not feign ignorance. You had better hope your elder brother delivers the research findings to us. Otherwise, prepare to await your remains. Elder brother? Gu Zhao's mind was momentarily bewildered. She indeed had an elder brother, but who was he? You have truly mistaken your target. I am not well acquainted with my elder brother. If you wish to kidnap someone, it would have been wiser to take my fourth brother. A saying came to mind. If a friend dies, the Taoist will not. Fourth brother, my apologies. Please release me and turn back to capture my fourth brother. The kidnapper scoffed. Do you think we're gullible? The driver, with a devilish smirk, remarked, to think a young one like you possesses such cunning. You wish for me to pull over? To turn around? You intend to revoke my driving license. Not a chance. Gu Zhao's eyes were clouded with confusion. Isn't that correct? You, who are driving recklessly and engaging in abduction, how could you still possess a valid license? Elder brother, where are you taking me? Gu Zhao squirmed like a fish bound in nets. My arms are sore, elder brother. Do not attempt to play tricks on us. The man in the passenger seat glared menacingly at Gu Zhao, threatening, if you continue to make noise, I will gag you. Gu Zhao sighed. You would use a stinky sock. The kidnapper responded quietly. Gu Zhao thought to herself, a lifetime surrounded by petty individuals, and now I encounter a truly nefarious one. Given the grave insult of a stinky sock, she opted for silent resistance against them. Such an impolite group. They are unworthy of my words. After what felt like an eternity on the road, Gu Zhao was nearly lulled to sleep when the vehicle finally halted. Get out. The door swung open. and an unattractive man yanked Gu Zhao out. The petite girl was unceremoniously tossed to the ground, her legs bound like a mermaid's. How pitiful, helpless, and yet curious, she thought as she surveyed the dilapidated building. Wow, this place is a wreck. Gu Zhao looked disdainfully at the crumbling structure. Surrounding her were dilapidated stone troughs. It seemed this was a long-abandoned aquaculture site, nestled on a hillside amidst lush vegetation. How is this different from what is written in novels? There are no abandoned warehouses. 1 star. No one paid her any heed as they concealed the vehicle within the foliage. Then, one of them forcefully threw Gu Zhao into the decrepit building. Upon entering, dust billowed, and startled mice scurried away to hide. Damn, whose idea was this? The kidnappers expressed their distaste. Do not be picky. Once we complete this job, we shall enjoy ourselves. 2 more men entered, seemingly perturbed by the cobwebs and dust. They soon exited to smoke. Gu Zhao was left alone, isolated within the room. Do I have no rights? She exclaimed. Hey, you plan to exchange me for money. I am your ticket. Could you treat me a bit better? No one acknowledged her. Are you staying here too? A mouse peeked out from a hole in the wall, eyeing Gu Zhao curiously. For now, yes, she replied. Seeing that the 2-legged creatures posed no threat, more mice emerged, surrounding Gu Zhao. A spider dangled its threads, locking eyes with her. Gu Zhao engaged in a silent stare down with them. Could you assist me? What do you need? The mice replied, listening intently. Are there wildcats or dogs nearby? Or do you have many relatives? The mice recoiled in shock, their tiny eyes wide with fear. Is this an inquiry for information? Are you planning to annihilate our entire clan? They thought, terrified. Noticing their silence, Gu Zhao added, Have you encountered any other animals? Snakes, perhaps? The mice shuddered, and one little mouse began to cry. Sister Xiang Xiang, are we doomed? Gu Zhao reassured them. Fear not. As long as you do not reside in my home, I will not allow you to perish. I merely wish for you to summon some animals to rescue me. The mice exhaled in relief. One brave mouse with a half-short tail stepped forward, declaring, I know a snake. It does not eat mice but enjoys catching me and then releasing me. I shall seek it out. The kidnappers had hidden the vehicles, and one of the drivers disembarked, hauling out another boy tightly bound in the back seat. Where did you capture him? Do not forget our objective. If anything goes awry, we shall be the ones in trouble. A burly man grumbled. He looked down on his companion, who hesitated despite their criminal activities. Brother, listen to the second brother. We are already in this deep, so why worry? Fortune favors the bold, while the timid perish. The others nodded in agreement. The man dubbed the elder brother scoffed, casting a glare at the second brother before stepping outside to smoke. The second brother smirked, inquired about the boy's family phone number, and violently tossed the boy into the room. The mice scurried away once more. After the boy was thrown in, the men departed. In this filthy place, even the dogs would not linger. The hostages had no rights. The boy lay motionless on the ground. Is he still alive? Gu Zhao wondered, observing him. He appeared to be around 7 or 8 years old. Gu Zhao was reluctant to admit that he seemed taller than her. The boy ignored her, remaining still as if he had fallen. Gu Zhao also chose to disregard him, who could not engage in silent resistance. The mice crept out once more. Gu Zhao, feeling her hands sore, urged, Could you nibble on the ropes for me? The mice obediently gnawed at the bindings. The boy, eyes closed, listened to Gu Zhao's words, thinking her to be rather foolish. In no time, the ropes were severed, and Gu Zhao finally tasted freedom, rubbing her sore arms. She stealthily approached the shattered window to spy on the outside. There were 7 kidnappers armed. They were huddled together, smoking and chatting. Gu Zhao sighed, feeling overwhelmed. She had yet to enjoy the luxuries of wealth. Why was she instead experiencing its miseries? She had no money and was already being eyed as a bargaining chip. Feng Tingwei, upon hearing footsteps, abruptly opened his eyes, flipping over in surprise. How did you untie yourself? The next moment, he felt a hand cover his mouth. No talking, or I shall gag you with a stinky sock. Gu Zhao glared fiercely at him. Feng Tingwei blinked in bewilderment and nodded. Only then did Gu Zhao release him. A snake slithered in behind her. Gu Zhao's eyes sparkled with excitement. A triangular head, short tail patterned, a short-tailed viper. Sister, did you call for me? The snake coiled around Gu Zhao's ankle, seeking her touch. Feng Tingyue's eyes widened, and he fainted. Gu Zhao gently stroked the snake's triangular head, feeling its coolness. Do you have kin? The short-tailed viper nodded. There are a dozen of us, and other snakes too, though none are as lovely as I. They always keep their heads raised. Gu Zhao inquired, Cobras? The viper pondered for a moment, recalling hearing two-legged creatures mention them from the mountains below. Yes, they are disliked by the two-legged beasts. Go, call them. Meanwhile, Gu Shulin awoke in the hospital to find his second brother at his bedside. Surveying the room, he noticed Gu Zhao was absent. Where is Gu Zhao? Gu Shulin's face twisted in worry. Gu Yunqi, twirling a pen, replied, I do not know. She should still be alive. Gu Shulin was infuriated. Not dead? So she's not dead? Go and look for her. Brother. Relying on him is less reliable than trusting Gu Zhao to escape on her own. Gu Yunqi interjected, urging faith in your elder brother. Gu Zuling erupted in frustration. Trust him? You know what kind of person he is. He would rather take the sewer out. He needs to draft a script just to have a conversation. Will he save Gu Zhao? By the time he finds the sewer, Gu Zhao will be long gone, or perhaps by the time he organizes his words. A draft of tens of thousands of words? Gu Yunqi fell silent for a few moments, placing his trust in his assistant. Gu Zuling. Fine, I can believe in that. In a special research base, before a 3-story villa, a man anxiously paced back and forth. Where could they have gone? Zhangbai walked under a tree, looking up at it. Has the commander gone out? A person dressed in camouflage jumped down from the tree, holding a real weapon, reporting. No one has come out. The sewer guards claim they have not seen anyone. Zhangbai was speechless. Where else could they hide? The villa is empty. The sewer is void. The secret chamber is absent. The studio is non-existent. Commander, your sister has been captured. Desperate, he shouted directly at the villa. Shortly thereafter, he received a message. Gu Xingyu, go find her, don't look for me. Zhangbai immediately sent him a message, followed by the familiar exclamation mark. Deleted again. Though accustomed to it, he still found it utterly frustrating. Your sister has been captured. Cursing under his breath, Zhangbai gathered a team. Meanwhile, in the villa's basement, a man emerged from a box. Gu Xingyu, seeing that the coast was clear, let out a sigh of relief. How annoying. After venting his frustrations, he stealthily made his way to the laboratory, locked the door, and resumed his research. Zhangbai, leading a team and collaborating with local forces, swiftly pinpointed the location. They rushed toward their destination. On Gu Zhao's side, she looked at the unconscious boy, poking his face. No response. She continued prodding. Still no awakening. He was somewhat handsome. But Gu Zhao lost her patience and pinched his nose. Before long, he gasped awake. The first thing Feng Tingyue did upon awakening was to scan his surroundings. Relieved to find that the snake was absent. Upon seeing Gu Zhao's face filled with disdain, he knew she was unharmed. Feng Tingyue gaped as he looked around, noticing a multitude of snakes entering. He felt faint again, but this time, Gu Zhao was experienced, pinching his acupoint to prevent him from fainting. Feng Tingyue wanted to swoon, but could not. He could only watch helplessly as the snakes slithered over him. The sensation was intolerable. Sister, hello. Were you bullied by the bad, two-legged beasts? Let's avenge you. A cobra rubbed its head against Gu Zhao's hand. Gu Zhao released Feng Tingyue's acupoint, lifting the cobra into her arms. The cobra, understanding its cue, coiled around her arm. Gu Zhao held its head before her, engaging in a staring contest. The cobra did not comprehend, but complied. Wow. Gu Zhao stroked its neck. How adorable. Feng Tingyue felt like crying. No sensation, could not faint. Could you make them not step on me? Feng Tingyue's voice was muffled, tinged with a hint of tears. Gu Zhao looked down and saw him covered in snakes. As they gazed at her, the snakes, noticing her gaze, immediately turned away. If only they could speak. The king has arrived, commanding the serpentine assembly to gather on one side, away from the trembling group of mice. Once all the snakes were assembled, Gu Zhao instructed them to line up. Observing them, she felt a profound sense of security. However, it seemed she had forgotten something. Feng Tingyue looked at Gu Zhao with a pitiful expression, his voice cautious. Could you untie me as well, right? Gu Zhao suddenly remembered. What is your name? What are your parents' names? What are your assets? How many houses do you own? I save you. What reward will you give me? Feng Tingyue, though small, was momentarily stunned. He probably had substantial assets and many houses. If you save me, I'll give you 2 houses? Gu Zhao's eyes lit up. Oh, what a generous soul. No, you have great insight. I will ensure those 2 houses are worth it. Quickly, have my benefactor bite through the ropes. Gu Zhao glanced at the mice. The mice surged forward, and Feng Tingyue felt a pang of despair. But soon, the torment ended, and the ropes snapped. He immediately stood up, shaking off the remaining ropes, and looked at Gu Zhao. What is your name? Gu Zhao, just call me the king. Remember your promise. Gu Zhao gave him a glance, then began to command her troops. You go bite those few, you bite that one. After arranging the snakes, she instructed the mice to provide cover. Once everything was set, she turned to Feng Tingwei. You saw nothing. They wanted to bite on their own accord. Feng Tingwei understood. He nodded vigorously. It was the bad guys who provoked them. Such a teachable child. Gu Zhao felt quite satisfied. Stealthily, Gu Zhao crept to the window, observing the outside. Seeing that they had not noticed anything amiss, she immediately arranged for them to launch a surprise attack. There's a snake. The man closest to the grass was instantly bitten, and before he could retaliate, the snake that bit him had already fled. Others also realized they were surrounded by snakes. Are they insane? Let us kill them. A swarm of pests. Is that a cobra? And a short-tailed viper? It's poisonous. Be careful. Just as someone shouted. They were bitten. Unable to bear it, someone picked up a gun and fired. The gunshots shattered the tranquility. Are you out of your mind? Damn it. Hurry up and pack your things and change locations. The man, referred to as the boss, was filled with fury. However, the snakes had no intention of letting them escape. And at that moment, the mice also rushed out, charging towards them in droves. At least dozens of them. They panicked, firing their weapons. And the snakes seized the opportunity to bite several individuals. Gu Zhao, seeing them in chaos, immediately grabbed Feng Tingwei and dashed out the door, running towards the mountain. The hostage is escaping. Someone noticed and attempted to give chase. The snake and mouse swarms clung to their legs. As soon as someone fell, a horde of mice would swarm and bite them. At the foot of the mountain, Zhang Bai's face turned pale upon hearing the gunfire from above. A group of armed personnel charged up. Upon seeing the scene, everyone stood in shock for a moment. This was not the scenario they had anticipated. The snakes could not distinguish friend from foe. Seeing them, they hissed and stared. Save the person. Zhang Bai, witnessing those bitten by snakes and gnawed upon by mice, instantly directed his gun toward the poisonous snakes and rodents. Chapter 52. Forget it. Just trick them back. Spare the snakes. Spare the mice. Gu Zhao exerted herself to leap amidst the grass, waving her arms to catch their attention. Don't shoot. Gu Zhao jumped a few times, then quickly tried to push through. The grass was tall. She was practically invisible within it. Cursed grass. Taller than her. Gu Zhao struggled to break through the thicket, and when she emerged, her hair and clothes were covered in the prickly fruits of the ghost needlegrass. They are good snakes. Good mice. Gu Zhao stood in front of the snake swarm. Zhang Bai paused upon seeing Gu Zhao, pulling out his phone to compare it with the photo Gu Xingyu sent. The girl in the photo held a large chicken leg in each hand. Zhang Bai glanced between the photo and Gu Zhao. Tentatively, he began, Miss Gu Zhao. Yes, it's me. Gu Zhao nodded vigorously, fearing they might accidentally turn her into a sieve. Zhang Bai gestured, and the armed personnel lowered their weapons but remained vigilant. Watching Gu Zhao and what lay behind her, Zhang Bai looked at the scene behind her in confusion. The snakes had abandoned their attempts to bite the bandits and had all gathered at Gu Zhao's feet. Yes, sister, hurry and leave. We will cover you. The short-tailed vipers also hurriedly expressed their concern. Zhang Bai was astonished by this scene. Following Gu Xingyu, he had seldom paid attention to the internet, so he had not heard of Gu Zhao's exploits. Now, witnessing someone with such affinity for animals, he was filled with excitement. Miss Gu Zhao, are they your helpers? Zhang Bai looked at the animals and organized his words. Can you have them step back first, allowing our people to take over the bandits? Gu Zhao nodded, allowing the animals to take care of the situation. A few mice seized the opportunity to nibble on the kidnapper's legs. The effortless rescue of the kidnapper left everyone somewhat bewildered, but upon remembering that this was the younger sister of the commander, they felt reassured. Indeed, the commander was a peculiar character. His family could hardly be ordinary. With eyes full of curiosity, they gazed at Gu Zhao. Suddenly, all armed personnel became vigilant, looking towards the path leading up the mountain, with some swiftly concealing themselves and others pulling Gu Zhao to find cover. Gu Zhao appeared confused. Her sister had many bipedal creatures heading up the mountain. The short-tailed viper sniffed the air. Finding the situation uninteresting, Gu Zhao sat down casually, resting her hands on her head, feeling as though she had forgotten something important. A large group of bodyguards clad in black ascended the mountain. Upon seeing the leader, Zhang Bai immediately exclaimed, Director Foam? The leader of the black-clad individuals paused upon recognizing Zhang Bai. Mr. Zhang, what brings you here? Confirming that there was no imminent threat, Everyone emerged from their hiding spots. Upon encountering the armed personnel, the man referred to as Director Feng furrowed his brow. "What is the situation here?" Zhao replied. "Some enemy agents have kidnapped the commander's sister. We are here to rescue her." "What about you?" Director Feng sighed. "My youngest son sneaked out and was kidnapped. The kidnappers have demanded my presence for the ransom." Zhao grew serious, noticing the absence of others. "Is this the right location?" "Oh, Feng Tingwei, the son of Feng?" Gu Zhao suddenly slapped her forehead, recalling the name. "Where's Feng Tingwei? Wasn't he right behind me? Where did he go? Did he run off without paying the reward? What a lack of credibility. Fortunately, his father is here." "You are Feng Tingwei's father?" Gu Zhao gazed at the handsome man, feeling a sense of familiarity with his face. Feng Qingyan lowered his gaze to Gu Zhao. Though his hairstyle and attire were somewhat disheveled, his eyes and youthful face still conveyed a certain charm. His tone was gentle. "Little friend, have you seen Tingwei? Where is he? Can you tell uncle?" Gu Zhao replied, "I rescued him, and he promised to reward me. But he seems to have sneaked off now." Feng Qingyan frowned, his tone firm. "That is impossible. Tingwei would not break his promise." His expression grew serious. "Where did you last see him?" Gu Zhao pointed towards the mountain. "We ran up together, but upon hearing voices, I hurried down to rescue a snake. He was still following me then. Who knew that no one would be there when I came down?" Feng Qingyan dismissed Gu Zhao's mention of rescuing a snake as childish fantasy. He glanced anxiously at the lush grass, pondering whether someone might have fallen into a hidden pit. Zhao spoke up to comfort him. "I'll arrange for some people to assist in the search. Let us not give up on him." Zhao added, aware that his wife was already displeased with him regarding their son's situation. "I can help too." Gu Zhao raised her hand. It was not for the sake of appearing cute. It was simply that they couldn't see her. Zhang's eyes lit up. Feng Qingyan was less concerned. "Little friend, I appreciate your kindness, but the mountains are too perilous." Zhang eagerly pushed him aside, looking excitedly at Gu Zhao. "Miss Gu Zhao, should we enlist the help of the animals?" Gu Zhao felt he resembled a trafficker slightly. After glancing at the snakes, she felt reassured about their safety. Gu Zhao nodded. "Animals are more suited to this terrain than humans. They will find him more quickly." All right. Thank you for your help, Miss Gu Zhao," Zhang exclaimed. Recognizing this was a perfect opportunity to assess Gu Zhao's ability to command the animals. He discreetly took out some paper and a pen to record. Gu Zhao turned to the snakes and mice, explaining the situation. The animals swiftly surged up the mountain. Feng Qingyan was taken aback. Zhang continued to chat cheerfully, hoping Director Feng would maintain discretion. Feng Qingyan nodded seriously. Gu Zhao hesitated, feeling it unnecessary to keep it a secret. It seemed everyone online already knew. In the thicket on the mountain, Feng Tingwei sat, trapped by a steel jaw trap, looking despondently at his leg. His chubby little face was filled with worry, contemplating when someone would notice his absence. For the sake of the reward, someone had to come looking for him, right? Feng Tingwei sat still, his eyes brightening upon hearing rustling in the grass. "Hello, is anyone there?" he called. No one responded, only more rustling. Feng Tingwei caught sight of a raised cobra. They stared at each other, and Feng Tingwei asked, "Is she your master?" The cobra nodded happily, clearly recognizing its owner. "Are you leaving me?" Soon, more footsteps and calls approached. Feng Tingwei, "Young master." Upon hearing the familiar voice, Feng Tingwei shouted, "Dad." I'm here." Quickly, people arrived. Feng Qingyan, filled with concern, scooped him up while scolding, "Are you foolish?" Feng Tingwei retorted, "Where's the paternal love? It's gone." After descending the mountain, Feng Qingyan expressed gratitude to Gu Zhao. Feng Tingwei, looking mature for his age, said to Gu Zhao, "My father will transfer your reward. Be sure to ask for enough. He will provide. Also, can we exchange contact information? I want to feed the snakes." Feng Tingwei glanced at the kind-hearted snake. Gu Zhao had no objections. "You can give me your contact details." Feng Tingwei hesitated. "Will you remember them? I even forgot the name of a living person." Reluctantly, he took out his father's business card. "You can add him first, and I'll add you later." All right, Gu Zhao accepted the card. After their vehicle departed, Gu Zhao bid farewell to the snakes and mice before being ushered into the car by Zhang Bai. Observing the unfamiliar scenery outside the window, Gu Zhao felt a pang of anxiety. Will I end up in a den of thieves again? Has my fourth brother been informed of my rescue? Zhang Bai smiled. "I have already notified your brother." Which brother, however, is uncertain. Let the commander fulfill his role as an elder brother. Foster a good sibling relationship to retain the talent. In the hospital, Gu Su was anxiously pacing back and forth in the ward. Why is there still no news? Chapter 53. Difficulties? Farewell. Noticing the increasingly remote path, Gu Zhao finally sensed the gravity of the situation. Where are you taking me? Zhang Bai smiled gently. I'm taking you to find your brother. My fourth brother? Gu Zhao regarded him suspiciously. Zhang Bai's lips moved, yet he hadn't spoken before Gu Zhao continued. My fourth brother should be at the hospital. Are you taking me to find my eldest brother? Realizing the charade could no longer be maintained, they had arrived at their destination. Zhang Bai nodded. The commander is very worried about you. As soon as he learned you were kidnapped, he immediately sent people to rescue you. He was not lying. Our base has many skilled chefs, as well as various aircraft and artillery. We have everything, even some animals. Zhang Bai desperately tried to persuade Gu Zhao to stay. Gu Zhao became irate. So, did you inform my fourth brother that I'm safe? Zhang Bai paused, seemingly not comprehending the gravity of her anger. Gu Zhao was upset about this very point. I informed your eldest brother. Gu Zhao became even angrier. Give me your phone now. What nonsense, eldest brother? Do I even know him? Zhang Bai's phone was naturally not available for her use. He grabbed the driver's phone instead. Gu Zhao quickly dialed Gu Su's number, relieved that she had memorized it after he had once lured her with snacks. As soon as the call connected, Gu Su's anxious voice came through. Hello, do you have any news about my sister? He spoke rapidly, as if he had repeated the question multiple times. Is fourth brother missing me? Gu Zhao's lips curled up, her mood lifting upon hearing Gu Su's voice. Gu Su, upon hearing her voice, calmed down. Where are you? Brother will come to get you. Zhang Bai exclaimed. Gu Su is furious. You have no children of your own, yet you are stealing children, right? And now, blaming it on my eldest brother? Can even take care of a child? Are you going to let my child sleep in the sewer with him? Gu Zhao kindly pushed the phone toward Zhang Bai, ensuring he couldn't take it away, just to keep him at bay. Gu Zhao giggled, her little feet happily swinging about. Zhang Bai, do not worry, you cannot enter. Zhang Bai clasped his hands together and bowed to Gu Zhao. Dear lady, I implore you. Just as Gu Zhao was about to request the vehicle to halt and summon Gu Su Lin to come and fetch her, a long-lost voice echoed. Host, where are you? I was just taking a break, and you vanished again? Have you been abandoned once more? Gu Zhao paused, momentarily recalling that she indeed possessed a system. Oh, the affection level of Gu Su Lin is astonishingly at 80. He has already considered you as one of his own. Host, you are remarkable, quietly accomplishing great things. The system, while clearing through a series of messages accumulated during its idle moments, suddenly stumbled upon a task. Host, do you desire a complimentary gift? According to the trajectory of the original text, your elder brother is about to be robbed, which may implicate your entire family. Gu Zhao was not overly concerned. It may affect your family's wealth. Gu Zhao immediately sat upright. What nonsense is this? She hadn't even enjoyed her fortune, and trouble was already brewing? Brother, since I am already here, I shall go see my elder brother. Wait for 3 days, and you can come pick me up. 3 days later would coincide with the commencement of the next variety show recording. Before Gu Su Lin could respond, Gu Zhao had already ended the call. At the hospital, Gu Su Lin was both amused and exasperated, thinking of his ungrateful sister. Gu Yanqi was still fiddling with his worn-out pen. Gu Su Lin was infuriated. Second brother, do you even consider Gu Zhao as your sister? Gu Su Lin was left speechless. Fine, you best maintain this attitude. I shall take care of my sister myself. Gu Yanqi remained unfazed, rising to smooth his clothes. Whatever, I've informed your manager. He will come and take care of you. Don't cause me any trouble. Gu Su Lin picked up an apple nearby, took a vigorous bite, and promptly spat it out. Damn, who sent this apple? For the insects or for me? A small insect lifted its head, glanced around, and then resumed devouring the fruit. After undergoing several inspections, Gu Zhao finally stood before the 3-story villa. Zhang Bai led her inside, where the decor was predominantly a monochrome palette of gray and black. Where's my elder brother? Gu Zhao glanced at the staircase. Is this some sort of intimidation tactic? No one comes out to greet her. Zhang Bai's expression became somewhat complicated. He bit his lip, seemingly contemplating how to phrase his words. He might be in the laboratory, or perhaps in the basement, or even in the sewers. Gu Zhao, is my elder brother a janitor, or a sewer worker? Is he in such dire straits? Is the theft the system mentioned referring to him stealing from others? Gu Zhao turned to leave. I have no elder brother. Wealthy or poor, we forget not each other, but in times of hardship, farewell. Zhang Bai hurriedly stopped her. Your elder brother is, of course, the commander of the base. He is simply a bit socially anxious and did not intend to neglect welcoming you. Gu Zhao regarded him with skepticism. Zhang Bai's lips were nearly worn out from speaking, yet Gu Zhao remained unmoved. Consider the villa as yours. There are no others here. Feel free to reside. With no further options, Zhang Bai conceded. Enjoying a villa all to herself was quite delightful. No parental figures to reprimand her for staying up late. Could I have a phone? Zhang Bai, of course, but you may not take photographs or disseminate anything from here. Afterward, he had someone bring her a phone. Ding dong, ding dong. Zhang Bai's phone rang incessantly. Once Gu Zhao dashed off to entertain herself, he finally opened the messages. Oh, it's my first time seeing so many messages. Zhang Bai chuckled. Gu Xingyu, send him away. Gu Xingyu, no. Gu Xingyu, throw him out. Gu Xingyu, deduct your salary. The messages continued, and Zhang Bai calmly turned off his phone. Looking at Gu Zhao. Miss Gu, I must attend to my work. Should you need anything, just message me. Meals, snacks, and fruits will be delivered to you punctually. As for your elder brother's food, simply leave it at the door. He will sneak a bite when no one is around. With that, he departed, leaving Gu Zhao in a state of bewilderment. Sneak a bite? Goodness, this seems increasingly amiss. By nightfall, a myriad of snacks, fruits, and 2 servings of meals were indeed delivered. The meals were identical. Gu Zhao prepared one for herself. Then, as she placed the fruits in the refrigerator, a figure emerged from seemingly nowhere, swiftly snatching the food from the table, along with half of the snacks. When Gu Zhao finished organizing the refrigerator and washed the fruits, she was left dumbfounded. Where did everything go? Gu Zhao immediately dialed Gu Su Lin's number. Brother, there is a ghost at my elder brother's house. The super socially anxious elder brother has emerged. Ah. Chapter 54. His collapse echoed through the skies. A ghost? Gu Su Lin paused momentarily before seemingly grasping the situation. He laughed heartlessly. Ha. It's not a ghost. It's your elder brother, ha. Gu Zhao was even more terrified. Is my elder brother dead? When did that happen? Gu Su Lin laughed so hard he rolled on the hospital bed until the movement disturbed his wound, causing him to settle down. Your elder brother is extremely socially anxious. You need not concern yourself with him. He exits through the sewers. Gu Su Lin gently blew on the nearly healed wound on his arm. Gu Zhao. Brother, I am 5 years old, not brain dead. Who walks through the sewers? Gu Zhao replied helplessly. Gu Su Lin did not argue further. After chatting for a while, they ended the call. Before hanging up, Gu Su Lin reminded Gu Zhao that it was normal for things to suddenly vanish at home. Gu Zhao felt that her 4th brother had lost his mind. Is this what constitutes a normal occurrence? Regardless, she had to eat, so she flopped onto the sofa, munching while playing on her phone. After a while, feeling thirsty, she headed to the refrigerator for juice, only to find the fruit she had placed there had vanished. What a vile thief. As for Gu Su Lin's claim about a socially anxious elder brother, she did not believe it, whether he was a ghost or a thief. She was determined to catch him today. Silently, she scanned her surroundings and indeed discovered cameras hidden in the corners. Gu Zhao chuckled to herself as she observed the cameras. After ceasing her laughter, she nonchalantly dashed to the room Zhang Bai had prepared for her, confirming that this room was devoid of cameras. She then retrieved several small spiders hidden in the corners. Quietly, she whispered a few words to the little spiders, and they scurried out the window. A few lizards tilted their heads, synchronously starting to chant, "Sister, sister, sister." Gu Zhao patted their heads, hiding them in her clothing as she took them downstairs. Positioning herself above the cameras, she smiled down at them. Gu Zhao discreetly pointed out the cameras to the lizards. The lizards, being quite clever, each found a camera, quickly climbing up and facing the lens with smiles. A few even added drama to the scene, sticking their tongues out and grinning, with them efficiently blocking the cameras. Gu Zhao rummaged through the kitchen, discovering some unopened condiments. It was evident that the owner of this house did not cook. Gu Zhao, with her petite frame, easily lifted a jug of oil and poured some in front of the refrigerator. After setting the trap, she surveyed her surroundings to ensure no one was watching, then sprinkled a light layer of flour in the hallway, not too overtly visible. As night descended, the entire villa was as silent as if it were uninhabited. Gu Xingyu completed his final task, stretching his sore neck, suddenly feeling thirsty. Instinctively, as was his habit, he prepared to push the door open to fetch water. But upon reaching the door, he halted. It seemed his home had been graced with an unwelcome nuisance. Gu Xingyu furrowed his brow, feeling irritable. How troublesome. He approached the monitor to check if anyone was outside. Upon looking, he nearly lost his composure. Gasping for breath, he clutched his heart. On the monitor, each frame was filled with a smiling lizard head gazing back at him. Gu Xingyu. Some of them even scratched their heads. He was indeed correct. Having someone in the house was bothersome. Why not just get rid of it? With no other option, he reluctantly opened the door a crack to peek outside. Seeing no one, he cautiously stepped out, his footsteps silent, afraid of encountering anyone. After descending the stairs, he let out a sigh of relief and made his way toward the refrigerator. Oblivious to the flour stuck to the soles of his shoes and the oil on the floor in front of the fridge. Unbeknownst to the impending danger, he carelessly stepped forward, only to hear a loud thud as he slipped and landed painfully on the ground, his face contorted in agony. Yet he dared not utter a sound. This was his home, after all. Why did he feel as if he were a thief? Gu Zhao heard the lizards calling out sister and immediately opened the door. Just as she did, she heard a muffled sound. Excited, she dashed downstairs, eager to uncover the source of this disturbance. However, upon arrival, she found nothing amiss. Where had everyone gone? Sister, sister, I saw him. He went into the wall. The lizards shouted from the kitchen monitors. Into the wall? Gu Zhao's expression was one of disbelief. She had suspected something supernatural. Peering at the wall, she could discern no mechanism, solidifying her belief in the presence of a ghost. Nevertheless, she pressed on, ascending the stairs where she discovered footprints on the ground, indicating someone had been there besides her. This was no ethereal specter, she mused. Following the trail of footprints, Gu Zhao arrived at a room on the second floor. The innermost one. The door was unlocked, and she cautiously pushed it open before closing it behind her. She surveyed the room, filled with various mechanical contraptions and numerous firearms. Could these belong to her elder brother? No, she thought. She had no elder brother. Scanning her surroundings, she decided to hide inside a cabinet, determined to uncover the truth. Meanwhile, Gu Xingyu, oblivious to the presence of an intruder in his workshop, changed his clothes in irritation. The basement served as his second bedroom, equipped with various supplies, including an access point to the sewer. After tidying up, he noticed the absence of anyone outside and hesitated to venture out, having forgotten his phone. He could only wish that Zhang Bai would realize he was missing and come to his rescue. As night fell, Gu Zhao slept soundly within the cabinet, while someone in the basement indulged in a peaceful slumber. Only the food delivery person was startled. Miss Gu Zhao? The young man pondered whether the child was merely asleep. Knocking on the door upstairs, receiving no response, he grew anxious and checked other rooms, finding them similarly vacant. Panic set in as he pulled out his phone. Zhang Zhu. The person is gone. Zhang Bai, busy with his tasks, paid little heed, as the overall commander had to oversee the entire base. It was unusual to catch a glimpse of him. Miss Gu Zhao. The child is missing. Zhang Bai abruptly stood up. Who? Miss Gu Zhao. She might be sleeping in her bedroom. Zhang Bai quickly regained his composure and began to analyze the situation. No, I knocked for a long time. No one answered. He rushed over, panting upon reaching the door. Retrieving a spare key from a drawer, he motioned for the young delivery man to accompany him to Gu Zhao's door. Miss Gu Zhao, are you awake? I'm opening the door now. He unlocked it, revealing an empty room. Where is everyone? He exclaimed in disbelief. He rushed down the stairs to summon those stationed outside. Has Miss Gu Zhao come out? But no one appeared. Zhang Bai was on the verge of a breakdown. Having spent the day searching for Gu Xingyu, now Gu Zhao was also missing. Was this villa cursed? Gulme, Gulme. Let it devour me, too. Chapter 55. I will not like you. Zhang Bai hastily sent a message to Gu Yunqi, an unprecedented occurrence. His expression turned serious as he ordered a search for any suspicious individuals nearby. You all come with me to investigate. Instantly, everyone sprang into action. In the villa's living room, several lizards curiously observed the commotion while maintaining their roles, grinning eerily at the camera, each sporting a single "I ask you" as they munched on snacks. Zhang Bai dispatched 2 individuals to the basement while he proceeded to the workshop to review the surveillance footage. In the basement, the 2 men cautiously descended, only to be met with the darkened visage of Gu Xingyu. Commander! They shouted with fervor, their spirits visibly lifted. Gu Xingyu remained silent, his expression stern, causing the 2 to stand even straighter. Commander, you seem rather cold, one of them remarked. Leave, Gu Xingyu commanded, and the 2 hastily complied. Once they exited, he released a sigh of relief. Ah, this is terrifying, he thought, anxiety gnawing at him. Are they speaking ill of me? Did they notice my unkempt appearance? Why so many people? Where is Zhang Bai? It's all that troublemaker's fault. Gu Xingyu felt as if he were about to crumble under the pressure, longing for a different planet to inhabit. Meanwhile, Zhang Bai, reviewing the surveillance footage upstairs, was equally distressed. Upon entering the room and heading straight for the monitors, he nearly fainted at the sight. The lizards grinned broadly, raising their hands in a freeze gesture. Just then, Gu Zhao awakened, spotting someone behind her watching the footage. Instantly alert, she kicked open the cabinet and leaped out. Gu Zhao exclaimed, realizing her neck felt stiff, unable to move. What a powerful ghost. She rubbed her neck to ease the discomfort. Zhang Bai, startled by the sound behind him, instinctively raised his hands. Slowly turning, he was confronted by a small ghost with long black hair draping over its face, contorting its neck. They both screamed. Suddenly, two individuals who had never encountered Gu Zhao before barged in, pinning her to the ground. With a thud, Gu Zhao made intimate contact with the floor, her mind racing. What are these accomplices doing here? They checked thoroughly when I entered. Why are there so many thieves mixed in? She sighed, contemplating her fate. Zhang Bai gradually regained his composure, noticing Gu Zhao on the floor, swallowing hard. Is that you, Miss Gu Zhao? Let her go. It's a misunderstanding. He hurriedly approached, pushing the two off her and helping her up. Miss Gu Zhao, are you all right? Gu Zhao finally recognized him. Thank you for the rescue. The intruder has long since departed. Zhang Bai observed her tilted head, hesitating for a moment before speaking. Miss Gu Zhao, is that a new game you are playing? Gu Zhao blinked, recounting the ghost stealing snacks and passing through walls. Zhang Bai furrowed his brow, recalling something, and chuckled helplessly. Miss Gu Zhao, follow me. He led her toward the kitchen, where he noticed something as they passed the refrigerator. Kneeling down, he touched the slick surface of the floor. Someone has been pilfering my fruits, Gu Zhao remarked. Are you two playing espionage? Zhang Bai quipped. Your elder brother must have pressed something on the wall in the kitchen, revealing the entrance to the basement. The passing through walls you mentioned must refer to this. Curiosity piqued, Gu Zhao observed as Zhang Bai guided her into the basement, where Gu Xingyu sat on the bed, lost in thought and anxiety. Would they speak indiscriminately about him? What was he to do? At that moment, another person entered. Gu Xingyu lifted his head to meet the gaze of a short individual, feeling a surge of nervousness, yet he steeled himself. His second brother had advised him to maintain a cold demeanor and remain silent when encountering others. He adopted a stern expression, curiously scrutinized the man across from her. His skin was unnaturally pale, with a hint of blue at the corners of his eyes, and his stubbled beard gave him a ruggedly handsome yet disheveled appearance. Zhang Bai, observing their reactions, discerned that one was unwell while the other was simply unfamiliar. This is Gu Zhao, your sister, and this is Gu Xingyu, your elder brother. Zhang Bai sighed, realizing this pair of siblings was far from harmonious. Gu Zhao, intrigued, asked, do you always exit through the sewer? Gu Xingyu appeared uncomfortable, his demeanor cold and detached, as if to say, this is none of your concern. Gu Zhao, however, paid him no mind. She was determined to gather a few items. After all, she was already here. Zhang Bai, perceptive, discreetly took his leave. Gu Xingyu ignored the pleading glance from Zhang Bai, who sought to alleviate his discomfort by escorting Gu Zhao away. Watching Zhang Bai depart only intensified Gu Xingyu's unease. How annoying, my sister. Gu Zhao continued to gaze at him, introducing herself. Hello, I am your sister. Gu Xingyu merely responded with a non-committal, Gu Zhao persisted in her stare, and Gu Xingyu felt increasingly uncomfortable. After enduring her gaze for what felt like an eternity, he mentally composed numerous drafts before finally articulating, you are merely my blood-related sister. Do not approach me, and certainly do not pester me. I will never come to like you. Gu Zhao retorted, who would care? Her fondness for the so-called elder brother plummeted. Under his puzzled gaze, she extended her hand, asking, what about a greeting gift? Gu Xingyu, patting himself down, found nothing. An awkward silence ensued. Gu Zhao, now disdainful, thought fine, he is merely poor. Gu Xingyu furrowed his brow. This is my home. I am aware, Gu Zhao replied. Gu Xingyu opened his mouth, but was at a loss for words, opting instead to press his lips together. Gu Zhao disregarded him, ascending the stairs, her stomach growling with hunger. Gu Xingyu hesitated, feeling hungry himself. Should he follow her? Yet there were others upstairs. Upon her arrival, Gu Zhao discovered the floor had been cleaned, and 2 breakfast plates were set on the table. She devoured her portion as if possessed, then sank into the sofa to fiddle with her phone, her eyes darting towards the dining table. Moments later, Gu Xingyu appeared, moving swiftly yet silently. As he reached for his breakfast, he sensed someone watching him and turned to find Gu Zhao staring intently. Big sister, save me from the lizard. A lizard had been peering from the ceiling when it slipped and fell, landing squarely on Gu Xingyu's head. Chapter 56, Do Not Touch Me. Gu Xingyu, lizard, smiles. Gu Zhao approached quietly. Could you crouch down? Gu Xingyu did not comply, instead reaching up to remove the lizard from his head and handing it to Gu Zhao. She belatedly realized not all brothers feared animals. Thank you, Gu Zhao said as the lizard awkwardly nuzzled her finger. Do not appear within my line of sight in the future, Gu Xingyu commanded. Gu Zhao smiled and nodded. I will send it away shortly. Gu Xingyu furrowed his brow, adding, and you too. Gu Zhao seized her playful demeanor and turned to leave, muttering about the hassle. I do not want a sister. Storming out of the house, she ambled in a random direction with the lizard, her irritation escalating. What does he mean by that? Acting so high and mighty, as if I am the one clinging to him. Who desires such a brother? The lizard tilted its head. Sister, do you not like him? Not at all. Gu Zhao fumed. The lizard pondered. Then you might not see him for long. I overheard during a food hunt that someone plans to come teach him a lesson soon, regarding whatever he has discarded, to see if he can maintain his lofty position. Gu Zhao halted, her irritation momentarily stilled. What did they say he discarded? The lizard, guilty, lowered its head. I'm sorry, I forgot. Gu Zhao pondered, realizing what the system had indicated about him being stolen was indeed true. Yet she could not shake the feeling that Gu Xingyu was well suited for thievery, moving so silently. Forget it. It is none of my business. This is for my own prosperity, yet I must not suffer indignities. He inflicts 1 minute of harm upon me. I shall ensure he lives in perpetual fear of Gu Zhao. Determined to evoke his disdain, she plotted for the morrow when she would depart. With a sudden inspiration, Gu Zhao exclaimed, Call all your friends over. We shall host a party. I do not wish to see them, yet I shall make sure you do. However, she remained considerate, not inviting a throng to disturb him, but rather a few animals. I am truly wonderful, am I not, Big Python? Gu Zhao remarked, eyeing a nearby python with satisfaction. Who would have thought that a little lizard's friend of a friend would lead her to a great python? The python nodded. Little one, come here. The tip of its tail swayed gently, brushing against Gu Zhao's shoe. She petted it, and for a moment both were at peace. Outside the villa, hidden snipers were left in tears, bewildered by how she gained entry. They quickly alerted Zhang Bai. Upon hearing the news, Zhang Bai became even more exhilarated. What a talent. Do not disclose this. I prefer that only you know Miss Gu Zhao's uniqueness. He recalled the python, deciding that as long as it posed no threat, it could remain. Any aggression would warrant immediate action. After hanging up, Zhang Bai felt a thrill. Forming an alliance with animals was an extraordinary feat. He was fortunate to have acted quickly. Had those studying genetic biology discovered this, it could have spelled trouble. The sniper stationed outside the villa silently observed Gu Zhao stealthily ushering the python inside. But that was not all. Soon she emerged, accompanied by a few crocodiles they recognized, ferocious creatures from nearby waters. The crocodiles grinned broadly, their smiles growing increasingly grotesque, prompting Gu Zhao to strike one on the head, which only elicited more obsequious smiles from them, resembling dogs. After several encounters, the animals had nearly all arrived. Gu Zhao wondered aloud, is there no one to oversee such a commotion? Unbeknownst to her, the area was deserted, and diligent snipers ensured no one could intrude. Gu Zhao scratched her head, dismissing her concerns as a tacit acceptance of the situation. She began to revel in her time with the animals, even sharing food from the refrigerator. A few monkeys approached, bananas in hand. Other animals looked on enviously, as if to say, so you have the social skills, do you? The monkeys, under the watchful eyes of the others, scampered behind Gu Zhao, proudly raising their heads high, blissfully unaware of their surroundings. Meanwhile, in his room upstairs, Gu Xingyu was attempting to catch up on sleep when he was jolted awake by the ruckus below. The sounds were lively, as though a multitude had gathered. He was taken aback by his own thoughts, his hair standing on end. Impossible. How could there be anyone in my space? He grabbed his phone to check the surveillance. But this time, he did not see the smiling lizard. Instead, he was greeted by a horde of grinning animals, with Gu Zhao at the center, bouncing around joyfully. Gu Xingyu observed her, his brow furrowed. Her movements were quite ungraceful, yet a flicker of desire and envy danced in his eyes. Unconsciously, he opened the door and made his way downstairs. The moment their eyes met, Gu Xingyu realized the gravity of his actions, but it was too late. Gu Zhao, upon spotting him, grinned mischievously. My army. Block him. Let's play. The animals surged forward, with monkeys climbing up and down, blocking the staircase. Other creatures flocked around him. Gu Xingyu felt a twinge of anxiety as one of his slippers was snatched by two crocodiles, while a monkey clung to his neck, tugging at his hair. Suddenly, Gu Xingyu felt a cool sensation on his backside. Glancing down, he saw a fox hanging onto one leg, gnawing at his pajama pants. The pajama pants had already slipped down a bit, and Gu Xingyu's face instantly flushed red as he scrambled to pull them up. Let go. The fox's ears drooped down, looking utterly innocent. Semi-Masai, I can't hear you. Ha ha ha. Gu Zhao laughed so hard she could hardly straighten up, noting how fair her brother's backside was. Gu Xingyu's face turned even redder, but he did not feel fear. Other animals, seeing Gu Zhao's amusement, turned their gazes toward Gu Xingyu. Suddenly, Gu Xingyu sensed something was amiss, and in the next moment, all the animals crowded around him. Don't touch. Gu Xingyu's pupils dilated in panic. Don't touch me. Several monkeys were tugging at his shirt. The crocodile understood. Their eyes widened as they spat out their slippers and clamped onto his pant leg, pulling together with the fox. Don't move my pants. Don't touch my shirt. Stop. Gu Zhao was rolling on the ground with laughter. More and more animals joined the chaotic battle for his clothes. Before long, his pants were gone, and his shirt was snatched away, ultimately claimed by a small monkey that donned it and pranced around in front of Gu Xingyu. Gu Xingyu had no time to react before the other animals focused on his underwear. Gu Xingyu. He bolted away. Outside the villa, the pitiful cries made the sharpshooters break into a cold sweat. How could their aloof commander be bullied to such an extent? Should we go in and check? This is too tragic. What if something happens? Voices crackled through the intercom. Zhangzhu, let us be. I just asked, one sharpshooter replied. Oh dear, what is happening? A middle-aged man approached beneath the tree. The person in the tree jumped down. Uncle Wang, why are you here now? It's not time for meals yet. Uncle Wang smiled. It's just too hot today, so I brought you some sour plum soup. Quick, have a taste, and take some for them too. The sharpshooters harbored no suspicions. Uncle Wang had been familiar to them for years, always responsible for bringing meals to them and the commander. The young man from the morning was his son. All right. Thank you, Uncle Wang. The sharpshooters accepted his basket and departed. Chapter 57. The family is happy. Under normal circumstances, he would not have left. But considering the multitude of animals and Miss Gu Zhao inside, he felt it was no great loss if he were absent. Watching those animals behave submissively, Uncle Wang felt indifferent. With a cheerful smile, he turned to leave, but concealed himself in a blind spot of the surveillance. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. He counted with a grin, and just as the last word fell, sounds of bodies hitting the ground echoed. With a smile, he stepped out. Sleep well. Everyone, you can't blame me. Threaten them over there. Uncle Wang checked to see if they were all unconscious. He felt quite at ease. After all, the sleeping potion was a new formula developed over there. Even an elephant would fall asleep in an instant, and, crucially, there would be no trace afterward. Sure enough, everyone had collapsed, but he did not fully lower his guard. Stealthily, he crept to the back of the villa, rummaging through the grass until he pulled out a flying tiger claw. There were cameras at the entrance, so he could not leave, but fortunately, over the years, he had thoroughly grasped the blind spots of the villa surveillance. This time, success was assured. He tossed the claw upwards, securing it around the railing of the second-floor balcony. After ensuring it was secure, he began to climb, his heart brimming with joy at the prospect of imminent success. Unbeknownst to him, two large eyes were watching intently. A giant python coiled within the villa, its head protruding from the second-floor window, fixating on the man climbing with a smile. Uncle Wang suddenly felt a cold gaze upon him, and slowly turned his head, only to meet the giant python's head. The snake flicked its tongue, brushing against his face. Uncle Wang. The giant python tilted its head, perplexed as to why this bipedal creature suddenly ceased moving. Forget it. I will deliver this to the little one. The giant python clamped its jaws around his clothing and retreated into the house. Uncle Wang was momentarily paralyzed with shock. Isn't this supposed to be a command center? Why is there such a creature in the villa? After a brief moment of astonishment, he quickly regained his composure and drew a dagger concealed in his clothing, lunging at the giant python. With all his strength, he barely managed to pierce its scales, but the blade became stuck, and he could not extract it. This only served to enrage the giant python further. It shook its head, tossing him aside, and then, with a flick of its head, sent him crashing into the wall. The thud startled the animals in the hall and inadvertently liberated an innocent pair of undergarments. Gu Xingyu observed the animals drawn by the commotion and breathed a sigh of relief. How terrifying! Utterly terrifying! This group of animals had no sense of decorum. The animals raced toward the source of the noise, which was at the far end of the second-floor corridor. Upon arrival, they discovered the fallen bipedal creature and the furious giant python. Gu Zhao also rushed over, and the moment the giant python saw her, it began to whimper. "Wah, little one, how could you be so cruel? You used that to touch me." The giant python looked utterly aggrieved, stretching its head forward. Following its guidance, Gu Zhao noticed the dagger lodged in its scales, and her expression turned cold. "Little one, don't move. I will help you remove it." She pressed down on the python's head and extracted the dagger from its neck. The giant python felt nothing but continued to whimper. The other animals. After Gu Xingyu escaped the clutches of the animals, he dashed to the basement to change clothes. As for why he did not go to the bedroom, it was simply because the animals had ascended to the second floor. He was resolute that it was not due to fearing them stripping him of his underwear. He merely found it closer. Dressed, he stepped outside, and the hall remained eerily quiet. Gu Xingyu felt perplexed. After a mental debate, he ultimately ascended to the second floor. "Uncle Wang?" Gu Xingyu blinked upon seeing the figure lying there. Gu Zhao had already confirmed that the person lying down was a villain who climbs up a house without reason. Gu Xingyu was not foolish. He approached the window for a glance and spotted a swaying rope. By the time Zhang Bai arrived, Uncle Wang had already awakened, his eyes meeting a multitude of animal gazes, nearly causing him to faint again. Fortunately, Gu Zhao, being kind-hearted, delivered a slap to him. "I will take this person away." Gu Xingyu had no objections. He welcomed it. Zhang Bai glanced at the crocodile, monkeys, and foxes, an assortment of animals that usually belonged to the food chain, yet they coexisted so peacefully now. Was this the ability of Miss Gu Zhao? He also noticed Gu Xingyu's hair, which had been nibbled upon, casting him a peculiar look before departing with a smile. Indeed, it was the sweet younger sister who could ease the hearts of others. Gu Xingyu felt uncomfortable under his gaze, especially with that strange look, and his heart began to race. Until the animals once again turned their attention to him, he suddenly felt no anxiety. His entire being was in a state of panic. He took off running. The animals grew even more excited. They all chased after him. After Zhang Bai took the man away, Gu Zhao was unaware of how he would be dealt with, nor did she particularly care, for the sound of the system's task completion had already echoed. "Host Splendid, allow me to present you with another gift." Gu Zhao instinctively lay down on the ground. "My teeth can't take any more falls." She had checked. At her current age, it would take several months for her teeth to grow back. The system did not comprehend, but respected her. The skill of fortune and misfortune intertwined has been delivered. The system has automatically acknowledged it. Gu Zhao closed her eyes, then exhibited no reaction. "Host, you are truly testing my patience. Alas, I cannot hold it against you. My little cabbage. Forget it, forget it. Fortune and misfortune intertwined can be used once a week. After use, your luck will be at its peak. And walking to pick up gold will not be a dream. The effect lasts for 1 hour." Gu Zhao's eyes sparkled. She admitted that she had been somewhat ungrateful just now. Use it. The moment she finished speaking, she felt warmth enveloping her entire body. Was this the feeling of good fortune? With a thud, a piece of gold dropped in front of her. Gu Zhao's eyes widened. "Zulfust." The great serpent's head drew closer, exhaling several times, "Sister, I have found something yellow. Fortune has arrived. May good luck come to her. Fortune brings joy and love. Family. She is happy." Gu Xingyu dashed about downstairs, evading the clutches of various creatures, while Gu Zhao blissfully lay down, embracing the gold. In the Yi family estate, within the grand hall, Yi Zue leaned against the edge of his eye, reddened as he gazed at the man in a suit before him. "Eldest brother, please do not blame second brother any longer. He has been kneeling for several days. His legs, the eldest son of the Yi family, Yi Jinsheng, sat coldly on the sofa, engrossed in a book, displaying indifference towards Yi Zue. With tears in her eyes, Yi Zue lamented, "Eldest brother, it is because Gu Zhao is his second brother's sister that he treats me well intentionally provoking second brother time and again. Yi Jinsheng shifted his gaze from the book to the little girl before him, her red eyes exhibiting a pitiful demeanor. If you do not encroach upon him, would she have a chance? Yi Zue, clutching her skirt, seethed with resentment, aware that her elder brother had no recollection of their past life. She did not resent him for punishing second brother. Yet why must he treat her this way for Gu Zhao? When he eventually comes to cherish her, she shall torment him, making him taste the flames of chasing a sister. Yi Jinsheng, oblivious to her thoughts, set down his book and rose, looking down at Yi Zue. I have heard you possess commendable English skills. I will inform the director. You shall participate in the next overseas recording of the variety show. Tell him there is no need to kneel any longer. I hope you will not act so foolishly next time. Chapter 58. Create a ruckus. And you shall meet your end. She seated herself on the ground, toying with the alluring gold, reveling in her good fortune. However, fortune, after all, has its limits. An hour of good luck passed, and with it came an intensified misfortune. Bang! Gu Zhao widened her eyes, watching as the ceiling descended towards her. Just a fraction more, and it would have taken her away. Gu Zhao. Her face was a canvas of shock. The gold in her hands no longer held any allure. Oh dear, the system's surprised voice echoed in her mind. Then came the system's sheepish tone. Host, there is unfortunate news. After utilizing the skill, you will experience an hour of misfortune, and it will be amplified. Gu Zhao laughed in frustration. She should never have placed her trust in the system. This wretched skill was utterly useless. Meanwhile, Gu Xingyu, still being pursued by the creatures downstairs, heard the commotion above and felt his head buzz. Could there be another thief? The animals, concerned for Gu Zhao, ceased their pursuit and rushed upstairs. Gu Xingyu, his clothing in tatters from the animals' antics, followed suit. Sister, sister, what is wrong? A small fox ran ahead of all the creatures, its face etched with worry. However, just as it neared Gu Zhao, it stumbled over debris on the ground and rolled towards her. Upon seeing this, Gu Zhao turned to flee but was directly knocked down by the rolling fox. She fell to the ground, but fortunately, her reflexes were swift and she shielded her mouth with her hands. Her teeth were safe. The little fox got up, shaking its head, looking at Gu Zhao with concern and guilt. It was all its fault for being so clumsy and colliding with its sister. Sister, I am sorry. The animals murmured, lowering their heads in remorse. The misfortune, however, did not cease. Other creatures, seeing Gu Zhao downed, rushed over in worry, only to trip over the fallen ceiling tiles. One by one, they lost their footing, crashing down upon Gu Zhao, forming a natural, furry avalanche atop her. Gu Zhao's eyes widened as she valiantly extended a hand beneath the pile of animals, defiantly displaying a middle finger. Dog system. After laboriously uttering those words, she succumbed to unconsciousness. Gu Xingyu. She couldn't possibly die like this. He hurriedly called Zhang Bai. Upon receiving Gu Xingyu's call again, Zhang Bai felt as though he were in a fantasy. He had received more calls from Gu Xingyu that day than in an entire week. Gu Xingyu exclaimed, "She has been crushed by the animals." Zhang Bai? Zhang Bai felt his heart was surprisingly resilient today. She hadn't died. How remarkable. He promptly abandoned his work and rushed over with a doctor in a flurry. Gu Zhao awoke once more, the night having fully descended. Beside her stood a man in a white coat, accompanied by a group of animals reflecting on their misdeeds against the wall. Among them was the great python, regretful, pondering how this situation could have arisen had it remained by Gu Zhao's side. The man curiously observed the creatures. The moment Gu Zhao regained consciousness, she immediately expressed her hunger. Hearing her voice, the man approached to check on her, filled with admiration that she had endured being crushed by so many animals without a fracture. The animals cautiously approached, checking their steps repeatedly to avoid causing any further harm to Gu Zhao. Sister, I am sorry, they said, heads bowed in guilt. The great serpent's head drooped beside Gu Zhao's bed. Still hungry, Gu Zhao consoled each creature in turn. The man in white grew increasingly curious, but refrained from asking. One must possess discernment in such a workplace, asking little and prying less. After ensuring Gu Zhao was well, he took his leave. The person delivering meals was a new face to Gu Zhao, someone she had not seen before, but it mattered little as she had encountered few. After finishing her meal, she noticed Gu Xingyu was absent. She looked at the animals still present, wondering where he had gone. The animals pondered and concluded that the bipedal creature had gone behind the wall. Gu Zhao recalled the basement and, climbing out of bed, hurried downstairs. Mimicking Zhang Bai's earlier actions, she adeptly opened the door, only to find the basement devoid of Gu Xingyu. Scanning her surroundings, she spotted a sewer entrance. Recalling what her fourth brother had said about the eldest brother going down the sewer, her curiosity led her to descend, but she had not gone far before being stopped. No passage ahead. Gu Zhao had no choice but to retreat. Zhang Bai had visited once and informed her that Gu Xingyu had left for an errand. Gu Zhao had reason to suspect that he might think she had perished and fled. The absence of Gu Xingyu did not affect Gu Zhao significantly. It seemed there was little difference with or without him. Gu Suling, upon seeing Zhang Bai, began his tirade, summarizing, "You have no children yet you steal. How petty." A new day dawned. At 4 in the morning, several individuals bearing filming equipment appeared at Gu Suling's doorstep. "Dear viewers, this time, we shall awaken our little partner." They entered the password and opened the door, moving with ease to Gu Suling's room, gingerly opening the door. Gu Suling, utterly unprepared, was deep in slumber. His pajamas rolled up, revealing his abs. The staff nudged him, but he did not stir. Another push elicited a drowsy mumble from Gu Suling. "Gu Zhao, stop it. If you keep this up, I shall sit on you." The staff. The viewers. The staff acted again, pinching Gu Suling's nose, and shortly, he opened his eyes wide, startled awake. With his hair in disarray, he looked utterly bewildered. "Ahem, Mr. Gu, this time we need you to wake your partner." Gu Suling ran a hand through his hair, suddenly recalling the last time he had been startled awake by Gu Zhao's prank. He instantly became alert, a smile creeping onto his face. "Leave it to me. It's time for revenge. Our monkey king shall not be frightened." Gu Suling rummaged through his room, finding a long wig, and draped it over his face. He then located a white sheet to wrap around himself. Confidently, he pushed open Gu Zhao's door and, under the gaze of everyone, dropped to the floor. "Gu Zhao! Gu Zhao!" He crawled to the bedside, but Gu Zhao remained unresponsive, her head buried in the covers. Gu Suling, brimming with confidence, pressed his face close and began to lift the blanket, eager to witness Gu Zhao's startled reaction. However, the moment he pulled back the cover, Gu Suling screamed, "Ah!" Gu Zhao lay with her eyes closed, a trace of crimson at the corner of her mouth. A fruit knife lay beside her pillow, stained with the same red liquid. Those who approached were met with shock. "Ah!" The figure on the bed suddenly opened her eyes and sat straight up, her face mere inches from the camera. "Ah!" Gu Zhao rubbed her ears, utterly perplexed. What grudge could there be to wake someone in the middle of the night? Gu Sulin had yet to recover from his shock when he noticed red liquid starting to appear on her ears. In that instant, it felt as if all his strength had been drained away. His eyelids grew heavy, and he collapsed backward. Chapter 59. The human machine is wonderful. Gu Sulin's fall startled Gu Zhao. "Brother, are you not alive?" She hurriedly pressed on his acupoint. As her hand made contact with Gu Sulin's acupoint, she also noticed the crimson substance on her own hand. How did the ketchup I had last night end up on my hand? Gu Zhao had added a late-night snack for herself, a bread sandwich with ketchup, but she had fallen asleep mid-bite. Gu Sulin was jolted awake by the pain, and upon opening his eyes, he saw Gu Zhao grinning at him. "I wish I could faint again." However, Gu Zhao anticipated his movement and continued to press on his acupoint. "Are you trying to harm your own brother?" Gu Sulin pried her hand away. "Damn it! How can such small hands have so much strength?" The staff paused momentarily, then suddenly fixated on Gu Sulin, chuckling. Gu Sulin looked at them in confusion. Gu Zhao noticed the red mark left on Gu Sulin's acupoint and fell silent, gazing up at the ceiling. Brother Lin has instantly transformed into a little brat. Ha! Who remembers they intended to prank Gu Zhao? I said my monkey king would never be frightened. In the airport hall, Director was stood among the crowd and smiled upon seeing Gu Zhao. "Welcome. Your smile is quite lewd." Gu Zhao thought he was hiding some trick. Director Gu's smile froze on his face. "How rude of you." A 7 or 8-year-old girl stood beside a woman, crossing her arms and looking at Gu Zhao with disdain. "Do you know you were late? We have waited for you a long time. And you dare speak to Uncle Director like this? Do you know how uncouth that is? Who is this little girl?" The director doesn't team mind, but she does. Is she a new guest? Being late is indeed wrong, but this little girl's tone is so harsh. Is she spoiled by her parents? Gu Zhao. The two little brothers could no longer contain themselves. Originally, they intended to make a dignified entrance, but how could someone dare to speak to their king like that? This was akin to attacking their benefactor. You have no manners. Our king didn't say anything to you. You didn't wait for us. Whether our king comes or not, the plane won't fly. Who are you to say our king is late? Song E, hands on his hips, glared at her. Who asked for your opinion? You fatso. The little girl scoffed. Song Yi's eyes instantly turned red, his voice quivering with suppressed tears. What's wrong with being fat? I didn't eat your food. You are the one with no manners. His friend, Zhao Rue, grew furious at the bullying and stood in front of Song Yi, glaring at her. How can you be like this? Apologize to Song Yi. Otherwise, I will have my king judge you. The little girl rolled her eyes dismissively. When she accused Gu Zhao of being uncouth, I thought she was a strict child, but it turns out she is the rude one. This little girl has quite the sharp tongue for someone so young. Is it really appropriate? The woman beside her must be the film queen. Could she be the film queen's daughter? Oh no, this child is truly crossing the line. Gu Zhao frowned. You must love fish, given how fond you are of picking fights. With that attitude, you resemble a market vendor, don't you, little madam? If it weren't for the setting, she would love to teach her a lesson. The little girl shot Gu Zhao a glare. You are the old hag. At that moment, the woman next to her affectionately ruffled the little girl's hair. All right, dear, children shouldn't be angry. Let's apologize and be friends. The little girl huffed. Zhao Rue and Song Yi also scoffed, retreating behind Gu Zhao. Director Gua cast a strange glance at the woman and the little girl before smiling and introducing everyone. In this episode, our challenge location is the Luani Ni grassland. Are you excited? I believe you have noticed that our Tang family sisters are not here this time. But our journey must continue, so let me introduce our new guests. This is our film queen Zhou Lan and her daughter Song Jin, and Zhou Lan smiled gently, addressing everyone. Hello everyone, I'm Zhou Lan. I hope I won't be a burden in the coming days. Let us work hard together. Song Jin and glanced at the crowd with reluctance. Hello everyone, I hope we can all get along well and not form cliques. She deliberately cast a glance at Zhao Rue and the others, almost naming them directly. Oh, my wife. This state is simply too good. Her skin looks luminous on camera. I'm in love. No wonder she dares to speak her mind. She is the little princess of the film queen, clearly inheriting her mother's presence. That seems quite challenging, though. Uzmo stood with arms crossed. Yizue merely smiled faintly. Director Gua cleared his throat. We still have some time before our departure, so while we wait, let us play a game. This game will determine what items you can bring for the next few days. Director Gua smirked mysteriously. Everyone, look behind you. A large spinning wheel appeared, with various items depicted on it, such as daggers and lighters. Director Gua, this time you can bring 3 items, and we'll leave it to luck. Please, partners, come forward. Rock, paper, scissors, the winners will spin first. Song Jin and lifted her head arrogantly. These items are all so subpar. Uzmo shared her disdain. If there was funding, my family could invest. Director Gua maintained a smile while internally cursing. Wealthy individuals were indeed impressive. His current benefactor was the Gu family. The Yi family was also throwing money just to secure a location. He certainly didn't lack resources. The game commenced. In the first round, Yizue emerged victorious. She beamed, thanking everyone for their generosity. Uzmo looked at her, suddenly blushing. That was just good luck. There's no need to thank anyone. Gu Zhao observed their expressions, pondering if this was young love. How could a child be in love? Clearly, the female protagonist had a devoted admirer supporting her, unlike her, who faced challenges from her brother and a suspicious system that gifted her useless skills. Yizue, basking in her protagonist aura, landed on the dagger. She looked at Yizue with affectionate eyes. In the next round, Gu Zhao won. She rubbed her hands together, eyeing the spinning wheel with a mock threat. If it doesn't land on what I want, I'll burn you. Song Jin and scoffed, fool. Gu Zhao shot back, rebound. You have no manners. Gu Zhao replied, rebound. Now, she began her new persona, the serene yet formidable human machine. Anyone who claimed the human machine was ineffective clearly had no idea of its wonders. Song Jin and, feeling exasperated, turned away from the human machine. Gu Zhao spun the wheel, which whirled before slowing down, finally stopping at a windproof lighter. We can barbecue now, Songja exclaimed joyfully. The others immediately turned their attention to him. Songja awkwardly covered his mouth with a smile. Without Gu Zhao, his luck had been atrocious. He had subsisted on nothing but bread and instant noodles for 3 days. Chapter 60. Future opportunities in the subsequent rounds. Yi was the first to successfully gather 3 items: a dagger, a bottle of mineral water, and a powerful flashlight. She was undoubtedly the luckiest among them, while the others glared menacingly at the director. Uzmo, 3 compressed biscuits, a telescope, and a 10-meter rope. Song Yi, a soldier's shovel, a large green onion, and 2 cucumbers. Song Jinan, a bottle of mineral water, a pair of goggles, and a box of self-heating rice. Zhou Mingrui, a box of chili powder, a compass, and a used pepper spray. Gu Zhao, a windproof lighter, a rotten egg, and a pair of socks. Gu Zhao gazed at the card containing the rotten egg and the socks, remaining silent for a few seconds before looking expressionlessly at the director. Zimo chuckled at the card with the rope in his hand. Is this for me to hang myself? You're lucky. I have to use the pepper spray on a wolf. Zhou Mingrui frowned. Song Yi felt somewhat disheartened. Is this supposed to be my diet meal? A cucumber smashed with an entrenching tool, seasoned with a spring onion? Song Jinan was the most distraught after Gu Zhao. Director, please, she said, looking at him with a face of distress. I still have some pocket money. Let me sponsor you. Please don't send us to our doom. Song Jinan's words struck a chord. Ha ha ha. The director. Don't I have any pride? Ha ha ha, daring to say. I thought she was just targeting Gu Zhao, but it turns out she looks down on everyone. In that moment, the little partners were exceptionally united. Director Gui smiled cheerfully, completely oblivious to any wrongdoing in his approach. The more challenging it is, the more the audience loves it. This is a game of luck. Dear little partners, please respect the rules of the game. Besides, isn't there a luxury car? If no one draws it, there's nothing I can do. Others looked towards the big spinning wheel, and indeed found the luxury vehicle nestled within a gap. It could be said that even an ant would take a while to find it. Zhou Lan's beautiful face froze for a moment. Then she smiled bitterly. Is everyone having such a hard time? I feel deceived. The director invited me under the pretense that this was a family-friendly variety show. Ah, the deepest trick is the director's words. What a despicable director. Is there anyone who will join me in putting a sack over his head? A rotten egg? Who did our monkey king offend? How detestable. Does the director's team have a grudge against the guests? Did the props team pull these from a junkyard? Little partners unite. Let us throw the director out to feed the wolves. Yi Zishi's eyes glimmered with affection. Indeed, his sister was the luckiest child. He truly wondered if his elder brother had lost his mind for making Gu Zhao kneel for so long as punishment. His legs still ached. Sooner or later, his elder brother would regret it. Yi Bao is wonderful. Brother wants to borrow your luck. His voice lowered, laced with an unconscious tenderness. Yi Zui's cheeks turned crimson, and a shy smile graced her lips. Ergo, this time it was just a coincidence. Perhaps next time, Gu Zhao's sister will be luckier than I am. Yi Zishi initially felt annoyed because Gu Zhao was punished, and now hearing her name irked him further. With her demeanor, she deserved nothing better than a rotten egg. Offended by the implications, Gu Zhao glanced at him and retorted calmly. Some people have bad legs and even worse brains. Gu Zhao then turned to Gu Zuling, earnestly asking, Brother, how can I subtly remind someone to spend more time in the sun to get a bit tanned, so no one calls him an idiot? Gu Zuling genuinely pondered for a moment, then just give up. Some people would still drool over a tan. Being an idiot might be better. At least he is fair-skinned and can be a duck in the future. Who are you insulting? Yi Zishi's face darkened, staring incredulously at Gu Zhao. Gu Zhao shrugged innocently. I don't know. Whoever fits the description, I suppose. Gu Zhao. Yi Zishi shouted angrily. Gu Zhao rubbed her ears. Your aunt isn't deaf. As Yi Zishi seemed ready to lash out, Yi Zui immediately held him back. Elder brother has already warned against being too obvious. Yi Zui's eyes brimmed with tears as she pleaded with Gu Zhao. Sister Gu Zhao, could you please not provoke my second brother all the time? Sighing, Gu Zhao felt she understood the plight of those without arms stealing pants from a mute and telling a deaf person how thrilling it was. She looked up at the ceiling with eyes filled with helplessness towards the absurdity of the situation. Song Jinan scoffed. This is utterly unreasonable. Gu Zhao regarded her with an understanding gaze, a clever individual. Realizing she had spoken up for Gu Zhao, Song Jinan angrily turned away. Zhou Mingrui, confused, tugged at Song Yi's arm. Is she shy? Song Yi nodded. I feel shy when the king praises me. Song Jinan, are you crazy? What kind of mean king is Gu Zuling? Being tanned also makes one drool. Better to be a duck. Save me. I'm a fan of this brother. Gu Zhao's words must have been dipped in chili sauce. She just had to roast Yi Zishi the moment she spoke. Suddenly, I find Song Jinan somewhat adorable. Who understands? I might ship Jin Zhao. Shipping anything will only lead to your demise. Our Monkey King only accepts a harem. Soon, their departure time arrived, bringing silence. Gu Zhao fell asleep as soon as she boarded the plane, only to awaken later on Gu Zuling's back. Surrounding her was an expansive stretch of grassland. Gu Zhao rubbed her eyes. Brother, where have we been exiled to? Gu Zuling, seeing Gu Zhao's carefree demeanor, felt a sense of helplessness. We arrived. Director Gua, spotting Gu Zhao awake, beamed warmly. Oh, you're awake. Now, we can start distributing your 3 items. Gu Zhao climbed down from Gu Zuling's back, and Zhong Mingrui and Song Yi quickly surrounded her. For those wishing to withdraw midway, tell your filming drone and a professional will come to take you away immediately. I hope everyone still looks somewhat human after 7 days. After speaking, the director's team drove away, leaving the guests exchanging glances. Gu Zhao disdainfully held the stinky rotten egg. Song Yi carried a spring onion taller than himself, his mind somewhat blank. This episode is clearly more dangerous. Let's team up, Yi Zui suggested. Zhou smiled at Song Jinan, and then, I think Zui's suggestion is good. What do you think? Song Jinan glanced at Yi Zui and then at Gu Zhao. It was evident they had already formed groups. Do we have any options left? Joining is fine, but don't order me around like a leader. Song Jinan fixed her gaze on Yi Zui. Can you accept that? Yi Zui's expression stiffened momentarily, but she smiled and nodded. Of course, we'll cooperate. Yu Zimo observed Yi Zi's smile, but turned to the others with an air of impatience. Which way are we going now? Yu Zimo looked gently at Yi Zui. Yi Zui thought for a moment. We should find a place that protects against wind and sand to settle down. She then turned to Gu Zhao. Gu Zhao, do you want to join us? We've wasted a lot of time on the plane. It'll be dark soon. Gu Zhao replied, no need. Yu Zimo snorted coldly. Don't mind her. Let us go. Does she think we're animals in a zoo? She'll know to cry when a wolf carries her away in the dead of night. The group directly followed the direction chosen by Yi Zui, and Song Jinan hesitated momentarily before following Zhou. Song Zhou looked at Gu Zhao. Sister Zhao, which way should we go? In unfamiliar territory, it was wise to ask for directions first. Gu Zhao focused on a curious groundhog. Chapter 61. Please turn on a microphone to communicate. Gu Zhao waved at the groundhog, which tilted its head and then ran over. Do you know where there's a water source? We don't have any water, and survival requires it. I don't want to become a mummy. The groundhog looked perplexed. What is this sister chattering on about? Hello? The groundhog tilted its head again, its bright eyes fixed on Gu Zhao, chattering away. Gu Zhao appeared baffled. Zhong Mingrui looked at Gu Zhao with curiosity. King, what is it saying? The others watched Gu Zhao with intrigue. Gu Zhao replied, it's chattering like a bird. I didn't understand. Zhong Siki pondered for a moment, hesitating to speak. Could it be there's a language barrier? Zhong Mingrui was puzzled. Brother, speak human language. This is a foreign country. The primary languages are English or local dialects. Zhong Mingrui still looked confused. Song Yi understood. Their language is different from ours. So the king didn't comprehend? Zhong Siki nodded. Song Zhe and Gu Zuling. Gu Zhao. Useless system. Did you think this would stump her, Gu Zhao? Gu Zhao plopped down on the ground and began to gesticulate animatedly. Take me to find water, she instructed, pointing at the groundhog, then at herself, mimicking a walking motion with her fingers and finally mimicking a drinking gesture. After completing her actions, Gu Zhao looked at the groundhog expectantly. The groundhog's eyes brightened with understanding. It scampered a few steps and waved its little hand. Follow me. Gu Zhao understood and followed along with the others. After approximately half an hour of walking, the groundhog halted beneath a tree, digging at the base. Moments later, it presented Gu Zhao with a plump worm. Gu Zhao was taken aback. Haha, you should eat it. After all, it was brought by the child. Don't let the child feel disheartened. Even a level 8 in sign language cannot bridge their generation gap. Haha. Worm, who did I offend? Worm, friends, do you think I can survive this? I can't take it anymore. Haha. I can understand animals, but fail miserably in English. Haha. The groundhog, seeing Gu Zhao's refusal, forlornly popped the worm into its mouth. Gu Su Lin sighed, then fluently addressed the groundhog in English. Can you take us to find water? The groundhog glanced at Gu Zhao and nodded. The group hurriedly followed, running for about half an hour until they finally encountered a small stream. Wow, how beautiful! Zhong Mingrui was left in awe. Song Yi also wore an expression of shock. Gu Su Lin Ngan deeply, suggesting they rest nearby tonight and continue their search for shelter the following day. The others readily agreed. The two children excitedly dashed to the stream's edge, and upon seeing the creatures within the water, Song Yi shouted, "Big brother, there are fish here." The stream was shallow, and the clear water revealed schools of fish swimming about. "Let me go." Gu Zhao ran over, crouching to gaze at the fish, salivating at the thought of living in such a picturesque setting. It must be delicious. The fish seemed to sense Gu Zhao's presence, with one exclaiming, "Sister, eat me." However, it was quickly submerged by the others. "Sister, eat me." More fish took the opportunity to swim closer. Although Gu Zhao couldn't understand them, she grasped their intent and gently stroked a fish's head. Zhongming Rue knelt sincerely before Gu Zhao. "My lady, please grant me endless roasted fish." Gu Zhao blinked, glancing at Zhong Si-chi, whose face was darkened and fists clenched. She granted his wish, but added, "However, my lady advises you to run. You're about to be beaten." Zhongming Rue's eyes widened as he turned to flee. "Where do you think you're going?" Zhong Si-chi stood right behind him, teeth gritted. "You kneel for a morsel of food? Where is your pride? Your parents must be so upset." Zhongming Rue retorted defiantly, "If you're so bold, then don't eat." Zhong Si-chi then looked toward the drone. "Mom and Dad, this is witness to my actions." Gu Zhao stroking the fish's head somehow reminded me of a royal selection process. Not really. When Gu Zhao tenderly stroked the fish's head, it felt warm. But the thought of her wanting to eat made me pause. Zhongming Rue thought, what does it matter to kneel for roasted fish? Can pride be eaten? Why is there such a stark contrast? Here, tranquility reigns, while over there, survival is the struggle. Songja actively searched for dry twigs nearby, all for the sake of roasting fish. Meanwhile, on the other side, is this the path you led us on? Song Jin sprinted until her legs felt like they would give out, yet she dared not stop. To do so might result in being trampled. The group labored to run across the grasslands. Behind them, a herd of zebras galloped swiftly. That is not her leading the charge. Song Jin panted, struggling to keep pace. And in hurry, Zholan grabbed her arm and urged her onward. The zebra herd closed in on them. Suddenly, several tiger roars echoed through the air. The fleeing group turned pale. A few tigers appeared before them. "Ah, director, save us. I can't bear to watch." With tigers ahead and zebras behind, whether trampled or bitten, it's a dead end either way. "Gu Zhao, help. Don't come any closer." Yi Zue Yi's voice trembled in fright. This wasn't how it was supposed to be. She was the heroine. They should protect her just as they protected Gu Zhao. The tigers, however, ignored her and scattered the zebra herd. Soon, the zebras were scattered in every direction. The tigers laughed triumphantly. Do they think they can compete with us for prey? The fragrant morsels are ours. Let's go wash up before we find our little treasure. The tigers left with joyful strides, one glancing back at Yizue Yi. This two-legged creature is so rude, daring to scold us. If it weren't for the need to be presentable for our cubs, I would have bitten her. The tigers departed. Uzmo, still somewhat shaken, reflected on the scene he had just witnessed. He felt Yizue Yi was like a fairy. "Zue Yi, didn't they just listen to you? I saw that tiger looking at you." Yu Xiao Wei was speechless. Clearly, they were listening to you. However, under the roof, one must bow their head. She chose to remain silent. Yizhe, she showcased his brotherly affection. Our Zue Bao is truly a lucky star. Not really, perhaps just good fortune. Yizue Yi replied with a smile, exhibiting humility. Chapter 62. The heart of leopard is about to shatter. Song Jin crossed her arms, scoffing. She believed they were truly foolish. Do they think animals can understand human speech? Do they think I'm a deity? What are you scoffing at? Uzmo shot her a glare. "You're ridiculous," Song Jin retorted coldly. "It was Yi Bao who saved you. You should be grateful instead of mocking." Zholan immediately interjected with a smile. All right, our little partners have wonderful imaginations, but let us not quarrel over trivial matters now. Shall we say?" She purposely turned the conversation towards Yizue Yi. Yizue Yi clenched her garment, offering a sweet smile. "Annie is right. But I also believe Brother Zmo is correct. If Sister Jean has grievances against me, we can choose not to cooperate." She dared to say this now, confident they wouldn't leave. Gu Zhao and the others had long lost their way. Apart from joining them, Zholan had no choice but to venture alone. In these grasslands, acting independently without experience was perilous. Zholan's expression stiffened, her gaze cooling. With her head lowered, she looked up again, revealing a hint of resignation and bitterness. "Zue, he seems to be upset with an I apologize on her behalf. Please don't fault us for our naivety." It's not like we've never seen wild animals respond to commands. To Yi and miss you. I apologize as well. Yi Zhe, she huffed dismissively, offering no courtesy in return. To them, whether an actress or not, she was merely a performer, unworthy of respect. I feel so sorry for our Lan. I don't think Jinan said anything wrong. How could wild animals possibly heed human commands? I came to see my Queen Lan. Why are these guests like this? Can't we even dream? Does Yi Zhe, she's family have so much money that he can afford to be rude? Even the emperor himself wouldn't command wild animals to obey. If they don't bite your neck off, consider it a kindness. I am convinced. This is clearly targeting my Lan and her daughter. Zhao Lan felt cornered, her eyes growing icy. Yi Zue boldly walked in a specific direction, no longer pretending to be a good girl. As the heroine, she would live like a queen, trampling Gu Zhao beneath her feet. As for Zhao Lan, she had seen enough of such tricks in her past life. Uzmo quickly followed. Yu Xiao Wei felt awkward. She couldn't ignore Zhao Lan, as she needed to navigate the entertainment industry. Teacher Zhou, it's getting dark. We should catch up. Yu Xiao Wei smiled gently. Zhao Lan forced a smile. I really can't keep up with the thinking of today's youth. Let us go. And in Song Jinan, albeit reluctantly, followed her departure. Yu Xiao Wei was left behind, offering a wry smile. Truly, this grass is magnificent. Yu Xiao Wei concealed her smile and hurried after her. Gu Zhao observed the fish already sizzling over the fire, his stomach grumbling, asking if it was ready yet. Zhou Mingrui, equally anxious, exclaimed, Gidge, I am famished. Gu Zuling, flipping the fish, glanced at the two fixated on the meal with a bemused expression. Can you two not take a leaf out of Song Yi's book? Hearing his name mentioned, Song Yi looked up. Gidge, did you call for me? You've worked hard. I'll ensure you have 2 pieces later, Gu Zuling said. His eyes filled with admiration for the other children. Song Yi beamed, but then his expression faded as a thought crossed his mind. He shook his head. Gidge, let my piece go to the king. Zhou Mingrui was taken aback. Is my good brother betraying me? Why don't you let the king have yours? He conceded that Song Yi had bested him. The aroma of the fish was enticing, yet he couldn't bear to part with it. King, please allow him to serve as a traitor for a while. Once he has eaten, he shall be a loyal subject again. Gu Zuling, however, was not overly concerned. You won't starve. This is a reward for you. Song Yi shook his head again and resumed picking up branches in silence. Gu Zhao rose and approached him after observing him for a moment. Zhou Mingrui attempted to follow, but was stopped by Gu Zhao. Song Zhe, oblivious to his brother's unusual behavior, eagerly continued gathering branches, chattering, 1 fish, 2 fish, 3 fish, hooray! I can finally eat meat. Gu Zhao approached without him noticing. You seem unhappy. Gu Zhao sat beside Song Yi, taking his hand. Upon seeing Gu Zhao, Song Yi's eyes welled with tears. King, am I too fat? Gu Zhao replied. Did someone say something to you at the airport? Song Yi nodded, lowering his gaze, afraid Gu Zhao might also find him unappealing. Why do you care? Do you truly think you are overweight? After a moment's hesitation, Song Yi nodded. My mother says I am fat. Gu Zhao sighed. So, you intend to punish yourself for someone else's opinion? Do you have water in your brain? If she thinks you're fat, does that justify you taking her food to help her lose weight? She ought to thank you for your assistance. If you believe you are slightly overweight, exercise for your own health and happiness, but do not lose weight due to others' ridicule. That is their fault, not yours. Gu Zhao gently patted his head. When you defended me at the airport, I found you incredibly brave. So, can the king's warrior fear her slander? Song Yi sniffled. I am the king's warrior. I fear not. The next time I see her, I shall take her food to help her lose weight. Then, king, may I have 2 pieces of fish? Song Yi gazed at Gu Zhao. Gu Zhao firmly declined. No, you already stated you would give it to me. All right, Song Yi acquiesced. Do not be sad. I will not give you any fish either. I have learned that whoever calls me fat, I shall help them lose weight. Nearby, a flowery leopard caught the scent of the roasted fish and glanced at Gu Zhao. It was about to step forward to seek the delightful morsel, but suddenly paused. Shouldn't it bring a gift first? Sniffing itself, it thought it might still have some scent. It decided to find a present and take a bath first. The leopard stealthily departed, encountering an antelope on the way. It chased vigorously, and after a couple of tumbles, it finally caught the agile creature. Feeling dejected, it was relieved to spot a black antelope watching the scene. Excited, it thought this one is even tastier. After considerable effort, the leopard successfully captured it, dragging the antelope up a tree before contentedly heading off to wash. anticipating the moment it could present its gift to request a pat. However, shortly after it left, a group of humans conveniently settled beneath the tree it had chosen for shade. How long must Song Jinan endure before finding a place to rest? She was seething with frustration, feeling exhausted and famished. Yizui was equally annoyed, refusing to coddle her. If you wish to rest, then rest. I am not stopping you. Yizushi could no longer tolerate the constant questioning of his sister. He voiced his impatience. Do not assume that just because you are a child, I will not discipline you. Song Jinan was at her wit's end. She would rather follow Gu Zhao's group. At least there, she wouldn't be chased by wild animals and wouldn't have to witness Yizushi taking credit for everything. Chapter 63. The advantages of mastering a foreign language. Upon hearing the name Gu Zhao, Yuzimo's face instantly darkened. A single phrase had the power to anger 3 individuals. Zhao sighed, acknowledging her daughter's sharp tongue, though she did not believe her daughter was in the wrong. She softly reassured, and in Zui is only searching for a suitable resting place for everyone's safety. You should not speak so harshly, all right? Perhaps the other side is not as safe as we are. This statement was genuine. Yizushi felt some of his irritation dissipate upon hearing it. If you wish to follow, then do so. If not, then go. I do not wish to hear any more doubts. Song Jinan, feeling vexed but unwilling to concede, provocatively challenged, if you truly have the ability to summon animals, why not have them bring us some food? I am on the verge of starving. Although she had a box of self-heating rice, it was only one, and it required water. She had no intention of sharing with them. Yuzimo now held an unwavering belief in Yizui, looking at Song Jinan with disdain. Is this your attitude? If she can truly do it, I will apologize to her. Song Jinan smiled. Asking animals to deliver food is nothing more than a pipe dream. With a gentle smile, she feigned helplessness, but there are no animals around. I cannot just let food fall from the trees. Just as her words faded, a loud thud resonated. Something fell from the tree, landing right in front of Yizui. What is this? It was a sheep. Yuzimo was astounded. It really works. No wonder I recognized her as a fairy. Yizui was momentarily stunned, her expression filled with confusion. Yizushi's eyes sparkled with excitement. He had always known his sister was fortunate. Unlike that lunatic Gu Zhao. Zui, you truly are our little lucky star. Yizushi looked at her with adoration and excitement. Yizui, regaining her composure, shyly lowered her head with a smile, her eyes gleaming with pride. This is how it should be. She is the protagonist. Gu Zhao, your ending is approaching. She recalled the words her elder brother had told her before recording began, her pride and excitement growing more pronounced. Yu Xiaowei and Zhou Lan were both astonished. It truly works? Yu Xiaowei never imagined that besides Gu Zhao, someone else could be so fortunate. Song Jinan, however, looked pale. I cannot believe it. Our Zui is even more impressive than Gu Zhao. What a fortune. How imbibe. She truly is favored by the heavens. Everything she desires comes to her. I am suddenly curious how Song Jinan will apologize. Her harsh words are still fresh. Apologize? Yuzimo's expression turned icy as he regarded Yizui. Zhou Lan wanted to divert everyone's attention, but Song Jinan, filled with resentment, muttered her apology, I am sorry. Zhou Lan looked at her with compassion. Yizui remained silent, knowing that there would be plenty of online criticism directed at her, rendering her own input unnecessary. Brother, we still need to find a safe place. Yizui once again demonstrated her leadership skills. Yizushi had no objections, with the sight of meat falling from the tree. No one else voiced dissent. Zhou Lan sighed in resignation, but in such a place, they had no means of survival alone. Seeing no one oppose her, Yizui's eyes sparkled with joy. Yizushi glanced at the slightly dirty black antelope with some disdain, casually instructing Yu Xiaowei, you go and fetch it. Yu Xiaowei. Yuzimo harbored a profound disdain for this rustic sister. Rather than offering assistance, he cast her an admonishing glare, urging her to hasten as dusk approached. Yu Xiaowei found herself speechless, yearning to flee. Yet, within the vast expanse of the prairie, escape seemed futile, compelling her to exert effort in tugging the black buck. Zhou Lan merely smiled gently, acknowledging the toil. After sharing a few moments, they forged ahead until Song Jinan stumbled upon a rocky terrain, where they decided to set up camp. Were Gu Zhao present, he would surely lament the insidious nature of the female protagonist's halo. Among those who could empathize with Gu Zhao was the now-cleaned leopard. The flower leopard's eyes widened in disbelief as it circled a tree several times, its incredulity growing. Where was its prey? How infuriating was this thief? Xiang Baobei. The three tigers let out a series of roars, darting towards Gu Zhao, each clutching its own catch. Ah, are they here to present gifts? Songzhe rubbed his overstuffed belly, leisurely observing the tigers. Zhong Siki, equally relaxed, savored his grilled fish, feeling somewhat bloated. After indulging, Gu Su-lin collapsed onto the grass, utterly disinclined to move, overwhelmed by fullness. However, a tinge of fear for the furry creatures lingered, prompting him to squirm away from Gu Zhao's side. Meanwhile, Song Yi and Zhong Mingrui were brimming with excitement. Song Yi was thrilled by the tigers, while Zhong Mingrui relished the prospect of food, thinking, so what if I'm full? I can eat again if I'm hungry. He welcomed all culinary offerings. Your Majesty, are those creatures they carry for us? Zhong Mingrui's gaze fixated on the animals in the tigers' mouths. There were wild deer, ostriches, and a plump wild boar. He had never tasted such delicacies. Gu Zhao, similarly sated, lay back and, upon hearing Zhong Mingrui's enthusiastic exclamations, struggled to open her eyes. The furry creatures captivated her attention, seeming more comfortable than the grass beneath her. Zhong Mingrui, what is the harm in being full? My stomach has infinite capacity. Pointing to the next meal, Lin Ji's fear of furry animals remains unchanged. It seems Gu Zhao needs to exert more effort, lest she be a hindrance. If all else fails, I shall step in. You up there, I can hear your conspiracy theories from home. Can I have a few episodes? If not, I shall return to inquire next time. The tigers approached Gu Zhao, dropping their catches and nudging them towards her with their paws. Xiang Baobei, eat. The tigers gazed at Gu Zhao with adoration. Such a darling should indeed be cared for by them. Gu Zhao appeared perplexed. What did you say? The tigers were equally baffled. What had Xiang Baobei said? One tiger tilted its head in realization. I remember. There's a leopard that can understand. It came from somewhere else. I'll fetch it. You all keep an eye on the other animals. Xiang Baobei belongs to us. One tiger dashed away. Your Majesty, why did it leave? Song queried, puzzled. Animals typically flock to their king, so why would one run away? Gu Zhao shared his confusion, yet thankfully. Two tigers remained nearby. She reached out to pet them, and they promptly settled down in bliss. So what if they couldn't comprehend her words? Animals still adored Gu Zhao. She leaped into the embrace of the tiger, soft and warm. Zhong Mingrui and Song Yi looked on with envy. Nightfall enveloped the land. Yet the moon and stars cast a gentle glow. The group gathered around a campfire, feeling secure with two tigers as their guardians, unafraid of other creatures. At that moment, the departing tiger returned, accompanied by a leopard, its face filled with remorse. Upon seeing Gu Zhao, it was on the verge of tears. It was the very flower leopard whose treasures had been stolen. If only it knew who had pilfered its gifts, it would surely devour her. Xiang Baobei, the flower leopard, spoke in a choked voice. Gu Zhao's eyes lit up. Gao Zhongwen, Chapter 64. Reclaiming my everything, the flower leopard remained aggrieved. Gu Zhao embraced it, her face radiant with joy. Fellow villager, Gu Zhao exclaimed ecstatically, akin to a mute finally finding her voice. How is it here? Any gossip? After being silent for so long, she opted to retaliate with her words. The three tigers bared their teeth in frustration. Damn it, I found a rival. The flower leopard felt reassured, knowing Xiang Baobei did not disdain it for not bringing gifts. What a treasure. Let me tell you, there's this warthog that's exceedingly bothersome. It runs around excitedly at night, yet it's incredibly fortunate, provoking lions, only to have them crash into trees. It then mocks them by urinating on their heads. The lions, enraged yet outsmarted, ended up stuck in a mud pit, witnessed by a gaggle of gossiping wildebeests. And now the lions refused to emerge. Gu Zhao was astonished. What an impressive pig. A pioneer in the pig world. The flower leopard didn't quite grasp Gu Zhao's words, but could tell she enjoyed listening. It grew more animated, even divulging the tiger's secrets. Unable to resist, Gu Zhao stole a glance at the three tigers, who were still glaring at the flower leopard in anger. Upon catching Gu Zhao's gaze, they instantly broke into silly grins. They looked foolish. No wonder they had been bullied by hyenas into a life of wandering. Alas, Gu Zhao shook her head in disappointment. Zhong Mingrui observed Gu Zhao's fluctuating expressions of regret and anger and couldn't hold back. Your Majesty, what are you all discussing? Song Yi perked up his ears to eavesdrop, while Zhong Siki and Song Jun circled Gu Zhao. Even Gu Su Lin, still somewhat fearful of the animals, inched closer. Gu Zhao generously shared the gossip, feeling pity for the three of them. Clearing her throat, Gu Zhao began recounting her tale, her expression bittersweet. In my past life, those wretched hyenas seized our food while we were away. They stole our spouses. They even defecated on our territory. We endured immense humiliation. Yet for the sake of our spouses, we tolerated it. However, our forbearance did not improve our circumstances. Indeed, Song Yi listened intently, anxious about the fate of the tigers. Were they to be bullied further? The hyena clan expelled us from our territory, leaving us homeless. Meanwhile, they lounged in our home, feasting on our prey and sleeping with our spouses. Gu Zhao grew increasingly animated as she spoke. The others were equally stirred, except for the flower leopard, which wore a bemused expression. Where did they get spouses? It had been single for ages and was being slandered. Oh well, as long as Xiangxiang Baobei is happy. The tiger's plight can be overlooked. It doesn't affect anything. They even gain spouses for free. Oh my, do they bully honest tigers so? Hyenas are truly inhuman. No, they're less than dogs. Wait, they slept with their spouses? Hyenas and tigers? Isn't that a form of species isolation? Gu Zhao, could you be any more outrageous? I'm already getting into character. My fists are clenched. Hurry up, brothers, don't keep me waiting. You up there, don't get immersed. You don't even have a spouse. The three tigers exchanged bewildered glances toward Gu Zhao, smiling sheepishly. Why did it always feel like the bipedal creatures and Xiangxiang Baobei were observing them? Were they too handsome? The three tigers chuckled with newfound confidence. Amidst their silly grins, the others sighed in unison. Song Yi looked at the tigers with pity. Your Majesty, they're so unfortunate. Even in their misery, they're still smiling. Is this the legendary contentment leads to abundance? Song Ji tousled Zhong Mingrue's hair. What do you know? This is called resilience. Zhong Mingrue tilted his head, a look of realization crossing his face as he gazed at his brother. Brother, is this the resilience you always want me to learn? Zhong Siki, I've learned something. If my wife runs off with someone else, I will also smile. Zhong Mingrue had an epiphany. Zhong Siki. Zhong Mingrue, you'd better shut your mouth. A 5-year-old wanting a spouse? You must be wishing for trouble. The three tigers tilted their heads, bewildered as the conversation shifted to the cubs. The leading tiger approached the flowered leopard. What transpired between them? The flowered leopard remarked, Oh, that little cub finds you too brave and wishes to emulate you, but has been chastised by its parents. The tiger, brimming with pride, swished its tail across the ground and rumbled a low purr, stating, Then tell him, to learn from me requires a robust physique. With that little frame of his, I could devour him in a single bite. The leopard turned to Gu Zhao to translate, explaining that the cub was indeed of such stature, and it could easily be consumed in one bite. Gu Zhao responded with confusion. The tiger noticed Gu Zhao's gaze and proudly lifted its head. Just then, a bird flew by, landing atop the leopard's head to preen its feathers, confident in the knowledge that Gu Zhao would not harm any creature. The flowered leopard shook its head, attempting to dismiss the newcomer vying for attention, but halted when the little bird began to speak. Coo, coo, coo. The bird claimed to have witnessed a few bipeds stealing the gift I had prepared for the fragrant little one. A gift? Gu Zhao paused momentarily before a wave of anger surged within him. Who dares to steal the gifts of this king? Upon seeing Gu Zhao's furious expression, the leopard surmised that he too would harbor disdain for the thieving bipeds. After all, they had pilfered its belongings. Now, encountering the hyenas, it was only fitting that they face such consequences. Regrettably, the hyenas were too foolish to climb trees. The bird had said those humans remained motionless in the trees while the hyenas lingered below. Was it not your kind, flowered leopard, who were so cautious, fearing Gu Zhao's regard for their kin? Currently, their only kin should be the female protagonists. Gu Zhao confirmed the appearance of those individuals with the leopard. The leopard inquired of the bird and nodded in affirmation. Upon learning it was the female protagonist, Gu Zhao's fury intensified. How detestable was the halo of the female protagonist. How could she steal the possessions of the flowered leopard? That was her gift. Zhong Mingrue and Song Yi were perplexed but complied. The three tiger brothers felt they were being discussed. How infuriating. They could not comprehend. They must learn Chinese. The three tigers focused their attention on the leopard, who suddenly sensed impending trouble. Gu Zhao explained the situation to them, and Zhong Mingrue and Song Yi became even more incensed. How could they dare to seize the king's belongings? What an outrage! Hearing that it was related to the Yi siblings only deepened Gu Zuling's frown. He was already exasperated with the Yi family. During his hospital stay, he had not been idle, conducting numerous inquiries into the Yi family. And he had indeed uncovered some troubling information. Yi Zui had been personally sent away by the Yi family. She had not merely gone missing or been mistaken for someone else. How then had his sister ended up with the Yi family? Such thoughts were deeply unsettling. In chapter 65, Must the Villain Perish? Gu Zhao fell asleep atop the tiger's belly. The other two tigers also had a child resting upon them. Zhong Mingrue snuggled against the tiger's belly, finding it soft and fluffy. What bliss! Song Yi also nestled in, boasting to his brother, is so soft and warm. How comfortable! Song Zhe, ensconced in a sleeping bag, looked on with envy. The essentials, such as sleeping bags, had been provided by the director, for this was an adventure, not a death sentence. Zhong Siki too felt envy. After all, sleeping atop a tiger was a badge of honor. Gu Zuling was the only one who felt no envy. He was merely concerned for Gu Zhao, fearing she might roll off. Alas, what a troublesome child. Song Yi, enough. What are you boasting about? Brother Zhe, learn from teacher Siki. Discipline the child. Song Zhe, I am wrapped in a sleeping bag, like an outsider, feeling wronged. Suddenly worried about the tiger rolling over. Never mind, I'll just cherish this moment. This fluffy belly I could bury myself in and snuggle all day. The night on the grassland was not particularly quiet. The wind rustled through the grass, occasionally mingling with distant hyena growls. The roars of animals echoed around them. Yet Gu Zhao and her companions slept soundly. The leopard, resting nearby, remained vigilant, observing the surroundings. Aren't you Fu Bao? Can't you summon the animals to rescue us? Think of a way. Quickly, make them leave. Song Jinan clung to the tree trunk, too frightened to look down. Below, dozens of hyenas lay in wait, some even attempting to climb up. Yizui's face darkened. Did she not wish for this? Can you be quiet? Yu Zimo glared irritably at Song Jinan. Zhoulan was also terrified, nearly smelling the stench of the hyenas from her perch in the tree. Yet, as an adult, she could not directly accuse Yi Zishi of failing to drive them away. Moreover, to voice such a thought would seem unrealistic. She still held onto the belief that someone could command the animals. As long as others did not surrender, they too would be saved. So many schemes. Do you think we are fools? Yi Zishi cast a cold glance at her, his eyes filled with derision. Zhoulan remained unaffected, merely smiling gently. I am only offering a suggestion. It is fine if you disagree. Mother, why be polite with her? She is just pretending. Perhaps the meat she picked up belongs to those hyenas. They have come for revenge. Song Jinan's tone was particularly sharp. Had she known they would venture out alone, they would not now be hanging from a tree, thanks to Yi Zui. What do you mean? Clarify yourself. Yi Zishi's expression darkened as he fixed a burning gaze upon Song Jinan, wishing to incinerate her with his fury. Song Jinan turned pale with fright. She had never been treated this way in her life, and tears streamed down her cheeks. Zhoulan's heart ached for her, and then, do not cry. Mother is here. What use is that? You just watch as they bully me. Song Jinan cried out. If you wish to cry, go down and cry. Yu Zimo was utterly exasperated. Song Jinan dared not cry openly, merely shedding silent tears. My heavens, what a battlefield! Even up a tree and still arguing. The hyenas must be shaking their heads in disbelief. Is Song Jinan still complaining at this moment? If Yi Zui could truly command the hyenas, would they be hanging from a tree now? Time passed, and they remained in the tree for an indeterminate period. The temperature on the grassland at night was still quite chilly. Their gear had been left below, and they now shivered from the cold. Yi Zui's animosity towards Gu Zhao surged. She believed that it was Gu Zhao, the wicked villain, who had stolen her fortune. Otherwise, according to the previous life or the original plot, Gu Zhao should not be in her current predicament. How infuriating! Cursed fate! Suddenly, a loud clap of thunder roared across the sky. Yizui Jumpit, had facepot. Could it be that fate truly existed? Wah! Song Jinan could no longer contain herself. The sky had suddenly darkened with clouds. The weather turned gloomy. Rain was imminent. Yu Xiaowei gazed at the sky, tears welling in her eyes. What is this? Just when we thought we were safe, the rain comes. Gu Zhao. She missed Gu Zhao immensely at this moment. She imagined Gu Zhao and her companions must be feasting well, sleeping soundly, unlike them, who had been unable to eat a single bite of roasted meat and were now besieged by hyenas, seeking refuge in a tree, and now thunderstruck. With only this one tree around, were they not living targets for lightning? We cannot remain in this tree any longer, Yi Zexi declared with grave seriousness. The others had no objections, but the pressing issue was the hyenas lurking below. The hyenas seemed to understand that the area beneath the tree was unsafe. They stepped back a few paces but kept their gaze fixed upon them, waiting for them to descend. "Get away!" Yi Zui shouted at the hyenas below. Having cast aside all else, she could only attempt every possible means. The hyenas did not appreciate being scolded by this fierce bipedal cub. Just as they were about to growl in warning, the lead hyena suddenly sensed something, letting out a whimper while scratching the earth with its forepaws. The other hyenas became agitated, ears drooping and tails tucked tightly. Another flash of lightning illuminated the sky, and they bolted away. Yi Zui. Excitement enveloped them as they realized they had been saved. Yi Zexi was equally elated. After everyone descended, Yu Zimo turned to the pallid-faced Song Jinan. "We cannot afford to accompany you any longer. We must avoid the trouble that might lead to blaming Zui." Song Jinan was determined not to bow her head to them again. She turned and walked away, prompting Zhou Lan to follow suit. The two had forgotten to gather any supplies. This is not a wise decision. The hyenas that just left were not so easily dispatched, one thought echoed. There is no need for such complicated reasoning. Those hyenas are clearly fearful of us. Yi Bao. We should swiftly find a place to take shelter from the rain. Meanwhile, Gu Zhao had been awakened before the rain began. A snake slithered onto Gu Zhao, desperately trying to rouse her. The leopard sensed the foreign presence, opened its eyes, and approached with a warning growl. The snake, frantic, relayed the news of torrential rains and impending floods. The leopard roared, awakening the tigers instantly. Gu Shulin and the others also stirred from their slumber. The leopard spoke to Gu Zhao, who immediately adopted a serious expression upon hearing the message. "Brother, gather our belongings. The flood is coming." Their misfortunes seemed to multiply. First they encountered poachers, and now they were faced with a flood. She felt as if fate itself had conspired against her. Was she doomed to meet her end as a villain? Gu Zhao and her companions hastily collected their things. Gu Zhao draped the small snake around her neck and mounted the leopard, while Zhong Siki, Gu Shulin, and Songja climbed onto 3 tigers. Gu Zhao summoned 2 more leopards, and Zhong Mingrui and Song Yi settled atop them. The animals swiftly ascended to higher ground. "Let us eat something first," Yi Zexi said, clutching his stomach. His belly ached, and his knees, worn from kneeling, protested. A voice within Yi Zui urged her to flee. Yet witnessing Yi Zexi's discomfort left her in a state of indecision. "Brother, I feel increasingly uneasy. We should leave this place." Yi Zui chose to trust her instincts. Yi Zexi swallowed his objections and nodded in agreement. Though Yu Zimo was equally hungry and fatigued, he would not oppose Yi Zui. As for Yu Xiaowei, no one cared for her opinions as the perpetual grumbler. The group prepared to depart when suddenly the ground trembled. They looked up to see a great multitude of animals racing towards them. "Run!" Yi Zexi shouted as he seized Yi Zui's hand and dashed away. Yu Zimo and Yu Xiaowei followed suit, running with all their might. Thankfully, the animals were heading in a different direction. After a while, Yi Zui and the others paused to catch their breath, panting heavily. Yi Zui's sense of unease intensified as she surveyed her surroundings, spotting herds of animals fleeing in the distance. "Brother, we cannot rest. We must move quickly." Her tone was tinged with urgency. Yi Zui shook her head. "Brother, I sense something is amiss. Run now. Yi Bao, trust your instincts. I am more anxious than those directly involved. Enough chatter. Let us flee." Yi Zexi intended to reassure them further when they suddenly heard human voices. "Ah, how cool. Quick, catch up to the king." Zhong Mingrui, perched atop a leopard, clutched its neck to avoid falling. "Zhong Mingrui, be quiet. With your mouth wide open, do you wish to drink the wind and upset your stomach?" Zhong Siki scolded, exasperated by his antics. Zhong Mingrui looked bewildered. "What are you saying, brother? The wind is too loud. I cannot hear." "Close your mouth." Zhong Siki insisted. "My mouth? What of it?" Zhong Mingrui was further confused, yet he managed to smile at his brother. It is not easy raising an older brother. A smile will suffice. Zhong Siki was left speechless. "Are you provoking me? Outpace them," he urged, tightening his grip on the tiger. Realizing the animals communicated differently here, he resorted to speaking in English. The tiger understood immediately and quickened its pace, creating a stir among the small bipedal creatures. Yi Zishi's expression darkened. What you all up to? Unfortunately, no one paid him any mind. Gu Zhao and her companions had not even noticed them and sped away like the wind. Yi Zishi and the others were left standing in bewilderment, dust filling their mouths as they stood in the gust. Yi Zui's anxiety spiked once more as she grasped Yi Zishi's arm and sprinted. Yi Zishi, now feeling displeased, thought it unfair that Gu Zhao rode a leopard while he had to run. Gu Zhao showed no gratitude. After 5 years of care, she seemed oblivious. Everyone's spirits were particularly fraught until they heard another rumble behind them. It was the flood. Yu Xiaowei stared in disbelief at the surging waters, realizing that the place they had previously occupied was now submerged. Yi Zishi froze, horrified at the thought of what might have happened had he not followed Yi Zui. He felt as though he had narrowly escaped death. The realization left his legs weak, as though he had almost crossed the bridge to the afterlife. Thankfully, Yi Zui was there with him. Yi Zishi regarded her with newfound warmth. His dear sister was indeed his good fortune. Yu Zimo was also shaken. Had he nearly perished? A chill coursed through him until he looked at Yi Zui, which brought a sense of warmth. Yi Zui herself was startled, while Yi Zishi and Yu Xiaowei were the first to react. We must keep moving. This place is still too low, Yu Xiaowei frowned, sensing the difficulty of their situation. As they struggled to escape, Gu Zhao and her companions reached a safe area. Brother, the situation is dire, Gu Zhao said, her expression grave as she regarded Gu Xulin. Gu Xulin was taken aback by her seriousness. What is it? Gu Zhao rubbed her belly. I am hungry. I was awakened early this morning to flee, and now I feel starved and exhausted. My rear aches too. She had not anticipated that sitting on a furry leopard could also cause discomfort. Next time, she would ensure to provide her behind with some insurance. Help! Help! The king. Another voice cried out, sounding even more pitiful than Gu Zhao's. Zhong Siki smacked Zhong Mingrue on the rear a few times. Keep laughing. Provoking me, are you? You dare to keep your mouth open and drink the wind. I did not. Zhong Mingrue protested, tears brimming in his eyes. Song Yi sat nearby, supporting his head with his hands, watching the commotion. Song Zhe, thrilled by the array of animals in the safe zone, glanced at Gu Zhao when he heard her mention hunger and instinctively rubbed his own belly, suddenly aware that he too was quite hungry. Zhong Siki finally relented and ceased his torment of Zhong Mingrue, who looked utterly devastated. Gu Xulin, with a blank expression, remarked that he was still hungry. Despite voicing his hunger, his body was honest, leading him to approach the tigers and unload their burdens. It was the gifts they had brought the day before, a clever move on his part to tie them on before their journey. The rain continued to fall gently. Gu Xulin left one deer behind and distributed the remaining 2 prey among the tigers and leopards. They shared the portions, but it was merely a light snack. True satiety was unattainable. He pondered how to construct a shelter to shield them from the rain. Otherwise, they would not even be able to start a fire without all catching colds. Simple enough, Gu Zhao crept over to the elephants she admired. Gu Xulin was unfazed, accustomed to her antics. He had long ceased to be surprised when she intentionally ventured into the mouths of animals. However, he would still spank her. The leopards were instinctively aware. Upon seeing Gu Zhao approach, they followed her lead. With the presence of a translator, communication with the elephants was seamless. The elephants nodded, affectionately nudging Gu Zhao's hand with their trunks before moving to the edge of the floodwaters, where they used their trunks to lift logs from the water. The leopards quickly dug a hole in the ground, and the elephants placed the logs inside, with the leopards covering them with earth. They carefully balanced the logs with branches atop the previously arranged wood, and the leopards returned with large leaves, which the elephants helped to position above. A simple shelter against the rain had thus been constructed. I found myself believing that they were more intelligent than I. The makeshift canopy, though rudimentary, exuded a primal wisdom. The sturdy tree branch tripod held firm, while the broad leaves served as an impeccable roof. Surely, these animals must possess degrees in architecture. At this moment, I was left speechless, only able to exclaim, Monkey King. Song Zhe and Zhong Siki were busy preparing the meat, while Gu Xulin scoured the surroundings for some relatively dry firewood. The rain was not too heavy, and several branches hidden beneath the leaves and shrubs remained largely untouched by the downpour, still capable of igniting. After gathering some, they placed it under the canopy, and the elephant thoughtfully brought over a thick log, despite its dampness, which they accepted without complaint. They were all wet anyway. Chapter 67. The Flower Leopard's Little Class. Where you are king if you avoid conflict. Once the ingredients were prepared, the group gathered around to start a fire. Brother, do you think they will fight? Zhongming Rue asked curiously, observing the animals sprawled around them, both herbivores and carnivores. Zhong Siki paused for a brief moment before speaking softly, not at the moment. Why not? Zhongming Rue's finger discreetly pointed towards a few wolves. Aren't they tempted? Because the most crucial matter now is to survive until the waters recede. Zhong Siki replied, his gaze drawn to the murky, churning floodwaters in the distance. Fighting would expend too much energy and could lead to falling into the water, which is not worth the risk. Turning his attention back to Zhongming Rue, Zhong Siki's voice suddenly grew more intense. How dare you question the status of your king? I will report you. He questions you. With you around, how could any animal dare to fight? Zhongming Rue exclaimed, clearly overstepping the bounds. Zhongming Rue was in disbelief as he looked at his brother. Oh, he is no longer my brother. He is my enemy. King, do not believe him. My brother is a treacherous minister. Panic set in for Zhongming Rue, fearing that if the king believed his words, he might not receive food. Song raised his hand. King, I heard that. Zhongming Rue does not believe you. Good brothers would turn against each other. Zhongming Rue lamented, feeling the weight of betrayal. Song ignored him, gazing skyward and then downward, avoiding eye contact. The adults nearby could not help but chuckle at the scene. Suddenly, Gu Zhao's voice broke through. Brother, are you happy? If so, could you please move your feet? Gu Sulin glanced down, noticing that his foot seemed to be resting on another foot. Oh dear, my mistake, he said awkwardly, tilting his head away. Gu Zhao looked at him with a reproachful gaze. Gu Sulin turned back to the meat roasting over the fire, shifting it to cook another side. Are you spicy? He inquired. Eat. Gu Zhao responded eagerly. Gu Sulin sighed in relief as he borrowed some chili powder from Zhongming Rue, who immediately obliged. Song Yi produced a cucumber from his backpack, asking, King, would you like some cucumber? Yes. Gu Zhao was more than willing to accept. Surrounded by beasts and the looming flood, the situation felt rather dire. Zhongming Rue lamented, I am merely a curious child. Why must I endure all this? Gu Zhao's accusatory gaze was swiftly diverted by the allure of the roasted meat, affirming that satisfying one's hunger was indeed a priority. As the animals maintained a respectful silence upon Gu Zhao's utterance, the majestic elephants and 3 tigers quietly encircled the flower leopard. Sensing impending danger, the leopard rose, questioning, What do you intend to do? Tiger fixed his gaze on her, demanding, Teach us the language of the fragrant treasure. The elephants, while slightly more polite than the tigers, echoed the sentiment. Once the flood subsides, we will bring gifts to express our gratitude. The leopard, surrounded by the imposing figures of elephants and tigers, scoffed. Can I refuse? With a sudden thought, a slight smile broke across her furry face. Very well. We are all friends. If you wish to learn, I shall teach. The animals settled down together, and the flower leopard cleared her throat, stating, I will first teach you some simple vocabulary. The tigers and elephants listened intently, and other animals soon gathered around. The flower leopard continued. When you encounter a fragrant treasure you adore, are you not saddened by your inability to communicate? You need only learn this phrase, Xiang Xiang Bao Bei, Ti Tai Bao Bao. The tiger, growing impatient, urged her, hurry up and say it. Indeed, make haste. The others echoed. With a serious demeanor, the flower leopard instructed. You simply need to say the following words. Ba Jie Yalu. The tigers exchanged glances, tentative and curious. What does that mean? The flower leopard maintained her composure. It means. The elephants diligently practiced Ba Ji Ru. Struggling to contain her laughter, the flower leopard playfully bit her own leg. What are you doing? Inquired a newly joined lion, squinting. I have an itch, the flower leopard replied nonchalantly. The animals regarded her for a moment before resuming their studies, while the flower leopard stifled her laughter. A little class with the flower leopard, where you reign supreme if you avoid conflict. Brother, there's so many animals over there. Yizue remarked, noticing a group of creatures not far away, feeling a pang of anxiety. Gu Zhao isn't over there, is she? No, I cannot be with Gu Zhao now. Brother, let us go over there. There are too many animals here. Yizhe Shi, weary and hungry, felt reluctant to move. Li Bao, we shall not go over. Let us rest here instead. Uzmo was also nearing his limit. Yes, We can keep our distance. Yu Xiaowei remained silent, striving to be a mere backdrop. Yi Zue, feeling increasingly anxious and displeased, disliked their defiance. She was the beloved one. They should cater to her. Brother, I do not want to stay here. Her tone was tinged with impatience. Yi Zhe frowned, but quickly reassured himself that Li Bao was still young and must be frightened after all they had endured. Li Bao, we're all a bit fatigued. He attempted to reason with her. Yi Zue was irritable, yet before she could respond, Yu Zi Imon noticed something. Is there shelter over there? He pointed towards the animals in the distance. Yu Xiaowei glanced over and spotted people inside the shelter, instinctively believing that it was Gu Zhao and her companions. Gu Zhao, Yi Zhe recognized her too. How fortunate they're to be sheltered from the rain while we trudge through it. We should go over. They are guests. They surely wouldn't let me perish. Yu Ziamos said coldly. I found it hard to believe that, even at this juncture, I felt that the guests should unite for safety. How ridiculous. Must we provoke Gu Zhao? I initially thought Yi Shao was charming and endearing, but now I am losing my admiration. Yi Zue was even more incensed. Yet no one heeded her, not even Yi Zhe, who wished to approach. Reluctantly, they all moved forward. However, upon their arrival, they were halted by the animals, who barred their passage. Yi Zhe called out Gu Zhao's name, only to be driven away by the creatures. They must be here to compete for the fragrant treasures. Chase them away. Several wild boars attempted to expel them. A few elephants moved closer, their trunks snatching leaves from small trees to eat, their bodies effectively blocking the way. Gu Zhao sensed something and glanced in their direction, puzzled by the absence of anything unusual. Gu Su-lin noticed her expression and inquired, What is it? Gu Zhao scratched her head. I think I heard someone calling my name. The animals do not understand Chinese. Who called you? Or can you understand English now? Don't be ridiculous. If you could understand, pigs would be climbing trees. What pigs can climb trees? Zhongming Rue asked, raising his head. Song Yi, ever knowledgeable, interjected. You don't know that? Peppa can climb trees. I saw her last time. She went straight from someone's house to the tree. Gu Zhao responded. A pig that can climb trees? It must be delicious. Brother, does Peppa smell good? Song Yi looked helplessly at Song Jia. Chapter 68. Escaping one trial after another after satisfying their hunger, the group sat watching the rain. Gu Su-lin mused, it's true. It does evoke a unique feeling within. A bitter one. Zhongming Rue, feeling rather confident, declared, Allow me to recite a poem for everyone. Song Yi immediately applauded. If we do not support him, our friendship will surely sink. Gu Zhao joined in the applause, and with her encouragement, Zhongming Rue felt as though he could soar to the heavens at that moment. He stood up, gazing solemnly into the distance. The verse echoed in his mind. Spring slumber unaware of dawn, everywhere mosquitoes bite. The sound of wind and rain came from the night, and little money remained. Zhong Siki delivered a swift slap to Zhong Mingrue's backside. Zhong Mingrue was utterly aggrieved, exclaiming, Brother, what are you doing? This is clearly a line from the poem you always recite. He felt so wronged. Why did he have to be hit when he hadn't even recited it incorrectly? Zhong Siki, feeling guilty, glanced away and muttered, I didn't mean it. Don't say such things. Humph. The king declared that dishonest adults would lose their weekends. Gu Zhao replied, Did I say that? Well, I enjoy weekends every day. Zhong Siki fell silent. That was a ruthless retort. As the atmosphere grew lively, Song Yi decided to entertain everyone with a song. Song Jia panicked. He would rather listen to a toad croak than endure his brother's singing. He attempted to divert the topic. What are those animals doing? Song Yi, indeed intrigued, observed the cluster of animals and curiously asked, King, are they chatting too? Gu Zhao was unsure, having felt like a deaf person since arriving here. Why must there be other languages in the world? It was so unfair to children. Upon noticing Gu Zhao's gaze, the animals, including the tiger, immediately tensed up. The flower leopard rolled its eyes and thought, what a perfect opportunity. It rushed to announce loudly to Xiangxiang Baobei that they liked her. The elephant hesitated, wondering if Xiangxiang Baobei would like them. The three tiger brothers, having interacted with Gu Zhao, especially the eldest, who had been slept upon by her, confidently approached. The other animals, upon seeing this, panicked. How could they let the tigers go first? What if Xiangxiang Baobei favored them more? No. The other animals rushed forward, resulting in a chaotic crowd. The animals struggled to squeeze in front of Gu Zhao. Upon seeing them, Zhong Mingrue and Song Yi were thrilled, while Gu Zhao felt curious about their intentions. Zhong Siki, Song Zhe, and Gu Shulin appeared more composed, but were secretly observing. Bakayuru! Bakayuru! The animals shouted, eager not to be outdone by any little demon. Gu Zhao could no longer see them. None of the animals noticed her darkening expression or the flower leopard stealthily climbing the tree. The eldest tiger, emboldened by having been slept upon by Gu Zhao, pushed to the front and struck a handsome pose, shouting at Gu Zhao, Bakayuru, die you brat. Gu Zhao could no longer contain her anger. She wrapped her arms around the tiger's neck and, with a forceful move, executed a shoulder throw. The little figure managed to stun the eldest tiger. The eldest tiger was bewildered, thinking, who am I? Where am I? What was I doing? The other animals were also taken aback. It was clear to them that Gu Zhao was furious, realizing they had been deceived by the flower leopard. That Bakayuru was definitely not a compliment. Gu Shulin was dumbfounded. Was this really his sister? Incredible. A fierce little Barbie? Fortunately, he hadn't angered her. Song Zhe and the others were equally astonished, and the online comments exploded. What? Is this something a human could do? What did the other animals say to provoke our monkey king into a fierce Barbie? Love Pet Hospital. Is the tiger hurt? Not that I worry about its health, but its pride. After all, in the animal kingdom, being toppled by a cub is more difficult to recover from than a fracture. Suddenly, the trending topics surged. The tiger's pride was at stake. Gu Zhao had thrown the tiger. A tiger's unfortunate life. Uninformed netizens felt that the marketing title had already reached trending status, exaggerating the situation. However, the moment they clicked on the trending topic, they were left in shock. A human cub? A shoulder throw? A tiger? I recognize all these words, but why do I feel like I've learned nothing? I need to tell my language teacher that I must relearn. After 12 years of special effects analysis, having scrutinized frame by frame, I found no signs of synthesis. For the first time in years, I doubt my education. Could this be real? The guests were unaware of the uproar online, but they were astonished in their own right. Songzhe was bursting with curiosity, but feared that an upset Gu Zhao might retaliate. His physique could not match that of a tiger. If she retaliated, he would be left with a lifetime of hardship, though he was already enduring pain. That would be unbearable. He looked at Gu Shulin, rapidly blinking his eyes. You understand, right? Gu Shulin indeed understood. He feared Gu Zhao too. Gu Zhao glared at him, prompting Gu Shulin to feel a chill run down his spine. What had they done? Mentioning this caused Gu Zhao's expression to darken further. They call me Bakayuru. The others murmured in agreement. Well, the tiger has no grievances. The tiger and other animals were left uncertain. Only the leopard, who had instigated the situation, knew the truth. The flower leopard had already climbed up the tree. Below, a few wild boars and other animals were pursuing it. Get down here. We promise not to kill you. The animals that had learned Bakayuru were seething with rage. The wild boars were confused, wondering what had happened. The elephant angrily shook the tree with its trunk, while the flower leopard clung tightly to the branch. Yu Xiaowei could no longer contain herself and shouted. What is happening? Escaping one disaster after another. Am I destined to face countless trials to obtain scriptures? Or am I heading to the heavens right now? Cautiously, the flower leopard glanced at them and noticed, to its surprise, that there were still several bipeds hanging from the tree. Yu Zimo and the others had climbed up to escape the wild boars. They never expected to encounter a leopard, especially one that was furious. Is there a ghost? Gu Zhao looked up at the sky, which, though cloudy, was still daytime. The eldest tiger heard this and cautiously turned over, nuzzling Gu Zhao's hand with a pitiful expression, then gestured for her to follow. Gu Zhao, intrigued, followed suit, and Gu Shulin and others quickly caught up. When they reached a tree, the group was taken aback, staring at a gathering of animals glaring hungrily below, with a few people clinging to the branches and one flower leopard. Upon seeing Gu Zhao's arrival, the flower leopard awkwardly smiled. Chapter 69. I am a model citizen. Yu Zimo immediately shouted, You must drive these beasts away. He glared at Gu Zhao with increasingly cold eyes. Gu Zhao dug at her ears, puzzled, and asked Gu Shulin, Brother, do you hear something barking? Gu Shulin casually scanned the surroundings, seemingly from the tree above. Songi disagreed. King, I don't hear barking, just a foul odor. He curiously glanced at the people on the tree, then suddenly realized, King, his pants are wet. Upon hearing this, Gu Zhao immediately looked over, exclaiming, Wow, looks like our little tyrant has wet himself. Yu Zimo's face turned a deep shade of red, trembling with anger. Yi Zui, upon hearing this, also looked over and indeed saw the wet pants. She felt a bit disdainful, but after all, he was a valuable future admirer. Maintaining appearances was still necessary. Gu Zhao, you shouldn't say such things. It's just rainwater. Gu Zhao replied nonchalantly, oh, if you say it's rainwater, then it must be. Her dismissive attitude not only left Yuzui speechless, but also embarrassed Yuzimo. If you dare to speak nonsense again, I'll have someone tear your mouth apart. Yuzimo's face darkened. His mother used to intimidate other women this way. Oh, how scary. If you say it's not urine, then it's not. I can't just let someone smell your pants. That would be so embarrassing. You're asking for it. Yuzimo's face flushed with anger. He glared intently at Gu Zhao, then noticed the 3 familiar tigers nearby, which seemed to be the ones that had helped Yuzui drive away the other animals. He grew bolder, mocking, I advise you to apologize now, and we might spare your life. Had he taken leave of his senses? Gu Zhao was rendered speechless. Where did he derive such confidence? Yuzimo smirked. The tiger beside you is merely a pet of Zui. Gu Zhao. Others. What on earth is he talking about? Zui, perched in the tree, recalled the tigers, and suddenly, the people in the tree regained their confidence. Only Yu Shaowei wore a look of melancholy. Zui, quickly send those tigers away from the other animals, Yuzimo declared triumphantly. Zui wore a helpless expression. Let me give it a try. She gazed expectantly at the tigers below, hoping for success, but the tigers looked back at her, in confusion. Zui felt her face grow warm. Why was it not working again? Leave. She attempted several more times, yet her efforts remained futile. Gu Zhao remarked, are you all performing a skit? Surely you haven't gone mad? You are the one who is mad. You lunatic. Yuzimo felt as though his dignity had been trampled underfoot by Gu Zhao. Ignoring the wild boar, tigers, elephants, and lions below, he slid down the tree trunk. Yu Shaowei, foreseeing the outcome, chose not to watch. She believed Yuzimo was simply stubborn, with a higher tolerance for pressure than she, a mere worker. You are nothing but a scoundrel. Yuzimo landed on the ground. His face darkened with anger as he rushed toward Gu Zhao, his eyes filled with ferocity. Gu Zuling, incensed by his words, was about to reprimand him when a tiger leaped forward, excitedly pouncing on him and roaring. The sound stunned Yuzimo, his ears ringing as he faced the tiger's sharp teeth, even catching a whiff of blood. His mind went blank, unable to react. Zui feigned surprise and fear. With a hint of disbelief, Gu Zhao, Zimo is merely too angry. You wouldn't let the tiger eat him, would you? Yet inwardly, she wished for Gu Zhao to let the tiger kill him. Good riddance to that useless Zimo. Had he not suggested it earlier, she would not have attempted anything and would not have embarrassed herself in front of Gu Zhao. Moreover, if she could drag Gu Zhao down with him, he would meet a fitting end. She glanced at the lion, urging inwardly, bite. Do it quickly. Gu Zhao leisurely tucked his hands into his pockets. Oh, you seem to know a lot. You know when to pee, and now you know the tiger wants to eat someone? Could it be you commanded it to bite? Oh, it must be so. Just moments ago, you confidently claimed the tiger was your pet. You cannot wrongfully accuse me in your internal squabbles. I am a law-abiding citizen. This statement was directed at the animals, his tone somewhat gritted. The animals looked on, bewildered, wondering what the precious thing was saying. Only the leopard, who understood, sheepishly buried its head. Gu Zhao continued to address Zui. I cannot command them. If you wrongfully accuse me again, I might just have to lie down and sue you for 38,000. She even performed a little demonstration for her, gesturing to the animals to roll over. The animals remained perplexed. You see, do not sully my reputation. This time, I shall prove that our monkey king is a domestic monkey and does not understand foreign languages. Yet Gu Zhao could have had the leopard translate. Why does she not let the tiger rise? Clearly, she intends to harm. How could someone so young be so malevolent? Yuzimo, despite his arrogance, is still just a child. Is it necessary to frighten him so? When Yuzimo was boasting earlier, did he forget he was a child? Now that he is terrified, he begins to play the victim? Yizishi believed this to be Gu Zhao's scheme. He bit back his impatience and spoke gently. Zhao Zhao, I believe in you. But could you please have these animals clear the way, so we can descend? Gu Zhao. Gu Zuling looked on in disbelief. My child has already stated she cannot command them. Why are you still trying to manipulate her? If you wish to descend, just do so. No one is stopping you. Zhong Mingrui curiously asked Zhong Siki. Brother, why does he keep repeating himself? The king has already said it cannot be done. Did he not hear clearly? Zhong Siki pondered for a moment. Perhaps his hearing is not good. Oh, how unfortunate to have poor hearing at such a young age. Zhou Mingrui looked at Yi Zishi with a hint of sympathy. Yi Zishi struggled to contain himself. If he wanted to descend, he could. Did he dare descend with those wild boars lurking? Would he be pounced upon by a tiger? Yet, remaining in the tree was equally perilous, as lightning flashed ominously overhead, warning them. Solitary trees on the prairie were prone to disaster. Zui's voice trembled. Gu Zhao, are you truly going to turn a blind eye to our plight? Gu Zhao, unwilling to converse with the foolish, turned her gaze to the leopard, which resembled a quail in the tree. Come down. The leopard hesitated for a moment before leaping down. As soon as it landed, the other animals encircled it. The clever leopard nestled itself beside Gu Zhao. Seeing this, Yi Zishi could no longer maintain his facade. Gu Zhao, do you have no heart? No matter the circumstances, our Yi family has raised you for 5 years. Is this how you repay us? The mention of this riled Gu Zuling. He cast a cold glance at Yi Zishi. There is not enough evidence right now. Do not expose us. He directed toward the leopard. Inform the elephant. Can it break the tree? That would scare them to death. Indeed, upon hearing this, the faces of those in the tree turned pale. Yu Xiaowei felt utterly wronged. She decided to take a gamble. Win, and she would emerge victorious. Lose, and she would face disgrace. She began to climb down the tree. As she reached the ground, the animals all stared at her, yet none initiated an attack. Yu Xiaowei cautiously approached Gu Zhao. May I leave? Gu Zhao nodded, of course. You have not offended her. Why should you not depart? Yu Xiaowei expressed her gratitude and, disregarding Yu Zimo, walked away. Damn you, family. All they do is hinder me. You dare run. I will have my father expel you from our home. I will have you blacklisted. Yu Zimo, regaining his senses, cried out in fear as he saw Yu Xiaowei attempt to flee. Yu Xiaowei ignored him, thinking, foolish brother. Odd parents. I never wanted to be part of this family. Yi Zishi and Zui, seeing this, cautiously began to descend as well. However, as soon as they began to climb down, the wild boars surrounded the tree and frantically began to claw at the trunk. A deafening clap of thunder erupted. Gu Zuling could no longer bear it and said, Let us leave. Why stand in the rain, making us look like fools? The other animals followed suit, leaving, yet the wild boars remained steadfast, watching the people in the tree. As the tiger departed, Yu Zimo regained his freedom, panting, his face pale, and his pants feeling damp again. A wild boar approached him. Yu Zimo scrambled to his feet, casting a glance at Zui, his eyes filled with suspicion. Did she truly command the tiger to pounce on him? The boar drew nearer, and he stopped looking at her, bolting away instead. Zui watched him flee, her expression growing increasingly dark. Chapter 70. A small warning. Not a threat will you admit your wrongdoing? Gu Zhao sat in the small shelter, smiling at the guilty-looking leopard. The leopard dared not deny its fault, nodding eagerly at Gu Zhao's words, nearly shaking its head off in its fervor to express its contrition. I understand my mistake. The leopard nuzzled against Gu Zhao's hand, careful not to overstep. Gu Zhao suppressed the urge to pet the leopard, asking, What was your mistake? The leopard continued to nuzzle, acknowledging it should not have taught the others to speak ill. At that moment, the leopard felt a singular emotion, regret. Had it known to teach one animal first before allowing that creature to instruct others, it could have escaped unscathed. It had acted hastily, leaving no retreat. The animals it had deceived glared fiercely at it. Just then, a little fox ambled over, clutching a flower in its mouth. Shyly, it placed the flower in Gu Zhao's hand, its eyes sparkling with anticipation. Do you like it, Sister Xiangxiang? Wow, it's so adorable, Zhou Mingrui exclaimed, his curiosity piqued by the fox before him. Song Yi approached, equally astonished at the fox's round face. It must be a very upright fox. Song Zhe, puzzled, replied, What does that have to do with its being upright? Song Yi shot him a disdainful glance. Brother, you are so foolish. Humans have faces, and surely foxes do too. If it looks so proper, it must be an upright fox. Song Zhe, do you think it is possible that this is a matter of breed? Song Yi, wow, that's quite upright. I now believe that saying. A crooked beam leads to a crooked column. Thus, if the upper beam is straight, the offspring will also be straight. Song Yi nodded with certainty. Whether the adults believe it or not, Zhou Mingrui nodded in agreement. The young fox looked bewildered. What were they babbling about? Never mind. They are friends of my sister. Let's just flatter them together. The proud fox extended its paw and touched their hands. The flower leopard took the opportunity to be rescued as well. It glanced at the fox with soft eyes. A good fox. Gu Zhao looked at it in confusion. Is it for us? The flower leopard translated, and the fox nodded. Enjoying the fruit, the group relaxed. The fruit was slightly sour, which perfectly countered the richness of the roasted meat. Songja humorously commented that the flower leopard's attitude of admitting fault was more sincere than his partner's written self-reflection. The fox was indeed a creature that came with its own set of expressions. Its square face was simply classic. Songja remarked that his younger brother must have been a logical genius abducted from kindergarten. After Yu Xiaowei left, she noticed a small tail following her. Yu Zimo trailed behind, head down. She glanced back at him, but didn't shoo him away. If he remained quiet, she didn't mind his presence. After all, she wouldn't concern herself with him anymore. Yu Zimo remained quiet for a moment, his mind filled with thoughts about Yi Zui deceiving him. However, after contemplating, he felt he was unjustly accusing Yi Zui. How could he trust that madman Gu Zhao over the gentle little fairy? With this realization, he regained his confidence. Stop right there. Yu Zimo called out to Yu Xiaowei. Yu Xiaowei, what? Are you sick? Is she such a despicable person? She just ran away. Yu Zimo's face flushed with anger. Yu Xiaowei, you truly are ungrateful. I won't let you off easily. Yu Xiaowei didn't even pause. She would fare better alone than mingling with this group of troubled minds. After all, they could not be trusted. Yu Xiaowei celebrated internally, finally standing her ground. The Yu family watched in dismay as their precious son was being bullied. She was nearly driven mad, disregarding what Yu father was doing and directly called to complain. Yu father had just wrapped up a meeting and was already irritated. Instinctively, he softened his voice upon receiving Yu mother's call. What's wrong? He asked. I should have just knocked out that little brat Yu Xiaowei and sent her to the operating table. Yu insisted on a paternity test and even agreed to let her appear on a variety show. Yu mother scolded. Yu father rubbed his temples, weary. After all, she was a celebrity. Her sudden disappearance would raise a considerable uproar. It was better to appease her by allowing her to appear on the show, especially since she promised to give Chi-Chi a kidney. Now, it was evident she had no intention of following through. Yu mother was not naive enough to think Yu Xiaowei would be obedient. No worries, I signed a contract with her. It was rigged. She will have to comply regardless of her wishes. Yu father's lips curled into a confident smile. After calming Yu mother, he called Director Gua to issue a few warnings. Director Gua answered the call with a smile, but as soon as it ended, he wore a mocking expression. Who's afraid of you? The warnings you give are stacking up all the way to Africa. Just then, another call came in, and upon answering, it was the fans of the actress scolding him. A minor warning was not a threat. Hanging up, he returned to watching Gu Zhao's live stream, finding himself increasingly fond of it. He has to save Zui. She must be very sad and scared. Meanwhile, Yu Xiaowei had wandered off and encountered the actress and her mother. Zhou noticed her and, seeing no one else around, looked puzzled. Her expression appeared gentle, yet her pride was unmistakable. Why does you? Due to work, Yu Xiaowei politely smiled. I'm moving alone. Where are you headed? Teacher Zhou. Zhou raised an eyebrow, not responding but glancing at Song Jinan. Song Jinan, catching her gaze, irritably remarked, Did they kick you out? Yu Xiaowei frowned. My dear partner, I simply chose to walk alone. TCH, who would believe that? With their foolish minds, anyone who stays is also a fool. Song Jinan rolled her eyes. Yu Xiaowei, so brave. Zhou chuckled helplessly. I'm sorry, kids do not understand. Song Jinan rolled her eyes again, not understanding. It's clearly what you want to say. Meanwhile, Gu Zhao had begun to enjoy watching the animal show. She didn't wish to see the animal performance. Yet the animals insisted on showcasing their talents. Two giraffes commenced a neck-swinging fight. As Gu Zhao was engrossed, she noticed the flower leopard, who had been guarding her, suddenly rise. It looked toward the flood, pacing anxiously. Chapter 71, Mom. Can I still go home for dinner? Gu Zhao was puzzled. What's wrong? Gu Zuling had been watching Gu Zhao and, upon hearing her voice, frowned and looked over. Help! Someone save my baby! There was no way to get down. The water was too high, and it seemed hopeless. Mom, help! Save my fox life! A young fox was tumbling in the flood until it managed to cling to a piece of wood, barely steadying itself. It called out desperately toward the shore. The bank was filled with animals. A white fox was frantic, repeatedly attempting to jump into the water, but was held back by a nearby mother elephant. It won't help if you jump in. It will only add another life to the mix. The animals watched the mother fox with compassion, particularly the mothers with young ones, who were moved to tears. Gu Zhao, not understanding why the flower leopard wouldn't tell her, decided to run over herself. However, before she could see anything, a crowd of animals blocked her way. The flower leopard quickly stopped her. Xiang, darling, it's dangerous over there. Don't go. The animals were startled and immediately gave chase. Zhong Mingrui and Song quickly understood the king's intentions and ran over while the animals distracted him. The two children reached the edge of the flood, where the animals quickly blocked their path. Yet, they had already seen enough. King, the little fox fell into the water. Zhong Mingrui shouted loudly. Gu Zhao rushed over as well, and without waiting for her, Gu Zuling scooped her up. You're not going into the water. Gu Zuling shot a warning glare at Gu Zhao, fearing this little ancestor might leap in to save the fox. I'm not that foolish. Gu Zhao retorted, exasperated. You never know. Zhong Mingrui and Song anxiously watched the small figure in the water. It was the upright little fox. Gu Zhao looked over and recognized the very fox that had brought her flowers and fruit. Brother, do you remember who has a rope? Gu Zhao asked Gu Zuling. Zhong Siki, with a good memory, spoke first. I think it's Uzimo. How troublesome. If I had known, I would have robbed him first and then let him go. The flower leopard immediately relayed the message to the other animals. Upon hearing the description, the animals ran off to find him. Zhong Siki hesitated, but was noticed by Zhong Mingrui. Brother, are you constipated? Zhong Siki gave Zhong Mingrui a merciless slap on the backside. Zhong Mingrui covered his rear angrily. You brute. Zhong Siki chuckled, observing his brother's expression, feeling much lighter. He turned to Gu Zhao and directly expressed his concern. Will it be too much to have the animals rob him? Some netizens might find Zhong Siki's caution overly conservative. Gu Zhao was unconcerned. Will they scold me? That's fine. I'm uncouth, and if they do, I want to hear it. If I do hear it, I'll send a mouse to visit their home. Suddenly, I comprehended Zhong Siki's concerns. It was not merely a fear of online criticism, but rather a dread of the netizens relocating overnight. Uzimo, oblivious to this, continued to curse Gu Zhao and Yu Xiaowei as he walked. It was not until he spotted several hyenas that he realized the gravity of his situation. The hyenas exchanged glances and, with a collective howl, charged straight toward him. Uzimo, sensing the imminent danger, fled, convinced that Gu Zhao was behind this predicament. If it were not for him, he would not be running in Gu Zhao's direction, potentially leading to their demise together. However, the hyenas, noticing the direction he was fleeing, began to herd him playfully, akin to a game of cat and mouse. Eventually, one particularly bold hyena snatched his bag and dashed off, while the others pursued it. Unfazed, Uzimo picked himself up and continued toward Yizui. The hyenas successfully delivered the bag to Gu Zhao, who handed it to Gu Zuling, who attached a wooden weight to the rope to increase its heft before hurling it toward the small fox. Yet, each attempt fell just short. Suddenly, Gu Zhao remembered her weekly stroke of luck. Today marked the beginning of a new week, and she felt compelled to use it without hesitation. Upon activating her ability, a wave of comfort washed over her, and just as she reached for Gu Zuling's rope, she heard animals calling to her. Remarkably, she could understand them. Hello, little one. From afar, two massive eagles soared in. Their heads were elongated compared to ordinary eagles, crowned with red plumage, and their beaks were sturdy and hooked, with a striking black and white feather pattern and tips of a pale greenish-yellow. They exuded an air of majesty and beauty that left Gu Zhao in awe. The comments section erupted in chaos, as viewers were stunned by the appearance of a seemingly extinct eagle. Oh my goodness, it resembles the long-extinct eagle. That's it. I just asked my teacher, who thought I was foolishly glued to my phone. After showing him the variety show, he fainted and is now waiting for an ambulance. Can someone enlighten us, bewildered netizens? This eagle is indeed magnificent. If I'm not mistaken, it's the Haster eagle. Do you realize what this means? An animal thought extinct for 1,000 years has re-emerged. The online community, alongside experts and professors, erupted in excitement. Even the director in the control room, inundated with calls from various prominent figures, was on the brink of insanity. Meanwhile, social media exploded with the revival of the ancient Haster eagle, trending rapidly to the top of search results within 10 minutes. Some netizens even compared screenshots with fossil reconstructions in museums, finding striking similarities. My grandfather, a retired ornithologist, just took a look at the screen through his reading glasses and went into a frenzy, rummaging through his papers, claiming he must confront this in person. No, verify it. My lab mate has lost it, running down the hallway in his lab coat, shouting for samples, only to be restrained by security as a mental health precaution. Unaware of the online frenzy or how many people were rushing toward them, Gu Zhao remained fixated on the two majestic creatures, exchanging glances with them. The other animals watched warily, having never seen such beings before. Gu Zuling and his companions observed with curiosity, unable to identify the eagles, merely expressing their astonishment at their size. The atmosphere was filled with exclamations of disbelief. Song Yi and Zhong Mingrui, emboldened by the presence of the great beasts, tentatively touched their feathers. The Haster eagles, indifferent, simply regarded Gu Zhao. The small fox, perched on a piece of wood amidst the floodwaters, yearned for attention, insisting they could not be so oblivious. The mother fox, recovering from her shock at the sight of the two colossal creatures, suddenly remembered her child was still afloat in the water. Gu Zhao also recalled her desire for assistance. "Hello, could you help me pass the rope of that fox?" The Haster eagle tilted its head and swooped into the floodwaters, retrieving the fox along with the piece of wood. "Is this what you meant?" The eagle, having saved the fox, landed triumphantly. "You can give me a kiss." The other eagle immediately bumped it aside, claiming, "I just had a bath. Come on, kiss me." Gu Zhao obliged, showering them both with affection. Onlookers found the scene commonplace, while the animals watched enviously. Only the experts were on the verge of madness. Gu Zhao glanced at the two eagles and then at the rushing waters. "Brother, I have a brilliant idea." Chapter 72. I'm done playing with you. "Is this your brilliant idea?" Gu Zuling remarked with a mix of amusement and exasperation as he observed the unfolding spectacle. The rope they had acquired was now used to bind the two great eagles, with a wooden piece secured in the middle for balance. Gu Zhao nodded earnestly, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Yes, yes. The great eagle glider is a must-have. What incredible fortune. To miss out on such an exhilarating experience would be a shame. After all, little Zhao was practically invincible. Gu Zuling watched Gu Zhao with a bemused expression, his frustration and concern reaching a peak. "Gu Zhao, come here." His tone remained gentle. Gu Zhao stared at him for 2 seconds before plopping down on the wooden piece, urging, "Go faster." The two great eagles flapped their wings and took off into the air. Gu Zhao clung tightly to the ropes as the gentle rain fell, enhancing her sense of comfort. "Higher," she exclaimed, reveling in the thrill. The eagles obliged, soaring even higher. "Ha ha 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 ha." Gu Zhao's infectious laughter echoed through the air. Gu Zuling, eyes fixed on her, worried she might tumble down at any moment. "Help! What sorcery is this? The great eagle glider?" "Gu Zhao, you truly have audacity. Please, everyone, do not attempt this at home. One misstep, and you might end up as fertilizer instead. Beautiful, dangerous maneuvers not to be imitated. Director, you overestimate me. What on earth are you doing to this noble, extinct creature? Please, could I have a feather for research?" The Haster eagle seemed unperturbed, merely soaring higher. Was flying high enough? Absolutely not. This was a reckless endeavor meant for enjoyment. "Descend." Gu Zhao cheered. The two eagles promptly dove downward. Gu Zhao felt as though she might be flung off, yet she remained exhilarated. Meanwhile, Gu Zuling turned pale, his legs weakening at the thought of his reckless child plummeting to danger. "Ah, the king is so cool." Zhong Mingrui gazed at Gu Zhao in admiration, leaping up as he witnessed her dive. Song Yi mirrored his excitement, shouting the king. Song Zhe looked on with envy, wishing he could partake in the thrill. Zhong Siki, perhaps the most attuned to Gu Zuling's concerns, looked anxiously at the airborne figures and then back at Gu Zuling, who seemed poised to collapse. "Brother, take it easy," Zhong Siki said sympathetically, observing Gu Zuling's plight. His brother may be unpredictable, but he was simply outspoken. A light smack on the backside would suffice to address his misbehavior. After all, this was his sister, a spanking was out of the question, and it was a bitter pill to swallow. Yet, he would willingly trade his brother for their safety. Flying is exhilarating, Gu Zuling thought. The two great eagles hovered just above the floodwaters, with Gu Zhao seated on the wooden piece, gazing down at the swirling currents. They continued their flight, swiftly distancing themselves from Gu Zuling and the others. Gu Zuling was torn between exasperation and urgency. After a while, Gu Zhao spotted struggling animals in the water. Directing the eagles toward them, she executed a swift maneuver, wrapping her legs around the wood and dangling above the water. "Don't do that. I am scared. Drone, don't descend. I don't want a first-person experience of a rapid drop. What on earth am I witnessing? Hanging? Gu Zhao, are you seeking even more thrills? Help! What is this position? Is she hanging herself like cured meat on a wooden beam? If the rope loosens and the wood falls, I dare not even imagine. Where are my instant heart-saving pills? Gu Zhao fixated on the splashing red fox in the water, seizing the opportunity to wrap it in her arms while using her other hand to catch a struggling mouse rabbit. She transported them to the shore several times until one of the large eagles suddenly had an upset stomach and dropped a mess. Gu Zhao's eyes widened in shock, and she immediately began to sway, narrowly escaping disaster. She had lost track of time in her excitement. Misfortune approached. The return journey was no longer as smooth as the way there. It seemed intent on sending her to her demise. Suddenly, the rope tied to one of the large eagles developed a crack. It snapped. With a jolt, Gu Zhao clutched the remaining intact rope. But with all her weight on the other eagle, it was yanked downward. Oh no, this is dangerously thrilling. The other eagle quickly descended, using its body to drag Gu Zhao. It's madness. This world has gone crazy. Help! She is still adjusting her position. Does she think it's not stable enough? What misunderstanding does this child have about danger? If this were a movie, it would surely be a scene from a fantastical adventure. Unfortunately, in reality, it's just a moment that raises my brother's blood pressure. After navigating countless obstacles, Gu Zhao finally spotted Gu Zuling and the others. Gu Zuling was nearly frightened out of his wits by the sight before him. Gu Zhao stood on the eagle's back, gripping the rope. It really felt like a noose. Good news. The mischievous child remained mischievous. Bad news. The mischievous child remained mischievous. As soon as Gu Zhao landed, she slipped and fell off the eagle's back, instinctively grabbing a large handful of feathers. Caw! Caw! The hashed eagle screeched, its voice trembling. Gu Zhao landed on her rear, staring at the feathers in her hand, then glancing at the distressed expression of the hashed eagle. Gu Zhao, the other hashed eagle, the others. How tragic. That area looks a bit bald. Gu Zhao chuckled awkwardly, picking up the feathers and stuffing them into Gu Zuling's hands. Darling, 2 kisses or I'll cry. The bald-headed hashed eagle's eyes brimmed with tears. Kiss. You must kiss. Gu Zhao planted several kisses, only to have her nose brushed by the feathers. Achoo! Unable to hold back a sneeze, she directed it at the eagle's head. The hashed eagle cried, Woo-woo. I'm not playing with you anymore. The hashed eagle ran away crying. First, it's a bit pitiful. Secondly, can I sell these feathers for something? Sell them to us first. We specialize in ancient biological genetics. Zhao Zhao is the daughter of the Gu family, right? I happen to have some connections with your second brother. Sell them to me first. Director Gu's phone began to ring again. He felt a mix of worry and delight, experiencing the sensation of funds clamoring to reach him. Gu Urge, perplexed, also received unexpected calls. Gu Yunqi picked up the phone and, after a lengthy discussion about connections, just as he was growing impatient, the caller finally asked, Can I buy 2 of your sister's feathers? After hanging up, another call came in. In just a moment, he received 4 or 5 calls, all about purchasing feathers. Chapter 73. I love the protagonist's halo. Gu Zhao gazed silently at the large eagle hiding its head in the bushes. It was the first time she had been rejected by an animal. How unfair. Just as she lifted her foot to console her feathered friend, she tripped over her own feet and fell. Gu Zuling jumped in surprise. Gu Zhao, can't you even stand? Brother, stop saying such harsh things. Gu Zhao retorted, and then her bottom met the ground with a thud, hearing Gu Zuling's cold voice. Then go ahead and hit me. She had some nerve, going up to the sky and into the water. Why not just send me to my grave? Gu Zuling felt his heart nearly leap to his throat. Gu Zhao weakly struggled. Brother, could you let me go? I'm feeling a bit unlucky right now. Gu Zuling laughed outright. Not a chance. Your retribution is me. Yet in the next moment, lightning struck, and a thunderbolt hit the ground across the flood. They were just a hair's breadth away from total annihilation. The animals were frightened and scattered. Amid the chaos, several stampedes occurred. Gu Zuling quickly scooped up Gu Zhao while Songzhe and Zhong Siki hurriedly grabbed their younger brothers and moved away from the animals. What just happened? That lightning was bright. That bolt struck the grass over there, right? The flash nearly blinded me. Several animals were trampled to death. How dangerous. Thankfully, the animals quickly calmed down and came to Gu Zhao's side, eager to lead her away. Xiang baby, come with us. Sister, let's hurry. It's frightening here. Several animals tugged at Gu Zhao's clothing, trying to pull her along. Gu Zuling carried Gu Zhao, following the animals. But wherever Gu Zhao went, misfortune followed, until she spotted the protagonist still hanging from the tree. In such a high-risk zone struck by lightning, she was unscathed. The protagonist's halo is incredible. Gu Zhao excited. Slip from Gu Zuling's embrace, brother. I'm going to avoid bad luck. Let us meet in an hour. Before he could respond, Gu Zhao had already dashed to the tree. Sister Gu Zhao looks like she's gazing at a gleaming gold nugget. Yizui was startled by Gu Zhao's sudden approach. Pondering what trick she was up to, Yizishi glared at the person beneath the tree. What game are you playing now? Let these animals bully us. And you still have the face to call Zui sister. Hearing him berate the animals, Gu Zhao frowned. But quickly, she put on a smile, planning her revenge. Don't worry. I'm not afraid of being late. I'll trick the down first. You just try not to come down. Gu Zhao looked at them. With such a tremendous lightning strike, so close, it was even more dangerous up in the tree. I worry for you, yet you doubt me. Lowering her head, she tried to squeeze out a few tears, but nothing came. Yizushi frowned, feeling a sense of familiarity with this behavior. Yizui clenched her fists. You little Gu Zhao, you dare to copy me. Then make those animals leave quickly. Yizushi commanded coldly. Gu Zhao locked eyes with a wild boar, falling silent. I don't understand, Simi Masai. Forget it. It's time for sign language. Gu Zhao began gesturing, and the wild boar, clever enough, understood, glanced at the people in the tree, and then left. Only then did Yizushi and Yizui breathe a sigh of relief as they climbed down from the tree. Just as Yizui felt the ground beneath her feet, Gu Zhao suddenly hugged her arm tightly. Yizui jumped in surprise, wanted to pull her arm away. But Gu Zhao was surprisingly strong, even stronger than the wild boar. Yizui's face flushed, and she couldn't pull her arm free. She looked for help from Yizushi. Yizushi furrowed his brow, glaring at Gu Zhao. Let go. Gu Zhao replied, not a chance. What useful human prop. She would have to be foolish to let go. Gu Zhao clung to Yizui, successfully dodging her bad luck. For instance, as she hugged Yizui's arm, rain began to fall upon Yizui's head. She was safe. Moreover, when Yizushi, in a fit of frustration, attempted to strike Gu Zhao, he accidentally slapped Yizui across the face. She was safe again, and, conveniently, Gu Zhao could express her astonishment at the swollen face of Yizui and the concerned expression of Yizushi. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Gu Zhao wore a peculiar expression. A strange smile. How fierce. Truly fierce. Gu Zhao admired Yizushi and remarked to Yizui, he definitely has a problem with you. Look at how swollen your face is. Yizui gritted her teeth. That's because I shielded you. She believed Gu Zhao was undoubtedly a troublemaker. With such urgency, was she trying to steal her good fortune? Her misfortune began the moment she was embraced by Gu Zhao. You did this on purpose. Yizui glared at Gu Zhao, who appeared utterly perplexed. An hour later, Gu Zhao casually discarded her used items and directed a wild boar to charge at Yizushi's sensitive areas. Feeling quite pleased, Gu Zhao remarked that she bore no grudges from the night before. Whistling a cheerful tune, she departed, leaving behind Yizushi, who was howling in pain, and Yizui, whose expression was one of exasperation. The audience could almost feel Yizushi's despair through the screen. Was Gu Zhao some sort of bad luck deity, causing calamity wherever she went? Was she unwell? Not only did she bring misfortune upon herself, but she also intentionally used her friend as a shield against disaster. Gu Zhao's fans seemed equally bewildered, laughing in disbelief. Just let out. If you want to criticize Gu Zhao, then do it. If one is not enough, Dangling, go into it too. If that doesn't suffice, there are plenty of animals to blame. Why target us fans? With a jovial hum, Gu Zhao set off to comfort the unfortunate Haste Eagle. Surely, this must be the place. The employer had mentioned a 5-year-old girl. Gu Zhao paused mid-step, as if hearing a faint murmuring. Unsure, she listened intently. After a while, pretending to be an explorer, she deduced that the employer's English-speaking child was, in fact, not conversant in the language. Gu Zhao could not understand their words, but she spotted 3 foreign men, each shouldering a large backpack. She mentally labeled them. One was a little black, another a little yellow, and the last a little green. The little black was an African American, the little yellow a Caucasian with blonde hair, and the little green, to Gu Zhao's delight, had a turtle tattoo on his face, clearly a street-smart individual. Not understanding their conversation was of little consequence. She went off in search of the flower leopard. However, upon turning around, she spotted 2 large eagles lurking behind her. Startled, Gu Zhao gasped, nearly falling victim to her own bad luck by colliding with the eagles. The balding Haste Eagle looked accusatory. The bear claimed that humans provided food and shelter, even taking care of their mates and offspring. The two eagles were intrigued, but they insisted on liking humans only if they were fond of them. After inquiring around the forest and conducting a midnight inspection at the zoo, they were recommended a delightful individual. They had flown in overnight. Opportunities, after all, are reserved for prepared eagles. Gu Zhao mused that raising an eagle should be feasible. If her unfamiliar brothers were not satisfied with this arrangement, she would consider keeping mice, perhaps even cockroaches. Chapter 74, Like Father, Like Child. Call me father. The large eagle was immensely pleased and promptly translated the words of the three men for Gu Zhao. Upon hearing their discussion, Gu Zhao felt a sense of inadequacy. She was outshone by the older and younger beings alike, and now even the animals surpassed her. Wait, are animals now fashionable with bilingualism? Gu Zhao conceded that her defenses had been breached. Those three individuals could be either assassins or kidnappers. This was excessive. Why were they not speaking English? Were they pursuing her? The two haste eagles blinked innocently. They explained that they were proficient in many languages, typically learning the local dialect when visiting new places. Gu Zhao. Although I have no idea what Gu Zhao is discussing with the animals, I understand her disheartened expression. Is it true that animals have become this impressive? I apologize for dragging everyone down. I am even inferior to animals. I can only speak Chinese. I should be a mouse. Gu Zhao, please be my mouse. No worries, everyone. You should relax. You were never meant to compete with animals. They are haste eagles, rarer than national treasures. It seems everyone enjoys taking jabs at each other amidst chaos. But what were those individuals just saying? I couldn't catch a word. Gu Zhao contemplated for 2 seconds, then stealthily departed. Upon spotting her, the men rushed over, lifting and inspecting her to ensure she was unscathed. Thankfully, she seemed intact. Gu Zhao. Zhou Mingrui looked at her with concern. Are you still whole, my lord? Song Yi also approached to check, confirming she was not missing any limbs. Gu Zhao. At this moment, it was Zhong Siki who kindly explained that they had speculated on how she might encounter misfortune. Zhou Mingrui feared that she might be wounded by flying knives, while Song Yi was concerned she might be devoured. Her brother was rattled by his imaginative fears. Gu Zhao. No one is wishing me well, is there? I am fine. A kind soul is shielding me from disaster. Gu Zhao smiled brightly, envious of the protagonist's halo. How wonderful it would be to possess such a power. Could I perhaps snatch it for myself? The group surrounded Gu Zhao, thoroughly inspecting her to confirm she was unharmed before they could relax. Right? Gu Zhao patted her head, nearly forgetting. There were 3 peculiar individuals nearby who wanted Gu Zhao to repeat the Eagle-S translation. The atmosphere grew serious among them. Zhong Mingrui and Song Yi wore solemn expressions. They were biased. Why were the boys not apprehended? Songja. Zhong Siki. Songja pondered, perhaps you're not worth much. Zhong Mingrui and Song Yi, keep your lips sealed. At that moment, Yi Zui and her brother approached, accompanied by the 3 individuals. The black man, the blonde, and the turtle-faced one, the very trio Gu Zhao had mentioned. The group immediately became vigilant. Yi Zui smiled, appearing in good spirits, unaffected by Gu Zhao's presence. Gu Shuli's eyes darkened slightly. The trio of men paused upon noticing the 2 large eagles behind Gu Zhao, exchanging glances of disbelief. Wait, why were there eagles? And suddenly they realized, goodness, why were there so many animals around? A lion? A tiger? Oh my! The 3 men felt a twinge of panic, simultaneously questioning the sanity of these individuals who remained so calm while surrounded by so many animals. They were either lunatics or fools. Hello, E.M. Lucas. And these are my brothers, Ethan and Owen. We 3 have come to explore the grasslands. May we take refuge here? The little yellow spoke first, smiling. His fair skin and blonde hair made him quite presentable, adding a friendly demeanor to his appeal. Gu Shuli exchanged glances with the others. And then Zhong Siki smiled as he spoke. Of course, this is my younger brother, Zhong Mingrui. Song Zhe, who also spoke English, nodded in greeting. I'm Song Zhe, and this is my younger brother, Song Yi. Gu Shuli did not oppose their stay. It was better to keep them close than risk them sneaking away under cover of night. Gu Shuli, this is my sister, Gu Zhao. Gu Zhao beamed at them. We are equally delighted to meet you. Little Yellow's eyes sparkled with excitement. Had they found their targets so quickly? The one who spoke was surely the other. The group exchanged knowing glances, confident that the mission was secure. Oh my gosh, They have already set their sights on Gu Zhao. I'm starting to panic. Are they planning to abduct her directly or wait until midnight? Protect that child. Our feathers. The large eagle served as the translator, while the young eagle, who had lost a few feathers to Gu Zhao, watched Gu Shuli intently. It pondered whether, if they stayed at the precious one's home, they should establish good relations with her family. How could they endear themselves to him? Perhaps a flight around the area? But he was a bit heavy. Maybe offering some of its favorite snacks, worms, would suffice. Gu Shuli felt an inexplicable sense of danger, his hairs standing on end as he surveyed his surroundings. Then edged closer to Gu Zhao. Little Green gazed at Gu Zhao with greedy eyes, flashing what he thought was a charming smile. "You're so adorable." The large eagle translated, and Gu Zhao nodded in agreement. "I also find myself quite charming. It is not something you can easily attain. However, not to worry. As the child resembles the father, you may call me father, and you shall grow to resemble me more and more." Little Green's expression faltered for a moment. He could understand Chinese, but the dilemma lay in the fact that the employer claimed the target could not comprehend any of it. How could this be? She was taking advantage of him. Yizui's smile similarly froze. It was impossible. How could Gu Zhao possibly understand? Yi Zishi was equally astonished. "Have you truly leveled up? You once sent 5 teachers who tried to teach you English to the hospital and made one elderly instructor go back to relearn Pinyin." Gu Zhao pondered briefly and realized that the original owner was indeed a promising candidate for mental instability. What of it? Gu Zhao remained silent, merely lifting her chin in self-praise, declaring, "I am the genius of the Nyugulu clan." Gu Zuling silently resolved to find a few teachers for the child. Little Huang, Little Green, and Little Black, uncertain if they were indeed the intended targets, decided to probe further. "Gu Zhao, was it you who incited those brutes to snatch my bag?" A voice shifted everyone's attention as a mud-stained figure rushed over, quite literally a figure made of mud. Yu Zimo glared at Gu Zhao, his face filled with indignation. "Do you even realize what you've done? It's all because of you that I fell into the mud pit. I must have ingested several pounds of dirt. My mind feels scrambled." Gu Zhao took a few steps back, clearly disgusted. Yizui glanced at the muddy figure before him, sharing a semblance of disdain and resentment. "You're courting death." Yu Zimo, unheeding of past lessons, attempted to strike Gu Zhao again. But Yizui swiftly grasped his clothing to restrain him. "Let us work together. The floodplain is perilous." Yizui was thoroughly exasperated with Yuzimo, who was utterly useless and only complicated matters. Acknowledging his family background, Yizui consoled him with a few words. Yuzimo let out a cold huff directed at Gu Zhao. "Oh, everyone else here?" A female voice resonated from afar. Song Jinan and Zhoulan approached. Having learned of Yizui and the other's location from Yushaowei, they decided to seek them out since their supplies were in their possession. Without resources, survival would be a challenge for the two of them. "Oh, and there's even a beggar." Song Jinan cast a disdainful glance at Yuzimo. Yuzimo exploded with anger, rushing forward to slap Song Jinan. She momentarily stunned, covered her face with a flush of embarrassment. Just when it seemed she might cry, she lunged at Yuzimo's face. Gu Zhao gaped in astonishment at her fierce retaliation. Does Yuzimo not have any anger management issues? Why does he always resort to violence? My heart aches for our Queen Lan and Inin. They're constantly bullied on this variety show. And then grab him. I've long found him insufferable. Such a bratty demeanor at such a young age. Gu Zhao's shocked expression is hilarious, akin to a bystander witnessing a village brawl. Little Huang, Little Green, and Little Black were equally bewildered. Why are you two fighting? Gu Zhao, relishing the chaos, cheer them on. Zhong Mingrui and Song Yi soon joined, clamoring, "Your Highness, who do you think will win?" Gu Zhao replied, "I bet on Song Jinan. Her nails are long. A stinky egg wager. I think Yuzimo's slapping skills are impressive. I bet a scallion on his victory." Song Yi chimed in eagerly. Zhong Mingrui hesitated. "Then I'll bet alongside Your Highness. I wager a can of pepper spray." Gu Zuling sighed, feeling helpless, while Zhong Siki and Song Zhu were equally perplexed. Yizishi glared at Gu Zhao, his gaze sharp enough to pierce. He muttered, "You are as much a troublemaker as ever. Have you smeared some laxative on your tongue? Your words flow so freely." Gu Zhao lazily cast him a sidelong glance. When would he finally step back? His lack of intellect was evident, exhibiting no decorum whatsoever. Yizishi let out a cold snort. Gu Zhao discreetly gestured a 1,000-year kill to the large eagle behind her. The large eagle looked puzzled, but the small eagle understood. It stealthily maneuvered behind Yi Zishi and, seizing the moment, clawed at his rear. Ah! Yi Zishi yelped, jumping up in agony, then crouching down, cradling his backside. The small eagle looked around, bewildered, and under everyone's watchful gaze, innocently asked, "What is wrong? The weather is nice." Even the peacemakers and fighters had separated. Turning to look at Yi Zishi, the shared sentiment among them was palpable, with many feeling a phantom pain in their own rears. "Brother." Yizui rushed over, supporting him. Little Huang, Little Green, and Little Black exchanged glances, overwhelmed by the chaos. Zhao wore a complex expression, exclaiming, "What is happening?" Unfazed by the disorder. Song Jinan added to it, "Return our supplies. You're too kind. Surely you covet our belongings." She regarded Yizui, realizing that these fools indulged her. Those same fools also spoiled Gu Zhao. Yizui, lacking the inclination to deal with her, tossed a bag directly at Song Jinan. Upon inspecting it, she found nothing missing. Consequently, Song Jinan and Zhou Lan resolved to stay, seeking shelter from the rain. They promptly entered the tent. Gu Zhao and the others were left in disbelief. Are they really about to rob us? Yu Zimo bore several scratches across his face, his expression cold and pained. "Hello, we are here for an adventure. I'm Little Huang," he introduced, spotting another young girl and deciding to probe. Song Jinan frowned, confused by his rapid-fire chatter. Zhou Lan, slightly embarrassed, smiled apologetically. "My daughter, isn't proficient in English. I'm Zhou Lan, and this is my daughter, Song Jinan. Not proficient in English." Little Huang beamed. "No worries. She is still young and will surely learn." "Not likely. How could that happen?" Little Huang, Little Green, and Little Black exchanged knowing glances, their eyes twinkling with amusement. This money is so easily acquired. They planned to secretly abscond with the child while evading the drones, completely unaware of the peculiar expressions on Gu Zhao and the others' faces. Yizui also wore a strange expression. Weren't they the ones spoken of by the elder brother? Fools! They had mistaken their targets, yet remained cheerful. A cadre of online viewers shared in the merriment. Huh, where did these three come from? Is the assassin world truly this naive? I feel I could join them. I'm curious what their bounty is. Surely it can't be more than $1. 50 cents is their max. If it goes higher, they LL become arrogant. Gu Zhao didn't mind their presence in the tent, viewing them as unexpected scapegoats. Yizui felt a sense of urgency, but couldn't directly inform them that they had targeted the wrong individuals. The group, each with their own ulterior motives, huddled together in the tent. All guests, except for Yu Xiaowei, had gathered. After a day of commotion, darkness fell, and 5 days remained until the variety show concluded. However, the food supply for Yizui and her companions was dwindling. Yu Zimo had initially possessed 3 compressed biscuits, but one had been taken by Yu Xiaowei, while the remaining 2 were snatched by Gu Zhao along with his backpack. He was now completely devoid of any food. They had been on the verge of starvation for 2 days. Yizui took a sip of water and offered it to Yizushi. Yu Zimo looked on, knowing Yizui had no choice but to share. They had only half a bottle of mineral water to sustain them. Song Jinan retrieved self-heating rice from her bag and poured half a bottle of water into it. Yizui and her companions swallowed hard at the sight. Song Jinan, noticing their reaction, couldn't help but taunt. "Oh dear, why hasn't the treasure fallen from the sky for you?" Yizui's face turned pale, her head bowed, looking quite pitiable. Song Jinan is truly insufferable, a treacherous wolf. When Yizui finds a prize, she says nothing, yet now she mocks her. Why do you all exhibit such malice toward a child? If this child weren't relying on her mother's fame, she would have been beaten down by society long ago. Yizushi's eyes burned with fury, wishing to deliver a beating to this child, equally detestable as Gu Zhao. Yu Zimo, his bloodied face set in a glare at Song Jinan, dared not utter a word, fearing the madwoman would once again lunge for his face. Treasure? Gu Zhao mused, eyeing Yizui. Has the protagonist powered up again? We still have plenty of food. Let us share, Little Huang said cheerfully. Thank you. Yizui expressed heartfelt gratitude. Yizushi and Yu Zimo echoed their thanks. Song Jinan was genuinely agitated, questioning, "What are you saying? Can't you speak Chinese?" Little Huang politely inquired about Gu Zhao and the others. Zhong Mingrue leaned in, his eyes filled with desire upon seeing the contents of their bag. "Your Highness, they have a pot." Zhong Mingrue whispered to Gu Zhao. Gu Zhao's eyes brightened. After days of eating barbecued meat, she was on the verge of constipation. Send them to prison. How wonderful it would be if we could snatch that pot. Excellent. Let's eat together. Gu Zhao spoke up. Gu Su-lin furrowed his brow, wondering who would dare consume anything belonging to someone else. They're coming for you. Aren't you afraid they might poison you? But the child wants to eat. Gu Su-lin declared, my culinary skills are quite decent. Allow me to prepare the meal. They will not be able to poison it. Chapter 76, Master. Please take us in. Xiao Huang and his companions exchanged glances, silently communicating before pushing Xiao Lu forward. He raised a shy smile towards Gu Su-lin, saying, how can we let you cook? You're already doing us a great favor by allowing us to seek shelter from the rain. Besides, I have obtained several chef certificates. Grant me the opportunity to showcase my skills. Xiao Lu's grin made his face look comically contorted. Yet, he believed himself to be quite charming, casting a flirtatious glance at everyone. The others thought, what should we do? It's hard not to laugh, but it would be terribly impolite. Gu Su-lin paused slightly, unsure of what to say. Should he voice his fear of poisoning? If he continued down that path, it might provoke their ire. It was time to take action. Gu Zhao, noticing the wrinkled expression on Xiao Lu's face, burst into laughter. Your tattoo is so cool, haha. Upon hearing the compliment, Xiao Lu beamed with pride. Xiao Lu took out some dried vegetables from his bag and swiftly prepared the ingredients. Gu Su-lin watched him intently, wary of any unknown substances he might add. Under such scrutiny, Xiao Lu felt constrained and cursed inwardly. Just as he was about to stew the ingredients, a few rabbits scurried into view. He looked at the rabbits in delight, thinking he was quite fortunate today. These prairie rabbits are unlike any others. Their meat is not only firmer, but also carries a unique grassy aroma. Xiao Lu explained with a smile. Xiao Huang and Xiao He immediately sprang into action, attempting to catch the rabbits, who swiftly retaliated with a few kicks. What are you doing? Thinking you can catch us? The rabbits kicked defiantly. This leg is no ordinary leg. It's my precious treasure that captivates the ladies. The rabbits threw several flirtatious glances at Gu Zhao. However, she was oblivious to their intentions and instead gazed at two eagles nearby. The two eagles turned their heads, clearly eyeing the rabbits as potential prey. Unless they were foolish, they would not assist a rival in translation. Are we truly allowing them to cook? What if they add a potion to the stew? Let us be honest. Lingo, isn't your scrutiny a bit too obvious? Rabbit, I bet a dime. They're definitely coming for our monkey king. Has the haste eagle become a bit jealous? With that little head tilt, how many debts of gratitude does Gu Zhao owe? Oh dear, these rabbits are rather temperamental. Xiao Huang and Xiao He were bitten by the rabbits and exchanged awkward smiles, yet they still attempted to catch them. You're all so foolish. Zhongming Rue pouted in disdain. Why are you trying to catch the king's rabbits? They're clearly seeking refuge with him. Xiao Huang and Xiao He exchanged glances filled with murderous intent. How dare this little brat insult them? They were ready to retaliate. Zhong Siqi, exasperated, covered Zhongming Rue's mouth with his hand, saying, you are the clever one, so just be quiet and let your king shine. What a troublesome person. I wish his mother would give him a brother. He is so foolish. Song Jin and had also set his sights on the rabbits, being wild. Whoever catches them gets them. He and Zhou stood up and surrounded the rabbits, preparing for an ambush. Yi Zue and the others merely exchanged glances with Song Jin, ridiculing him internally. Gu Zhao, that lunatic. It would be a miracle if you managed to catch any. The rabbits were alarmed. What are you doing? Are you bullying us just because we can't talk? The rabbits adeptly evaded their grasp and quickly dashed into Gu Zhao's embrace. 5 rabbits all squeezed into her arms. Sister, please eat us. We will only provide our flesh for you, they exclaimed, blushing. Gu Zhao looked at the 2 eagles. They wished to become spicy rabbit meat. The elder eagle subtly admired the younger one. The summary was not incorrect. Gu Zhao cradled the rabbits. I shall fulfill your wishes. What are you doing? You aren't thinking of keeping them all to yourself, are you? Everyone should share. Song Jin glared at Gu Zhao, feeling humiliated by the rabbits. She wondered if they were all right, running into Gu Zhao's arms. Those are our king's rabbits, Song Yi said sternly, gazing intently at Song Jin. Song Jin shot him a glance, irritation flickering in her eyes. What? Do you also want to act like a treasure? Can you even control animals? She scoffed, casting a derisive look at Yi Zue and the others. Yi Zue's face turned pale. Yi Zhe, she felt pity for her. Just because she was a child didn't mean he wouldn't teach her a lesson. He looked at Zhou Lan with a smirk. Ms. Zhou, I recall our families have some collaborations. Zhou Lan's expression stiffened. Threatening her with work was truly foolish. How is the Yi family still in business? They only know how to threaten others. I hope they go bankrupt. Zhou Lan is so gentle. Is this tactic of Yi Zhe Shi too much? Threatening with business collaborations? Does he think he is impressive? Am I the only one who noticed the reference to the treasure? Is it aimed at Yi Zue Yi? Ha! Zhongming Rue stood protectively in front of Song Yi, stating, "These rabbits belong to our king. He is the king of the animal kingdom." Song Jinan scoffed, "So foolish, believing you could deceive a child." Gu Zhao gently patted the rabbits' heads. "Don't bite her. You remember the airport incident, right?" Song Yi had almost cried from her provocations. He had felt she was covering for him, and now he felt embarrassed to retaliate. Now, however, he felt liberated. The little eagle quickly translated to the rabbits. "Bite her." The rabbits immediately lunged at Song Jinan, who, blissfully unaware of the impending danger, was excited that the rabbits were running toward her. Does this mean I am luckier than Yi Zue Yi? Suddenly, her joy was cut short as she was bitten multiple times. Zhou Lan was taken aback and rushed to help. Yi Zhe Shi smirked, glancing at Gu Zhao. Feeling much better. This must be her way of getting back at him. He had said it was impossible to sever ties after 5 years. Xiao Huang, Xiao Lu, and Xiao He were astonished. Why would the rabbits listen to a child? Is this right? Could it be this mysterious power of the East? Suddenly, they felt a wave of relief. Thank goodness their target was not her. They wished to take her as their master. They too wanted to learn this mysterious power of the East. Zhou Lan and Song Jin and received several bites from the rabbits. The victorious rabbits sat proudly in front of Gu Zhao, beaming with delight. "Sister, you must eat us a lot. My legs kick the eagles every day. We are definitely delicious." One rabbit shyly gazed at Gu Zhao before flopping onto the ground. The others followed suit, their tongues bitten and bleeding. The rabbits, fearing Gu Zhao might hesitate to eat them, preemptively prepared themselves. Xiao Huang, Xiao Lu, and Xiao Hei's expressions shifted from shock to admiration. This could control animals into self-sacrifice. "Master, please take us in." Xiao Huang promptly knelt before Gu Zhao. "Is this the great power of the East? Master, please accept us. Master, you are like our dear father." Chapter 77. A Competition of Devotion. Gu Zhao. "Gu Sulin, are you all right? Do you still remember what you came here for?" Zhongming Rue and Song Yi wore beaming expressions, convinced these individuals had good taste. "Get up. We didn't even get in line. How could you think so highly of yourselves? Crawl away." "Gu Zhao, I merely lent a hand. How'd I end up with 3 more sons?" Xiao Huang's knees are softer than my wallet. He knelt so easily, haha. "Monkey King, we are one of you. Take me in, take me in. I'm good at warming the bed. If my teeth are bad, I can eat soft food. I'll go first. I have no shame. Take me," was filled with indignation upon witnessing the foolishness of her companions. How could they not even recognize the mission target? They had even knelt before it. In contrast, Yi Zashi remained unfazed, merely observing Gu Zhao with an air of indifference. However, it seemed that Yi Bao felt a touch of grievance at the absurdity unfolding. Song Jinan stared incredulously at the fallen rabbit, unable to fathom how anyone could control animals. It must be mere coincidence. No one paid her any mind, save for Zhou Lan, who shared in her shock. Gu Zhao regarded the 3 kneeling figures with a newfound sense of superiority, clearing her throat as she lifted her hand to stroke her chin. Yet, she hesitated, redirecting her hand to pat Xiao Huang's head instead. Seeing this, Xiao Huang bowed even lower, making it easier for Gu Zhao to reach him. As Gu Zhao rubbed his head, she found it hard and uncomfortable. The trio of Xiao Huang, Xiao He, and Xiao Lu initially felt a pang of disappointment upon hearing about the talent. But soon their spirits lifted at the prospect that the Great One was willing to teach them. Truly, the Great One was benevolent. "Master, please rest. I shall prepare a feast for you," Xiao Lu exclaimed, bursting with excitement. If they could learn even a fraction of the skills, they could send animals on missions in the future. Gu Zhao declared, "We must have spicy rabbit to fulfill the rabbit's final wishes." Understood. Xiao Lu began cooking, meticulously attending to every detail, hoping to win over the master's palate with his culinary prowess, thereby securing his position as the favored disciple. Xiao Huang and Xiao He were well aware of their brother's intentions and were equally determined. Xiao He eagerly approached Gu Zhao. "Master, I have learned some massage techniques. Would you like to try? Gu Zhao closed her eyes in enjoyment. Not bad. You sly one. Xiao Huang scoffed at him. Master, let me knead your legs. Xiao Huang promptly knelt on the ground to massage Gu Zhao's legs. Xiao Lu gasped, and Xiao He was taken aback. How shameless. Song Jinan, meanwhile, had prepared some self-heating rice, and as she opened the lid, a delightful aroma wafted through the air. Gu Zimo's stomach growled audibly, and he felt embarrassed, blaming Gu Zhao and Yu Xiaowei for his predicament. He vowed not to let them off easily. With a smile, Song Jinan glanced at Gu Zimo and the others, relishing their discomfort. After consuming a small portion of the rice, both she and Zhou Lan found themselves still hungry. Just then, a tantalizing, rich aroma filled the air, drawing everyone's attention to Xiao Lu, who had quickly prepared several dishes. Master, come and taste, he urged confidently, believing that his cooking was nothing short of exquisite. Gu Zhao, already craving the food, joined the others as they gathered around. This is not as good as my family's chef, Song Jinan remarked, pursing her lips defiantly. Xiao Lu forced a smile. I'll let it slide since you are the mission target. Do try it. He served her a bowl of soup. Feeling famished, Song Jinan accepted it eagerly. Gu Zimo hurriedly sat down, eager to grab some rabbit meat with his twig chopsticks, but Xiao Lu quickly intervened. This is my master's food, not for you. After ensuring Gu Zhao was unbothered by his actions, Xiao Lu felt a surge of confidence. Gu Zimo's expression darkened as Xiao Lu continued. You may only have soup. This is our brother's food, and we invited you to share. Leafing through her emotions, Yi Zui scooped soup into disposable bowls for both Yi Zishi and herself. They needed sustenance to endure the show, as she would never concede to Gu Zhao. Gu Zimo sulked away, while Xiao Lu remained unfazed, satisfied that the mission target had received soup. Gu Zhao refrained from drinking the soup, prompting Gu Zuling and the others to follow suit, as the devoted disciples of Xiao Lu would never allow their master to drink mere vegetable broth. They tirelessly offered Gu Zhao meat, leaving Gu Zuling feeling overshadowed. Gu Zimo resembles a brainless, overly confident tyrant from a novel. Then what does that make our Monkey King? Does Gu Zhao's fan not realize her prowess? In the narrative, she could easily be the queen of the sea. Did they slip something into their food? They seemed so preoccupied with vying for attention that they forgot to keep watch. It was only when Gu Zuling finally tasted the meal that he realized he had been too focused on the fawning Xiao Huang and Xiao He, neglecting his own food. But upon reflection, he dismissed it. Gu Zhao had become their master, and they could no longer betray her. Zhong Mingrui was enjoying his meal immensely, while Song Zhou was equally competitive, leading to an impromptu food fight between the two. Song Yi watched helplessly, embarrassed by her brother's antics. Zhong Siki shared her sentiments, exchanging glances with her brother, both sighing in unison, I understand you. After finishing their meal, the rain had ceased and the floodwaters had receded significantly. Gu Zhao nestled against Gu Zuling, using him as a pillow. In the dead of night, Xiao Huang, Xiao Lu, and Xiao He quietly opened their eyes, seizing the cover of darkness to gather some soil. They then launched their plan, throwing the dirt at the drone's cameras, obscuring several of them. How thrilling! Are Xiao He and the others about to make their move? Call the police. Why are they still laughing? Is everyone here completely mad? What police? Gu Zhao reassured everyone when she went to relieve herself, so there's no need to fear. Besides, do you think the haste eagles are mere decorations? The surrounding animals looked on, bemused. Shoo, keep it down. Don't wake the master, Xiao Lu whispered to his companions. Xiao Huang and Xiao He rolled their eyes, feeling unimpressed by his caution. They had no desire to be expelled from their newfound apprenticeship. The trio tiptoed cautiously, concerned about disturbing Gu Zhao's slumber. They approached Song Jinan, taking an unusually long time to traverse the short distance. Once near their target, Xiao Huang signaled for his brothers to lift her and carry her away. They carefully hoisted Song Jinan, completely oblivious to Gu Zuling, who was wide awake and watching them. The surrounding animals looked on disapprovingly, wondering why they were making such a ruckus without regard for their rights. The two haste eagles watched intently as the trio carried Song Jinan away. As soon as Gu Zuling deemed them far enough, he promptly awoke Gu Zhao and the others. Those who had not consumed the soup stirred awake, while Yi Zui and the others who had partaken remained deep in slumber. Gu Zimo, having escaped the soup, felt pitiful as he clutched his rumbling stomach. He regretted not having drunk the soup, as being dazed would have been preferable to feeling hungry. Yet, No one paid him any mind. Gu Zuling, holding the half-asleep Gu Zhao, sighed in exasperation. Wake up, you can sleep later. Gu Zhao opened her eyes, gazing at Gu Zuling. Brother, if I die, I want to sleep. I'll haunt you every day. Gu Zuling remained unfazed. Once you die, I'll open a haunted house and let you work there. I'll be your companion. Young Zhong Mingrui, astonished, turned to his brother Zhong Siki. Brother, Gu Zuling is so clever. When I run out of money, can you die and become a ghost? I could hold an exhibition, just $10 to see a ghost. The more he contemplated, the more excited he became, envisioning crowds flocking to witness the spectacle. Zhong Siki's expression darkened further as he finally snapped. Zhong Mingrui, is your brother some sort of despicable person? Must he die? Song just stifled a laugh, relieved that his younger brother was not perpetually consumed by thoughts of their elder brother's demise. Ah, Chi Gu, the innocent musings of child. Just as he finished his counsel, he heard Song Yi's earnest voice suggesting that if there were two male ghosts, they would surely be popular. His brother could also perish, perfectly accompanying your brother. Moreover, I have a cousin who delights in watching two boys embrace. Whenever they do, she shrieks with glee. We could collaborate. For an extra $1, they could hug. Song's expression darkened. Zhong Siki, with a stoic demeanor, whispered in Song's ear, innocent musings indeed. Song responded. Zhong Mingrui, on the other hand, was filled with joy akin to finding a kindred spirit as he seized Song Yi's arm. Good brother, let us earn together. We can provide the king with more handsome men. Gu Zuling's face also darkened. Yet Gu Zhao was delighted, proclaiming, my little brother is quite talented. Though the online audience could not see the scene, they could hear the conversation, leading to a sleepless night for those who remained in the live stream. Help! What kind of devilish dialogue is this? Zhou Mingrui, are you serious? Letting your brother die for an exhibition? $10 a peek? Your brother must want to punch you. Song Yi is even more outrageous. Not only must his brother die, but he also wants to team up with Chi Gu to sell romantic tales? What kind of commercial genius is this? Zhong Siki. Innocent musings, is it? Songja, care to repeat that? I want to hear just how innocent it truly is. Due to Gu Zhao's 3 unfilial disciples, who had taken someone away, both Zhong Siki and Song just suppressed their urges to reprimand their younger brothers. After all, saving lives was paramount. Dealing with rebellious siblings could wait for a stormy night. The group headed in the direction of Xiao He and his companions, with 2 haste eagles acting as bodyguards behind Gu Zhao. The drones, sensing the guests were changing locations, became agitated, starting to fly erratically and colliding with one another. One drone even landed atop a wild boar, which remained undisturbed, snoring thunderously. You were warned not to fly chaotically. Now you can enjoy the sound of snoring. Let us retreat. We should switch to another live stream. Silence is far better than snoring. Gu Zhao and the others remained oblivious to the disarray caused by the drones. They had already spotted Gu Zhao's 3 unfilial disciples, who were now embroiled in a quarrel. Xiao He, with a stern expression, suggested they just eliminate the issue. Xiao Huang objected, stating the employer desired them alive. The real dilemma now was how to deliver them alive. I won't go. You must take care of it. I still have to learn from Master. Xiao Lu's face was etched with frustration. Xiao Huang scoffed. They've lost a guest. Do you think they want to know it's us? When we took action, the cameras were already blocked. Who would suspect us? A child sneaking out at night is quite normal, isn't it? If they encounter a beast and are devoured, isn't that also quite ordinary? Or they might even fall into a flood. Xiao Lu was utterly resistant to leaving. Master was so formidable that if they learned even a fraction of the ability to control animals, they would never again need to rely on others for orders. They continued to bicker. Gu Zuling cast a complex glance at Gu Zhao, noting, your disciples seem quite concerned about you. Gu Zhao replied, are they attempting to send me in as well? Who is their master? It certainly isn't me. I haven't taken them in. I merely suggested they follow. Gu Zhao promptly instructed Xiao Ying to command the animals to surround the unfilial disciples to prevent them from truly harming Song Jinan. The 3 still squabbling remained blissfully unaware that they had been encircled by a multitude of animals, pairs of glowing eyes fixed intently upon them. Suddenly, Xiao He sensed something amiss. Stop your quarrel. Don't you find the surrounding silence rather excessive? Xiao Lu and Xiao Huang immediately raised their weapons, cautiously scanning the area. We've been discovered. Gu Zhao expressed surprise. Upon hearing Gu Zhao's voice, the 3 turned in unison. Stunned at the sight of Gu Zhao, they exclaimed. Master? Gu Zhao interjected. No, do not call me that. You cannot bring trouble to my doorstep. Master, just pretend you didn't see us. Go back to sleep, Xiao Lu implored, valuing the teacher-student relationship and reluctant to act against their newly recognized master. Children who don't sleep might not grow tall, Xiao Huang added seriously. The great eagle translated for Gu Zhao, who upon hearing this, felt a surge of anger. You're the ones who want to grow tall. She would never concede that her height was due to late nights. Her nighttime reading was merely educational, not a vice. How absurd. Even if her height were an issue, she would simply wear stilts when she went out. It wasn't a matter of being short. She simply had a phobia of dirt and preferred not to touch the ground. Who permitted you to be here? Gu Zuling glared at the three. They exchanged glances, resolute in their professional integrity. You are the master's brother. We cannot speak. Not speaking? Gu Zuling's lips curled into a smirk, his eyes ablaze with ire. Zhong Mingrue, unable to comprehend their chatter, realized that both the king and Gugu were displeased. He exchanged glances with Song Yi. Once the king captures us, we shall interrogate. Chapter 79. The Devil Among Devils. Gu Zhao, upon hearing her little brother's ambitious words, felt an undeniable satisfaction. Xiao Huang, Xiao Lu, and Xiao He attempted to persuade their master to leave. However, in the next moment, they beheld a multitude of animals approaching, tigers, lions, leopards, none of them weak. Xiao Lu felt no fear. Instead, he was exhilarated. Master, is this your doing? Is this the mysterious power of the East? How magnificent! Xiao He and Xiao Huang cast wounded glances at Gu Zhao. Master, must we really go this far? Gu Zhao wrapped her arms around herself, feigning sorrow. I am so heartbroken. What shall I do? Gu Zuling shot a curious glance at Gu Zhao, inquiring if she was hungry again. Gu Zhao tilted her head, looking woefully at Gu Zuling. Am I that kind of person? My three admirers have taken a path of no return. Shouldn't I be sad? Xiao Huang, Xiao Lu, and Xiao He all lowered their heads, believing their young master was quite sentimental. They felt they had disappointed her. Gu Zuling remained silent, sensing that Gu Zhao's words were far from complete. Indeed, in the next moment, Gu Zhao dramatically clutched her heart, pondering whether there were any warrants for their capture in both foreign and domestic realms, and how much money could be obtained. Gu Zhao was distressed. The three disciples thought. Gu Zuling, with a satisfied smile, declared, Now this is the Gu Zhao we know. Normal. Master, we must take this person. It is our professional dignity. Xiao He exclaimed, filled with helplessness. If Yi Zui were still awake, he would surely roll his eyes at this statement. Dignity? Do you three possess any? You've misidentified your target, yet you still revere it as your master. Foolish. Gu Zhao yawned, feeling slightly drowsy and desiring sleep. She languidly commanded, capture them. The great eagle immediately translated for the other animals, while the little eagle flapped its wings, refusing to bow to anyone, and flew toward the three, seizing a gun from one of their hands. The other two hurriedly fired at it, but the little eagle was exceptionally swift, causing them to miss entirely. The other animals surged forward, with leopards nimbly snatching the guns from their hands, while also delivering a few slaps for good measure. No payment necessary. Take it for free. Before long, the three were covered in wounds, their weapons confiscated by the animals. They lay on the ground, with a few wild boars perched atop them. Xiao Lu felt a swell of gratitude, realizing that their master was merciful, sparing them from the weight of elephants. In truth, the elephants were too heavy to move. Gu Zhao had chosen to exclude them. By the flood's edge, the elephants were frolicking, having been rejected from joining the group due to their weight. Did they not care about their dignity? They wished to lose weight. The drone that had previously perched on the wild boar now lay desolately on the ground. Help! The snoring has ceased. Why is there now the sound of a landslide? What is happening? Is there an earthquake? Where did the snoring go? Drone, wake up and fly. The drones, meanwhile, were oblivious to the chaos surrounding Gu Zhao. Gu Zuling and Zhong Siki swiftly rummaged through the three's bags, finding ropes to bind them. The manner of their binding was rather peculiar, both hands and feet tied together. King, it's our turn, Zhong Mingrue exclaimed excitedly. Song Yi gazed intently at Gu Zhao. With a swift wave of her delicate hand, Gu Zhao declared, Go ahead, whoever poses the first question will receive a reward. Song Zhe immediately raised his hand. Zhao, may I join? There are three of us, and I wish to claim one as well. Gu Zhao readily acquiesced. The trio exclaimed, Claim one? Zhou Mingrue, Song Yi, and Songja chuckled in delight. Zhong Mingrui approached Xiao LV, his smile radiating cuteness. Song Yi and Songja each selected Xiao He and Xiao Huang respectively. Moments later, uproarious laughter erupted. Ha ha ha. Oh, mama, mama, oh mama. Gu Zhao and the others were subjected to a cacophony of sounds, akin to the wailing of spirits. Gu Zhao covered her ears, unable to bear the scene, while Zhong Mingrui, wielding a feather plucked from an unknown bird, tickled Xiao LV's soles. A dung beetle, seemingly lost, scuttled around Xiao LV's feet, as if searching for something. Song Yi unbound Xiao He, prompting a flurry of animals to chase him, nipping at his rear. Xiao He, now crawling with both hands and feet, was left wearing only a conspicuous pair of red shorts. Gu Zhao shook her head. Good disciple, go forth with assurance. Songja, true to his lineage as Song Yi's brother, drew peculiar glances from Gu Zhao and the others. Gu Zuling covered Gu Zhao's eyes after a moment, exclaiming, "It's too dreadful to witness." Zhong Siki remarked, "Such a disgrace." Gu Zhao attempted to pry Gu Zuling's hand away, but to no avail, eventually surrendering with a sigh. Alas, the distortion of humanity. Songja, oblivious to their words, excitedly directed the animals to kiss Xiao Huang, urging, "Quickly, it's your turn. Kiss him." The animals, desperate for salvation, glanced toward Gu Zhao, whose view was obstructed. One animal suddenly licked Xiao Huang's mouth, then sorrowfully retreated to gather with the others. "Whoa, my innocence is lost." Xiao Huang lamented, "I surrender. I will confess. Please spare me." Xiao Huang was the first to succumb, tormented in spirit, scent, and innocence. Songja, slightly disheartened, called out to Gu Zhao, "Zhao Zhao," and she acknowledged him. Alas, he had not yet had his fill of fun. His gaze brightened as he looked at Xiao LV and Xiao He. "Xiao Rui, brother, I shall assist you." Although Zhong Mingrui and Song Yi felt no concern, they panicked upon witnessing how Songja tormented Xiao Huang. "We confess," shouted Xiao LV and Xiao He in unison, fearing that any delay would seal their fates. Songja, dejected, became subdued. Gu Zhao glanced at him, her lips moving silently, unable to articulate the word brilliant. This situation was not merely impressive, it was diabolical. The trio of Xiao LV, Xiao He, and Xiao Huang were gathered together. It was abundantly clear who was most distressed. Xiao He was panting heavily. Xiao LV laughed, yet appeared slightly breathless, while Xiao Huang, pallid, gazed longingly at the heavens. "I will speak. I will divulge everything. Just confine me." The crowd responded with a sigh of regret from Songja. "We received our tasks from platform, thus we do not know who exactly issued them." Xiao Huang said anxiously, fearing he might fall into the clutches of the fiend again. Gu Zuling frowned. "Is there any more information?" "This is of no use." Xiao Huang strained to think, growing increasingly frantic. "I know that person hails from your location. He provided us with an address, instructing us to capture someone and deliver them there," Xiao LV interjected. "The address is in the compartment of my bag." Xiao Huang quickly added. Zhong Siki rummaged through the bag and, sure enough, found a note. He handed it to Gu Zuling, who glanced at it before stowing it away. Gu Zhao did not even catch a glimpse. "What shall we do next?" Zhong Siki inquired, looking at Gu Zuling. "Soon, someone will arrive to take them away." Gu Zuling replied. Gu Zhao queried, "When did you call the police?" Just then, several vehicles approached, and a man excitedly leaned out of one, waving at them. Gu Zhao exclaimed, "Who is this ridiculous man? The spider want a monthly ticket. I sent something amiss, but it's a robbery. We must seize the monthly ticket." The spider declared, "Give me the monthly ticket. I shall give you a Gu Zhao." Gu Zhao replied in confusion. Songja chimed in, "Zhao Zhao, do you still need to interrogate someone? I shall take charge." Chapter 80. The drone goes missing. The man jumped out of the car and raced toward Gu Zhao, rubbing her face enthusiastically. Are you the little Zhao Zhao? How adorable." His eyes sparkled with excitement. Gu Zhao stood in shock, bewildered by his actions. Was he really rubbing the face of the esteemed Wang? Pervers, she exclaimed, swatting his hand away. The man yelped in pain, shaking his hand to alleviate the throbbing ache. It was already red and swollen. "Wow, what a feisty little darling," he said, his excitement unabated. Gu Zuling quickly moved to Gu Zhao's side, pulling her behind him, his expression filled with exasperation. "Chingu, we have pressing matters at hand." Gu Zhao regarded the two with curiosity. Chun Xinjie composed himself, addressing Gu Zhao. Hello, little Zhao. I am Qin Xinjie, the deputy director of the Biological Gene Research Institute, and your third brother's closest friend. May I purchase some feathers and blood from the haste eagles? Chun Xinjie's eager gaze suggested he might kneel and embrace Gu Zhao's short legs in supplication. Gu Zhao glanced at Gu Zuling, who nodded in affirmation, assuring her that he spoke the truth. She then turned her attention back to Chun Xinjie. I need to consult with them. Chun Xinjie promptly nodded, of course. We value the thoughts of the beasts involved. Please inquire about their needs. We will strive to accommodate them. The two haste eagles, capable of understanding their conversation, immediately expressed their sentiments without needing Gu Zhao's prompting. The large eagle declared, "We have no objections. Whatever our precious one desires, we desire as well." The small eagle chimed in, yes. I am your eagle. You decide. The only thing I refuse is to be given to anyone else. I will obey your every command. The small eagle affectionately nudged Gu Zhao with its head, while the large eagle turned away, unable to bear the sight. With no dissent from the eagles, Gu Zhao felt free to negotiate. One feather was worth 100,000, and she would only part with a minuscule amount of blood. She happened to have some feathers from her previous mishap. Now this is fortuitous. I can sell them for the eagle's sustenance. Chun Xinjie did not haggle. He purchased all the feathers and transferred the funds to Gu Zuling, who arranged a card for Gu Zhao. He also drew a little blood from each eagle. His eagerness unmistakable. Little Zhao, you are truly a treasure. I shall treat you to a meal next time. Gu Zuling, fearing he might lose his chance, hurriedly instructed. Please ensure these three are taken to my second brother. Regardless of the circumstances, sending them to his second brother was the safest course of action. As only two reliable individuals existed in that household, the charming and beloved one and the workaholic second brother. I shall take my leave. Chun Xinjie ordered his subordinates to confine the three in the vehicle. He then circled around to Gu Zuling's side, giving Gu Zhao a bear hug. Before she could react, he released her and dashed to the car. Ha. I am undoubtedly the luckiest child. Gu Huayan, I have embraced the sister you failed to find. I have discovered the creature you sought. His infectious laughter echoed, even as the vehicle drove away. Gu Zuling remarked, how embarrassing. Gu Zhao pondered the man's words, feeling puzzled. Is Gu Huayan your third brother? Gu Zuling's expression darkened with concern. Yes. Where is he? I don't recall anyone mentioning him, Gu Zhao queried. Gu Zuling sighed, a hint of bitterness in his gaze. He's gone missing. Taking a deep breath, Gu Zuling turned to Gu Zhao, his demeanor serious. Gu Zhao, which of your brothers do you believe treats you the best? Without hesitation, Gu Zhao replied, you. Gu Zuling felt a surge of joy, but shook his head. It is your third brother. He has been searching for you since your disappearance. He has tirelessly upheld our parents' legacy solely to protect you. Gu Zhao, though confused, felt a growing fondness for this unknown third brother. Some things were beyond comprehension. Questions would yield no answers, so one must wait to understand through experience. Now is the time to focus on the present. What about her? Gu Zhao looked at the still, slumbering Song Jinan. Now who will lift her? Zhou Mingrui, ever the enthusiastic one, suggested that they each take a leg and drag her along. Song Yi was unwilling. He did not harbor any fondness for her. Zhong Siki was truly exasperated, pondering if there was any method to enhance her brother's intellect without increasing his appetite. He was anxiously waiting for a solution. I will carry her, Zhong Siki sighed. He curled up, covering his ears. Yu Zimo was nearly frightened out of his wits. Why was there gunfire? Is this not a variety show? He was both hungry and terrified. He couldn't help but miss Yu Xiaowei. If she were here, would he not have an elder sister to protect him? Gu Zhao noticed his shivering, gave him a fleeting glance, and then chose to ignore him. Zhao! Suddenly, calls echoed through the silent night. The few who were awake jumped in surprise. Gu Zuling glanced around, but saw nothing. Upon hearing the voice, Song Yi immediately looked around. Brother, is a ghost? He displayed no fear, but rather excitement. Zhong Mingrui shared in the thrill. A living ghost? If we capture it, brother will not have to die. We can showcase this ghost. The excitement was contagious, and Gu Zhao joined in. Little ghost, where are you? Come out. Sister will take care of you. Gu Zuling, Zhong Siki, and Song shared a moment of silence. They exchanged glances, and seeing they were all in agreement, they suddenly felt relieved. Each family has its own retribution. Only Yu Zimo trembled in fear. Gu Zhao and the others were insane. The director seemed utterly despairing. Gu Zhao. It is I. He spoke through the drone. Gu Zhao then noticed a drone stuck in the shed, its camera smeared with mud. Meanwhile, Song Yi and Zhou Mingrue wore expressions of disappointment. The director, mindful that this was a child of a benefactor, first reassured Yu Zimo, "We will dispatch personnel to retrieve you as swiftly as possible." He then requested Gu Zhao to help clean the drone's face. Gu Zuling took the drone down and wiped it. Gu Zhao and the others took turns cleaning the drone until they found the last one. The comments went silent. The last drone was near a herd of elephants, which were jumping about and wide awake. Songja curiously asked Gu Zhao what they were doing. Gu Zhao, after a moment of contemplation, replied, "Dieting." Song Yi's eyes widened. "Are they on a diet?" The peaceful night was abruptly interrupted by the director's anguished voice. "Gu Zhao, help! Yu Xiaowei's drone has suddenly lost contact." Chapter 81. She would rather die. Hearing the director's voice, Yu Zimo's head buzzed. He struggled to articulate his feelings, his mind consumed by a single question. Would Yu Xiaowei die? Gu Zuling and the others hurriedly packed their belongings. Inheriting the pots and pans of the trio, Gu Zhao rushed to the flood's edge, cupping some water in her small hands and splashing it onto Yi Zui's face. Yi Zui opened her eyes, looking up at Gu Zhao. "What are you doing?" Gu Zhao merely glared coldly at her. "I am saving you. You all have been drugged. Hurry and help wake them up." After saying this, she ignored the rest, leaving the others to the female lead. Admittedly, she just wanted to splash the female lead. Regardless of the outcome, the female lead would still have to thank her. Yi Zui remained silent for a few seconds before reluctantly expressing gratitude. Not out of sincerity, but rather due to the live broadcast pressure. Mimicking Gu Zhao's actions, she splashed water on Yi Zishi, and though they were both reluctant, they woke Song Jinan and Zhou Lan as well. Upon waking, Song Jinan was immediately furious. "What is wrong with you? Yi Zishi koldi regarded her." Not even grateful for being saved. Song Jinan fumed. "I was sleeping perfectly fine. I did not need your help." Zhou Lan felt dazed, and, upon seeing Song Jinan, her pupils widened. "And then, what happened to you?" A large, red mark adorned Song Jinan's neck. Prompted by this reminder, Song Jinan suddenly felt a sting in her body. "You all took advantage of me while I slept." She glared furiously at Yi Zishi and the others. The comments echoed her sentiment. "Initially, I thought she was just a straightforward child, but now I see she is quite thoughtless. Are Yi Zishi and the others all right? They should be thanking Gu Zhao. They cannot overshadow her contributions." Having spent so long in the entertainment industry, Zhou Lan was familiar with some nuances. She quickly reassured Song Jinan, "Anan, do not misunderstand. I feel something is off. I slept unusually deeply." Song Jinan, only 6 years old, could not comprehend this. Zhou Lan sighed gently, stroking Song Jinan's head. "We must have been drugged. They were the ones who woke us up." Song Jinan grasped this, so they truly did save her? However, she did not wish to thank Yi Zui, who seemed to relish playing dead. Yi Zishi continued to glare at Song Jinan, still waiting for thanks and an apology. Were it not for his sister waking them, they would still be unconscious. Zhou Mingrue shouted, "They should thank our king. It was our king who rescued Big Jaw from those three." Song Jinan did not hear the beginning, only catching the latter part. "You were the one with the big jaw." Zhou Mingrue pouted innocently, "But I do not always hold my jaw up. It is you who walks around with your chin held high." The comments erupted in laughter. Zhou Mingrue is a bit cheeky. The nickname Big Jaw is quite fitting. Song Jinan does indeed carry herself that way. It seems that children squabbling is far more entertaining than adults arguing. Song Jinan was furious. Zhou Lan quickly intervened. At that moment, Song Yi pointed at Yi Zui loudly. Those three were brought by her. Upon hearing this, Song Jinan immediately glared at Yi Zui. Yi Zui fine innocente. They said they were explorers, and besides, everyone agreed they could stay here. Yi Zishi chimed in, "Yes, you even ate the food they cooked. We did not force you." They began to bicker, while Gu Zhao and her companions finished packing and called the elephants over to dismantle the tent. After a night of rain, the sun was now shining. The elephants approached, affectionately nudging Gu Zhao before swiftly tearing down the tent. "What are you doing?" Song Jinan, no longer arguing with Yi Zui, looked at Gu Zhao with some annoyance. Gu Zhao rolled her eyes. "This is our construction. Do not be so possessive over our belongings. Or I might just learn from you. If that happens, all your things will end up in my pocket." Song Jinan was infuriated, feeling that all the guests on this variety show were insane. Yi Zui narrowed her eyes, smiling sweetly at Gu Zhao. "Zhao Zhao, where are you all headed?" Gu Zuling glanced at her. Yu Xiaowei's drone has gone missing. Yi Zexi frowned, turning his gaze to Yu Zimo, only then noticing that Yu Zimo was not unconscious but awake all along. Zimo? Yu Zimo lifted his head, his face pale, whether from hunger or fear, or perhaps both. His voice was hoarse. I want to withdraw. Yi Zexi was momentarily taken aback, saying nothing. The drone transmitted the director's voice. Zimo, little partner. Stay put and do not move. Our people will arrive shortly. Gu Zhao and her companions ignored them and rode off on the elephants. The flower leopard followed behind, somewhat discontent. It had been absent for just a short while, yet why was it not the translator for the sweet baby anymore? The sweet baby's mount was no longer it. How unfair. Yi Zexi felt a twinge of discomfort as he watched Gu Zhao leave without so much as a greeting. His sister, Yi Zui, noticing his gaze fixed on Gu Zhao's retreating figure, found her resentment towards Gu Zhao intensifying. Gu Zhao should not exist. Brother, I'm sorry for being useless. Yi Zui lowered her head to mask her emotions. Let's wander to another place. Song Jinan and Zhou Lan decided to explore the vicinity while awaiting the conclusion of the variety show. As they departed, Yu Zimo sat alone on the ground, a drone hovering protectively nearby. Meanwhile, Yu Xiaowei felt that life's tribulations resembled an insurmountable mountain. For every peak conquered, countless others awaited. Numb, she sat bound within a vehicle, her hands and feet restrained, resembling a fish ensnared by fate. She was on the verge of despair. Boss, this woman is quite attractive. Could she be my wife? The driver, a rotund man with crooked yellow teeth, grinned. The man in the passenger seat, sporting a buzz cut, looked on with disdain, muttering, I believe she would rather die. Yu Xiaowei nodded in reluctant agreement. Even in death, one must retain dignity. The driver fell silent, but soon could not contain himself. Boss, are we really going to use this woman as bait for those monsters? The buzz-cut man rubbed his aching temples, expressing irritation. Unless you intend to feed her to them? The yellow-toothed man licked his lips, ingratiatingly adding, Boss, just hand her over to me. It's been ages since I've enjoyed the company of a woman. You can find another bait. She's mine. Yu Xiaowei felt a surge of hopelessness. She would rather die. On the other side, the Yu family received news of Yu Xiaowei's disappearance, causing a flurry of alarm. Yu mother, distressed, exclaimed, What will we do if something happens to our Chi-Chi? Yu father, though equally anxious, reassured her, Do not worry. Our Chi-Chi is blessed and will return safely. Despite his words, concern gnawed at him, prompting him to utilize the Yu Group's official account to disseminate a message. Anyone with information regarding Yu Xiaowei, please contact us. A reward of 1 million for verified information. The online community erupted in response. Oh my, I always thought the Yu family treated Yu Xiaowei poorly. I never imagined they would care. Let us not jump to conclusions too soon. What if it's merely for show? But the reward is indeed substantial. 1 million for a single piece of information. Regardless of sincerity or pretense, this move has certainly heightened the motivation to locate her. I hope our Wei remains safe. I won't speak ill of the Yu family anymore, and we, her fans, will support your products. You must find her. As day broke, Gu Zhao sat atop an elephant, yawning. Drones led the way, with several elephants trailing behind, their anxious gallop eliciting teasing from a nearby leopard. Song Yi squirmed uncomfortably on the elephant's back, his poor posterior feeling numb. Not just him, others were fidgeting as well. Songji even thought he might prefer running to riding an elephant, though he knew only a fool would choose to run. Xiang, come ride with me. I'm more comfortable than this one. The leopard trotted effortlessly alongside the elephants, eyeing Gu Zhao. Though Gu Zhao considered switching mounts, the leopard's presence made her hesitant. She could change, but the others were stuck. After a brief moment of indecision, she nodded decisively. The leopard rejoiced. Indeed, it was the most cherished steed of Xiang. 2 eagles soared overhead. Feeling disgruntled, why not ride us? The leopard glanced up. What if your little frames cause my darling to fall? The younger eagle protested, swooping down to peck at the leopard. The leopard merely snorted and looked at Gu Zhao. Gu Zhao suddenly felt like a monarch with 2 concubines vying for her affection. Was this the joy of being an emperor? Cough, cough. Let's all be sisters and coexist harmoniously. She gently cleared her throat, her tone warm, yet struggling to suppress a smile. But I'm male, the young eagle countered. The leopard surveyed itself and declared, I am not like him. I will never question you. Xiang. If you say we are sisters, then we are. Gu Zhao was taken aback, nearly acquiring a leopard sister. First, translate for the elephant. I'll switch seats. She tactfully redirected the conversation to save her posterior and the leopard's contentment. Reluctantly, the elephant halted, gently depositing Gu Zhao on the ground, its eyes pleading for her attention. Gu Zhao felt a twinge of guilt for being a fickle creature. Meanwhile, Gu Zuling and the others looked on with envy, wishing to change their mounts as well. Once on the leopard, it dashed away joyfully. "Brother, I'll follow the drone," Gu Zhao called to Gu Zuling. "No way. What if something happens to you?" He retorted. "Brother, your worry is akin to my winning the lottery. Extremely unlikely. As long as there are animals, I am their king." Zhong Mingrue and Song Yi chimed in. "Long live the king." The leopard let out a roar, prompting the elephants to join in. The two harrier eagles cried out as well, flanking Gu Zhao like loyal guards. Gu Zhao proudly raised her chin at Gu Zuling. "See, my domain." Though Gu Zuling remained concerned, Gu Zhao had already commanded the leopard to run, and the drone swiftly followed. "Impudent child," Gu Zuling sighed. "Here S to the king's triumphant return." Zhong Mingrue and Song Yi shouted. Zhong Siki buried his face in embarrassment, unable to face anyone. Song Zhe, increasingly immersed in the children's world, felt an impulse to join the cheer. However, in the next moment, a sudden halt caused his head to collide with the elephant's back, resulting in a splatter of bird droppings on his face. "King, take me with you." Song Zhe reached out, trying to hold onto the figure that was vanishing from sight. Song Yi, accustomed to the chaos, calmly explained to the concerned onlookers, "My brother is just unlucky. Only the king can ward off his misfortune, so I suggest everyone keep their distance." Just as he finished speaking, the elephant carrying Song Zhe stepped into a pile of droppings. "Are we almost there?" Gu Zhao clutched the leopard's neck, gazing up at the drone. The director's voice crackled through the drone. "Almost there, just ahead, the last location sent by the drone following Yu Xiaowei." Gu Zhao dismounted from the leopard, her gaze immediately drawn to tire tracks and a damaged drone. Could Yu Xiaowei have also encountered kidnapping? "Thanks to Zhao for helping find my Wei. I was in Wei's live stream when it suddenly went black. I heard nothing, not even the sound of a vehicle. Wei fans unite. She was trying to catch a limping rabbit when everything went dark." Gu Zhao knelt beside the tire marks, scrutinizing them. The leopard appeared earnestly curious. The two eagles exchanged glances, acknowledging the peculiar nature of their companion. "Is there anything to glean from these tracks?" the leopard inquired. Gu Zhao replied, "I can't discern anything. My legs have gone numb from squatting." The eagles retorted, "Then let us follow the tracks." Gu Zhao mounted the leopard once more, which promptly set off along the trail. However, after about half an hour, the tracks suddenly vanished, leaving only a chaotic array of animal footprints. The younger eagle stood beside the last tire mark, tilting its head in confusion. "Can it fly too?" The elder eagle smacked it with a wing. "Foolish. Have you ever seen a vehicle that could fly? It must have burrowed underground or been robbed." Two eagles, a leopard, and a person, along with a drone, left everyone perplexed. What had happened to the vehicle? A car was cruising smoothly across the grassland. Yu Xiaowei lay in the back seat, her mind numb. That rotund driver had taken quite a liking to her and insisted on marrying her. Could he not take a good look at himself? Yu Xiaowei wished for death. Yielding to him seemed worse than being blown to bits. "Boss, there's a wildebeest," the excited driver exclaimed. The man in the passenger seat, sporting a buzz cut, was speechless. "Can you even handle that?" The driver, already intoxicated by his own bravado, believed he was invincible. All he needed was to kill that wildebeest, and he'd win the beauty's heart. "Boss, you promised me," the driver continued, brimming with excitement. The passenger's expression darkened as he noticed the driver's reckless actions and hastily fastened his seatbelt. "You scoundrel!" The driver accelerated, crashing into the wildebeest. As the animal grazed, it noticed the approaching vehicle and let out a shriek. The car collided with the wildebeest, and the driver was filled with exhilaration, showing no hint of fear. Yu Xiaowei, thrown from her seat, cursed, "You brainless fool! You idiot!" The man in the passenger seat echoed her sentiments. "You mindless dog!" He attempted to seize the steering wheel to change direction, but suddenly noticed a cloud of dust rising in the distance. Dust! A herd of wildebeests! The passenger laughed bitterly. "We're doomed. Give him another chance. I'd rather die than bring this fool along." Chapter 83. I like it, it's mine. Their vehicle was lifted by several wildebeests. The driver was paralyzed with fear. The passenger gripped the steering wheel tightly. "Don't call me boss. You're my boss. You are my elder." Yu Xiaowei, caught in the crevice, lamented, "You are all my ancestors. What a calamity. The vehicle was being carried away by a herd of wildebeests. They had been robbed. Back to the present, Gu Zhao stared for a long time without discerning any reason. The netizens speculated, their imaginations running wild. Could the car have traveled through time? I've read such novels. Perhaps they'll suddenly reappear decades later. Or maybe they encountered a man-eating swamp that swallowed them whole. Absurd. I think they might have run into a ghost wall. They've been pulled into another dimension. Ridiculous. What if they encountered aliens and were abducted? Gu Zhao had no clues. She even began to entertain the idea of time travel. No one could have imagined that a herd of animals could abduct the car along with its occupants. Hua Baozi reflected on the fact that many animals had indeed disappeared recently. Gu Zhao paid little heed to it, glancing across the vast grassland, perplexed at the absence of any animals. Where had they gone? The Hasta brothers, having lingered less than Gu Zhao, turned their attention to Hua Baozi. Deep in thought, Hua Baozi remarked, "It seems there are no animals living here. I've heard from other animals that there are monsters in this area, aside from migratory routes. No one is keen on coming here." Monsters? Gu Zhao blurted out, astonished, wondering what kind of place she had entered. Hadn't she entered a story about a beloved character? Why were there monsters? Do you animals spread rumors too? Gu Zhao exclaimed in shock. The netizens were equally taken aback by her words. Monsters? What do they look like? Did the animals say so? Oh my, this world has gone mad. I'm already imagining it. Is it a fluffy, cute monster or a fierce villain? Let me see. Zhao Zhao, please, you must save our Xiao Wei. She's just a poor, innocent girl. Hua Baozi was clueless. Having never been to this area, he had never seen any monsters. Unable to find any animals to inquire further, Gu Zhao had no choice but to ride the leopard, following the tracks on the ground. The leopard ran tirelessly for an unknown duration until they finally spotted a herd of migrating wildebeests. The leopard let out a roar, though it was unclear what it conveyed. The wildebeests responded in kind, their calls echoing forward until all halted. The lead wildebeest also came to a stop, its gaze fixed on the conspicuous vehicle above. Inside, the passenger, Feng Jieshu, paused, sensing the wildebeest had ceased moving. He peered out the window. All the wildebeests were calling out towards something. Feng Jieshu looked, but saw nothing. Yet, an image of a little dwarf unconsciously flickered in his mind. The driver cautiously raised his head. Boss, why have they stopped? Feng Jieshu ignored him, a smirk playing on his lips, his eyes filled with murderous intent. He needed to find an opportunity to eliminate him. Yu Xiaowei, feeling dizzy and trapped beneath the seat, was devoid of hope. As she sensed the animals' excitement in their calls, she thought of Gu Zhao. Apart from Gu Zhao, she could not fathom anyone else who could be so adored by the animals. Gu Zhao, who had been on her mind, was inquiring of the wildebeests. Have you seen a running square box or a girl? Hua Baozi translated for the animals behind, while the two eagles took to the skies to relay the message to those ahead. I know a green box. The green box rested atop the lead wildebeests. Upon hearing the translation, Gu Zhao felt a surge of excitement and urged her leopard forward. Indeed, several wildebeests were supporting a vehicle. One eager wildebeest wished to nuzzle Gu Zhao, but its horns were quite cumbersome. After a brief conference among the wildebeests, they counted down and tossed the vehicle aside. The wildebeest successfully bent down to nuzzle Gu Zhao, who reciprocated by petting their heads. One wildebeest complained, "That big fellow inexplicably bumped into me." Gu Zhao recalled poaching. Had she encountered that again? Just then, the vehicle's door was kicked open, and a long leg emerged, followed by a familiar figure. "It's you." Gu Zhao recognized the buzz cut from before, the poaching leader. "Well, what a coincidence. We meet again, little dwarf," Feng Jieshu said with a grin. Gu Zhao felt anger boil within her. Last time, she had ended up covered in filth to get rid of them. The barrage of comments exploded upon seeing him. "Wow, this guy is so handsome." "Handsome? I remember him. He was the poaching leader last time. How's he not caught? What the hell? How dare the poacher show up again? What does he want with Gu Zhao? Wake up, infatuated ones. This is a criminal. Can handsomeness feed you? Can it hide the fact that he harms animals? He even dares to tease Gu Zhao. What audacity. Did he have some backing to escape capture last time? Oh, his smile is so charming. Is there a misunderstanding about the poaching? Who cares if he's a poacher? This face deserves a lick. Gu Zhao, don't be harsh on him. Handsome men deserve kindness. Ugh, the way he calls her little dwarf is so affectionate. I want to bear his children. Gu Zhao looked at Feng Jieshu with disdain, feeling that fate had dealt her an unfair hand. Why did the villain possess long legs and a handsome face? That should be hers. It would be more fitting on her. Just then, another stout figure emerged from the vehicle, beaming with joy. Unfazed by Yu Xiaowei inside the car. He hurried to Feng Jieshu's side, eager to please, fearing his boss would leave him behind. Have you seen a girl? Gu Zhao asked Feng Jieshu irritably. Before he could respond, the stout driver interjected, Who is this little brat? Feng Jieshu replied, I like her. She's mine. Do you have a problem with that? Upon hearing the news, the corpulent man revealed a greasy smile, believing it was his fortune to be favored by the leader. Little did he know, the leader had no interest in women, but rather an affinity for children. How playful! Just as Gu Zhao was about to lose her temper, she heard Feng Jieshu mention there was a girl in the car, uncertain if she was the one they were seeking. Gu Zhao shot him a glare and quickly instructed several wildebeests to help reposition the vehicle. Yu Xiaowei thought she was on the brink of death. But in the next moment, the car door swung open, revealing Gu Zhao. Are you all right? Gu Zhao cautiously untied the ropes binding Yu Xiaowei's legs before assisting her out. Zhao Zhao, Yu Xiaowei's voice trembled, her eyes glistening with tears. Gu Zhao noticed the gash on Yu Xiaowei's forehead, blood trickling down. You're hurt. Just as he contemplated eliminating the fat man, Feng Jieshu suddenly reacted to Gu Zhao's words, his pupils contracting in shock. Quick, bandage the wound. Do not let the scent of blood attract predators. Normally, wildebeest would be incapable of lifting a vehicle. I may have exaggerated here, and I hope you won't mind. Chapter 84. The ugly monster. Although Gu Zhao did not fully comprehend, her instincts surpassed her thoughts, and she rushed to Feng Jieshu's side, tearing his shirt and binding it to Yu Xiaowei's injury. Feng Jieshu stood board-chested, silent. As he swallowed hard, the snake tattoo coiled around his collarbone glimmered ominously. Why does the snake tattoo seem strange? How handsome. And look at those abs. So many fools who let their morals run wild. I now understand Gu Zhao. With that face and those legs, how could they not be mine? Feng Jieshu regarded Gu Zhao with a peculiar gaze. A girl of great strength? A little rascal? The fat man beside Feng Jieshu was equally astounded, covering his mouth in disbelief. Goodness, the fierce leader secretly plays such games. And he is the vulnerable one. Only after completing her task did Gu Zhao turn to Feng Jieshu, puzzled as to why they needed to mask the scent of blood. Feng Jieshu's sharp features softened with a hint of resignation, the corners of his mouth curving into a gentle smile. It's not that we fear the blood attracting predators. Gu Zhao furrowed her brow. Under normal circumstances, injuries in the wild indeed required swift bandaging, not only to prevent infection, but also to deter animals from being lured by the scent of blood. Yet, she was present. She did not believe Feng Jieshu was unaware. Feng Jieshu smiled, showing no intention of clarifying for Gu Zhao. Instead, he glanced at his bare torso with a playful demeanor. Little rascal, are you planning to forcibly seize the young man? Young man? Where? Gu Zhao feigned searching around before looking at the fat man. Is he the young man? So that's what you call a young man? Feng Jieshu squinted, unbothered, thinking, little rascal, once you have what you desire, you no longer cherish it. How disheartening. Gu Zhao. Feng Jieshu pretended to be sorrowful, but his sharp features and the scar peeking from behind his earlobe, along with the snake tattoo on his collarbone, rendered him exceedingly dangerous. Only a fool would feel pity. Even if she did, it was merely a fleeting feeling. Why shouldn't that face be hers? Why should those legs belong to her? The grievance of seizing legs, the hatred of snatching faces, an enmity that could not coexist. How pretentious you are, and yet so audacious to show your face without being caught. Gu Zhao cast a glance at the flowered leopard. The man and the leopard shared a tacit understanding. The flowered leopard let out a roar, prompting the surrounding wildebeest to encircle Feng Jieshu and the fat man. The fat man appeared panicked, while Feng Jieshu remained unfazed, even jesting. You might as well let me die and allow me to be your corpse. Gu Zhao rolled her eyes. Then you should give me all your money and tell me where your hideout is to appease this little child. Greedy, Feng Jieshu sighed. Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed from afar, the source unknown. It was grating and unpleasant. Not only Gu Zhao failed to comprehend it, but even the flowered leopard and the two Haster eagles, fluent in several languages, could not discern it. The fat man's face turned ashen, his voice trembling. Leader, could it be coming? Feng Jieshu's expression turned serious as he looked at Gu Zhao, commanding, let your animal friends take us away. The flowered leopard, angered, roared. Who do you think you are to command our precious Xiangxiang? Yu Xiaowei, still slightly dizzy, recalled their earlier conversation in the car. Zhao. They captured me to use me as bait to lure something. In an instant, Gu Zhao understood. No wonder Feng Jieshu was so anxious about Yu Xiaowei's bleeding. If we don't ask for trouble, we 1T get into trouble. Let us run. Gu Zhao swiftly mounted the flowered leopard. Yu Xiaowei was nudged by a nearby wildebeest, which then crouched down. Understanding, Yu Xiaowei climbed on as well. Instantly, all the wildebeests began to gallop. Feng Jieshu and the fat man were left behind. The fat man was in a state of sheer terror, his pale face reflecting helplessness. Feng Jieshu remained composed, still smiling, finding the child amusing. The fat man was nearing madness. Leader, stop being amusing. If this continues, we will turn into a pile of dung. The unknown creature's cry resounded once more. A horde of monsters appeared. These creatures had twisted, barbed horns, eyes filled with crimson veins, sharp teeth, and long tongues. Their upper bodies covered in disheveled black fur. They bore a resemblance to kangaroos, with muscular hind limbs equipped with sharp claws, and their backs were humped, covered in grotesque lumps, their skin a sickly gray-green. Feng Jieshu, unperturbed, approached the fat man and swiftly dealt with him. The fat man, eyes wide with disbelief, barely uttered a word before he drew his last breath. Feng Jieshu disdainfully wiped his dagger on the fat man's clothing. As the horde of monsters drew near, he made a running leap onto the nearest wildebeest. Gu Zhao and the drone observed these bizarre creatures, Gu Zhao's brow furrowing in horror and disbelief. What grotesque beings! The Haster eagles soared above, their eyes filled with disdain. How hideous! What the heck? That poacher just killed someone. What in the world is that? A fusion monster come to life. Its eyes, they're moving. Help! I'm covered in goosebumps. Drone, stop filming and run. The flowered leopard was equally shocked. There truly were monsters here. Gu Zhao, with a complex expression, looked at Feng Jieshu, pondering his true nature. Xiangxiang, we cannot proceed any further. The great eagle screeched. Ahead lay a vast chasm. Although not particularly deep, it spanned across their path, blocking their way. Gu Zhao gasped. How unfortunate. Even drinking cold water is a struggle. Meanwhile, Yi Zui and Yi Zishi had been walking in one direction for quite some time until they finally spotted a river ahead. Yi Zishi's face broke into a smile. They could finally replenish their water supply. Yi Zui, feeling cautious, grasped his hand. Brother, we must be careful. There may be crocodiles lurking here. She picked up a stone and tossed it into the water, inadvertently hitting a crocodile. Infuriated, the crocodile lunged at them, prompting a frantic escape. Just as they managed to flee, they encountered the pack of hyenas from before. Enemies meet, and their eyes burned with animosity. Yi Zishi and Yi Zui ran once more. Meanwhile, Gu Shulin and his companions were enjoying a peaceful moment. The elephants no longer rushed. They trotted at a leisurely pace toward the direction Gu Zhao had taken. Zhong Mingrue and Song Yi were chattering animatedly about something. Gu Shulin gazed into the distance, a hint of worry in his eyes. It wasn't too long before they reached a spot marked by tire tracks. The barrage of comments intensified. Where's the director? Quickly remind them not to proceed any further. We came from Gu Zhao's live stream. It's gone wild over there. There are monsters. Director, speak up. Save them. The director was equally distressed, encountering yet another bizarre situation, and he was again being questioned. However, this time, it was not within the country, so he was not compelled to end the broadcast. He hung up countless calls and hurriedly communicated with Gu Su Lin and the others through their drone. Upon hearing the news, Gu Su Lin's expression darkened instantly. Chapter 85, A Group Against One. Gu Zhao watched as the monstrous creatures slaughtered more and more wildebeests and instructed Hua Baozi to run towards Feng Jieshu. Feng Jieshu, perched atop a wildebeest, wore a grave expression. What on earth are these abominations? Gu Zhao shouted. A realization struck her. Animal gene experiments. How to eliminate them. Gu Zhao's face hardened with determination. Feng Jieshu looked innocent, saying, I have no idea. If I knew, they wouldn't be left here. They were discarded because they couldn't be destroyed. Gu Zhao was furious, cursing those who had nothing better to do than to research such monstrosities. She contemplated and then directed Hua Baozi towards the group of monsters. Feng Jieshu furrowed his brows. Are you insane? Gu Zhao ignored him. What a little lunatic. If you let this wildebeest accompany you, I might be able to assist you. Feng Yi disputed. Gu Zhao agreed. He was capable in a fight and could serve as a decoy. With the call of a small eagle, the wildebeest carrying Feng Jiesu, despite its fear, caught up to Hua Baozi. The two circumvented the monstrous horde and headed towards an abandoned vehicle. Feng Jiesu quickly realized that the gasoline would not be sufficient to kill them. It would merely hold them at bay. Gu Zhao signaled for the large eagle to come over and whispered something to it. The eagle cast worried glances at Gu Zhao before taking flight. Feng Jiesu frowned. This little lecher also has the potential to be a lunatic. I truly wish to snatch her away. I could trade her for my brother. It would be for nothing. Goodness, that scared me. What is this? Is the Monkey King going to confront them head-on? Such boldness. Failed experiment? Which unscrupulous individual is behind this? Where did the large eagle go? It can't be that it's every bird for itself in times of crisis. Protect haste, eagle. It's a precious treasure. Gu Zhao was oblivious to the reactions in the comments. Her mind was solely focused on Feng Jiesu. She pondered how to make use of him without wasting his potential. Soon, she discerned that the monsters seemed devoid of intelligence, driven only by primal hunting instincts. Then, she glanced at Feng Jiesu. Feng Jiesu suddenly felt a chill run down his spine, noticing Gu Zhao's gaze. Don't even think about how to use me. We are in the same boat now. Gu Zhao paid him no mind. She merely felt pity for the wildebeests. If only it could run on its own. Without monsters obstructing their path, they quickly reached the car. The abandoned vehicle sat forlornly, with some blood and flesh still clinging to the protruding iron plates. The corpse of the fat one was long gone, and even the blood appeared to have been licked clean. Though the creatures had poor eyesight, their sense of smell, especially for blood, was acute. Feng Jiesu noticed Gu Zhao's gaze and voluntarily explained. Gu Zhao was curious. What kind of animal hybrids were they? Feng Jiesu began extracting gasoline from the abandoned car, listing off the animals: dogs, monkeys, cows, cats, kangaroos, creating a host of bizarre creatures only to harm oneself. When will there be an animal protection law? Can't they protect cats and dogs too? The large eagle swiftly flew to the location Gu Zhao indicated and encountered Gu Su Lin along the way. Gu Su Lin immediately waved at the eagle, which hesitated for a few seconds before descending. Where's she? Gu Su Lin asked darkly. The eagle pointed in a direction with its head. What do you want to do? The eagle gestured with its wings. Gu Su Lin couldn't understand, but knew Gu Zhao well enough. Was she seeking help from other animals? The eagle's eyes sparkled as it nodded eagerly. Gu Su Lin grew more anxious. It was incredibly dangerous to seek reinforcements. Once you summon help, bring me along. The eagle hesitated, but Gu Su Lin's words prompted it to nuzzle against him. After all, he was their provider. The eagle continued on its mission to gather reinforcements while Gu Su Lin anxiously awaited. Zhong Mingrui frowned, looking at Zhong Siqi. Brother, will the king be in danger? Zhong Siqi, equally worried, reassured the child. Don't you know your king's capabilities? Zhong Mingrui remained unconvinced. Song Yi also wore a worried expression. Perhaps we should send my brother over first? Songzhi exclaimed in disbelief. Did you even hear what you just said? You want my brother to join a monster group and be their bad luck charm? Good little brother. On behalf of the Monkey King subjects, I thank you, haha. Everyone's ancestor is a monkey. Since monkeys and apes are so similar, we are all family, subject to the Monkey King. Protecting the Monkey King is everyone's responsibility. The eagle quickly notified more animals, and a formidable group surged forth. Along the way, they picked up Gu Su Lin, while others wanted to join, especially Gu Zhao's two little brothers. However, Gu Su Lin rejected them all. He alone, accompanied by a drone, rushed forward with the animal army. Meanwhile, Gu Zhao and Feng Jiesu had finished collecting gasoline and quickly rode the wildebeest and leopard to the boundary between the monsters and the wildebeest herd. They poured gasoline across the path, and Gu Zhao ignited it, creating a fiery barrier that temporarily halted the monster's advance, allowing the wildebeest to leap across the gap. They both felt a slight sense of relief. Feng Jiesu looked at Gu Zhao with fondness. Stay with me. A little lunatic like you is best suited to accompany me. Gu Zhao retorted, You're too old. We are not compatible, so stop thinking about it. Feng Jiesu was not at all angered. What are you thinking with that little head of yours? I meant for you to recognize me as your elder brother. Gu Zhao regarded him. Recognize you as my brother? Then we'll both be fugitives? Her expression was peculiar. What enmity do we share that would require me to be a fugitive too? Gu Zhao disdainfully urged Hua Baozi to take her further away from him. Feng Jie-su felt a twinge of regret. Fine, it is indeed inconvenient to have a sister with him now. I have a younger brother. Why don't you take him in? A younger sister would also suffice. She must still call him brother. Gu Su-lin is just a second away from arriving on the scene. Poacher brother, I advise you to choose your words wisely. Roar. Brother Lin, hurry. Someone is trying to abduct your sister. They want to abduct my future wife too. You up there, stop dreaming. Our Monkey King only accepts handsome men. The fire was dying down. Feng Jie-su ceased his playful banter and focused on the flames. Gu Zhao frowned. Many wildebeests had yet to cross. The remaining wildebeests noticed the monsters approaching again. They glanced at the gap and then at Gu Zhao. Subsequently, one led the charge, and the other wildebeests followed, positioning themselves in front of Gu Zhao, displaying their horns and entering an aggressive stance. The precious ones say you should go first. Hua Baozi translated their calls. Gu Zhao grew anxious. While the wildebeest had horns, the monsters possessed both horns and claws. How could they fight? Using horns against claws is cheating. The monsters charged through the flames. Just then, a vast number of animals came rushing from afar, with a flock of eagles soaring overhead. A horned rhinoceros charged directly into the fray, while monkeys with hands swiftly seized onto the monsters, and other animals launched surprise attacks. A group attacking one. Chapter 86. It's not easy to be an ordinary person. Gu Xiao. As Gu Su-lin rushed in with the animals, he spotted the man beside Gu Zhao. His brows knitted together. This individual looks so familiar. After a brief moment of confusion, he remembered. This was the poaching leader who had seduced his sister. Gu Su-lin hurried over and tugged at the leopard's tail, pulling it aside. Gu Zhao exclaimed, "What are you doing?" The leopard protested, "Hey, that's my sister's brother. Be gentle. My tail is genuine. Please spare it. It's all natural, no additives, no preservatives." Roar. The leopard felt wronged. "Let go of my tail. I can walk on my own." Gu Su-lin was too preoccupied to care about the leopard's pitiful pleas. His mind was consumed with the thought of why that poaching leader was here. Did he bear a grudge against Gu Zhao? Or have they already set their sights on Gu Zhao? Gu Su-lin tugged at the leopard's tail, pulling it and Gu Zhao behind him. His eyes brimmed with vigilance as he regarded Feng Jie-su. To his surprise, Feng Jie-su appeared unfazed, casually tilting his chin with a languid demeanor. "Your brother seems quite disinclined towards me," he remarked. Gu Zhao paused, casting a peculiar glance at Feng Jie-su, as if he were oblivious to his own demeanor. "The prison food likes you. You should hurry and meet up," Gu Su-lin interjected, unwilling to entertain any connection between Gu Zhao and the other. His gaze was laden with subtle distrust. Feng Jie-su remained silent, merely fixating on Gu Zhao. Gu Zhao looked around, feeling uncomfortable under his scrutiny, as if she were a promiscuous woman. She was utterly innocent. These monsters, how should we deal with them? They cannot be killed. A great eagle swooped down, incredulous. How can anything be so difficult to slay? The monsters lamented, "Those who cannot be killed have been incessantly attacking me." Gu Zhao surveyed her surroundings, her gaze settling on a naturally pristine crevice. It resembled a cozy grave. Although it was far inferior to the golden coffin her second brother owed her, it was not where she would reside. "Brother, how about we bury these monsters alive?" A gleam of pride flickered in her eyes. She was truly a clever little minx. "Praise me." Feng Jie-su chuckled, affirming that this little lunatic was well suited to accompany him. Gu Su-lin's lips twitched. A living llama, indeed. Well, those are harmful creatures anyway. Let them rest in peace. Gu Zhao summoned a few animals that had no monsters to chase and were leisurely watching the spectacle. Gu Su-lin was initially perplexed, but enlightenment struck him in the next moment. "You all go and kindly invite the bipeds from the grassland." Gu Zhao conveyed to the animals. They gazed at the haste eagle and the flower leopard, the three creatures capable of understanding the language of Xiang Bao Bei. The young eagle translated, "Go and herd all the bipedal creatures from the grassland." The flower leopard added, "Rob the bipeds." The great eagle fell silent for 2 seconds, choosing not to comment. Allow them to commit misdeeds, and then Xiang Bao Bei would no longer favor them. It would only cherish it. Watching those animals depart with fervor, Gu Zhao marveled at their earnestness. They were so excited to be given a task. These animals seemed to have abundant vitality. One might think they are off to commit robbery. To be honest, if it were the leopard translating, I believe there might be some discrepancies. I vividly recall its teachings on the Baka Europe. Is it safe for these animals to be buried right here? That is not our concern. Once Gu Zhao and her group leave, there will surely be someone to take charge. What they're doing now is merely ensuring their own safety. Gu Zhao dispatched additional animals to gather vines or resilient leaves. This time, the animals lacked the previous enthusiasm, reluctantly departing. Unbeknownst to the explorers or guests about to be robbed, they were enjoying the beautiful scenery. A vehicle traversed the grassland, with several individuals scanning the vicinity through binoculars. Isn't it migration season? Why can't we see any animals? A girl with binoculars surveyed the area. This is a bit unusual. Could it be that poaching gangs are hunting rare animals again? A man frowned. They were a patrol team responsible for protecting the rare animals of the grassland, monitoring the ecological environment, and combating illegal poaching activities. Recently, they had noticed that the animal behavior seemed particularly erratic. "Oh, there are animals over there," the girl exclaimed, spotting some through her binoculars. Then, in the next moment, she gasped, "Why are hyenas and wildebeests mixed together? They seem to be charging towards us." Soon, they realized the scene could be discarded. They were surrounded by animals. They were driven by the animals. A similar scene unfolded in various regions where human activities occurred across the grassland. The animals had gone wild. This is everyone's sentiment. They are treating humans like sheep. Even some bipedal creatures had been robbed. Zhong Siqi sat atop an elephant, anxiously gazing into the distance, wondering if Zhao Zhao was safe. Had Ling Ge found Zhao Zhao? Sighs echoed, two in quick succession. After enduring countless sighs, Zhong Siqi could no longer tolerate the noise from the two little ones. "Can you two be quiet?" Zhong Ming Rue sighed, his small face wrinkled with worry. "Brother, you are so heartless. We eat from the king, sleep under the king, and even I am destined to be the king's in the future. Yet you still won't let me sigh for the king's sake." Zhong Ming Rue stared at Zhong Siqi for a few seconds before sighing again. "Zhong Siqi, are you all right? Is your future also Zhao Zhao's?" In truth, he would be willing now, but he hadn't even asked Zhao Zhao. "I'll smack you behind." Song Yi sighed as well. "What if something happens to the king? Would I have to mourn at such a young age?" Zhong Ming Rue and Song Yi sighed in unison. "Zhong Siqi, who will save me?" He looked at Song Zhe, and a second later, he sighed too. Song Zhe was engaged in a scuffle with himself, having bitten his own tongue while speaking, leaping up in pain and losing his balance, falling off the elephant. Had it not been for the elephant noticing in time and using its trunk to cushion his fall, he might have been enjoying a holiday now. He suddenly felt like one of the few normal people. The elephant suddenly became alert, looking around. Multiple heads emerged, a horde of animals surrounding them. The elephant emitted anxious calls. The other animals shouted, "Robbery!" Chapter 87. The prison seemed to beckon to her. The elephants were also being driven in a particular direction. Zhong Siqi wore a worried expression, while Song Zhe and Zhong Ming Rue were somewhat bewildered. Were they being herded by animals? The crucial point was that these animals looked quite fierce. The group felt a mix of fear and growing concern for Gu Zhao. Could it be that these animals had turned against them? On the other side, Song Jin and Zhou Lan strolled leisurely around the area where the original tent had been. The animals here seemed to have gone mad, all fleeing, which worked to their advantage. The surroundings were quiet, devoid of any animal presence, allowing them to explore safely. "Can that fruit be eaten?" Song Jin queried, eyeing a large tree not far off. The tree's crown spread a dense green shade, feather-like compound, leaves unfurling amongst numerous yellow and green fruits. "This must be a marula tree, as its fruits are edible." Zhou Lan spoke gently, her face adorned with an undeniable smile. With this tree, they could comfortably endure until the end of the show. The two approached. The trunk was still somewhat high for them, but many fruits had fallen beneath. Zhou Lan tasted one, finding it sweet and tangy. They bent down to collect the fallen fruits, just as a group of animals arrived, drawn by the scent. Ahead, there were two bipedal creatures that could be driven away. One giraffe was exceedingly excited. Upon hearing this, the other animals swiftly encircled, leaving only one gap, the very direction they intended to chase her. Song Jinan and Zhou Lan, blissfully unaware, were happily gathering fruits. They even began to fantasize about their ample food supply, while other guests remained hungry. It was not until Song Jinan stumbled upon a furry paw on the ground that she looked up to meet the sharp fangs of a cheetah. Zhou Lan was equally startled. She grabbed Song Jinan and they retreated, only to realize there was but one place devoid of animals. which they mistakenly assumed was an oversight by the creatures, and dashed towards it. The fruits they had just collected scattered across the ground. The other animals pursued them. The cheetah glanced at the fallen fruits, then at the fleeing bipeds, contemplating for a moment. It then found a large leaf nearby, placed it on the ground, and gently nudged the fruits onto it with its paw. Clutching the neatly bundled leaves, the cheetah joyfully chased after them. Meanwhile, Yi Zushi and Yi Zui were on the verge of collapse. They fled in every direction. Just moments ago, the hyenas that had been pursuing them suddenly departed, only to return with a pride of lions. What did this mean? Were they planning to share a meal? Yi Zui suddenly felt she was not the beloved protagonist of the group, but rather a mere clown. Yi Zushi felt akin to a dish, with the ravenous lions and hyenas eyeing him hungrily. The two lamented how fortunate they were to have escaped. Who else would run with them across the grasslands? They suggested awarding these two the title of Grassland Running Promotion Ambassador. After all, not everyone could turn being chased into a team-building experience. The chaotic experience of being hunted continued, with more and more individuals being pursued. Gu Zhao, perplexed, only understood the situation upon seeing a horde of animals herding a group of people, with the slower ones being nipped at the rear. Gu Zhao suddenly felt an influx of enemies. Oh my god, were they really going to feed them to those monsters? Some noticed the peculiar creatures that were controlled by the animals. No, I haven't even kissed a handsome man yet. My heavens, how is that child still sitting on the cheetah's back? The discussions were filled with chaos, with occasional cries of despair. Don't poke me there. Where's your decency? Animals should have some manners too. Just because you're a cow or a horse doesn't mean you can bully me, a poor soul worth less than a cow. Gu Zuling remained silent. Feng Jieshu burst into laughter. Gu Zhao patted the cheetah, which immediately understood and let out a loud roar. The wildebeest beneath Feng Jieshu's feet brightened, promptly rolling over on the ground. Feng Jieshu narrowly escaped being crushed, quickly rolling out of the wildebeest's rolling zone. Greedy creature, he said, brushing the grass off his abs. Gu Zhao glanced over and, unable to help herself, swallowed hard. That physique was quite appealing. Why couldn't it be hers? She looked at her own petite frame and felt a wave of sadness. Gu Zuling's eyes widened. Do you have no shame? Flirting with a child? Exhibitionist. How is this any different from your little sister's lecherous antics? Feng Jieshu cast a knowing glance at Gu Zhao. Gu Zuling turned to Gu Zhao for confirmation. But Gu Zhao's gaze darted away. Gu Zuling felt as if the sky were collapsing. When did his sister become so enamored with tugging at others' clothes? Brother, I can testify for the Monkey King. She only did it to stop Wei Wei's bleeding. She was trying to look. Really, she just stole a few glances. No blame on her. Only a few glances? Brother, are you trying to sabotage her? Ha ha. Brother, you should be seeing the comments. The sky has truly fallen again. Gu Zuling. I initially held onto a shred of hope, but after hearing your words, not only has the sky fallen, it has shattered into pieces. Great King, help! These animals are kidnapping us. Zhong Mingrui shouted from a distance upon spotting Gu Zhao. Gu Zhao felt embarrassed, wishing to cover her face. She was no longer allied with these creatures. It seemed the cheetah and the young eagle also sensed the trouble. Both fell silent. The others, being herded, some understanding Chinese, looked over with curiosity, then were dumbfounded. Why were they able to ride elephants? Help! More were being rounded up. They turned to see Song Jinan and Zhou Lan being pursued by animals. The crowd was satisfied. This was more like it. Yi Zushi and Yi Zui also arrived, panting heavily, while the hyenas and lions behind them looked on disdainfully. Gu Zhao, did you send these animals after us? Song Jinan exclaimed in frustration. Her mother was a film queen, while Gu Zhao's brother was merely an actor with a poor reputation. Why did she always have to be at the bottom? Before Gu Zhao could respond, the pursuing cheetah made a powerful leap, landing on Song Jinan's back and knocking her down, then elegantly strode over to Gu Zhao. Baby, eat some fruit. The cheetah sat before the leopard. The leopard snorted dismissively. Zhou Lan anxiously checked Song Jinan for injuries, relieved to find her only had a bruised chin. Just as she was about to admonish Gu Zhao, several hyenas appeared in her line of sight, grinning widely. Everyone fell silent, but the true bipedal creatures being herded were quite exhilarated. Great King, Zhong Mingrui said, feeling dejected when the king ignored him. As the elephants set them down, he and Song Yi dashed over. Song Zhi finally smiled and rushed to Gu Zhao, seemingly eager to cling to her leg. Others trembled in fear. Were they truly going to feed them to the monsters? Did they need to be tied up for that? Gu Zhao's expression was numb, as if she saw a prison beckoning her. Chapter 88. The gifts from the animal kingdom. The gazes cast upon Gu Zhao resembled those directed at a criminal. Zhou Mingrui rushed to Gu Zhao's side. Great king, I missed you. A second apart feels like an eternity. Song Yi joined him. Ever since you left. Everyone keeps asking me why I'm daydreaming. Song Zhe. Who is this everyone Yuri talking about? I didn't hear it. Song Yi, because I was thinking of you. Zhou Mingrui. Well, he lost because he isn't as greasy as you. Zhong Siki supported his forehead, feeling increasingly like the only sane one among them. Gu Zuling was anxious. It was not enough to guard against the poacher. Why were these two adding to the chaos? Gu Zhao soothed them, then turned to the others, realizing it would take a long time to explain, wasting precious words. Headache. She looked at Gu Zuling, who understood and, albeit reluctantly, approached the others to negotiate and clarify. Soon, everyone began to follow instructions, weaving vines into ropes. Of course, there were dissenters, but so what? The hyenas, lions, and tigers all grinned at them. After all, no one dared to complain. Indeed, brute force can resolve half of the problems. The Monkey King is striding further down a path of unyielding resilience. Decency, 1T, fill your belly. Support the Monkey King. Don't worry, Monkey King, if something happens, I'll run away. I feel like the poacher is starting to admire Gu Zhao. Is he planning to kidnap children? It must be said that danger spurred everyone's ability to act. In no time, all the vines were woven into ropes. Everyone began to bind those monsters with the ropes, aided by the animals. To prevent any rope from breaking, they tied every creature into a twist, ensuring their safety. Darling, you absolutely cannot imagine what I've done. I teamed up with a group of animals to bind a horde of monsters. Someone excitedly recorded the event on their phone. Everyone was quite thrilled. The elephants began the logistics, tossing each monster into the chasm one by one. Once that was done, another group of animals scoured for stones to throw in as well. With everyone's combined efforts, stones rained down, crushing the smaller monsters. Confirming that those creatures would remain trapped for now, Gu Zhao felt a sense of relief. At least they would not be harmed by those monsters during the animals' migration. She would not interfere with the natural laws, but these human-engineered monsters had already disrupted nature. Nature did not require artificial monstrosities. After dealing with the monster, Gu Zhao cast a contemplative glance at the others. Since they were already here, they might as well enjoy a meal before departing. The others exchanged polite remarks. But Feng Jieshu immediately began selecting dishes, having heard that wild crocodile meat was delectable and decided to give it a try. Gu Zhao was momentarily taken aback by his words. You're still here? Are you planning to toss me aside after you've had your fill of my figure? Feng Jieshu's lips curled into a mischievous smirk, his brow slightly raised. Upon hearing his words, Gu Zuling turned his gaze towards Feng Jieshu with an intensity akin to a dog catching a whiff of something enticing, fixating on him. Gu Zhao, feeling disinclined to argue, simply tied him up. The large and small eagles, upon hearing the cue, swiftly seized a rope, and one eagle clamped down on one end, effectively binding him. Feng Jieshu twitched his lips, but made no effort to struggle. Gu Zuling fell silent for a moment, regarding the two eagles with a distinctly peculiar expression. How could they manage to bind a man so awkwardly? The animals carried a person, evoking envy from those driving nearby. Yet one individual appeared utterly distraught. You madman, you are not human. You are tormenting an elderly man. Bound to the back of a vehicle, Feng Jieshu was dragged along, while Gu Zhao encouraged him to make good use of his long legs. Feng Jieshu was not pleased, but Gu Zuling felt a surge of joy. See how you've led my child astray. His gaze towards Gu Zhao softened, proud of his child for resisting temptation. A group of animals transported a group of people to the banks of a great river. Several towering trees grew by the river, providing shade from the sun. Zhou Mingrui, riding atop a cheetah, was the first to arrive. Upon dismounting, he excitedly seized Zhong Siki, chattering incessantly. Other captured tourists busily snapped photographs. Feng Jieshu was honorably tied to a tree, while the animals scattered. Some were puzzled. Why did they leave? Song Yi turned to Gu Zhao, convinced that consulting the king would yield answers. Gu Zhao replied, if they don't leave, we won't have anything to eat. The crowd remained perplexed until they gradually understood. Gu Zuling had already begun to gather firewood. Zhong Siki and Song Zhe joined in, and soon others followed suit. Song Jinan shot a resentful glance at Gu Zhao, thinking, if it weren't for her driving the animals to chase us here, we would still be enjoying our fruits. It's all her fault. Yizashi and Yizue quietly assisted in gathering sticks, not because they had grown fond of Gu Zhao, but rather out of sheer exhaustion, having exerted themselves to a degree that rivaled their activity over the past month. It became evident that when one is extremely hungry and fatigued, there is little inclination to ponder other matters. Gu Zhao, can we eat? Before long, a substantial pile of firewood had been collected, with nearly all the surrounding branches gathered, leaving the area remarkably tidy without requiring further cleaning. The proud antelope closed its eyes, having triumphed over 99% of its peers to stand there. Gu Zhao shut her eyes as well, and the antelope approached Zhong Mingrue and Song Yi, gently nudging them with its head. The two children exchanged puzzled glances. A flicker of realization crossed Zhong Siki's eyes, possibly suggesting that they should also close their eyes. The two complied, and the antelope, satisfied, circled around everyone, pausing momentarily before each child. Yize also closed his eyes, while Song Jinan, feeling irritable, kicked the antelope as it approached her. The antelope, feeling wronged, bumped its head against a tree right before her eyes, resulting in a bloody injury. Song Jinan was instantly taken aback. The triumphant expressions of the three were frozen on their faces, and they began to berate the antelope tribe. You've made a fool of yourselves. Cunning sheep, I'll feast on antelope every single day of the year. The herbivorous creatures had become the most abundant welcome gift. The antelope proudly raised its head, declaring, rather than being captured, we shall come willingly. What a gentle antelope. It even knows to have the children close their eyes before becoming a meal. Is Song Jinan unwell? Why is Zhou Lan not supervising the child? I am truly exasperated. Although I cannot comprehend animal language, I sense that the tiger's words were rather foul. It seemed that each animal had a few choice words for the antelope. Chapter 89. Love you. Want to extract your kidney? Everyone eagerly gazed at the complimentary gifts. Gu Zuling carried the pot contributed anonymously by Gu Zhao's rebellious disciples to the riverbank to fetch water, preparing to boil it for the gifts to remove their fur. Just as he finished collecting water, a series of deep green heads emerged from the river, silently watching Gu Zhao with their beady eyes. Startled, Gu Zuling stepped back a few paces, but upon regaining his composure, he observed the crocodiles, sensing a hint of melancholy in their eyes, as if a group of forlorn husbands awaited their wives to remember them. Oblivious to the crocodile's gaze, Gu Zhao lay against the leopard, flanked by Song Yi and Zhong Mingrue. Zhong Mingrue was massaging Gu Zhao's legs, while Song Yi worked on her shoulders. The others busily tended to the fire. Gu Zuling approached with the pot, and those gathering firewood had already constructed a rudimentary stand. The iron pot was set above the flames, which licked at its base. Gu Zuling glanced at the river, noticing a few crocodiles still watching intently, and he found himself at a loss for words. What are you waiting for? Just take a few steps yourselves. You're just like my brother, always acting foolishly. Yet upon reflection, he considered that the crocodiles were better than his brother. At least they dared to show themselves. After a considerable amount of fuss, night had fully descended. Tourists with mobile phones checked the time. It was already 11:30 at night in the local area. The third day of the variety show was drawing to a close. This bustling meal would not be enjoyed until the early hours of the fourth day. Surely, not everyone could be consumed, until some shop owners spotted the guest social media posts showcasing roasted lamb, roasted rabbit, and soft animal pillows. They wondered if they could make it in time. The comments were filled with envy. I want to eat roasted lamb and roasted rabbit too. Please save some for me. I'll buy a ticket and fly over right now. I despise this time difference. I'm currently at work, but I want to eat. I'm starving. I feel for our monkey king. Dealing with all these animals every day must be exhausting. As a loyal subject of the monkey king, I have a responsibility to share his burdens. Everyone, let me through so I can help. I can help with the delicacies. For the king to achieve a splendid physique sooner, I'll take on the eating duties. Gu Zhao kindly approached to feed Feng Jieshu. Don't you like eating? Why aren't you eating? She held a roasted lamb leg in her hand. Don't be shy. I'm here feeding you. Come on, take a bite. It's not poisonous. Feng Jieshu closed his eyes, refusing to acknowledge her. Why wasn't he eating? Was it not tasty? Zhong Mingrue glanced over, feeling a twinge of pity for the lamb leg, thinking it would lose its flavor if it cooled down. Zhong Siki suddenly realized Feng Jieshu must be in a difficult position, Perhaps it was possible that being tied up meant he couldn't lower his head enough to eat. Being unable to lower one's head? Not to mention Gu Zhao is short. Ha ha ha. Help! Zhong Siki, you are my mouthpiece. I can't breathe. Now I understand what fell off. He is tied up and can't even lower his head to eat. Gu Zhao, focused on feeding for 100 years. Feng Jieshu, I'm just a tool without a neck. Eyes closed. Lamb leg. I've endured too much. If I get cold, I might just cry. In the end, Feng Jieshu still didn't get to eat, while Gu Zhao devoured the lamb leg herself. Feng Jieshu silently vowed that when Gu Zhao fell into his hands, he would make her watch as he indulged in hot pot, teasing her with his culinary delight. After the animals had eaten their fill, they departed, leaving some tigers and lions to guard the precious Gu Zhao. At around 4 or 5 in the morning, as everyone slept soundly, Feng Jieshu finally managed to rub against a rough tree branch to free himself from the bindings. The individual felt a sense of liberation as he momentarily contemplated abducting a child, only to be met with the piercing gaze of several pairs of emerald eyes fixed upon him. Feng Jieshu sighed, resigning himself to fate, deciding that perhaps it was not meant to be, and he would postpone his thievery for another day. He turned and fled, with the tiger instantly in pursuit. Feng Jieshu swiftly commandeered a vehicle, absconding with it. The unfortunate owner of the car, resigned to his misfortune, thought to himself that at least his vehicle was insured against theft and related incidents. The crowd, momentarily roused, soon succumbed to slumber again. Upon awakening once more, it was 10:30 in the morning local time. After a hasty breakfast, the tourists bid farewell and departed. The unfortunate car owner, Gu Su-lin, had left contact information for the assistant of his second brother, advising him to call if he sought compensation. They then arranged for the animals to escort them away. Free from the entanglements of UZMO, Yu Xiao Wei felt rejuvenated. However, the absence of her partner meant her exit from the variety show was inevitable. As a few of them gathered for conversation, several vehicles approached. UZMO also descended from one of the cars, his expression less than favorable. Upon seeing Yu Xiao Wei, he instinctively lowered his head, avoiding direct eye contact. Yu Xiao Wei furrowed her brow as the man's grip on her shoulder tightened painfully, causing her to instinctively retreat, only to be firmly restrained by him. "Dad, why are you here?" The onlookers were taken aback, pondering the implications of the Yu family's apparent concern for their child, as they had flown overseas to retrieve her. Yet, there was a suffocating air about it, as if the very act of restraining her was somehow excessive. Yu Xiao Wei was clearly unsettled by her father's vice-like grip. Observers speculated about the urgency of the Yu family's actions, questioning whether they were merely overly anxious. Meanwhile, there was concern regarding the financial arrangement for the information provided to find the missing person. Gu Zhao furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss. Yizhe, she stepped forward to greet Yu Fu and Yu Mu, commenting on Yu Xiao Wei's younger sister, whom he found utterly adorable, predicting she would grow into a stunning beauty, inviting them to visit his home in the future. His smile was warm, yet his eyes betrayed a sense of urgency, as he clung to Yu Xiao Wei's shoulder, seemingly fearful of her escape. Yu Mu smiled in response, suggesting it was time for them to leave. Yu Fu, still gripping Yu Xiao Wei, ushered her into the car. Inside the vehicle, a few flies buzzed around disoriented. The two-legged creatures were reckless, driving so wildly that it left her feeling nauseous, an experience she had never encountered despite having taken numerous rides. It was peculiar how these two-legged beings seemed to love her so fiercely, they might as well want to extract her very essence. She felt utterly defeated. The local flies, perched on the car, were engrossed in gossip, questioning the intentions of the Yu family. Chapter 90. The little flower of the Yu family, the flies buzzed animatedly as Yu Xiao Wei was unceremoniously shoved into the vehicle, while Yu Mu anxiously checked her watch, her expression reflecting impatience and dissatisfaction. The poor, two-legged creatures, ignorant of the potential consequences of their actions, were oblivious to their fate. Two flies hastily darted out of the car as the door opened, eager to avoid becoming part of the unfolding drama. One remarked that they were likely to survive, having heard that two-legged creatures had a greater endurance for life than themselves. The other fly buzzed in agreement. The flowered leopard perked up, its ears twitching as it cast a curious glance at Yu Xiao Wei. "What is the matter?" Gu Zhao asked, ruffling the leopard's head. "Do two-legged beings truly possess such resilience?" The flowered leopard inquired, its curiosity piqued. Gu Zhao replied, they are likely not as resilient as one might think. I find myself rather fragile. Anyone who robs me could easily bring about my demise. The leopard regarded Zhao with wide eyes, as if perceiving a delicate porcelain doll, then turned to Wei, sensing her vulnerability. If she were to perish, how tragic. But fear not, should anyone dare to harm you. I will ensure they meet the same fate. The leopard cast a wary glance at Gu Su Lin, contemplating the protective instincts of families towards their young. Gu Su Lin, bewildered, wondered what was happening. At the moment Gu Zhao issued her command to the animals, he was taken aback. Why was his sister acting without consulting him? Panic set in. Zhongming Rui and Song Yi blindly supported her, already embroiled in conspiracy theories, convinced they were up to no good. They must be plotting something sinister. Song Yi asserted with conviction. Zhongming Rui concurred, speculating that they might even resort to violence. Perhaps they're withholding food from Wei. Song Ji interjected, noting her slender frame. Zhongming Rui, upon hearing this, immediately deemed the entire Yu family detestable. To deny her food is simply unforgivable. Yu Fu hesitated to exit the vehicle, as they were encircled by a throng of animals. He found himself questioning the sanity of the show's producers for placing them in such perilous circumstances. What if someone were to get hurt? Wei unfastened her seatbelt and stepped out of the car, the animals glancing at her without hindrance. Yu Fu and Yu Mu were alarmed by her actions. Yu Mu erupted in anger. Are you out of your mind? Do you want to be eaten alive? Wei pretended not to hear. It felt a chill in her heart towards the Yu family. Initially, she had harbored hopes for familial affection, but now she found herself wishing for their downfall. Why should there not be more individuals suffering like those in the Yu family? Wealth should not be the only measure of worth. The plight of the unfortunate should not be overlooked. Seeing that the animals posed no threat to Wei, Yu Mu, emboldened, exited the car and hurried after her, delivering a sharp slap across her face. Was it easy to bring you into this world? Can you not be less selfish? The animals were taken aback by the unfolding drama. The barrage of comments fell silent for a brief moment before erupting once again. Is she mentally ill? That slap left me dumbfounded. Can't she express herself without resorting to violence? How terrifying. The atmosphere in this family is suffocating. My heart aches for Wai Xiaowai. Those who claim GZHO was jealous. Where are you now? Jealous that she was slapped by her own mother in public? You must be a hired mouthpiece for the Wai family. Wai Xiaowai covered her face, struggling for a moment. Where is the person who was supposed to be eating? This slap had nearly drained all her strength. YM fell to the ground, covering her face in disbelief. But more than that, she was filled with revulsion. She should have ended her life at birth. Sister, how could you hit our mother? Just then, another car arrived, and a girl dressed in a delicate white dress, looking particularly fragile, stepped out. Like a tiny white flower, she appeared to be a sickly, pitiful blossom. In her arms, she cradled a Persian cat with heterochromia, its eyes filled with indifference. Despicable woman, I want to bite you. My claws itch to scratch. The woman in the white dress hurriedly approached YM, holding the cat, her expression full of concern but lacking any intention to help. YF, seeing the girl, rushed out of the vehicle without heeding the animal's glare. Sweetheart, why are you here? I told you to wait at the airport. Are you feeling unwell? YF's face was etched with worry. On the ground, YM quickly scrambled to her feet, disregarding her own injuries, and looked at the girl with concern. I'm fine. How about you? Are you feeling okay? Just hold on a bit longer. We will be heading to the country for treatment soon. The little white flower was none other than YZQ, the mistaken daughter of the Y family. Filled with guilt, she lowered her gaze, her long lashes shadowing the tears in her eyes, her lips pursed with a touch of fragile paleness. It's all my fault. My weak body has caused my parents endless worry and created discord between my sister and the family. Her voice was as soft as a feather in the wind, filled with self-reproach. This deeply pained YF and YM, who rushed to comfort her. YZM, upon seeing YZQ, was filled with joy and dashed from the car to her side. Sister, I missed you so much. His eyes glistened with tears as he hugged her leg. Who is this person? This little tyrant is actually tearing up for her. Is this the fake daughter? Just look at how biased this family is. I can't even imagine what our WIW has endured in the Y household. This fake daughter clearly isn't a good person. You twist their wholesome interaction into something ugly. Do you have a sewer for a heart? Those who claim the fake daughter is not good must be wearing colored glasses. I see sincerity in her eyes. Gzho observed their increasingly bizarre expressions. Wai Xiaowai had long grown accustomed to this. Her heart remained unperturbed. If there was any feeling at all, it was a wish that they could vanish into thin air. Disgusting. As Gzho and her friends approached, Wai Xiaowai's expression softened upon seeing her. Gzho had, in her heart, become akin to a fan, ranked second. Why not first? Because Wai Xiaowai believed that money would always be the first. Anyone could betray her, but money never would. Yet money loved to run away from home, and she had to cherish it tightly, providing it with a sense of security. All she sought was for it to remain. At that moment, the Persian cat in YZQ's arms suddenly perked up, its gaze shifting to Gzho. Its expression transformed from indifference to bashful shyness. Are you married? My little eggs are still here. The cat looked at Gzho with shyness, but remained confident in its heart. As a tomcat, it had already triumphed over half of the world's neutered cats. Gzho, I can understand your feline arrogance. She shouted at it. You little rascal. Are you more robust than I am? Can you provide happiness for the little one? The Persian cat was startled, but glanced at the leopard beneath Gzho, then fell silent. YZQ was also taken aback, as were the Y family. However, YF surprisingly overcame his fear and stood protectively in front of her, embodying the role of a good father. Is this one raised to not bite? YZQ looked at the leopard, somewhat frightened. YZX felt that Gzho was causing chaos with the animals and was about to reprimand her when Y pulled him back. She shook her head. The Y family was in disarray. YZX closed his mouth, though he still felt uncomfortable, believing Gzho had embarrassed him in front of the Y family. YZM, seeing his sister frightened, immediately reported, Dad, Mom, she keeps letting the animals bully me. Now she's scaring my sister. He pointed at Gzho. YF and YM turned to Gzho, their eyes filled with dissatisfaction and disdain. Naturally, they had heard of Gzho through their close ties with the Y family. YF, brow furrowed, scrutinized her with an unmistakable tone. The Y family has no grievances with you. Why incite animals to bully ZM and frighten ZQ? YM raised her voice, channeling all her earlier aggression towards Gzho. I see you are doing this deliberately. Are you unwilling to see our family at peace? How can someone so young have such a vicious mind? Her words instantly ignited outrage. The Persian cat was furious. How dare you call my precious darling vicious? Who's the real vicious one here, wanting to suffocate her own daughter at birth and watching as others replace her? Gzho's attention was suddenly captured by the Persian cat. GXLN's eyes turned icy, his gaze piercing like ice spikes aimed at them. Do you wish to die? His tone was frigid, laced with anger. YM, not recognizing him, began to berate. What are you pretending to be, a mere actor? Do you want me to have you banned? She resembled YZM, arrogant yet devoid of intelligence. Though YF did not know GXLN, he was aware of his second brother and quickly tugged at YM. Don't speak recklessly. GXLN's face remained stern. Ban me? Fine, do it quickly. I can't wait. He had a project he wished to collaborate on with the G family and could not afford to offend them too harshly. He smiled grotesquely, resembling a villain who deceives children. Zhng pouted in distaste. Sing similarly loathed them, as did the old witch, whose foul language resembled that of someone who had consumed excrement. Upon hearing this, YM raised her hand as if to strike the child, but Singh promptly stepped on her foot, hurriedly pulling Sing behind him. How dare you speak the truth in front of the old witch? Aren't you afraid she'll devour you too? YM's foot ached, her face burned, and her heart throbbed with anger. YZQ looked at her with concern. Mom Gzho's heart was now entirely focused on the Persian cat, her eyes wide like copper bells, ears perked like antennas. The Persian cat relished Gzho's attention, casting a proud glance at the leopard and continuing to speak to Gzho. They've all strayed. Gzho. This fake ISNT just a fake. She's the illegitimate daughter of an old turtle. Gzho. And the real one ISNT genuine either. She's the product of the old witch's affair with someone else. Gzho. During her pregnancy, that little third-party man strayed, leading her to resent this child. The old witch intended to suffocate her at birth, but failed. Later, seeing someone else swap children, she didn't stop it and simply accepted it. The nurse who swapped the children was affiliated with the old turtle, and the child swapped was his and his white moonlight's illegitimate daughter. Gzho. the old witch was unaware and raised her as her own, believing it was fate sending her a pure child. Jesus, oh, recently. My bad master has fallen ill several times, and they can't wait any longer to take her for surgery in the country. Goodness. Zhao was astounded, realizing that the stories of domineering CEOs were no fiction. Brother L, and has also become quite handsome, no longer just the old monkey king's nanny. You two little brothers are doing great. I allow you to become the concubines of our monkey king. No one seems to have noticed that Gu Zhao has been excessively quiet. Gu Zhao, what did you hear? Speak up. She has been intently gazing at the little cat, undoubtedly holding some juicy secret. Yuzuki's complexion was pale, her voice soft. Sister, Mom and Dad are just concerned about you. Your friends seem to have misunderstood. Please help them explain. Chapter 92. Who belongs to whom? TSK, such audacity. Gu Zhao looked at them with a face full of constipation. She simply could not comprehend how someone could be this shameless. Yu Xiaowei's lips curled in a smile, gazing at Gu Zhao like a little fan. Gu Sulin suddenly sensed that his sister was about to unleash something big, and her expression of constipation clearly indicated she knew something scandalous. This scandal seemed to have disgusted her. Gu Sulin and the others silently positioned themselves beside her. Yuzuki was momentarily taken aback, seemingly unprepared for a 5-year-old to stand up to her. Is there a misunderstanding? She offered a somewhat bitter smile, her tone still gentle, as if Gu Zhao was a mischievous child. If there is a misunderstanding, I apologize on behalf of my sister. Please don't be angry. She looked at Gu Zhao tenderly. There is no misunderstanding. You lack the audacity, your foundation is unstable, and your face is as thick as a mountain. The grasslands have moved to your home. Gu Zhao smiled sweetly at her. Yuzuki's expression stiffened for a moment. Yumu did not understand what she was trying to convey and felt perplexed. Simply seeking attention, Yumu expressed her disdain openly. Yufu looked at Gu Zhao with a hint of disgust and a touch of wariness. She can't possibly know anything, can she? Yufu felt uneasy. Yuzimo, confused, was furious. Who do you think you are to demand an apology from my sister? Gu Zhao replied, is she your sister? Then just call her that. Persian cat. I know this question. No, he was swapped too. He is the son of the nanny. I heard the nanny mention it. Gu Zhao, goodness. Not a single one of them has a clean background. Yuzimo was infuriated. My sister is the only one. Yu Xiaowei is not my sister. Yu Xiaowei remained unresponsive, not wishing to claim him as her brother. Gu Zhao, she was never your sister to begin with. Everyone. Yu Fu and Yu Mu were stunned. What nonsense are you spouting? Yu Fu was somewhat angry. How could Yu Xiaowei not be their daughter? Even if he had swapped children, this one was still his blood. Yu Mu felt a twinge of guilt, but also thought that both were born of her. So how could they not be siblings? Gu Zhao shot a curious glance at Yu Fu and Yu Mu. Are you listening to the gossip? Listen, I am listening. Zhou Mingrui immediately jumped up, raising his hand, fearful that Gu Zhao might not notice. Song Yi hurriedly squeezed to the front, eagerly waiting. Song Jinan and Zhou Lan curiously approached, knowing that the gossip from wealthy families was usually abundant. Yizui was not particularly curious. She had heard of this in her previous life, but at that time, Yuzimo had already been the heir of the Yu family. Yizishi was intrigued and immediately joined in. The Yu family members had a bad premonition and were just about to stop her when a leopard blocked Gu Zhao's path. Baring its teeth, 2 harrier hawks swooped down from the air and landed among them. Gu Zhao, now please tune in to the grand drama of the wealthy. Who belongs to whom? Clap, clap, clap. Songzhou applauded. Gu Zhao was the first to look at Yuzuki. Yuzuki felt an inexplicable sense of unease. She is the child of my father and my white moonlight, highlighting the fact that his white moonlight is married. Those who understand will understand. Since birth, she has been weak. Her father pitied her and wanted to care for her personally. Thus, he swapped his wife's daughter. The daughter of his wife was sent away like this. Ultimately, she was discovered not to be his child by the husband of the white moonlight and was sent to an orphanage after various circumstances. And she, Gu Zhao looked at Yumu. Yumu's complexion turned pale instinctively as she took a step back. She had witnessed Yu Xiaowei being swapped, but remained indifferent. Gu Zhao chose to obscure Yu Xiaowei's background. Gu Zhao glanced at Yuzuki again, smiling cheerfully at Yu Fu. Actually, she's not your daughter either. Yu Fu angrily retorted, nonsense. This is my daughter. Yuzuki turned pale, her eyes darting, and she appeared to faint. The Persian cat in her arms suddenly sprang up, excitedly meowing at Gu Zhao. Yuzuki was startled, unable to faint anymore. Gu Zhao listened to the meowing, her expression devilish. She is the child of your white moonlight's mistress. You are the little fourth, ha ha ha. How thrilling. The crowd looked at Yu Fu with pity. Realizing he hadn't even been able to secure the mistress's position, yet he was raising the child. Don't believe it. Her father directly applied to become your butler. The two of them are enjoying a harmonious life every day. The Persian cat confirmed it with its own eyes. Gu Su Lin could no longer contain his laughter and openly displayed his teeth, grinning broadly, completely disregarding the psychological damage inflicted on the others. Impossible. Impossible. You must be fabricating this. How could you possibly know about my family's affairs? Yu Zimo could not accept it. How could his most beloved sister possibly be an illegitimate child? Impossible. Gu Zhao, you are just upset with us and are deliberately slandering my sister. Yu Fu seemed to find an excuse. Yes. How could my daughter, whom I have raised for so long, not be mine? You are spreading rumors at such a young age. Truly the child of a mistress. Gu Su Lin's expression darkened, and he kicked Yu Fu in the rear. Speak another word about my sister, and I will let a wild boar charge at you. Yu Fu's face flushed red. Vulgar. The Gu family is vulgar. This gossip is simply too outrageous. I know wealthy families have plenty of scandals, but this is excessive. Does Gu Zhao have any evidence? Spreading rumors here. Once a rumor spreads, it can never be cleansed. The road turns dark. Our Monkey King can understand animals. This is not new. With animals around, she can never miss out on gossip. I should be the green hat husband of the white moonlight. Everything he said about me is correct. However, I am now divorced from that foolish person. For those seeking evidence, check my Weibo. A paternity test is included. Indeed, a green hat resentment. Gu Zhao then turned to Yu Zimo. Do you think you are devoid of gossip? Everyone. Is there more? Yu Zimo's little face turned white instantly. I am my parents' child. No, your parents are your family's nanny. You were swapped at birth. Yu Fu and Yu Mu. The others. Yu Zimo screamed in madness. Gu Zhao, I want to find someone to kill you. Gu Zhao, you should first find a home, illegitimate child. Yu Fu and Yu Mu could not withstand the blow and fainted altogether. Yu Ziki also pretended to faint. The two drivers were eating gossip hurriedly lifted their bosses into the car, and Yu Zimo was forcibly confined in the car, speeding away. The program team arrived to pick up Yu Xiaowei just in time. Gu Zhao pulled her aside, allowing the large and small eagles to hold the drone while they whispered. Gu Zhao shared what she had learned about her father's background from the kitten. Yu Xiaowei was momentarily stunned, a bittersweet expression crossing her face, but she quickly found solace. Thank goodness I was abandoned. Otherwise, I would have been raised into this foolish state. Even the police issued a statement. The Yu family was doomed. Oh my, what a treasure the Yu family is. Not a single realshul. Not a single one in the Yu family is of any use. Ha ha ha. The butler, nanny, and main family are all evildoers. Gu Zhao and the others relaxed, eating and drinking. Yizui suddenly remembered something. She recalled that tomorrow in her previous life, a top foreign tycoon would come to the grasslands for a visit, and their little daughter would go missing. In her past life, she had found that girl, and later, that family became her greatest support. This might also be her opportunity in this life. Chapter 93. Perseverance is not victory. Yizui's lips involuntarily curled upward. As long as she befriended this family, her future path would be much smoother. She refused to believe that, as someone who had traversed time and been reborn with dual advantages, she could be outdone by a mere 5-year-old child equipped with a system. Yizui was certain that Gu Zhao was indeed a child, for she observed Gu Zhao hanging upside down from a tree, flashing a big grin with her prominent teeth. Gu Zuling, with a dark expression, was feeding her fruit. Yizui pulled Yizishi away, determined not to lose this time. Losing to such a silly child would be utterly embarrassing. Yizishi felt a tinge of reluctance. This place was so comfortable. However, he decided it was best to maintain some distance from Gu Zhao, as his sister was clearly feeling jealous. Gu Zhao, still hanging upside down, bit into a piece of fruit that Gu Zuling held, releasing a satisfied exclamation. Delicious. Brother, you don't understand me. This way, I want to get fat. Gu Zuling, startled by her sudden movement, retorted with a hint of annoyance about her illogical reasoning. Gu Zhao argued, why are monkeys not very fat? Because they eat while hanging in trees. If I eat like this, I'll surely slim down. Gu Zuling was rendered speechless. After all, giraffes were slender too, having long legs and necks. Gu Zhao pondered this and concluded it made sense, resolving to try eating with her limbs on the ground next time. Gu Zuling pointed out that giraffes climb trees, run, and eat greens, none of which she mentioned. Feeling unfortunate, Gu Zuling jumped down to confront the monsters. After subduing one that was tied up and battered, he loaded it into the vehicle. Once everything was in order, he drove away, leaving a chaotic scene behind. Several vehicles approached across the grassland. Inside one of them sat a family of 4 with golden hair, accompanied by dark-clad bodyguards in the other vehicles. A 4-year-old girl pouted, her face filled with discontent. Beside her sat a 7-year-old boy in a small suit, his expression serious, yet his eyes softened with affection when he glanced at his sister. "Don't be upset, sister. Wild lions shouldn't be touched," Jasper said helplessly. His sister had a fascination with animals, but it was absurd that she wanted to reach out and touch a wild one. It was no wonder their parents scolded her. If she tried, she wouldn't stand a chance against such a creature. A beautiful woman with slightly curly blonde hair looked at them, her eyes filled with helplessness and fondness. Elsha's eyes sparkled with joy. She wanted to appear composed, but her lips betrayed her with a smile. "All right, I forgive Mom and Dad." The man looked at them with equal affection. After driving for a while, they stopped beside a solitary tree, where no dangerous animals lurked, only some herbivores. The family quickly set up a luxurious shelter adorned with fruits, pastries, and tea, embracing the comfort of nature. Suddenly, Elsha spotted a small rabbit in the distance. Casting a glance at her chatting parents and her reading brother, she stealthily chased after it. By the time they realized she had vanished, panic ensued among the adults, especially the bodyguards. Elsha looked up, and finding no sight of the car or anyone, she was frightened to tears. The rabbit, startled, dashed away. Yizui led Yizushi in a direction, vaguely recalling the way. Without a compass, they wandered aimlessly. Yizushi, utterly exhausted, hesitated to ask for a break, feeling embarrassed as he trailed behind his sister. Little did he know, she was determined. After an indeterminate amount of time, both appeared disheveled, especially Yizushi, who sank halfway into a small swamp. It was only thanks to Yizui's guidance that he managed to escape, now resembling a muddy figure. "Ibao, let us take a break," Yizushi implored, feeling on the verge of madness. Yizui bit her lips stubbornly, insisting, "No, brother, let us keep moving." Yizushi opened his mouth, unsure of what to say, unable to scold her. They trudged forward, their struggle evident. The audience was puzzled. What are they trying to achieve? Who could possibly be ahead? Yizui is so persistent. Her brother is suffering. Children are like that. They act on impulse without considering the consequences. Yizui was undeterred. After all the effort she had put in, she couldn't turn back now. Perseverance was key. Yizushi followed along, increasingly frustrated. Meanwhile, the protagonist Yizui sought was tearfully staring at a lion. The lion, curious about this weeping biped, found her less appealing than the delightful scent of its usual treats. Yet she was certainly shorter and capable of crying. The lion tilted its head. Elsha, sniffling, tiptoed and instinctively reached up to pat the lioness' large head. "Roar!" The lion jumped back, startled. Elsha, equally shocked, burst into tears. Initially unfazed, the lion soon grew anxious, circling around her as she continued to cry. A few antelopes nearby noticed the scene and began to converse among themselves. "Look, it scared the little biped into tears. How naughty! Let us tell Xiang and have her play with us instead." The lion bristled at the implication that it was being discussed in such a manner and felt overwhelmed by the situation. In a fit of frustration, the lion seized Elsha as clothing and dashed off, causing a stir across the grassland as news spread of the lion's mischief. After some time, Gu Zhao observed the lion carrying the little girl in silence. "Is this a form of etiquette? Surely this cannot be edible," Zhong Mingrue remarked, astonished. Gu Zuling sighed, realizing that since his sister's arrival, his path had become increasingly constricted. He glanced at his wrist, feeling the absence of a silver bracelet. Surely, after this incident, he would not be considered an accomplice to the lion. He must avoid any misunderstandings. Song Jinan and Zhou Lan, who had not left, were equally intrigued. Zhong Siki and Song Zhou approached, scrutinizing the little girl who was peering at them from the lion's mouth. The girl, no longer crying, shyly covered her face with her hands, but left a gap to steal glances. Chapter 94. Like a Child of Destiny. Yizui continued her relentless search. Convinced this was her opportunity, once she established a connection with this wealthy individual, she would hire an assassin to eliminate Gu Zhao. What if she truly was just a 5-year-old? She had obstructed her path and humiliated her multiple times. She simply had to be removed. This world only needed one protagonist, and she was determined to be that person. Her motivation surged as she envisioned a life filled with adoration following Gu Zhao's demise. Yi Zexi, disheartened, trailed behind her. "What's your name?" Song inquired, looking at the girl being carried by the lion. The girl stared at them, bewildered. "Are you deaf and mute?" Zhao Mingrue questioned. The next moment, he received a light smack on the head, turning to glare at Zhong Siki, who was exasperated. "She is a foreigner, not deaf and mute." Zhong Mingrue retorted, "We're foreigners too." Zhong Siki pondered this, realizing they were indeed in another country. He glanced at the little girl, then at Gu Zhao, suggesting, "Perhaps we should let her experience some solid ground first?" The group fell silent, their curiosity momentarily distracted from the fact that the little girl was still in the lion's mouth. The flower leopard communicated with the lion, prompting it to release the girl, who plopped down on the ground. "What's your name? Where are your parents? How did you end up here?" Gently crouched down and inquired with a local dialect. "How delightful!" The crowd reacted with surprise, and the lion exclaimed. Gu Zhao, confused, urged, "Translate." After the leopard conveyed the message, Gu Zhao cast an appreciative glance at AI Ersha. "Such fun, so bold." Gu Zhao extended a hand toward the lion, which obediently approached and lowered its head for her to pet. AI Ersha's eyes sparkled with admiration as she gazed at Gu Zhao. With a proud lift of her chin, Gu Zhao commanded the lion to roll over and stand on its hind legs. The leopard cast a sympathetic glance at the excited lion, thinking how it had become a mere tool. Gu Zuling covered his face, pondering why he felt his sister resembled those disingenuous blondes who deceive girls, despite the fact that it was the blonde who had been deceived. However, Gu Zhao's slick demeanor contrasted with the foreigner's innocence. In mere minutes, she had successfully charmed a little girl. Zhong Mingrue noticed AI Ersha's adoring gaze, and his sense of duty as Gu Zhao's loyal subordinate surged within him. He explained, "This is our great king." Et Ersha looked bewildered. Zhong Mingrue, in a state of panic, realized the language barrier. He could easily comprehend the animals that spoke in tongues. No, he too must learn the language. He aimed to recruit disciples from various nations for their king in the future. He pulled Zhong Siki aside, and upon hearing his intent to learn, Zhong Siki was so shocked that he contemplated seeking a Taoist priest to exorcise the evil spirits. AI Ersha, filled with admiration for Gu Zhao, introduced herself. "My name is AI Ersha. What is yours, and how do you make it so obedient?" This time, Gu Zuling took on the role of translator instead of the leopard. Gu Zhao cleared her throat, tilting her head at a perfect angle to reveal her exquisite profile. "I am Gu Zhao, originally of the celestial realm, but betrayed by treacherous foes, I have been banished to this mortal world. Fortunately, I have won the hearts of countless beasts and temporarily hold the position of beast god. When I fulfill my destiny, I shall return to the heavens, erasing the grief of my demise. Would you be so kind as to grant me 50 gold coins to aid my cause?" After delivering her elaborate speech, Gu Zhao noticed the anticipated gasps of all were absent, and she turned to Gu Zuling with mild dissatisfaction, gesturing with her chin towards AI Ersha. "Translate quickly. This pose is exhausting." Gu Zuling, with an expression of constipation, failed to convey her words, merely stating, "Her name is Gu Zhao. She is quite liked by the beasts." AI Ersha, puzzled, wondered why Gu Zhao's lengthy discourse had been reduced to such brevity in translation. Their language is truly difficult. It took so long to express just 2 sentences. The audience erupted in laughter. The leopard flicked its tail, thinking it could have done a better job translating. The bond between Gu Zhao and AI Ersha quickly blossomed, while Song ran over to pull Zhong Mingrue, who was diligently studying. "You cannot roll him up." The 4 children excitedly rode the lion and leopard off to play. Beneath the river, several heads bobbed at the surface, gazing longingly at Gu Zhao. "Why hasn't the sweet treasure acknowledged us? Are we not adorable?" One crocodile fumed, its tail striking another crocodile. The struck crocodile, feeling aggrieved, retorted, "I saw 3 bipedal creatures last time. One male embraced a female with a cold demeanor, yet gazed at another female as if courting her. All because of your ridiculous suggestion. The sweet treasure is about to get cozy with those little sprites." The 2 crocodiles began to brawl, while the others quietly distanced themselves. One crocodile, with eyes like black pearls, stealthily made its way ashore. Song Zhe, hearing the commotion in the water, glanced over, surprised to see the fight unfold. The two crocodiles battled fiercely, rising in the water, grasping each other with their tiny claws. Wow, crocodile affection. I haven't had anyone to embrace. Is this love? It's eating my claws. The children reveled in their play, but Gu Zuling appeared troubled. Zhong Siki stood beside him, concerned. What about this child's parents? The moment Gu Zhao and her companions grew weary from play, Gu Zuling seized the opportunity to catch them. However, he noticed something was off with Gu Zhao, while the other two wore looks of utter despair. Even the lion and leopard appeared dazed, leaving only AI Air Shah brimming with excitement. Before Gu Zuling could speak, Gu Zhao placed her hand over his mouth. Her expression was weary. They must send the three back soon, or they would collapse. The definition of mischievous children was clearly evident to them all. Zhong Mingrue dismounted from the leopard, his legs giving way as he collapsed to the ground. Song Yi dashed aside, retching violently. The three adults exchanged glances, bewildered. What on earth happened? Gu Zhao appeared numb. What transpired? Can someone explain? Song Zhu was bursting with curiosity. Zhong Mingrue lay on the ground, staring at the sky. We rode the lion, and she pulled its fur, causing to almost throw us off. Song Yi hesitated, her face a mixture of despair and disbelief. She even grabbed the lion's and said it was smaller than her brother. The lion was depressed. This was the lion crying to Gu Zhao, with the leopard translating, while it had been rolling on the ground in laughter. As the chaos continued, the crowd fell silent. This was not the end. She had also pulled the lion's whiskers and bitten the leopard's chin. They had endured experiences beyond their years. The leopard lamented, "It's one thing to endure the pain, but my dignity has been trampled upon. Perhaps we should find a psychologist for the animals." The patient reports being utterly humiliated by a 4-year-old human child. Gu Zuling tousled Gu Zhao's hair. "You had a hard time." Gu Zhao's eyes were vacant. "It's not hard. It's a cruel fate." If only she had no sense of propriety, she could have bitten back. Upon hearing that the little girl might be sent away, the leopard leaped with excitement, quickly gathering several fast beasts. Its tail was nearly spinning like a fan, creating a breeze. The lion was equally thrilled, exclaiming, "Hurry, I'll lead the way." The little girl, unable to comprehend their words, mistakenly thought they were going to play again and was equally exhilarated. Gu Zuling and the others mounted the nearest animals. Song Jinan and Zhou Lan wished to join, but the leopard did not consider them part of its group and therefore did not summon any animals for them. Frustrated, Song Jinan stamped her foot. "I'll make them regret this." Zhou Lan sighed, contemplating whether her decision to join this variety show was wise, feeling overshadowed without any moments of glory. Meanwhile, a crocodile that had stealthily approached was dumbfounded. "Where's the sweet treasure? It took me so long to sneak up with those crocodiles. Ah, how infuriating. All because of that fish that insisted on being reserved." Song Jinan and Zhou Lan, upon realizing the situation, fled in terror. "Ah, the crocodile is going to eat us." The crocodile, confused, wondered. The lion dashed ahead with excitement, not even minding the creature on its back still tugging at its fur. Gu Zuling observed the lion's fur blowing in the wind, pondering in silence, wondering if the lion would go bald. Zhong Siki suddenly felt a sense of relief, grateful he had no sister, only a brother, who was unafraid of being scolded and held no grudges. Song Zhe shared his sentiments. He cast several glances at Song Yi, realizing he must treat his brother better in the future. Soon, the group arrived at the lion spot for picking up children. The leopard, eagerly wanting to send this child away, had already inquired with nearby animals even before Gu Zhao had a chance to speak. The lion's grin had not faded since their arrival. They had indeed found what they were looking for. Gu Zhao and others arrived at the foot of a tree, riding on animals, where numerous figures in black were searching for something. Beneath the tree stood a beautiful blonde woman, her expression filled with anxiety. "Mama!" Elsa cried out. Gu Zhao understood this call. The blonde beauty also heard it. Upon seeing Elsa's tears, she rushed over, disregarding the animals, and embraced her. A flurry of chatter ensued, though Gu Zhao could not comprehend their words. The lion and leopard were joyfully rolling about. Gu Su Ling took the initiative to converse with the people nearby. Before long, a multitude of bodyguards, accompanied by a blonde boy and a wealthy-looking man, arrived. Gu Zhao gazed at the man, perceiving a laugh that resonated with affluence. "Papa, brother." Elsa recounted her experiences joyfully. The lion and leopard, upon hearing the word brother, immediately stood up, casting envious glances at the boy. The little boy, Jasper, was startled, especially as the two animals approached him, pawing at his trousers. The lion exclaimed, "I am older. I must see." The leopard, equally aggrieved, added, "You may insult the lion, but not me." Jasper stood frozen, afraid to move. Killian Voss and his wife, Sylvia Montrose, were equally taken aback, seeking Gu Su Ling for assistance, believing the animals they had brought could resolve the situation. Gu Su Ling and the others understood the intentions of the lion and leopard, their expressions revealing a mix of emotions. Gu Zhao called the two beasts away. Although they felt wronged, they buried their heads against her. Elsa excitedly explained, "I said my brother's eggs are bigger than theirs." The Killian couple turned red-faced. They awkwardly invited Gu Zhao and her companions to stay and travel together. Gu Su Ling hesitated for a moment, wondering if participating in a show so passively was wise. Upon hearing the Little Eagle's translation overhead, Gu Zhao immediately grinned at Gu Su Ling, urging, "Agree, agree, agree." The leopard glared at the little eagle in the sky, questioning why it didn't translate. Was it incapable of understanding? It did not wish to remain here with that little pervert, nor did it want to part with its beloved Xiang Xiang Bao Bei. Gu Su Ling eventually acquiesced. The leopard, lion, and other animals, however, made a hasty retreat under Elsa's influence. Gu Zhao reclined on a moon chair, savoring life, with offerings from Zhongming Rue and Song Yi at her side. This was the life she deserved. Yizui Yi and Yizi Yi Turud Along. Their legs nearly giving out, their bodies increasingly soiled, smeared with dried mud and animal droppings. As they passed by several elephants, a young elephant flung dung at them. Yizei could no longer contain himself. "Ibao, what are you searching for? Just say it." Yizue was equally distressed, lamenting why they could not find it. How could she explain that she knew a wealthy child would lose something here? "Brother, believe me, I won't waste my efforts." Faced with her pleading gaze, Yizei found it impossible to lose his temper. He took a deep breath and spoke gently. "Can we rest for a moment?" Though anxious, Yizue nodded at the sight of his growing impatience. After a brief respite, Yizue urged him again. Yizei, maintaining his patience, continued the search. They trudged on for about another hour, eventually spotting a crowd gathered beneath a tree, surrounded by several luxury vehicles. Yizue's expression froze upon seeing the man who had treated her like a beloved child in her past life, and the little girl, Elsa, whom she had saved. Yet now they were all surrounding Gu Zhao. What did that make her? What was the significance of her long journey? Gu Zhao. Yizue could no longer endure the disparity in their lives and sprinted forward. Yizei, still astonished to see Gu Zhao and curious about her companions, watched in shock as his sister dashed away. Ibao. Yizei's heart raced as he hurried after her. "You should not exist. You deserve to die." Yizue had lost all sense of reason. Gu Zhao had taken everything from her. Chapter 96. There will come a time for her tears. The crowd was startled. The Killian couple quickly shielded the children, while the bodyguards, earning their keep, swiftly intervened to restrain Yizue. "Let go of me." She struggled against the grip of the bodyguards, her crimson eyes fixed on Gu Zhao. "It's all your fault. Why must you steal from me?" Gu Zhao yawned, crossing her arms and gazing at her. "Who is stealing from whom? You charged over here to curse me." Gu Zhao raised her arms to the sky, exclaiming, "Heavens! Earth! Why can fools become enlightened after the establishment of a nation? You should not exist." Yizui cold, nota articulate, had emotions. She felt something vital slipping away from her, a sensation that filled her with dread. Is Yizue perhaps suffering from a grave illness? She has gone mad upon arrival. Yizue's state is concerning. Her eyes are bloodshot, as if she were possessed. Who is stealing from whom? From the looks of it, she seems to be the one attempting to seize something she cannot attain. Help! The bodyguard's restraint is justified. Otherwise, she might charge forward to bite someone. "What are you doing? Let go of my sister." She rushed forward, pushing aside the bodyguards and embracing Yizue. Feeling his warmth, she burst into tears. Though he did not understand what had befallen her today, seeing her in such distress pained him greatly. He immediately turned to Gu Zhao. "Ibao is exhausted. Her emotions are volatile. Please do not provoke her further." His gaze towards Gu Zhao bore a hint of reproach. Believing that her actions had caused Ibao to lose her identity for 5 years. Had Yi Bao grown up in the Yi family, she would not be in such a state. Her current struggles stemmed from past suffering, devoid of security. Gu Suling couldn't help but laugh. My little Gu Zhao is far too fatigued. If you continue to intimidate her, she might just take me along for a leap off a building. I can't believe the Yi family is so unhinged. I need to steer clear of their products. I fear I might catch something. What Ling Gu said is true. My little monkey king is frail and delicate. Laying about is no easy task, especially when forced to confront madness. Zhongming Rue tilted his head, glancing at the great king lying comfortably, pausing for a moment before nodding in agreement. The great king had been lying there for so long. He was indeed exhausted. I want to jump off a building with the great king. Zhongming Rue declared his loyalty. Song, he was equally resolute. The Killian couple regarded Yi Zue with peculiar expressions. Today's children were indeed terrifying. They had thought their fearless Elsa was a handful, only to discover that even more unruly children existed. The alarming aspect was that while the children were misbehaving, the adults were equally unreliable in their reasoning. Why engage with a child? Gu Su Lang Vito. My sister is only 5. Yi Zhe, she glared at Gu Su Ling, displeased. Seeing others wish his sister dead, he felt that if he did not retaliate, it was as if he had perished himself, and whether a child or not, Gu Zhao was also a child. I am mentally 3.5. Gu Su Ling rolled his eyes. Brother, woe is me. Gu Zhao has taken everything from me. What does she constantly seek to take from me? Yi Zui vipt unjontroluk. Yi Zhe, she's heart shattered. His previously favorable feelings toward Gu Zhao dissipated in an instant. Gu Zhao apologized. He believed that when Yi Bao spoke of being robbed, she meant her identity had been usurped. Yi Zhe, she truly perceived Gu Zhao as a calamity. The Yi family raised her. She should have been grateful, but instead targeted his dear sister. Added to that, they had endured a long day. While Gu Zhao lay in comfort, selfish and oblivious to the brother who had protected her for 5 years, he realized he had seen through her. Gu Zhao is nothing but an ungrateful wolf, has truly witnessed the depths of human shamelessness. Apologizing to your ancestors while negotiating, is your brain merely a daily necessity? Must you always treat it like a lump of dung perched upon your neck? It was already unsightly, and now it reeks, is filled with despair. She feels compelled to resort to violence, takes a deep breath, yet he finds himself unable to quell the fury within. His cheeks flushed with agitation as his voice turns unusually stern. Has your sense of politeness been swallowed by dog? It seems it has indeed. You feels a lump lodged in his throat, unable to rise or fall. What do you mean? You have only one face. Can you not spare it some dignity? Looks at with disdain. He has seen foolishness, but this is an unprecedented level of folly. Glances at, feeling a pang of sympathy. After 5 years of living with them, it is remarkable that he has not turned into a complete fool, merely a little silly. Why do I feel like my brother is scolding me? Brother, it hasn't been easy for you either. Living with those few people has made it quite a challenge to retain your sanity. The two share a mutual understanding. Is utterly infuriated. What a cursed world. What is the purpose of the heavens? Is she the protagonist, or is the protagonist? The heavens are better off extinguished. A mere supporting character is about to become the lead. Thunder rumbles. Nearly jumps out of her skin as a flash of lightning strikes nearby. Is equally startled, feeling a loss of composure as his legs tremble. My heavens, how we truly incur divine wrath. Our monkey king is under the protection of the heavens. Long live the monkey king. It serves you right. This is the consequence of your reckless words. No longer shall we call you. From now on, you shall be known as, is astonished. How could the heavens strike even the female lead? Did they perhaps misjudge and strike her instead? Silently retreats a few steps, distancing himself from them, with the bodyguards hastily following suit. A sudden thunderclap. This is truly uncanny. After this ordeal, the two have subdued their antics. Yet their gazes towards remain filled with resentment. Cast a glance at them, reclining comfortably and enjoying grapes. Eats one himself before feeding one too. One for the king. One for me. Is rather warm. Quickly fans himself with his little hands. Joins in the fun, rushing over to massage his legs. Is on the verge of exploding with rage. Why does deserve this? Lowers her gaze, her eyes brimming with hatred. She is determined to eliminate. She recalls from her past life that the next episode takes place in the snowy mountains, where avalanches are common. You are forcing my hand. Is still angry. Fuming at. He believes she has become arrogant, thinking the family truly accepts her. How naive. He has heard tales of a cousin who is particularly favored in the family. Sooner or later, she will find herself in tears. In the family estate, sits on the sofa, perusing documents, his ears buzzing with noise. He lifts his gaze and asks, "Who is your second brother? Do I know him? And who would want you? Do not insult me here, please." His eyes are red-rimmed. Second brother. The butler, stifling laughter from his sidelines, thinks this cousin is truly unrepentant. Each time she is thrown out, she dares to return. Glances at the old butler, struggling to suppress a laugh. "If you let her in again, I shall take your takeout and feed it to the dogs." Is taken aback. How can one mistreat the elderly? He only has these two hobbies, eating takeout and drinking milk tea. Young master, I shall throw her out immediately. Scoops her up and runs. Still in a daze, finds herself thrown out earlier than usual today. How infuriating. The pocket money promised by her parents is gone. Chapter 97. I want to get in your car, if you miss even one. After a day of confinement, the sixth day arrives. Under the care of the Jillian couple, and company have gained weight and become even lazier. They prefer to remain inactive. Alas, the Jillian family must depart. Indeed, the troubles of the wealthy are manifold. Even during leisure, they receive numerous calls. How fortunate she is. Without wealth, she is spared from such worries. Gazes at with a pained expression, tears nearly spilling from her eyes as she looks up at her mother, filled with anticipation. Is bewildered. Scowls, wondering why everyone wants to compete for his sister. Thankfully, his true brother does not compete. Looks at with a hint of reluctance. He can now quietly read his book in peace. Is his tranquil life coming to an end? As they prepare to leave, leaves behind many easily preserved snacks for, along with the tent and moon chairs. Once they depart, and her companions gaze at the increasing amount of luggage in astonishment. Truly, departing with a rotten egg, their entire gear relies on inheritance. Retrieves the stinky egg she had drawn and realizes she had indeed forgotten it. She looks around for her and the others, but unfortunately, they have already left. Surely, she wouldn't have to part with her stinky egg. Fortunately, there are still good people in the world. Here comes the soft-hearted deity. It's all your fault. If it weren't for your desire to participate in this wretched variety show, would I have ended up like this? Is covered in mud and animal fur. S expression is equally grim. Yet she patiently explains to that this time it was merely bad luck, and it wouldn't happen again. After being startled by an alligator, they ran continuously and failed to notice a hole dug by some unknown creature, falling right in. Thankfully, the pit was not deep, and the rain had turned it into a muddy pit. They struggled for a long time to climb out, but as dusk approached, they wandered into another animal's territory and were chased away once more. It was thanks to the fruit delivered by the animals that they did not perish from thirst or hunger. Later, they encountered various animals, each one unfriendly, chasing them around. Just as they neared the brink of despair, the animals would cease their pursuit, only to start again shortly after, toying with them as if they were mere playthings. These guests and animals seemed to be afflicted with some ailment. Walks with her head down, seething with anger, completely unaware of the intense gaze from afar. Hearing her words, feels utterly speechless. She is still so foolish during the live broadcast. Thankfully, she is not her biological child, but rather the offspring of her husband's ex-wife. You cannot speak of others in such a manner. Her expression is serious. I said it. You are just as afflicted. If it weren't for you claiming this was a travel variety show, I would not have come with you. S face is filled with fury. Appears utterly exhausted. How impolite. Is this truly our daughter? Even her own mother is saying this. Where has her upbringing gone? To say everyone is afflicted is rather harsh. Can you not restrain yourself in front of the cameras? I am truly exasperated. Throughout this entire ordeal, has only known how to complain, equally attacking everyone whenever she feels discontent. Some may be envious. She has always been a pampered princess and is surely struggling to adapt. Witnessing your jealous demeanor is truly unappealing. Oh dear, even from this distance, one can hear someone spewing nonsense. Waves her little hand in front of her nose in disgust. Upon hearing the commotion, and turn around to see an extravagant tent beneath a tree, moon chairs, a table, and an array of snacks laid out, feels an overwhelming sense of unfairness. She rushes forward and knocks all the snacks from the table onto the ground. Who is inside the tent playing cards with, and hears voice and steps out, only to see toppling the snacks. The three of them wear grim expressions. In this grassland, witnessing other guests go hungry, They have learned to cherish food. Yet here is someone who appears oblivious and is wasting food. Upon noticing a snack that had fallen to the ground, Zhou Mingrui felt a pang of sympathy and carefully bent down to retrieve it. Gu Zhao, initially just seeking to provoke them for amusement, found herself unhappy as well. Since she was displeased, it was only fitting that the others should feel her ire even more. Without hesitation, Gu Zhao hurled a rotten egg directly at Song Jinan's face. Caught off guard, Song Jinan could not evade the projectile, and the foul egg shattered upon impact, smearing her visage with its putrid contents, filling the air with a noxious stench. The acrid odor elicited waves of retching from those nearby. Song Jinan, in a state of utter despair, cried out and cursed Gu Zhao vehemently. Zhou wished to approach, but hesitated, her stomach churning in response to the scene. Observing that Song Jinan still had the energy to berate her, Gu Zhao responded by delivering a swift kick, sending her sprawling. With a defiant shout, Gu Zhao seized her moon chair and fled, while Zhou Mingrui mimicked her, carrying the table laden with snacks. Song Yi picked up the kitchenware and followed suit. Gu Zuling noted that Song Zhe and Zhong Siki, overwhelmed by the stench, hastily dismantled their tent and made a run for it. Even the big and little eagles took flight, retching as they departed. In the end, only Song Jinan and Zhou Lan remained, both utterly devastated. The laughter erupted as Gu Zhao's foul egg incident boomeranged back upon her. Yi Zui and Yi Zishi climbed the tree once more, beneath which lay familiar hyenas. The hyenas, indifferent to their presence, lingered below, silent and unthreatening. A few hyenas began to procreate right under the tree. Yi Zui and Yi Zishi felt their sanity fraying. After enduring a day and night suspended in the tree, sustained only by fruit, their final day arrived. The production crew's vehicle finally rescued them from their arboreal perch. Both were left in a daze. Director Guo silently scrutinized the screen, observing the noticeably plumper individuals, pondering whether he had been too lenient. How could they gain weight while appearing as guests? Such was a humiliation to his professional career. He resolved to amend the rules for the next episode, determined not to allow any guests to gain weight. Unaware of the discontent regarding their appearance, Gu Zhao and her companions boarded the vehicle bound for the hotel to freshen up before heading to the airport. Upon alighting from a plane, they were greeted by a car dispatched by Gu Lauer. Gu Zuling promptly produced a piece of clothing, binding his wrist to Gu Zhao's. What is your name? What is your ID number? What is your salary? When did you start working? Do you think Gu Yunqi is a good boss? Do you wish to strike him? What color does he prefer for his undergarments? He asserted, if you misstep on any question, I won't let you in my car. Chapter 98. The art of flattery over frustration and air of silence enveloped them. The driver was on the verge of tears. Perhaps he should take drastic measures to alleviate the tension. Let me simplify it for you. Do you dislike your boss? Gu Zuling was somewhat gentler in his approach. Gu Zhao looked on eagerly. The driver, with a forced smile, replied, the boss is handsome and kind-hearted. How could anyone dislike him? Gu Zuling, seizing the moment, declared that employees who did not dislike their boss must have issues, and hence, they would not ride with him. I dislike him, the driver hastily retorted. Gu Zuling pressed on. Anyone who dares to speak ill of their boss in front of his brother is undoubtedly problematic. We shall not ride with him. Ultimately, it was a phone call from Gu Yunqi that saved the beleaguered driver. All right, it seems genuine. However, please send me his ID number for verification. Once confirmed, Gu Zuling and Gu Zhao finally boarded the vehicle. As soon as they settled in, Gu Zhao fell into a deep slumber. Gu Zuling, meanwhile, alternated his gaze between the window and the rearview mirror, fixated on the driver, who sat rigid with trepidation. Upon arriving at the Gu family estate, the driver set them down, his smile genuinely warm. Gu Zhao surveyed the grand entrance of the Gu residence, puzzled. Brother, why we seem to have come to a tourist attraction? Gu Zuling momentarily floundered. A tourist attraction? Where? When did this area have one? This. Gu Zhao pointed toward the grand entrance. Isn't this a park? Silence enveloped Gu Zhao for a few moments. How wonderful. Once you all pass on, I shall certainly contest the inheritance. Young master, came a robust voice from an elderly but sprightly steward driving a convertible. Uncle Fu, take care. Don't fall. Gu Zuling sighed in exasperation. Ah, and is this our little miss? What a delightful treasure. Upon approaching, Uncle Fu dismounted the vehicle and showered affection upon Gu Zhao. Young master, you truly lack gratitude. Have you forgotten who tore your homework and fed it to the dog during your youth? Who played the role of your domineering housekeeper during your adolescent fantasies? Uncle Fu pulled out a handkerchief, dabbing at his tearless eyes. Guksuling grimached, Uncle Fu. Your performance was far more exaggerated than mine. When you became overly emotional, you even led me to revolt against my second brother, declaring me a born ruler. I was so flattered that I charged at you to dethrone you, only to end up with a broken bone. You fell from grace instantly. Yet you proclaimed, the young master hasn't cried in ages. Uncle Fu felt a twinge of awkwardness. So what could I have done? Gu Zhao's eyes sparkled. Ahem, dear miss. Let us enter. Your elder brothers are waiting. Uncle Fu evaded Gu Zuling's reproachful gaze, regarding Gu Zhao with fondness. Our little miss is indeed a sweet treasure. At that moment, a figure clad in yellow approached on a bicycle, his expression inscrutable, as he drawled, innocent yet ambitious, the charming housekeeper. Your delivery has arrived. Gu Zhao, bewildered by the alluring name, soon observed the elderly housekeeper, who had just referred to her as a sweet treasure, dashing toward the delivery person. Mine, mine. The housekeeper's smile radiated warmth, as if the delivery were his most cherished possession. The delivery person, with a stony countenance, stated, I shall never allow you to go hungry. Please give me a 5-star review, before swiftly departing, leaving Gu Zhao to sense the delivery person's numbing indifference. Esteemed young miss, please board the vehicle. Uncle Fu placed the delivery on the passenger seat and opened the back door for Gu Zhao. With 4 seats available, 1 for luggage, 1 for the young miss, and 1 for his cherished cargo, it was a perfect arrangement. Gu Zuling, observing the passenger seat occupied by the delivery, inquired, Uncle Fu, where shall I sit? Uncle Fu, unyielding, replied, You are now a mature young master. You may address your legs with a hint of sarcasm and nonchalance. Curse it, do not play hard to get, simply leave. With that, Uncle Fu sped off in the convertible. Surely he was jesting, thought Gu Zuling, realizing he was surrounded by none but eccentrics. Uncle Fu resumed his cheerful demeanor, introducing Gu Zhao to the layout of the estate. As she listened, her mouth agape with astonishment, she resolved to stake her claim to this inheritance. Gu Zhao's excitement was palpable as she surveyed her surroundings, only to be struck by curiosity. Do people still reside in that tree? Uncle Fu, perplexed, followed her gaze and was rendered speechless. There, dangling from the branches, was a little girl. Uncle Fu halted the vehicle, observing the child in the tree, exasperated. Miss Gu Jiao, is the ground not to your liking? Why have you taken to the branches? As was customary, another child was found to be a handful. Gu Jiao, gazing skyward, paid them no mind. Suddenly, a Tibetan mastiff dashed forth, first barking at the girl in the tree before bounding towards Gu Zhao, tail wagging. Uncle Fu, startled, exclaimed, How did that little rascal escape? He swiftly started the vehicle, with a mastiff in hot pursuit. Sister Xiangxiang, your dog has arrived. Gu Jiao, previously stranded in the tree, was now filled with excitement. She could finally descend and pester her aloof second brother. Pocket money. Pocket money. After seeing my second brother for 5 minutes yesterday, my parents gifted me 500. This time, I will aim for 10 minutes. She began her slow descent. Meanwhile, within the manor, Gu Xingyu sat on the sofa, an uncomfortable prickliness beneath him, restlessly shifting as he contemplated making a run for it. If you do not wish to invest, then just flee, Gu Yunshi remarked, casting a brief glance at his elder brother, who was in a state of agitation. Gu Xingyu sat with pursed lips, already devising a grand plan to reprimand his younger brother. Not long after, the sound of a car horn echoed outside, followed by the frantic cries of the elderly butler and the howling of a dog. Gu Yunshi, listening to the chaotic noises, furrowed his brow. He cast a warning glance at Gu Xingyu to remain seated and not retreat upstairs, then stepped outside to investigate. Upon opening the door, his anger surged. Uncle Fu, Gu Zhao, the little boy, a Tibetan mastiff, was stealing takeout as a septuagenarian wept. A child sat upon the back of the dog. Was this a moral decline, or was takeout truly irresistible? Gu Zhao clung to the dog's head, her eyes wide with innocence, wondering how she ended up on the dog's back. She recalled stepping out of the car, only for the dog to rush towards her, and suddenly, she found herself atop it. Sister Xiangxiang, I'll steal takeout to support you. I've pilfered this takeout before. It's better than dirt. The Tibetan mastiff excitedly tussled with Uncle Fu over the food. Gu Zhao appeared utterly bewildered. Wow, second brother-'s face is all black with anger. From now on, she'll be my idol. Gu Jiao, running with her short legs, arrived just in time to witness the scene. Her eyes sparkled as she gazed at Gu Zhao. Her parents always advised her to curry favor with the brothers of the Gu family for some benefit. Now, it seemed that making Gu Zhao angry was far more entertaining. From now on, Gu Zhao would be her idol. Together, they would make old Deng seethe over the family fortune. And then, she would feast on spicy strips every day. Chapter 99. A name that eludes me, the Tibetan Mastiff paid no heed, focusing intently on snatching food. Uncle Fu was infuriated. "Little boy, you have no dog ethics." The little boy ignored him. If dogs possessed ethics, would they still be called dogs? Gu Yunqi frowned, pondering who had allowed the boy to roam free. He needed to be secured immediately. The boy, undeterred, clutched the takeout bag in the dog's mouth, its tail wagging exuberantly. Uncle Fu and the others did not watch variety shows, particularly those featuring Gu Zuling, hence they were unaware of his indifference towards animals. He had even dared to ride a tiger. If one were to inquire why they didn't watch, it was simply because it was amusing to see someone familiar trying to appear serious. When Gu Zuling debuted, Uncle Fu had laughed at a drama for an entire month, after which Gu Zuling ceased to share his experiences with them. "Who is this little boy?" Gu Zhao inquired, perplexed. Uncle Fu gazed at her with renewed tenderness. "Young miss, this is the Tibetan Mastiff you are sitting on. Why call a little boy? Isn't it female?" Gu Zhao was utterly baffled, as the Tibetan Mastiff's voice was distinctly feminine, because its father is named Old Boy, and its mother is named Zong Nanhai, hence it is called Little Boy. Your mother named its parents, while your second brother named it. Gu Zhao glanced at Gu Yunqi, finding it somewhat refined. Once her eagle arrived, she intended to bestow upon them a more commanding name. "Hey, why are you all standing outside? Were you waiting for me? At least you have some conscience." Gu Zuling approached, panting. "Gu Zhao, how come you have a new steed again?" He walked over to the little boy and lifted him down. An old saying goes, riding a dog leads to torn trousers. I will speak nonsense even when I'm old, just pass it on. If Gu Zhao doesn't get money, she will trip in front of the bed at midnight. The little boy, dissatisfied, released the takeout, bumping his head against Gu Zuling's leg. "Have you forgotten whose father helped you with your homework?" Gu Zuling calmly pushed the dog's head aside. Uncle Fu widened his eyes in disbelief, staring at Gu Zuling. "Little young master, you are not afraid of animals at all." Gu Yunqi also scrutinized Gu Zuling intently. Gu Zuling paused for a moment, realizing that indeed, he had grown immune to such encounters. Gu Yunqi exchanged a look with Gu Zuling, then turned to Uncle Fu, requesting to check the surveillance footage to determine who had released the dog. If there were no traitors involved, he would feast on takeout for 3 days straight, ordering 3 cups of milk tea each day until he burst. However, upon reviewing it, he felt embarrassed. "Second young master, the surveillance is broken." "How convenient." "Sister Xiang, I know who let me out." The little boy, overhearing their conversation, quickly seized the opportunity to gain affection. He intended to win Sister Xiang's favor. "Uncle Gater, everyone." The little boy claims to know who it was. Gu Zhao looked towards Uncle Fu. He hesitated briefly, then donned a doting smile. "Young miss, that is wonderful. But let us handle this." His tone was clearly untrusting. Just as Gu Zuling was about to prove Gu Zhao's innocence, Gu Yunqi's cold voice interjected, "Listen to her." Uncle Fu promptly set to work, deciding that as long as the young miss was happy, that sufficed. Soon, everyone except Gu Xingyu had gathered at the door, with Gu Jiao also being brought over. Upon seeing Gu Jiao, Gu Yunqi frowned. "Why is she here again?" Gu Jiao didn't even glance at Gu Yunqi. Her rosy cheeks fixated on Gu Zhao. The little boy spun around in front of the crowd. Everyone remained composed, as the first question when starting work here was always whether one was afraid of dogs. The little boy sniffed and approached a middle-aged man clad in a chef's uniform. Upon seeing the dog's head stop before him, the man smiled gently. "Have you caught the scent of the bones on me? I prepared a big bone stew for you. Let it cool before I feed you." His smile was kind-hearted. Uncle Fu remained unconcerned, merely thinking the little boy might be hungry. Sister, it's him. The smell is the same. He opened the door for me." The little boy exclaimed excitedly. Gu Yunqi frowned, sensing this would lead nowhere. "Let everyone disperse." "It's him," Gu Zhao echoed. Gu Zuling, without a trace of doubt, ordered the man to be apprehended. However, the servants and security guards stood bewildered, none making a move. "Gu Zhao, stop causing trouble." "And you," Gu Yunqi turned to Gu Zuling, "has your ability to think independently run away?" Gu Zuling, noticing the inaction, felt his expression darken and was further vexed by his second brother's words. "If you don't believe your sister's words, what kind of brother are you?" Gu Zuling glared at Gu Yunqi and stepped forward to restrain the middle-aged man himself. Gu Yunqi's face hardened. He has worked for the Gu family for 10 years. Do you wish to chill the heart of an old man? You trust Gu Zhao without evidence, yet you are willing to distress an innocent man without justification. Does that sit well with you? Gu Zuling furrowed his brow tightly. Gu Xiaozhao is not wrong. Even if she were, I would apologize for my actions. But second brother, do you not realize how hurtful it is to disbelieve your own sister? Gu Yunqi felt Gu Zuling was growing increasingly rebellious. The middle-aged man lamented his loyalty over the years, while the other servants whispered among themselves. Ah, the young master is trying to establish authority with the young miss. But poor old Zhang has become the scapegoat. Indeed, old Zhang usually seems quite honest, but if he did something wrong, it would be easier to discuss. However, with such unfounded accusations from the young miss and the young master so readily believing her, we'll have to be extra cautious in our work from now on. Uncle Fu could no longer bear it. Everyone be quiet. Do you not wish to work anymore? Gu Yunqi turned to them as well. Anyone who speaks ill of the young miss will be dismissed. Gu Zuling felt slightly better, but still retorted angrily. How come you're no longer afraid of hurting feelings? Because you have evidence. You've heard them disrespecting their employer, but for old Zhang's matter, you have no proof. Gu Yunqi replied coolly. Gu Zuling was about to argue further when Gu Zhao gently stroked the dog's head. There truly is no evidence of releasing the dog. Old Zhang sighed in relief, a faint smile playing on his lips. But I seem to have some evidence regarding my abandonment.